Chapter 1. Senior Black Cat and the Evolution Panel. In the vibrant campus of Jinghai University, located in the dragon country of Blue Star, a completely black cat, devoid of any stray hairs, lay motionless with its eyes closed on. The main thoroughfare, the esteemed senior black cat. Students passing by this scene exhibited no surprise. Instead, they would instinctively alter their paths to avoid it. Just then, a girl adorned in a floral dress, her hair accentuated by a large bow, rushed anxiously to the black cat. Senior Black Cat, our dormitory door has accidentally locked, and none of us have the key. Could you assist us in opening it? She implored. However, her words did not coax the black cat into opening its eyes. It merely flicked its tail twice. Observing this, the girl hastily retrieved 2 sausages from her bag with practiced ease. The moment the sausages emerged, the black cat opened its golden-hued eyes and gracefully rose from the ground. After performing an elegant stretch, it licked its right paw, bestowing upon itself a moment of grooming. Once this ritual was complete, it leisurely scrutinized the girl standing before it. She's decent looking, though her fashion sense leaves much to be desired, and her perfume is a tad overpowering. However, she shows some decorum by bringing sausages. It mused silently. With its gaze fixated on the sausages in the girl's hand, the cat meowed twice. When the girl failed to respond, it pointed with its right paw. This video, unsurprisingly, has garnered considerable attention online. Chapter 1. Senior Black Cat and the Evolution Panel. In the heart of the campus of Jinghai University, Dragon Country, a sleek black cat, devoid of any stray hairs, lay motionless with its eyes closed. The esteemed senior black cat commanded attention. The students passing by did not find this spectacle peculiar. Instead, they instinctively chose to navigate around it. At that moment, a girl donned in a floral dress, adorned with a large bow, rushed anxiously to the black cat's side. Senior Black Cat, our dormitory door has accidentally been locked, and none of us brought a key. Could you assist us in opening it? However, her words did not coax the cat to open its eyes. It merely twitched its tail a couple of times. Observing this, the girl hastily rummaged through her bag and skillfully retrieved 2 sausages. The instant the sausages emerged, the black cat opened its eyes to reveal its soft golden gaze and slowly rose from the ground. After performing an elegant stretch, it licked its right paw, treating itself to a facial pampering. Once this routine was complete, it leisurely scrutinized the girl before it. She's presentable, though her fashion sense leaves much to be desired. The scent of her perfume is rather overpowering, yet she shows some understanding of etiquette by bringing sausages. Lin Ye silently mused. His gaze fell upon the sausages in the girl's hand, and he emitted a couple of meows. Seeing the girl fail to grasp his intention, he pointed. This video, not surprisingly, has garnered considerable attention online. Chapter 2. A life-threatening encounter on the TikTok platform. A video adorned with the tag of adorable pets has garnered an impressive 80,000 likes. In the footage, a sleek black cat leaps effortlessly through a small window, skillfully unlocking a barred dormitory door, and then exits with remarkable poise. The protagonist of this captivating scene is undoubtedly Lin Ye, perhaps due to Lin Ye's agile prowess and exceptional intelligence. The comments section is teeming with reactions from netizens across the globe. Wow, this black cat is incredible. It jumped so high. Our silver tabby can't even leap onto the dining table. I just showed this to my cat, and it claimed it staged. How can a silver tabby compare to such a robust black cat? One is a sedentary homebody, while the other is an athletic black feline. This black cat is so dark, not a single stray hair. It shines with an almost reflective quality. It even assists in opening the dormitory door. How impressive, given its demeanor. It must have done this numerous times before. Just look at who it is. This is our esteemed senior, Black Cat, from Jinghai University. I graduated over a year ago, and I never expected to see Black Cat on TikTok. The illustrious exploits of Black Cat extend beyond mere antics. Previously, a young woman at our university lost her cat, and after seeking help from Black Cat, it returned her beloved pet within half an hour, after she offered 2 cat treats. Is this cat truly that remarkable? Here is a handsome picture of Black Cat for you to appreciate. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from within, rendering Lin Ye momentarily powerless over his own body. Simultaneously, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ye dashed towards Teddy, executing a swift body slam that sent the much larger Teddy crashing to the ground, before gracefully landing and not even glancing back. Chapter 3. The eerie black mist from the moment the teddy dog lunged at Lin Ye until it was forcefully slammed to the ground. The entire episode transpired in mere seconds, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. By the time they comprehended the situation, the teddy lay sprawled on the ground, while Lin Ye nimbly leapt into Su Hongyue's embrace. "Are you all right, Xiaohei?" Su Hongyue, recovering from her initial shock, gazed at Lin Ye with genuine concern. "Meow? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Lin Ye let out a dismissive sound, casting an indifferent glance at the trembling teddy. At that moment, the dog was nearly paralyzed with fear, struggling to rise while desperately attempting to flee. Seeing this, Zhou Ming promptly chased after it. He had spent over 1,000 yuan on that dog, and the thought of losing it was unbearable. As the duo departed, the previously silent crowd erupted into applause. "Who would have thought this little black cat was so formidable?" One exclaimed. "I honestly thought it was in trouble. It surprised everyone by flipping that dog onto the ground. The gracefulness of its movements was simply mesmerizing, especially the landing," another added. "I maintain that felines are invincible, particularly when of similar size. Moreover, it even protects its owner." It charged at that dog the moment it threatened the girl. Listening to the praises around him, Lin Ye couldn't help but smirk, extending his right paw to elegantly groom his somewhat disheveled fur. "Xiaohei, did you hear that? Everyone's singing your praises," Su Hongyue said, unable to resist stroking Lin Ye's head, her face radiating affection. "You were truly remarkable, but remember to steer clear of bad dogs in the future." "Meow. Rest assured, I carry the lives of several dogs upon my back. Let us return." Picking up the scattered items from the ground, Su Hongyue cradled Lin Ye and strolled toward an upscale apartment not far from the school. As a wealthy heiress, she opted not to reside on campus but purchased a modest apartment instead. Upon arriving at the entrance of her apartment building, Lin Ye spotted the girl in the striped long dress once again. She stood silently beneath a camphor tree at the roadside, her gaze fixed intently on Su Hongyue. This unexpected sight stirred confusion in Lin Ye's mind. What was her purpose here? Was she following Su Hongyue? Before he could unravel the mystery, Su Hongyue opened the entrance door to the apartment, causing the peculiar girl to vanish from Lin Ye's sight. Simultaneously, within the Extraordinary Phenomenon Investigation Center in the heart of Jinghai City, several individuals clad in distinctive black uniforms were gathered in an office. A young man in his early 30s, exuding an aura of menace, was pointing at a projection in the conference room, explaining the situation. He was Zhou Chen, the captain of the Special Investigations Team of the Anomaly Bureau and also a C-level ghost master. According to the information compiled by the relevant authorities, there had already been over 8 victims in Jinghai. Coincidentally, all of them were young women aged between 18 and 24, all possessing striking beauty. As he turned to the next slide, 8 photos appeared on the screen, each corresponding to a victim, undeniably beautiful and the kind that would turn heads on the street. "Captain, could this be the work of a seducer? They thrive on tormenting beautiful young women," a young man with a buzz cut and dark skin interjected. "It cannot be the work of a seducer. If it were, they would not have perished so swiftly, nor would their skins have been completely flayed," Zhou Chen replied. And as his words fell, the projection shifted to the next image. The occupants of the office were immediately struck with nausea. The new image revealed 8 complete human skins. Based on the investigation team's findings, these skins were remarkably well preserved, and it appeared that they had been made up and bathed prior to their deaths, an act that contradicted the typical behavior of a seducer. Instead, it aligned closely with another bizarre entity documented in the Book of Spirits, known as the Jealous Woman. The Jealous Woman was born from envy and, due to her own ugliness, harbored jealousy towards all beautiful young women. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's explanation, the other team members' brows furrowed deeply. Classified as a C-level anomaly, we must locate her promptly. Given her frequency of attacks, we cannot fathom how many more young girls may fall victim, Zhou Chen cautioned. "But Captain, we currently have no idea where she is. How do we apprehend her?" a tall, striking young woman queried, echoing the sentiments of the others. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly unfurled a map. "After analyzing and pinpointing the locations of the 8 victims, I can confidently assert that the Jealous Woman is likely operating around the university town. In this area, the abundance of young, beautiful girls points to Jinghai University as a primary target. I just accessed the official forum of Jinghai University and found the rankings of the campus beauties. Given the Jealous Woman's envious nature, these individuals are likely candidates for her attacks." As he spoke, photographs of young women appeared on the projection above. Meow. In the warmly decorated room of Su Hongyue, Lin Ye lounged languidly by the window, next to a cat tree prepared specifically for him. Suddenly, Su Hongyue emerged from the kitchen, balancing a large plate adorned with a cartoon apron. Before she even approached, Lin Ye caught a whiff of an irresistible aroma. "Xiaohei, your meal is ready. Come and eat," Su Hongyue called out. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Ye transformed into a streak of black lightning. Racing to the dining table, he perched on his hind legs atop a chair, his front paws resting eagerly on the table's edge, his expression brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Su Hongyue couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiaohei, sometimes I feel you are less like a cat and more like a person. No cat eats with such zeal." As she spoke, she placed the plate before Lin Ye and tied a white napkin around his neck. "All right, you may begin." In the next instant, a series of rumbling sounds akin to a revving engine emanated from Lin Ye's belly, and his feline face dove into the plate. The dish contained a generous serving of salmon on one side, beef slices on the other, complemented by a bowl of warm goat's milk and a heap of finely chopped catnip. Meow. Delicious. Meow. Perhaps I should just let her keep me as her pet cat. Meow. No, I cannot forsake my freedom for a meal. I can always come back for food. Heh. Observing Lin Ye's blissful expression, a smile crept onto Su Hongyue's face. "Take your time eating, Xiaohei. I have an early class today, so I'll catch some rest. If you wish to leave later, just open the door. You can take the elevator yourself." With that, she yawned, heading toward her bed, which was piled high with plush toys, without even changing her clothes. Before long, the room was filled with the soft sounds of her breathing. Once Lin Ye finished devouring the contents of his bowl, he approached Su Hongyue's bedside. Gazing at the sweetly serene Su Langyue, he leaped onto the bed and gently draped a nearby blanket over her. After completing this tender act, he turned to leave. However, at that very moment, he suddenly noticed a swirling mass of dark mist slowly rising from beneath Su Langyue's bed. What on earth is this? His little mind was filled with questions. Chapter 4. The Consuming Eerie. The spectral stride Lin Ye had been traversing the world as a cat for 2.5 years, blending into the campus of Jinghai University. He considered himself well-versed in the peculiarities of life. However, the current situation was entirely unprecedented. Instinctively, he assumed that a fire had broken out beneath Su Langyue's bed. Yet, upon peering underneath, he found no signs of flames, only a strand of hair and a note. The note faintly inscribed Su Langyue's name alongside a series of numbers. Before he could decipher their meaning, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Every hair on his body stood on end, and the source of this foreboding was unmistakably on the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto the bed, and an image that shattered all his prior conceptions unfolded before his eyes. The dark smoke twisted and coalesced into a woman draped in black gauze, her visage grotesque. Her eyes blazed with envy, fixated on Su Langyue's exquisite features, as if harboring a profound grudge. What in the world is this? A ghost? Faced with the hideous apparition, Lin Ye's thoughts raced, and his expression turned grave. Under normal circumstances, he would have fled at the sight of such a being. Yet, this apparent malevolent spirit was clearly intent on harming Su Langyue. If he abandoned her now, she would surely suffer dire consequences. The prospect of losing the delectable meals and grooming sessions she provided was unthinkable. "No, I cannot forsake my caretaker, my source of sustenance." Resolutely, he attempted to rouse Su Langyue, but despite his calls, she remained entrenched in a deep slumber, as if ensnared by a profound coma. This malevolent entity must have employed some sinister means. He could not allow this to continue. Time was of the essence. Her life was at stake. Casting a glance at the unconscious Su Langyue and then at the malevolent spirit extending its ghastly hand toward her, Lin Ye acted without further thought, letting out a threatening yowl. Simultaneously, he activated his fear gaze. As his golden feline eyes locked onto the hideous specter, a look of terror flickered across her face, and her body trembled. Seeing her reaction, Lin Ye pounced. He had anticipated a futile leap, considering the ghost's intangible nature. However, to his astonishment, he not only encountered solidity, but felt the spirit quaking even more violently upon contact. He dismissed the reasons and immediately sank his teeth into the ghost's throat. His sharp fangs tore through her windpipe, and a frigid essence seeped into his body, consuming the malevolent spirit's grievance. Energy reserve. 50. Stunned by the sudden notification that appeared before him, Lin Ye could hardly believe his eyes. What? Consuming this creature replenishes my energy? This is indeed fortuitous. Amidst his shock, a glimmer of excitement flickered across his features. Since that is the case, I shall vanquish you. How dare you threaten my caretaker? With an enraged yowl, Lin Ye resumed his assault on the malevolent spirit. Though she attempted to resist, he swiftly employed his fear gaze once more, forcibly subduing her, consuming the malevolent spirit's grievance. Energy reserve, 50. After numerous notifications flashed before him, all of the spirit-esque grievances were devoured by Lin Ye, converting them into energy reserves. As the last vestige of her malice dissipated, her ghostly form disintegrated into nothingness. Simultaneously, a new message materialized before Lin Ye. You have consumed the jealous specter and acquired a new skill, Spectral Stride. Spectral Stride. Beginner activate this skill to transform into black smoke. Briefly entering a ghostly form for 3 seconds, immune to physical attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute. Upgrading this skill requires the expenditure of 10 evolution points. Overjoyed by the revelation, Lin Ye had not anticipated that devouring such a malevolent spirit would not only yield a substantial amount of evolution points, but also grant him a unique skill. However, he understood that this was not the time for experimentation. Observing the remnants of the note and hair left behind by the spirit, he began to piece together the underlying motives. This ghost had clearly not appeared without reason. Someone was orchestrating these events, likely the girl who had been stalking Su Langyue. It appears this world is far more intricate than I had imagined. Ghosts are now manifesting. I must devise a plan to eliminate this lurking threat. Just as he contemplated how to unearth the girl controlling the spirit, Su Langyue, who had been in a deep stupor, suddenly awakened. Upon seeing Lin Ye nestled at her bedside and the blanket draped over her, a look of bliss washed over her face. Before Lin Ye could react, she enveloped him in her embrace. "Xiaohei, you are so wonderful. How I wish you had entered my life during my childhood," she murmured. Caught in her warm embrace, Lin Ye felt his cheeks flush. He was utterly ensnared. "Meow. You shan't capture my heart with such tactics. For I am destined to be a stray cat." Captain, the eerie presence has indeed arrived at Jinghai University. The concentration of grievances here is significantly higher than in the surrounding areas. On the main thoroughfare of Jinghai University, several individuals clad in casual attire surveyed the crowds while casting glances at a girl among them. The girl held a device resembling a compass, continuously adjusting its orientation as the readings fluctuated. "The highest concentration of grievances is in that direction. I believe the entity has headed there," she stated. Upon hearing her words, the leader, a young man sporting a baseball cap, nodded in agreement. "It seems the jealous specter has found its target. We must act swiftly, lest another tragedy befall someone." With a sense of urgency, the 6 of them hurried toward the direction indicated by the girl, toward the very apartment building where Su Langyue resided. In just a few minutes, they entered the building and swiftly pinpointed Su Langyue's room. As they prepared to knock, the door unexpectedly swung open, revealing a striking girl clad in a flowing white dress, cradling a black cat in her arms. Chapter 5. The Anomaly Bureau. The ghost tamer observing the individuals outside, Su Langyue's face was filled with perplexity. The members of the Anomaly Bureau, including Zhou Chen, were equally bewildered. Prior to entering, they had steeled themselves for an encounter with the supernatural and had considered the possibility that Su Langyue might have been harmed by the malevolent spirit. However, what they did not anticipate was that at this moment, Su Langyue exhibited no signs of injury, and the room bore no abnormalities. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Zhou Chen, the team leader, retrieved an identification document from his pocket. "Good day, we are from the fire department of Jinghai City, conducting a fire safety inspection. May we enter and take a look?" Upon learning of their identity and purpose, Su Langyue hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Just as the group prepared to enter, Lin Ye, nestled in her arms, suddenly became alert and hissed at the newcomers. His fur bristled, for he detected a scent emanating from them akin to that of the earlier malevolent spirit. These individuals could not possibly be from the fire department. At that moment, a female team member trailing behind Zhou Chen gazed in astonishment at Lin Ye. "Wow, this cat is so dark. It's even hissing at us. How adorable." Hearing her comment, a hint of apology crossed Su Langyue's face. "I apologize. Little Black has likely never encountered so many strangers before and is somewhat on edge." She gently stroked Lin Ye's head. "Don't worry, they mean no harm. You may come in." With her invitation, the group swiftly entered Su Langyue's apartment. Throughout the process, Lin Ye remained acutely vigilant. He found it puzzling that, despite the similar aura of the earlier malevolent spirit surrounding these individuals, he sensed no malice from them. Once inside, the newcomers began to survey the area, pulling out a peculiar electronic device. From time to time, they extended the device's antenna into various corners of the room. Who were these people? What connection did they have to the malevolent spirit? As Lin Ye pondered these questions, the female team member approached Su Hongyue's bedside. Soon, she discovered a strand of hair left by the malevolent spirit and a note inscribed with Su Hongyue's name. Obtaining these items, she nodded to her companions and quickly concealed them in her pocket, all while Su Hongyue remained unaware. After completing this task, the girl approached Su Hongyue. "Hello, miss. We have thoroughly inspected your premises and found no safety hazards. Thank you for your efforts. We shall not keep you any longer. Wishing you a pleasant day," Su Hongyue replied, and the team turned to leave her apartment. As soon as they departed, Lin Ye leapt from Su Hongyue's arms and, disregarding her calls, dashed out of the door. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he managed to squeeze inside. "Hey, isn't that the black cat from the earlier lady's home? Why is it following us into the elevator?" The girl immediately recognized Lin Ye's presence. Her expression tinged with curiosity. "Perhaps it's just out for a stroll," one of the other team members remarked nonchalantly. "Let us not dwell on the cat for now. What did you discover?" Zhou Chen inquired, pressing the button for the first floor. The girl produced the hair and the note she had found beside Su Hongyue's bed. "This is a medium used to summon the supernatural. The hair likely belongs to Su Hongyue, and the note contains her name and birth details. I suspect that the malevolent spirit did not target her on its own. Rather, someone is manipulating it from the shadows." "You mean to say there is a ghost tamer at this school?" Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. "Indeed, a ghost tamer controlling the spirit, and most likely a woman. She must harbor some grudge against Su Hongyue, using her hair and birth details to craft a medium for the spirit to attack her. The issue is, I just scanned the room with the device, and aside from a trace of lingering resentment, there are no signs of any supernatural presence. It's as if the spirit vanished into thin air. Why did it not act after entering Su Hongyue's room? Perhaps it never had the chance. Now that we know there is a ghost tamer at play, our immediate priority is to locate her. A rogue ghost tamer beyond the control of our bureau poses a significant threat." As Zhou Chen concluded, the elevator reached the first floor. The six of them promptly exited the apartment building, their instruments in hand, ready to search the campus of Jinghai University. Watching them depart from the steps of the apartment building, Lin Ye was lost in thought. A ghost tamer? The Anomaly Bureau? What were these entities? Were they akin to superpowered individuals and organizations in this world? The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. He hoped they would capture the girl who had been fixated on Su Hongyue. She was undoubtedly the so-called ghost tamer. Yet, why would she wish to harm Su Hongyue? Was it out of jealousy for her beauty? As he grappled with these bewilderments, a sudden shriek erupted from a nearby girl's dormitory. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Ye sprinted in the direction of the sound. Upon arrival, he was met with a horrifying sight. A girl in a striped dress lay sprawled on the concrete, drenched in blood, her face brutally mangled. "It's her, the ghost tamer. Why did she jump? Could it be that the spirit she commanded turned against her after I devoured it?" As he mused, Zhou Chen and the others hurriedly approached. Seeing the gruesome scene, Zhou Chen's expression shifted, and he promptly made a call. "The ghost tamer at Jinghai University is deceased. Send a cleanup crew. The cause of death appears to be backlash from the very spirit she controlled. There is no trace of supernatural energy emanating from her, and the malevolent spirit seems to have been devoured by a higher entity." At this point, Zhou Chen hesitated mid-sentence. Upon noticing Zhou Chen and the others, Lin Ye swiftly leapt into a nearby flower bed. The ghost tamer who had plotted against Su Hongyue was dead. He had no desire to delve deeper into this matter. Such professional inquiries were best left to the members of the Anomaly Bureau. After all, he was merely a small cat. As he gracefully navigated along the campus wall, a voice akin to a quacking duck rang out from below. "Night King, Dahan is cornered by those stray dogs. You must go check on him." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye directed his gaze towards a crooked tree nearby. Beneath it, a chubby orange cat with a tabby front paw looked up at him anxiously. That was his subordinate, Sang Kuan. Beside him stood another larger orange tabby, his other underling, Sang Biao. With audacity, they dared to besiege the beloved of this king. Let me see what transpires. As soon as the words left his lips, he leapt from the over 3-meter-high courtyard wall. The two brothers, Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, stood ready. Chapter 6. The provocative stray dog. Having roamed the halls of Jinghai University for 2.5 years, Lin Ye, a carefree stray cat, not only enjoyed a life of leisure but also gathered a band of followers. Each month, these followers were required to pay tribute to him in exchange for his protection. Even newly arrived stray cats had to earn his approval to survive within the campus. Among this group of strays, he was known as the Night King. Upon receiving reports from Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, he hurried to the scene of the incident. When he arrived, he spotted a plump silver tabby trembling atop a large tree. Below, a large yellow dog was barking ferociously at it. The silver tabby, known as Dahan, had recently become one of Lin Ye's subordinates, a misfortunate creature abandoned by its owner. Due to inbreeding, it was clearly not as sharp-witted as other cats. And before being taken in by Lin Ye, it often went hungry for days. At that moment, besides the cat and dog, numerous students had gathered, phones in hand, to witness the spectacle. Look at the Night King. Those stray dogs are utterly audacious. We agreed that the East District is our territory. Yet today this yellow dog dares to rummage through our trash. Sang Kuan exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Not only is it encroaching on our territory, but it is also harassing Dahan, who is already simple-minded. Indeed, Night King, Sang Biao chimed in, stoking the flames. The dog gang clearly does not respect us or you, Night King. You two need not fret. I shall not allow Dahan to be bullied. It provided me with its cat food yesterday, and today I must ensure justice is served. This yellow dog will pay the price. With that declaration, Lin Ye pushed through the crowd, followed closely by Sang Kuan and Sang Biao. The yellow dog, sensing the shift in atmosphere, turned to face the trio of cats. Upon spotting Lin Ye, it immediately ceased barking, its expression turning grave, emitting low growls. The onlooking students shifted their attention to Lin Ye. Wow, it's Senior Xiaohe. Is he here to restore order? One exclaimed. Even his loyal companions have arrived. This must be serious. Of course, all the stray cats on campus are under Senior Xiaohe's protection. That yellow dog has dared to bully the cat in the tree, which is akin to provoking him. Another student mused. This is too amusing. Is it true? Can a cat really have subordinates? Someone questioned. Absolutely. I have witnessed Senior Xiaohe's rise from an ordinary stray cat to the leader of our feline gang. It is indeed inspiring. A student replied. Last time, I saw a stray dog chasing a cat, and Senior Xiaohe led a group of cats to give that dog a thorough beating. As the students continued to chatter, Lin Ye approached the yellow dog, now less than 2 meters away. The next moment, he opened his mouth and emitted a low growl. Meow. How dare you? Do you not know the West District is our territory? Bark, bark, bark. You claim it's yours, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a cat, the yellow dog retorted defiantly. Meow. You seek your own demise. Lin Ye responded, his eyes glinting with determination. In an instant, he lunged forward, performing an impressive leap, and with precise force, he struck the dog squarely in the face with his powerful hind legs. The impact sent the yellow dog reeling, its head ringing, and it stumbled to the ground. Lin Ye, riding the momentum, landed gracefully back on his feet. Casting a cold glance at the fallen dog, he smirked and then nonchalantly licked his paw. The crowd, initially stunned, erupted in disbelief. What just happened? Why is the dog on the ground? One student gasped. It was Senior Xiaohe. He just made his move. Another exclaimed, captivated. So cool. Look at the footage I captured. I'll slow it down for you. One move, and he took the yellow dog down. No wonder he is the leader of the cat gang. His combat skills are off the charts. I never expected a cat to have the upper hand in a fight against a dog. As the students expressed their astonishment, Sang Kuan and Sang Biao rushed to Lin Ye's side. Night King, you're incredible. That yellow dog couldn't even withstand your attack. Night King is invincible. They cheered. But why are these audacious bipedal creatures calling you Night King and Xiaohe? Sang Biao wondered aloud. Lin Ye shot a glare at Sang Biao, then playfully swatted his face. And you're not called Piggy? What? Piggy? Night King is just joking. I've always been called Sang Biao. Look at my arm. How could I possibly be Piggy? Sang Biao protested, showcasing his orange-patterned paw. Just as the 3 cats exchanged banter, the yellow dog rose from the ground, its eyes burning with hatred, a look of vengeance on its face. You foul cat, you'll regret this. Just wait until our paths cross again. It snarled before turning and hastily retreating. Hey, this wretched dog dares to call you a foul cat, Night King. My temper is flaring. Let us go after him. Sang Kuan shouted, indignant. With that, Lin Ye, followed by Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, dashed after the retreating yellow dog. The sight of a yellow dog running with 3 cats in hot pursuit quickly caught the attention of many students on campus. As they passed a classroom building, a tall girl dressed in athletic wear, exuding an air of confidence, waved at Lin Ye. Xiaohe, are you in another fight with the dog? However, Lin Ye merely shot her an annoyed glance before continuing his relentless chase, intent on bringing the yellow dog to justice. The girl sighed, ultimately joining the throng of students following the unfolding drama. Minutes later, Lin Ye cornered the yellow dog at the East District sports field. Just then, the yellow dog abruptly halted, a smug expression crossing its face as it turned to face the three cats. What is going on? Has this dog lost its mind? Let us take it down, Sang Kuan urged. Yet Lin Ye suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, this is the East District. It seems we've walked into a trap. Before he could finish his warning, a swarm of stray dogs emerged from the surroundings, encircling them in less than a minute. Leading the pack was a scruffy black dog, its right eye marred by a scar, alongside a border collie. Upon seeing the border collie, Lin Ye understood that today's events were far from mere coincidence. Simultaneously, the group of university students trailing behind, drawn by curiosity, could not help but display expressions of astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 7. Amplify My Presence. On the athletic field, over 30 stray dogs of various breeds encircled Lin Ye and his two feline companions, creating an inexplicable spectacle. The university students who had initially gathered to witness the commotion could not help but erupt in exclamations. Vocal. I merely wish to observe a cat-dog skirmish. Yet what is this peculiar scenario? Is this a strategic maneuver? A classic tale of feline and canine rivalry? I had a hunch that my decision to come here was fortuitous. That previous dog had deliberately ventured into the western area to provoke a confrontation, luring Senior Black into a trap. It was perplexing. Have dogs truly attained such intelligence, capable of luring foes into ambushes? They must have evolved. As I pieced together the events, it became evident that the initial chase of that silver tabby by the golden retriever was a calculated ruse orchestrated by the canine faction, aimed at eliminating the leader of the feline group, Senior Black. Indeed, the wisdom of reading was not misplaced. The strays in this university possessed at least a high school level of intelligence. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Was there not a similar scene in the underworld tales, where someone met their demise in such a manner? The cat-dog brawl had escalated into a gang confrontation. In such a situation, should one summon the Paw Patrol or call upon the Black Cat Chief? Alas, it appeared that Senior Black might meet his demise on the athletic field, and the feline faction would suffer the loss of their leader. Surely, it was the border collie who devised this cunning plot. Typically, dogs lack such intellect. As the university students gazed on with eager anticipation, a girl clad in athletic attire felt a surge of urgency. She longed to rescue Lin Ye, yet the sight of the 30 fierce strays left her trembling with fear. In desperation, she could only hope that Lin Ye would manage to break free from the encirclement. At this moment, Lin Ye's expression was unusually grave, his golden eyes fixed intently on a filthy black dog. He realized that this day would not end without consequence. Suddenly, the black dog spoke. Night King, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? There is no way you are leaving here alive. Upon hearing the black dog's taunt, Lin Ye displayed no sign of panic, responding with disdain. Wang Kai, I never anticipated your treachery in luring me into this ambush. Curse you. Do not call me Wang Kai. That is a name given by humans. I am now known as Scar Eye. The black dog barked furiously. Very well. Wang Kai, you seek death. After a fierce bark, the black dog prepared to lead the pack against Lin Ye and his companions, Sang Kuan and Sang Biao. Yet, Lin Ye abruptly interjected. Wait, Wang Kai. If you wish to take my life, you must first allow my two companions to leave. I understand you resent me for injuring your eye, but I acted alone, and they had no part in it. Release them, and I shall submit to your will. Upon hearing Lin Ye's proposal, Sang Kuan and Sang Biao turned to him in surprise. Night King. What met their expectation was Lin Ye's irritable voice. Do not dawdle. Your presence here merely hinders my abilities. After reprimanding Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, Lin Ye focused his gaze back on the black dog, Wang Kai. Have you considered my offer, Wang Kai? Fine. I accept your terms. I only seek your life. Once you are dead, the feline faction will be no more. Clear a path for those two foolish cats to leave. With Wang Kai's command, the strays parted to create an opening. Sang Kuan and Sang Biao exchanged glances as they retreated. Just as they neared the edge of the encirclement, they quickened their pace. Night King, hold on. We will rally the others. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Once they departed, the strays constricted the circle once more, trapping Lin Ye within. Under normal circumstances, a cat would face certain doom surrounded by over 30 stray dogs. Yet Lin Ye was no ordinary stray. As he watched Sang Kuan and Sang Biao disappear, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in his eyes. He opened the evolution panel, having consumed the jealous dog. His evolution points surged to an unprecedented 30. Now was the moment to utilize these points. Deep Blue. Amplify my attributes. With a thought, he allocated 10 points to agility, another 10 to strength, and the final 10 split between the skills of bite and pounce. In the next instant, both advanced skills underwent a transformation. Bite, advanced, became bloodthirsty assault, beginner. Bloodthirsty assault, beginner, enters a frenzy state, increasing physical attack power by 25. Attacks with teeth and claws will inflict a tearing effect, causing the enemy to lose health over time for 5 seconds, with effect stacking. Pounce, advanced, transformed into Tiger's Leap, beginner. Tiger's Leap, beginner, automatically locks onto a target during a frontal leap attack, ensuring a 100 hit rate. Upon hitting, there is a 25 chance to trigger a forced knockdown effect, ignoring physical form. As warmth surged through his body, Lin Ye felt his strength multiply exponentially. His small frame brimmed with explosive power, and he became increasingly agile, as if buoyed by 4 whirlwinds. Embracing this transformation, his gaze turned icy. At that moment, the black dog, Wang Kai, charged at him. Woof! Its massive form, over 10 times Lin Ye's size, barreled toward him. In response, Lin Ye assumed a combat stance. Fur bristling, back straightened, and with a powerful push off the ground, he executed Tiger's Leap. Meow! In an instant, the 2 shadows collided in midair. Witnessing this, many university students gasped in astonishment, while some timid girls shielded their eyes, unable to bear the impending clash. To them, the size disparity suggested Lin Ye stood little chance. However, the ensuing spectacle left them utterly dumbfounded. Upon their encounter, Lin Ye lunged fiercely at Wang Kai, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon landing, he swiftly followed up with bloodthirsty assault, his once golden eyes now ablaze with a crimson glow. Even the claws reflected the same hue. Within a heartbeat, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the black dog's face, his sharp teeth tearing into the flesh of Wang Kai's neck. Only when the other strays rushed to intervene did Lin Ye leap away from Wang Kai, landing gracefully on a nearby trash can, elegantly licking the fresh blood from his claws. In stark contrast, Wang Kai was left in a pitiful state. His face was mangled, and a flap of skin hung from his neck, blood oozing profusely. When he finally managed to rise, Lin Ye immediately cast a fearful gaze upon him. In the next instant, through Wang Kai's perspective, Lin Ye transformed into a terrifying black tiger, emanating dark energy. His growl morphed into a chilling roar. The black dog's legs buckled, and he was paralyzed by fear. Yet, this was not the end. After downing Wang Kai, Lin Ye plunged back into the fray of strays, determined to impart a lesson they would never forget. Chapter 8. A cat triumphs over a pack of dogs on the sports field. As time progressed, the number of onlookers, primarily university students, swelled into the hundreds, forming layers of spectators. They witnessed, firsthand, the dramatic confrontation as Lin Ye and his 2 feline companions were encircled by over 30 stray dogs. Initially, many harbored grave concerns for Lin Ye's safety, with some even seizing brooms and branches, prepared to intervene at a critical moment. However, what unfolded next defied all expectations. Lin Ye, with the prowess of a solitary cat, valiantly took down the leader of the pack, a stray dog several times his size, leaving it wounded and incapacitated. Before retreating unscathed, the impact of this scene on the gathered students was indescribable. Awestruck gasps filled the air. I can't believe it. I thought I was watching a gangster film, but it turned into an action blockbuster. No, it was beyond that. It resembled a science fiction spectacle. Could it be true that a cat could inflict such damage upon a dog? That's senior black cat. He is no ordinary feline, they exclaimed. The absurdity was palpable. The dog stood no chance against senior black cat. He must have unlocked some genetic potential. His combat abilities are extraordinary. I would believe he was a tiger if I didn't know he was just a cat. His recent leap was nothing short of magnificent, resembling a tiger in pursuit. It was clear now why the stray cats on campus held such reverence for him. When danger arose, he ensured his underlings fled first, unflinchingly confronting adversaries larger than himself. If he were human, I would aspire to be his ally. As the students continued to marvel, Lin Ye, perched atop a trash can, fluffed his fur, arching his back, with blood on his maw, and leaped back into the throng of dogs. This audacious act left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. What followed was even more explosive. Upon entering the fray, Lin Ye transformed into a shadow, darting through the pack at astonishing speed. With each stray dog he passed, he delivered a fierce swipe, seizing their heads and slamming them to the ground. Whether small mutts or large border collies, all received the same treatment. Often, before the dogs could even react, he had already struck. In less than 2 minutes, he had dispatched every one of the 30 stray dogs, leaving deep claw marks on each. While the injuries were not severe, They would be indelibly etched in the dog's memories. After completing his circuit, he returned to the center of the dog horde, stepping decisively onto the body of a dog named Wang Kai, showcasing his most menacing expression and exhaling forcefully. At that moment, every dog froze, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. They could hardly fathom that a cat could be so formidable. In Lin Ye's presence, they found themselves utterly powerless, unable even to track his movements. Just as the pack of strays succumbed to Lin Ye's intimidation, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Upon hearing the uproar, all eyes turned to the rear, where a spectacular sight unfolded. Hundreds of stray cats, led by Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, were racing towards the sports field. As they charged, their yowls echoed. "Night King, we are here to rescue you. Those who trespass on our territory shall face dire consequences. Foul dogs, prepare for the wrath of the cat clan. Charge, brothers, let us vanquish these filthy mutts. From now on, all trash cans on campus shall belong to us." The bushes too. Amidst the clamor, a cacophony of colorful strays surged forward, including ordinary orange tabbies and mottled tabbies, alongside striking black and white cow cats, tricolor beauties, and even a plump, round-bellied blue cat. However, the most captivating among them were a few that trailed closely behind Sang Kuan and Sang Biao. One was a robust cow cat, donned with 4 white paws, nicknamed Sheriff. Another 2 were fierce white cats, each with distinctive black patches over their eyes, known as the Elders of Xianming. The last 2 included a large tabby cat, chained and burdened with a hammer, and a scruffy, scarred calico. They were known as Hammer, the shopkeeper's pet, and Tian Sha, the former leader of the strays, each carrying the weight of a dog's life on their shoulders. These 5, along with Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, constituted the leadership of Lin Ye's feline faction. They swiftly approached Lin Ye, encircling the beleaguered pack of dogs and assuming battle stances. At Lin Ye's command, they would engage in fierce combat. Sang Kuan and Sang Biao were the first to rush to Lin Ye's side. Upon seeing Wang Kai sprawled on the ground, their expressions turned to one of profound astonishment. "Night King, are you unharmed?" The cow-cat sheriff inquired first. "I am unscathed. The one in peril is him," Lin Ye coldly replied, his icy gaze fixed on Wang Kai. "These wretched dogs have truly lost their minds to ambush the Night King. Shall we retaliate?" Tian Sha, grimy and ferocious, bared his teeth menacingly. "Night King, issue the command. My brother and I have longed for a skirmish with dogs." The elders of Xianming raised their paws in unison, their sharp claws glinting ominously. "Food. What food? Where is it?" A rotund blue cat, with wise amber eyes, squeezed into the group. "Han, this is no concern of yours. You should go play," came the response. The blue cat promptly turned and retreated. "Night King, shall we strike?" Sang Kuan pressed, standing close to Lin Ye, eager to unleash fury upon Wang Kai at a mere word from him. In this tense moment, Wang Kai, pinned beneath Lin Ye, could not hide a glimmer of sorrow, seemingly aware of his impending doom. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Ye stepped off him and turned to walk away. "Let us depart. This matter concludes here. Night King, if we cause a canine casualty in broad daylight, our presence here may no longer be tolerated. For these bipedal creatures cannot abide any existence they deem superior." As Lin Ye strode several meters away, he suddenly turned back. "Wang Kai, the Western District shall remain under your dog faction's rule. I will not permit any cat to trespass. Likewise, I do not wish to see any dogs in the Eastern District. Should I encounter a single dog, I shall seek you out." With that, he exhaled again, startling Wang Kai, who feared Lin Ye might return to unleash his wrath once more. Fortunately, Lin Ye soon led the throng of strays away, their echoes lingering in the air. "Night King, why not seize this opportunity to drive the dog gang out of Jinghai University? This way, the entire campus would belong to our cat clan. You fail to comprehend. This is the principle of balance. If the stray cats dominate the school, you lot would undoubtedly breed recklessly, prompting the administration to intervene and eliminate the strays. However, if strays of both species coexist, we will not be the primary targets for removal. The mutual restraint between stray cats and dogs is precisely what those bipeds desire. By the way, I heard a young lady mention your poor demeanor yesterday. Did you snarl when someone tried to pet you? And did you raise your ears in annoyance? You must not behave like that again. When someone wishes to pet you, remember to expose your belly and make your sounds more endearing. This way, you will secure more treats, and those university students will be inclined to protect us, understood? And you, too, should take time to groom your fur. Who would dare to pet you in your current state? Big fool can deceive others into getting 3 cat treats a day, while you can barely manage to snag a single sausage in a month. What does our cat clan rely on at Jinghai University? It is not brute force, but rather service and emotional value. While you are all present, let me impart some wisdom about what emotional value truly means. As Lin Ye and the group of cats gradually departed, Wang Kai wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. Chapter 9. A sensation across the internet as Lin Ye departed with a multitude of stray cats. The grand confrontation between the cat gang and the dog gang reached its conclusion. The university students present truly indulged in the spectacle, many of whom recorded the entire event on their phones. They promptly shared these videos across various group chats, social media platforms, and TikTok. Some even edited the footage, enhancing it with music. When these videos surfaced on major video platforms, it came as no surprise that they quickly went viral, garnering immense online traffic. One particular video amassed over 1 million likes within just a few hours. The video commenced with a classic soundtrack, followed by AI-generated narration. Jinghai is not a large city, yet it creates legends. Previously, we witnessed the East Xing and Hongxing street brawl, and now we have the campus clash of the cat gang and dog gang. It was not that one could not afford to go to the cinema. Rather, experiencing the event live offered a far greater value. Thus, everyone was invited to join the grand documentary, the epic battle of cats and dogs. The incident began when a stray dog trespassed into the territory of the cats, chasing one of them up a tree. Ultimately, the leader of the cat gang, Senior Xiaohei, valiantly freed the dog gang leader, Wang Kai, and departed with his feline entourage. The total duration of the video was nearly 20 minutes, documenting the chase of the clumsy cat up the tree, Lin Ye's arrival amidst the ambush by the dog gang, and his subsequent triumph over more than 30 stray dogs, leaving their leader, Wang Kai, gravely injured. During Lin Ye's battle, the video creator paired the action with stirring music from a certain ninja anime from Neon Country. When the brothers Sang Kuan and Sang Biao made their entrance with over 100 cats, the video creator set the scene to the soundtrack of Young and Dangerous. With the music amplifying the already exhilarating footage, the comments section erupted with enthusiasm. Who would have thought that the most thrilling segment of 2024 would be a cat and dog fight? The narrative outshone 90% of the films and television dramas currently available, captivating viewers from beginning to end without a moment of fast-forwarding. If such a film were to be produced, it would likely face severe scrutiny due to its illicit content. Indeed, not only did it reek of criminality, but it also suggested unlawful activities. Who could resist watching a group of cats brawl with a pack of dogs? If I were a student at that university, I would gladly skip classes to watch it all day. What a time we live in, where gang conflicts still occur. Oh, but it's just cats and dogs, so it's all right. However, the nature of this incident was quite severe. Had it been reported to the Jinghai City Canine Police Unit? What instructions had the esteemed Black Cat Police Chief issued regarding this matter? Were the feline and canine suspects apprehended? It appeared that the Black Cat Police Chief was embroiled in the brawl as well. At the 18-minute and 26-second mark of the video, one could see him violating the law, further compounding his offenses. Good heavens, this black cat is astonishing, dominating the dogs as they were thoroughly defeated. Senior Xiaohei is forever in our hearts. One cat single-handedly faced over 30 stray dogs. Such audacity would daunt even the mightiest of warriors. And in the presence of the Avengers, Thanos would surely cower. My own cat exclaimed that it was a science fiction film, claiming it must have been heavily edited. After showing it to my cat, it insisted that the stray dogs were mere actors, and it could easily perform the same feat, until it attempted to jump onto the table and failed. After watching, my calico sister licked my phone screen and said, "Mom, I adore this style." She yearned for Senior Xiaohei's contact information. How could one cat possess such extraordinary combat prowess? If its size were to increase 2- or 3-fold, I would suspect it could even defeat a lion. Undoubtedly, Lin Ye's performance in the video captivated countless netizens, elevating his notoriety once more. However, this newfound fame was evidently not a boon for him. Senior Xiaohei, look here. While standing on the courtyard wall, addressing the gathering of stray cats, Lin Ye was caught off guard as a girl dressed in a denim skirt snapped a photo of him with her phone. "Meow, meow. Meow, I have some fish treats here, let me pet you." Another girl crouched nearby, teasing him with a bag of fish treats purchased from the supermarket. Upon seeing the treats, Lin Ye rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Meow, are you out of your mind? Those fish treats are meant for cats. I would suffer kidney failure if I consumed them." Yet, his protests only illuminated the girl's eyes. Wow, Senior Xiaohei is truly adorable. His voice is so soft and sweet. Meow. How infuriating. She dares to call my voice soft. With that, Lin Ye turned his attention to the cats before him. Is my voice majestic? Majestic. The first to flatter him was Sang Kuan. Yes. The Night King's voice is the most majestic among us all, declared the fierce and intimidating Tian Sha with his raspy, deep voice. Well, that reassures me. Now, where was I? I was discussing how our soft and cute appearance is our most potent weapon against the two-legged beasts. The police chief, perched on a nearby tree, chimed in. Indeed. Our soft and adorable exterior is our strongest asset against humans. No two-legged creature can resist the allure of cats. With just a slight display of cuteness, they will willingly offer their loyalty. However, you must remember, never develop feelings for humans. Emotional attachments are a grave taboo for stray cats. Just last month, Guapi fell victim to such folly, willingly becoming a pet to a human, only to ultimately be deprived of his manhood. When I encountered him yesterday, his voice had become so high-pitched, a fate that humans refer to as becoming a eunuch. Would you like to be deprived of your manhood and become an incomplete eunuch cat? Lin Ye's authoritative gaze swept across the crowd. No. The cats responded in unison. Very well. From now on, any cat that loses its manhood shall no longer be a member of our cat gang. Satisfied, Lin Ye turned to a plump orange cat among the group. Sir Lang, your recent performance has been outstanding. Yesterday you managed to deceive for humans. Now, please demonstrate to everyone how to entice the two-legged beasts. Yes, Night King. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rotund orange cat, resembling a potato with 4 toothpicks, descended from the tree. Upon landing, he swaggered into the crowd. As soon as a girl reached out to touch him, he flopped onto the ground, his belly sprawling out like a doughy mass. His short legs danced on the girl's shoes, emitting a series of endearing sounds. Witnessing this scene, the girl's heart melted, and she immediately opened her bag to retrieve a premium cat food Ken originally intended for her own cat. At this sight, the cats perched on the tree and wall nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. Lin Ye felt a pang of regret, so deep it was almost visceral. Curse it. A premium cat food can worth over $10, something I can barely afford to eat a few times a month. Had I known, I would have taken the stage myself. He hoped this fool would have the sense to leave half of it for him. Moreover, this two-legged beast had betrayed her own feline master by nurturing an outsider. However, before the allure of the premium cat food, the hefty orange cat, Sir Lang, completely forgot about his leader. Within a minute, he devoured the entire can, leaving not a drop behind. Just as Lin Ye ground his teeth in frustration, a gentle female voice suddenly called from below the wall. Xiaohei, I finally found you. Look what I brought for you. Chapter 10. The Advent of the Cat Detective. Upon hearing a sudden noise from below, Lin Ye instinctively turned to look. To his surprise, he spotted a tall and slender beauty clad in sports attire paired with a pleated skirt, waving at him. Why is it this woman? What business could she possibly have with me? Just as he contemplated ignoring the leggy beauty, she abruptly opened her backpack and retrieved a can of cat food. Little Black, I know you enjoy canned food, so today I specially prepared salmon for you, complete with beef and carrot bits. It smells delicious. With that, the beauty opened the can. Observing the tantalizing contents, a plump raccoon eagerly volunteered, Night King, leave this two-legged creature to me. I shall deftly procure that can from her. However, its eagerness was met with a fierce glare from Lin Ye. Scram. This time, I shall handle it personally. Class is dismissed for today, he declared, leaping over the 3-meter-high courtyard wall and sprinting to the side of the leggy beauty, begrudgingly nuzzling against her calf. Afterward, he glanced back to ensure his entourage was nowhere in sight. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Little Black, you were truly impressive today. Not even the big dog could best you. The beauty exclaimed, squatting down to lift Lin Ye's front paws. Lin Ye, accustomed to such treatment, cared little in light of the promised food. Meow. Hurry and open the can for me. All right, no need to rush. I'm opening it now. With a satisfying pop, she placed the opened can in front of Lin Ye, who immediately lowered his head and began to devour the contents ravenously. In less than a minute, the can was entirely empty. After finishing, he sat obediently before her, meticulously licking the remnants from his mouth. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but praise him. Little Black, you're amazing. However, having consumed my can, you must assist me with a favor today. Meow. Understood. Lin Ye shot her a disdainful glance. Hee, as long as you agree, let us walk and talk. In the next moment, the girl scooped Lin Ye into her arms. Enveloped in her warmth, Lin Ye felt an unusual tranquility wash over him, almost lulling him to sleep. He couldn't help but recall his first encounter with this leggy beauty. At that time, He was merely half a year old, an immature stray cat, while she, Li Xining, was renowned as the goddess of the sports department, also serving as a private detective for the Cat Eye Detective Agency. At that time, she was investigating a case of a missing pet cat, essentially helping someone find their beloved feline. When her search bore no fruit, she stumbled upon Lin Ye, who was wandering the school grounds. Ultimately, with a cat toy as payment, he successfully assisted her in locating the lost ragdoll. Thus began a long-standing partnership between the two. Little Black, as I mentioned earlier, an elderly lady's cat, missing for 10 years, has vanished, and they've come to me for help. I've searched for days without a single clue, so I had to seek your assistance. You will help me, won't you? Li Xining said, affectionately rubbing Lin Ye in her embrace. Meow. As long as the treats are plentiful, I'll help you take down a tiger. Hee. Upon success, I shall reward you with 10 packs of freeze-dried treats, 10 cans of cat food, and 10 cat toys. How does that sound? Meow. I want double the amount. That works, but it must be swift, lest I fear that cat might wander off elsewhere. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xining agreed to Lin Ye's terms. She then retrieved her phone, opened her photo album, and located an image of the cat. To Lin Ye's surprise, the feline in the photograph was also a black cat, albeit one speckled with white hairs, a testament to its age. A pair of bells hung from its neck. Do you remember its appearance? If you do, we should head to the elderly lady's vicinity now. Dusk approaches, and it is likely to emerge. Meow. All right. Let our girl detective and cat detective commence the investigation. With laughter, Li Xining extended her right hand, and Lin Ye, albeit reluctantly, placed his right paw atop hers. Hooray. Meow. How childish. Soon after, Li Xining cradled Lin Ye onto an electric scooter. Once seated, she retrieved a small safety helmet from the trunk to place on Lin Ye's head. By the way, I have another surprise for you. I'm sure you will love it. As Lin Ye regarded her with curiosity, she produced a red bow tie from her bag, almost like a magic trick. Tada, what do you think? I had a friend make this for you. It contains GPS tracking and communication features, so I can find you anytime. She cheerfully adorned Lin Ye's neck with the bow tie, transforming him into a gentleman clad in a black tailcoat with a red bow tie. Perfect. Let us depart. With a playful flick of her finger against the bow tie, Li Xining revved the throttle, and off they sped on her pink scooter, leaving the school grounds behind. Lin Ye perched steadily on the rear seat, unaffected by the occasional bumps along the way. 20 minutes later, Li Xining brought Lin Ye to an aged residential area. The architecture retained the style of the last century, with weathered buildings and 2 to 3-story privately constructed homes dotting the landscape. Power lines crisscrossed overhead, segmenting the sky into patches, each a testament to the passage of time. Eventually, she halted the scooter before a 2-story house with a front yard. After removing her helmet and Lin Ye's, she carried him into the yard. Upon entering, Lin Ye was taken aback by the sight before him. An altar stood in the spacious yard, flanked by wreaths, with a pitch-black coffin at its center. The offering table bore a black-and-white photograph and a burning incense burner, emitting wisps of smoke. Sensing something amiss, Lin Ye felt an unease he couldn't quite articulate. Suddenly, his keen ears picked up a faint sound emanating from within the coffin. The noise was barely perceptible, inaudible to human ears, yet as a cat, he heard it distinctly. Is this place haunted? How frightful. Chapter 11. Inquiring about the local cat before today, Lin Ye would have staunchly denied the existence of ghosts in this world. However, after the peculiar events of the morning, he found himself compelled to acknowledge that there are indeed phenomena beyond his comprehension, even after having consumed the ghost he encountered earlier. Just as unease settled over him, a middle-aged couple emerged from their house. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, was gaunt with thinning hair, a blank expression, and dressed in a white shirt, from which a set of keys dangled at his waist. The woman, of similar age, was slightly plump, sported a bobbed hairstyle, and dressed in an exceedingly simple manner. Upon spotting Li Xining and the Lin Ye cradled in her arms, they hurried over. However, as they drew closer and beheld Lin Ye's visage, their expressions immediately turned cold. Detectively, this is not the cat our elderly lady cared for, the woman stated bluntly. You misunderstand. I never claimed he was your cat. I brought him merely to assist in locating the cat, Li Xining quickly clarified. Do not be deceived by his feline form. He is quite remarkable and has previously aided me in finding many lost pets. Upon hearing her explanation, the couple exhibited expressions of cautious skepticism. Well, in that case, we hope you can swiftly assist us in locating that cat. With the old lady gone, it is our only remaining connection. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to find your cat promptly, Li Xining assured them with a smile, after which the couple returned indoors with stoic faces. Observing this scene, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Ye's golden eyes. He sensed something amiss about the couple. If they truly cared for the cat, they should have appeared anxious. Yet, not a trace of urgency was evident on their faces. Conversely, if they were indifferent, why would they invest heavily in hiring a private detective like Li Xining? This contradiction piqued his curiosity. Perhaps they were not genuinely searching for a cat, he pondered. Little Black, it's time to commence our work. You search on the roof, while I'll scout below. I'll contact you every 5 minutes. If you find the black cat, notify me, Lin Ye instructed. Still lost in thought, when Li Xining's voice broke in. Meow, understood. He responded before leaping from Li Xining's embrace and vaulting onto a nearby wall over 2 meters high, swiftly reaching the rooftop. A feat accomplished in less than 5 seconds. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the surrounding area with keen clarity. His ears attuned to every whisper of the wind and rustle of leaves, processing the information like a radar. His sharp gaze soon fixated on the corner of an adjacent house. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, darting towards that corner. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A hefty orange cat laboriously atop a tortoiseshell cat, engaged in an act best left undescribed. Apologies for the intrusion, Lin Ye muttered, preparing to turn away. Not at all, brother. I've just finished. Care to join? The chubby orange cat invited jovially as it dismounted. The tortoiseshell cat emitted a sultry meow in response. Lin Ye shook his head vigorously. No, I lack the necessary equipment. Please, continue. What a pity. But I suppose it makes sense. Given that collar around your neck, you must be a domesticated cat. I've heard that such cats often undergo alterations. How unfortunate to lose such a significant joy of feline existence. It's merely a fleeting matter. Nothing to lament, the orange cat replied. Then seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Lin Ye. Brother, are you the local cat? The orange cat nodded slightly mid-grooming. Indeed, I was born and raised here. Should you find yourself in this area, mention my name to the other cats. I am called Ironhead, and invoking my name holds sway. I detect a hint of an accent. You do not seem to be a local cat, Lin Ye remarked, frowning. Me? I have no accent, Ironhead retorted. But enough of that. Have you encountered a black cat resembling me, albeit slightly older and less dashing? A contemplative expression crossed Ironhead's face before it seemed to recall something. Oh, you must mean old black charcoal, that elderly feline. Yes. Have you seen it recently? Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Not at all, Ironhead replied, shaking its head. Then what good are you? Lin Ye sighed in exasperation. Old black charcoal used to sunbathe in that spot, but I haven't seen it for several days. It wears a bell around its neck. If it were to wander, I would have heard it. Yet, there has been complete silence lately. As Ironhead analyzed the situation, it began pacing along the eaves, a lewd expression creeping onto its face. Lin Ye, sensing something amiss, followed its gaze and spotted a long-haired calico cat napping not far away. Ugh, wretched cat, he muttered inwardly, then leaped across to a rooftop 5 meters away, turning back to Ironhead as he departed. Thank you, brother Ironhead. Entirely oblivious to the adoring gaze of the tortoiseshell cat. Wow, this black cat is so handsome. Upon hearing this, Ironhead was consumed by jealousy. What is that? As long as it has legs, it's fine, right? It's merely a skinny black creature, hardly handsome. Uffed, it can leap that far. Can you? What can I do? Watch me. Before it could finish its sentence, Ironhead sprinted forward, attempting to leap to the opposite rooftop to prove itself. However, after only a few steps, it stepped on a loose tile, losing balance and tumbling down the roof. Having gleaned no useful leads from Ironhead, Lin Ye quickly sought out other stray cats in the aging neighborhood. These felines, to varying degrees, had encountered old black charcoal. Their responses were notably consistent. They hadn't seen the old black cat for several days, nor had they heard the sound of its bell. Lin Ye even questioned a stray dog, which was urinating against a lamppost. Although the dog, still tethered by a leash, initially resisted, it quickly complied after Lin Ye demonstrated some feline martial arts. I assure you, that black cat hasn't left this area. I patrol here daily. If it appeared, I would certainly chase after it. Do you enjoy tormenting cats? Lin Ye glared menacingly. Misunderstanding. I merely enjoy playing with them. I would never bully them. The stray dog explained, looking alarmed. Do you remember the scent of that black cat? Absolutely. I remember the scent of every cat around here, the stray dog replied proudly. Good. Now, lead me to that black cat. But I'm quite busy. The roast duck shop next door discards duck carcasses every evening. If I arrive late, I'll miss out. Lin Ye exhibited an intimidating expression, accompanied by a low growl, as though ready to strike at any moment. Fine, fine. I'll lead you. Under the oppressive influence of Lin Ye, the unfortunate stray dog was ultimately conscripted against its will. Lin Ye, showing no restraint, seized the dog's leash with his mouth and followed closely behind. As they walked, the stray dog continued to howl pitifully, lamenting, "Oh, my poor little duckling." Unable to endure the cacophony any longer, Lin Ye sighed in exasperation. "You must locate that black cat, and I shall procure an entire roasted duck for you shortly. I assure you, should you deceive me, you will be the one fooled." The dog retorted, "If you deceive me, you are the dog." To which Lin Ye responded with a chuckle. Soon, an unusual scene unfolded in the dilapidated residential area. A black cat adorned with a red bow tie led a scruffy stray dog through the winding alleys. Chapter 12. The cat hidden in the coffin. A startling transformation within a mere 10 minutes. Lin Ye, accompanied by the stray dog Doubao, scoured the entirety of the dilapidated residential area. Ultimately, Doubao led Lin Ye to a familiar courtyard. "Night King, the scent of that old black cat is within this house." As soon as Doubao uttered these words, Lin Ye shot a disapproving glance. "That is rather obvious. This is its home, so naturally, its scent would linger here." "No, what I mean is that it should be inside this house right now, not just the residual scent from before, but a fresh one. My nose does not deceive me." Doubao insisted with determination. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Li Xining emerged from a side alley. Spotting Lin Ye, she quickened her pace. "Little Black, you returned early. Oh, you're walking a dog. Is it your pet?" Lin Ye could not help but roll his eyes at Li Xining's remark. "Meow? Please, why would a cat keep a pet? It's not a pet, then it must be your dog friend." "Hello there, Shiogo." Li Xining greeted Doubao with great enthusiasm. "Night King, who is this woman? Your master?" Doubao inquired, exuding impatience. "My servant. I'll have her buy you roast duck later." "What? Her voice is so pleasant," Doubao exclaimed, wagging its tail excitedly at Li Xining. "You certainly are quite the dog," Lin Ye muttered under his breath. However, recalling the matter at hand, he approached Li Xining, nuzzling her calf before meowing twice and gesturing with his right paw towards the courtyard ahead. Li Xining instinctively followed his pointed direction. "Are you suggesting that the black cat is inside the courtyard?" "Meow. Surely, if it were in the courtyard, it would have been found by now." Li Xining expressed skepticism. Seeing her doubt, Lin Ye stood up and patted Doubao's head. "Let us go inside and find that old black cat." "All right." Under Lin Ye's guidance, Doubao lowered its head, sniffing every corner of the courtyard. Eventually, its gaze fixated on the black coffin placed at the center of the spirit altar. Doubao began barking furiously at the coffin. "Woof, woof, woof." Upon witnessing Doubao's behavior, Lin Ye immediately comprehended its meaning, and his expression turned peculiar. "That cat has been hiding inside the coffin?" Lin Ye grasped the situation, and Li Xining also pieced it together as the middle-aged couple emerged from the house. "Where did this dog come from? Get it out of here." The couple brandished a broom, preparing to shoo Doubao away. But just then, Li Xining stepped in front of them. "Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, this dog is here to help. It must have picked up the scent of your cat, which is why it has been barking. I suspect that the cat is likely hiding inside the coffin." As these words left her mouth, the couple's raised hands froze midair. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously shifted their gaze to the coffin, evidently convinced by Li Xining's assertion. "Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, do you think we should?" Before Li Xining could finish, the couple had already approached the coffin. At that moment, nightfall began to descend, and the automatic sensor light on the nearby utility pole flickered on, casting a dim glow across the courtyard. As the light streamed in from outside, half of the couple's faces were illuminated while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. Despite their calm demeanor, Lin Ye detected a hint of malice in their eyes. In the next instant, they placed their hands on the coffin lid and began to lift it gradually. As the lid opened a gap of over 20 centimeters, a shadow sprang forth from the coffin. In that instant, the previously docile middle-aged man seized it with a swift motion. The middle-aged woman quickly retrieved a net that she had prepared in advance. Together, they forced the shadow into the net. At that moment, Lin Ye and Li Xining finally discerned the shadow's form. It was the black cat they had been searching for. As it was shoved into the net, the black cat emitted a series of sharp cries, clawing and biting at the net in a desperate attempt to escape. However, being merely an aged cat, it could not break free from the sturdy netting. Witnessing this, Li Xining felt a pang of compassion and quickly spoke up. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu. It's likely in distress. Please be gentle. It should calm down soon. However, the couple's demeanor remained unchanged, continuing to act with brutality. The middle-aged man shot a cold glance at Li Xining. Detectively, I will transfer the fee to you shortly. Thank you for helping us find this cat. However, we have other matters to attend to, so I hope you can leave promptly. Though Li Xining wished to say more, they had already begun to usher her away. Ultimately, she could only cast a sympathetic glance at the black cat trapped in the net before departing the courtyard with Lin Ye. Shortly after their exit, the courtyard gate slammed shut, yet the cat's piercing cries showed no sign of abating. Hearing the heart-wrenching wails, Li Xining's expression was fraught with concern. Little Black, what do you think this family intends to do? Isn't that cat a cherished memory left by their mother? Why are they treating it this way? Is the cat in danger? As she stood at the gate murmuring to herself, Lin Ye suddenly broke free from her embrace and, amidst her calls, leapt onto the courtyard wall. Under the cover of night, he boldly perched there, observing the scene below. In the next moment, his expression shifted. The couple, having secured the net to a nearby post, turned to retrieve a sharp kitchen knife from the kitchen. They are going to kill the cat. Just as Lin Ye had feared, the couple, armed with the knife, prepared to execute their grim intentions. Just as they raised the knife, a sudden movement from the coffin startled both the couple and Lin Ye, who was perched on the wall. Thud! Another dull sound resonated as the coffin lid toppled to the ground. This eerie occurrence sent Lin Ye's heart racing. Simultaneously, he caught a familiar scent, the unmistakable odor of malevolence. Creak, creak. Following the unsettling sounds of creaking joints, a figure gradually sat up from within the coffin. It was an elderly woman clad in a black funeral gown, her hair as white as snow. Yet, at that moment, she was no longer the benign figure one would expect. Half of her face had been devoured, revealing the stark white of her bones beneath, while her eyes were shrouded in a grayish haze. With a sudden movement, her eyeballs rolled, exposing a pair of elongated pupils that glowed with a ghostly green light. Chapter 13. The cat demon perched atop the courtyard wall. Lin Ye felt a chill creep down his spine as he witnessed the unfolding horror. A profound sense of danger caused the hair on his body to stand on end, rendering him akin to a sea urchin from a distance. Good heavens! The old woman has turned into a corpse. Is she human or a ghost? If she is indeed a specter, why do her eyes resemble those of a cat? And what of the black cat that has found its way into her coffin? Could it be that the feline transformed her into this malevolent spirit? A flurry of questions bombarded his mind, yet he knew none would be answered. Shortly after the old woman sat up, she leapt from her coffin in a ghastly manner, landing gracefully on the ground. With hands and feet pressed against the earth, her back arched high, and her terrifying visage fixated on her son and daughter-in-law, her green eyes brimming with murderous intent. In that moment, she bore an unsettling resemblance to the way Lin Ye had fought with the stray dog earlier. With a hiss laden with resentment, the old woman lunged toward her son, tackling him to the ground. Perhaps paralyzed by fear, he failed to resist, and she sank her teeth into his neck. With a sickening crunch, his carotid artery was severed, and blood erupted in torrents under immense pressure. Only then did he recall the instinct to struggle, his pleas for mercy spilling forth. Mom, I was wrong. I was bewitched. Mom. Yet, these desperate calls failed to stir any semblance of humanity within her. Like a ravenous beast, she relentlessly tore at his throat, her hands clawing at his flesh. Within mere moments, his body was reduced to a mangled mess, and he lay lifeless, his head slumping to the side. Lin Ye could even hear the ghastly gurgling sounds emanating from her throat, reminiscent of the noise one makes while eating. In the next instant, the old woman opened her blood-soaked mouth, her expression fierce as she exhaled toward her daughter-in-law, who approached with a kitchen knife, terror etched upon her face. The once plain middle-aged woman now wore a maniacal expression, gripping the knife tightly. You old hag, I killed you once, and I can do it again. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. With that, she swung the knife at the old woman. Just as the blade was about to strike, the old woman leaped aside, landing on a nearby pillar. With another eerie feline cry, she pounced upon the middle-aged woman, her formidable force knocking her to the ground. In the midst of the woman's terror, the old woman sank her fangs into her neck. Silence enveloped the courtyard once more. A few seconds later, only the sounds of flesh being devoured echoed in the air. Lin Ye, witnessing the entire scene from the wall, involuntarily shivered. Though he understood that cats do not typically feel cold, yet, the primal fear coursing through him made him feel human once more. I cannot let her discover me. If she does, I am doomed. Resolute, he prepared to leap silently from the wall. At that moment, Li Xining, who had been waiting by the gate, seemed to sense something amiss and curiously leaned toward the crack in the door. Through the narrow opening, she quickly comprehended the grim tableau. On the left lay the lifeless body of a middle-aged man. In the center stood the open black coffin, and on the right, the old woman was voraciously tearing into the middle-aged woman's flesh. Just then, the old woman yanked a large chunk of bloody flesh from the woman's chest. As she lifted her face, Li Xining's pupils dilated, and a gasp escaped her lips. Upon hearing her exclamation, Lin Ye felt an immediate sense of dread. He turned to see the old woman, who had been devouring her daughter-in-law, charging toward the gate like a predator. If she broke through, Li Xining would likely meet the same fate as her sister-in-law. This is just great. Cursing under his breath, Lin Ye abandoned caution and leaped down from the wall, launching himself onto the old woman with the agility of a rabbit. His remarkable strength, combined with his diving speed, sent the old woman sprawling aside. When he landed, she had already regained her footing, her movements as agile as a cat's. Watching the possessed old woman warily, Lin Ye shouted toward the gate, "Run!" However, upon finishing his cry, he realized Li Xining lay unconscious on the ground, clearly having been overwhelmed by the horrific scene. Now, Lin Ye was utterly at a loss. He had intended to distract the old woman to allow Li Xining to escape, but with her now incapacitated, he had but one choice left. How is it that a little cat like me must constantly contend with such monstrous beings? In his moment of despair, the old woman exhaled ominously in his direction, her ghastly grin and predatory gaze far more feline than his own. "You think I fear you?" Lin Ye retorted defiantly, hissing back at her. This enraged the old woman further. With a powerful push from her legs, she lunged at him. In response, Lin Ye executed a fierce maneuver, triggering his special skill, which increased his chances of toppling her. He collided with her midair, sending her crashing to the ground. As she fell, he quickly retreated several meters, maintaining a vigilant stance. The brief encounter had illuminated the vast disparity in strength between them. Despite his abilities, he was still merely a cat, while she was undeniably human. And the inherent difference in their power was significant. Fortunately, he possessed a repertoire of formidable skills. Recalling the special ability he had acquired after devouring that jealous woman earlier, he hoped it would not disappoint him. With a silent affirmation, he adjusted his stance, feigning an aggressive posture. The moment the old woman lunged at him again, he seized the opportunity. Now, as he leaped into the air, he activated the Phantom Glide skill. In an instant, his form transformed into a wisp of black smoke, allowing him to pass through the old woman's body. When he materialized again, he was behind her, targeting the back of her head. With all his might, he delivered a powerful kick, causing the already unsteady old woman to lose her balance and crash headfirst into the ground. A sickening crack echoed as her vertebrae twisted grotesquely. Her body convulsed on the ground, struggling to rise, but with her nerves severed, she was utterly incapacitated, unable even to move her limbs. No matter how potent the force controlling her, it was rendered futile. Ultimately, amidst Lin Ye's grave expression, a wisp of black smoke gradually emerged from the old lady's body, transforming into a dilapidated black cat. Upon witnessing this feline apparition, Lin Ye's countenance shifted in rapid succession. What is this? A cat ghost? Can a cat that has perished truly become a spirit? Chapter 14. The Cat's Eye Gem, the malevolent entity in a mere span of one day. Lin Ye felt as though his 2.5-year existence as a cat had been utterly upended. First, he confronted a malevolent spirit, and now, a man-eating cat demon had emerged. However, this revelation also unraveled some of the mysteries that had plagued him. The sudden transformation of the old woman was undoubtedly due to this cat demon possessing her. As these thoughts solidified in his mind, the cat demon that had emerged from the old woman displayed its ferocious demeanor. With a chillingly furious screech, it lunged toward Lin Ye, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, this time, Lin Ye remained unfazed, even allowing a cold smirk to grace his lips. Now that they were both cats, your demise is imminent. With a similar piercing cry, he sprang forward with even greater velocity, initiating a bloodthirsty assault while still in midair. In an instant, his pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, and a mist of blood erupted between his fangs and claws. The ethereal cat demon was swiftly brought down to the ground. In a mere second, his front paws unleashed a flurry of slashes, each claw, sharp as a curved blade, tearing the already tattered form of the cat demon into even smaller fragments. The demon attempted to resist, but ultimately met Lin Ye's formidable fangs. With a decisive crunch, Lin Ye severed the demon's neck. In the next moment, a familiar chill began to seep into his very being. Consumed the malevolent spirit's resentment. Energy reserve 50. Consumed the malevolent spirit's resentment. Energy reserve 50. Within less than a minute, similar notifications appeared repeatedly. Following the final notification, the cat demon disintegrated into ash, just like the jealous woman he had devoured earlier. Witnessing this, Lin Ye let out a long sigh of relief. Finally dealt with. If that entity had remained attached to a person, it would have posed a significant challenge. Thankfully, I inadvertently managed to extricate it. As he contemplated this, his gaze shifted toward the unconscious Li Xining at the doorway. Just as he prepared to check on her condition, a heart-wrenching cat wail suddenly emanated from a nearby pillar. Turning his head, he beheld the black cat that had been ensnared by the couple moments prior. In that moment, the black cat writhed in agony, blood pouring from its mouth and nose. After struggling for about 10 seconds, it succumbed, dying in a manner shrouded in mystery. This scene inevitably reminded Lin Ye of the girl who had jumped from the building, both instances resulting in sudden deaths after he consumed the spirits. Could it be that this black cat was the spirit master controlling the cat demon? It was astonishing that an animal could wield such power over the supernatural. The world seemed increasingly absurd. Clearly, the cat demon had originated from this black cat, and after the cat was confined in a coffin, it found its way into the old woman's body through some means, culminating in the earlier spectacle. As for the origins of the cat demon within the black cat, that remained an enigma. These matters, however, were not Lin Ye's primary concern. Yet before he could divert his gaze from the black cat, several items fell from its body. Oh, what is that? Curiosity piqued. Lin Ye approached the pillar where the black cat had been suspended. Following his gaze to the ground, he discovered a brass bell and a cat's eye gem lying quietly there. The brass bell appeared to be the one the black cat wore around its neck in life. Faint traces of blood still visible upon it. Gently scooping it with his paw, he was met with a series of clear, melodious sounds. To his astonishment, he felt a familiar icy aura emanating from the bell. Discovered the malevolent artifact, cat demon bell. Residual resentment of the cat demon lingers upon it. In 10 days, it will give rise to a new cat demon. The bearer of the bell will gain the ability to command cat demons. Would you like to absorb the aforementioned resentment energy? Staring at the prompt that had unexpectedly materialized, Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. So, it was this bell that facilitated the cat demon's birth. Possessing it would allow one to command a demon. Those members of the Anomaly Management Bureau must possess similar artifacts to control the supernatural. Alas, this trinket is of no use to me. As soon as he finished his thought, he opted to absorb the energy without hesitation. Absorb the cat demon's original resentment. Energy reserve 500. You have acquired a new skill, Summon Cat Demon. Summon Cat Demon. Beginner, you can summon a cat demon from the corpse of a feline. The cat demon retains all combat abilities from its former life, lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Only one cat demon can exist at a time. Upon reading the newly revealed prompt, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had destroyed an extraordinarily valuable spirit-controlling artifact, he had gained a powerful skill in return. Feline creatures? Does this mean it's not limited to just cats? With a slight upward curve of his lips, he then turned his gaze to the second item on the ground, the cat's eye gem. This gem was perfectly round and transparent, resembling a true cat's eye embedded within it, clearly of considerable worth. When he tapped it with his paw, it yielded no reaction, indicating it was merely an ordinary item. Reflecting on the couple's intent to disembowel the black cat, he surmised that this cat's eye gem was likely the reason for their unyielding pursuit of the creature. Yet, to ascertain whether his suspicions were correct, he ultimately directed his attention back to the lifeless black cat above him. Silently activating the Summon Cat Demon skill, a plume of black smoke erupted from the deceased feline's body. As the shadow descended before Lin Ye, it transformed into a black cat, identical in appearance to the one that had perished in the net. Perhaps due to being summoned by Lin Ye, this cat was remarkably docile, lying there as if it had encountered its master. Seeing this, Lin Ye approached and inquired, "Tell me, what transpired? What is the significance of this cat's eye gem? And what of the old woman?" Under Lin Ye's questioning, the black cat promptly divulged all the information it possessed. It turned out that the entire ordeal stemmed from the cat's eye gem, originally a jewel embedded in a black cat statue passed down from the old woman's ancestors. The old woman's son and daughter-in-law had secretly sold the statue without her knowledge. However, the buyer soon discovered that the statue was missing an eye, prompting them to demand compensation from the couple while refusing to pay the remaining balance. The events that ensued were a tragic human drama. The old woman was murdered by her daughter-in-law, and the black cat, having witnessed the horrific scene, swallowed the precious cat's eye gem at a critical moment. This was why the couple had spent a fortune searching for it. As for the cat demon, it was a mystery to the black cat, which only remembered its sudden appearance on the day of the old woman's death. Perhaps the intense resentment it harbored toward the couple summoned the demon. Having learned the full story, Lin Ye felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. The human heart truly can be more terrifying than a ghost. For the sake of a mere gem, one would not hesitate to turn against their own mother. Yet, returning to the gem's value. What sort of statue warranted such a precious eye? Just as he prepared to inquire further, a commotion suddenly arose from the direction of the entrance. Li Xining was awakening. To avoid causing any unnecessary trouble, Lin Ye promptly prepared to leap onto the adjacent courtyard wall. However, upon catching sight of the cat's eye gemstone on the ground, he swiftly picked it up with his mouth and, with a single bound, ascended the wall. No sooner had his front foot landed on the wall than a deafening scream erupted from the courtyard behind him. Chapter 15. S-Class Anomaly. A mere 10 minutes later, four buses emblazoned with the insignia of the Public Security Bureau arrived at the gate of the small courtyard. Accompanying them were several men and women clad in distinctive uniforms, among whom was the leader, Zhou Chen, the captain of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's Team 3. Upon receiving a report from the Public Security Bureau, he immediately deduced that this was a case related to the supernatural. The ensuing scene he witnessed confirmed his suspicions, particularly when he laid eyes upon the 3 gruesome corpses in the yard. Captain, all 3 individuals are deceased. 2 of them have recently perished, while the other appears to have been dead for over 3 days based on the state of decomposition, reported a man responsible for the autopsy, his expression grave as he approached Zhou Chen after examining the bodies. The evidence at the scene and the injuries sustained indicated that the 2 recently deceased had been killed by the 3rd corpse, which had been dead for over 3 days. Residue of the other 2 victims' flesh could be found on the deceased's teeth and nails. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau members turned somber. The notion that a corpse, long deceased, could have murdered the other 2 seemed absurd to the layman. Yet for those accustomed to handling such matters, it was not entirely implausible. Contemplating this, Zhou Chen turned his attention to a female team member holding a detection device. Have you detected any residual resentment? What is the concentration level? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's inquiry, the female team member promptly lifted her gaze. Yes, the concentration is estimated to be between 300 and 500. Indicating that this is likely a typical C-class anomaly. However, what is peculiar is that the resentment only manifested for a brief period before dissipating entirely, and the surrounding environment shows no signs of lingering resentment. Should we utilize the ghost mirror? Not yet. I will first inquire with the girl who reported the incident. She may provide us with some useful information. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen proceeded towards a corner where several security personnel were comforting a visibly shaken Li Xining. Upon reaching her, he refrained from immediate questioning. Instead, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket, igniting it with a lighter and waving it around in front of her. Interestingly, the once dazed Li Xining gradually regained her composure in response to his actions. Madam, I am the officer in charge of this case. You were the one who reported it, and we would like to gather some information from you. At this, Li Xining initially wore a bewildered expression but nodded gently after a moment. Under Zhou Chen's questioning, she recounted the events in detail, from her commission by the Zhu family to locate their missing black cat, to the shocking moment when the Zhu matriarch, risen from her coffin, attacked and killed her son and daughter-in-law. As she spoke, Zhou Chen's brow furrowed in concentration. So you were saying that the black cat belonging to the Zhu matriarch was hidden in her coffin? Yes. How did you come to realize this? A stray dog uncovered it. It was barking frantically at the coffin, which led me to suspect that the black cat might be hidden inside. I see, Zhou Chen nodded. You also mentioned that the Zhu matriarch resembled a cat, correct? Yes. At this, a flicker of terror returned to Li Xining's face, evidently recalling the horrific memories. Thank you for your cooperation. You may return home now. Would you like us to arrange for someone to escort you? Li Xining shook her head repeatedly. No. My vehicle is outside. I can manage on my own. With that, she hastily exited the courtyard, eager to leave the ominous place behind. Upon locating her electric scooter and preparing to start it, she suddenly felt something leap onto the back seat. Turning around, Her face lit up with joy. Little Black, where have you been? I nearly lost my mind. Quick, let us get out of here and never return to this cursed place. As she spoke, she donned a special helmet designed for Lin Ye, then turned the ignition and sped away from the residential area. The pink scooter felt almost like a motorcycle beneath her. Just as she was about to exit the intersection, Lin Ye suddenly began to meow. Wait, Li Xining, puzzled, stopped the scooter. What's wrong, Little Black? Meow. Lin Ye raised a paw and pointed towards the roadside. Following his gesture, Li Xining spotted a stray dog, Do Bao, squatting by the entrance of a roast duck shop. Isn't that your canine friend? Meow. Are you suggesting I buy it a roast duck? Meow. All right. Even though I haven't earned a penny today, I suppose it did help out. With that, Li Xining strode towards the roast duck shop and purchased a whole duck, placing it before Do Bao, who looked on with delight. Take your time eating, little buddy. She then turned back to her scooter. Only then did Do Bao notice Lin Ye sitting on the back seat. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for the roast duck. Please come by often and drive safely. If you need anything, count on me. Amid Do Bao's enthusiastic farewell, Li Xining soon vanished into the night with Lin Ye. Upon returning to school, her first action was to embrace Lin Ye and rush to the dormitory, sighing in relief only upon reaching the entrance. Little Black, will you stay with me tonight? I'm feeling scared. Meow. No, how heartless. Are you going to find Su Longhua? I heard someone saw you leaving her room in the middle of the night. Meow. Who is spreading such slander about a cat? I shall tear their mouth apart. Ah, forget it. I'll just hide under the covers alone. How pitiful. Yet just as Li Xining prepared to turn away, Lin Ye unexpectedly expelled an object from his mouth. What's this? When a curious Li Xining picked up the item from the ground, astonishment washed over her face. A gemstone? Where did you get this? Is it a gift for me? Hee hee, Little Black, you're so sweet. Let me give you a kiss. With a beaming smile, Li Xining planted a kiss on Lin Ye, then ascended the stairs with the cat's eye gemstone in hand. After cleaning it, she tucked it beneath her pillow. Captain, the ghost mirror has confirmed that the old lady was indeed possessed by an anomaly, and I believe I have identified the anomaly controller. In the dilapidated courtyard, a female team member from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau held up an ancient bronze mirror before Zhou Chen. Strangely, a dark, ghostly figure floated behind her, revealing a glimpse of a beautiful woman in palace garb. The scene unfolding around her seemed familiar to Zhou Chen and his colleagues, as it was her C-class anomaly. The ghost mirror. Where's the anomaly controller? Over there. The female team member pointed to the black cat's corpse in the nearby net bag. It is the anomaly controller responsible for this incident, though it perished alongside the cat's spirit it commanded. Did the ghost mirror reveal who killed them? Zhou Chen inquired. His brow furrowed. The next words from the female team member sent a chill down his spine. The ghostly mirror remained silent, seemingly gripped by fear, refusing to absorb my essence even when urged. Such a predicament suggests only one possibility. The entity that vanquished the feline specter must be an extraordinarily formidable anomaly, potentially classified as S-rank or even royal. It is only anomalies of S-rank or higher that possess the capability to completely devour those of lower rank. Upon hearing this, the members of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau within the courtyard were visibly shaken. After a considerable pause, the team leader, Zhou Chen, took a deep breath. He promptly reported the situation, informing the headquarters and requesting the dispatch of skilled personnel determined to uncover the identity of that S-rank anomaly. Chapter 16, Enhancement of Strength. Devouring essence and consuming souls. As the night deepened, the once boisterous campus of Jinghai University fell into a serene stillness. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a shadow gazed down upon the campus, illuminated by the moonlight. This shadow belonged to Lin Ye, who had recently returned to school. Ever since he was reborn as a cat, he had developed a fondness for high places. For only from such vantage points could he see everything clearly and feel a profound sense of security. The rooftop of this building had become his favorite spot. However, even from the highest point, one could not see every corner of the surroundings. Reflecting on the events of the day, he couldn't help but express his thoughts. Only today did he realize the multitude of unknowns in this world, the brutal and bizarre, the enigmatic supernatural occurrences, and the ghost tamers who could manipulate these anomalies. The emergence of these phenomena rekindled the sense of crisis within him, who had grown accustomed to a life of ease. It became evident that he needed to grow stronger. Resolute, his gaze turned unyieldingly determined. With a mere thought, his attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Lin Ye. Age: 2, 5 years. Species: mystical cat. Base attributes: strength 15, agility 20, intelligence 10, Constitution 5. One evolution point can enhance an attribute by 1. Skills: jumping, advanced; climbing, advanced; swimming, advanced; night vision, advanced; stealth, advanced; rapid digestion, advanced; roar, advanced; dynamic vision, advanced; super hearing, advanced. Consuming 5 evolution points can upgrade advanced skills. Special skills: bloodthirsty assault, beginner; tiger's leap, beginner; phantom glide, beginner; fearful gaze, beginner; summon cat ghost, beginner. Consuming 10 evolution points can level up skills. Energy reserve: 0, reaching 100 grants 1 evolution point. Evolution points: 40, after devouring the cat ghost and the lingering malice attached to the cat ghost bell. His evolution points had risen to 40. Previously, accumulating such a number would have taken him at least a year. Now it took less than a day. The question remained: how should he allocate these 40 evolution points? Gazing at the panel, he fell into contemplation. It was imperative to enhance his base attributes, as they formed his foundation. Thus, he decided to elevate his constitution to 10 points. Although he was an assassin, he could not afford to be too frail. With a thought, his constitution increased from 5 to 10. The moment the enhancement was complete, he felt his physique solidify significantly, and his resistance to ailments and toxins improved. If a normal cat has a lifespan of 15 years, he could now expect to live at least 20 years. Next was strength. With a base of 15 points, he likely surpassed the majority of canine creatures. Increasing it to 20 points would place him at the level of an average adult human. He added 5 points to strength, bringing it to 20. This enhancement made his muscles visibly stronger, and beneath his dark fur, defined muscle lines became apparent. A swipe of his paw could certainly leave a human dazed. As for intelligence, he opted not to increase it, believing his current intellect sufficed. Therefore, he bypassed intelligence and decisively allocated 10 points to agility. His agility skyrocketed from 20 to 30, enhancing his swiftness significantly. Agility not only affected his movement speed, but also greatly improved his attack speed and reaction time. Based on his earlier calculations, an average human's agility was around 5 points. This meant that in a full sprint, he could reach speeds 6 times that of a human's maximum, with a reaction time exceeding 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even if several armed humans were to shoot at him in succession, he could easily evade their attacks. To validate his newfound abilities, he sought out a few mice for testing. 10 mice sprinted in various directions, and after they had scurried over 10 meters, Lin Ye effortlessly captured them all. Even when allowed to escape 20 meters, the outcome remained unchanged. It was only at 30 meters that one mouse managed to slip away. Pleased with these results, a hint of satisfaction graced his features. Truly remarkable. Speed is indeed the ultimate martial prowess. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After rewarding his underlings with the 10 mice used for experimentation, he returned to the teaching building. Previously, he had ascended via the stairs, but this time he sought to indulge in something different. Gazing at the sheer vertical wall before him, he took a swift run on the ground. And as his speed peaked, he leapt onto the wall. In a miraculous moment, as he reached his maximum velocity, his body defied gravity and ascended the wall as if it were a mere extension of the ground. When he finally reached the rooftop, a triumphant grin revealed his fangs. From this day forth, there would be no wall he could not leap over. With his base attributes enhanced, it was time to examine his skills. He turned his attention to the array of skills he possessed. The ordinary skills were either innate or acquired through deliberate training. The row of special skills, however, stemmed from the advancement of ordinary skills and the consumption of anomalies, boasting greater potency and requiring more evolution points for enhancement. After much contemplation, he ultimately invested 5 evolution points into his stealth skill, sensing that upgrading it would significantly bolster his survival capabilities. The results did not disappoint. Upon investing the evolution points, stealth transformed into invisibility. Invisibility, beginner upon activation, one can completely conceal their form from the physical realm. Enemies will be unable to perceive them with the naked eye unless an attack is initiated. Reading the skill description, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ye's face. This skill was undoubtedly essential for an assassin, perfectly aligning with his identity. If this was the case, other skills would also likely exceed his expectations upon advancement. Having tasted success, he promptly allocated another 5 evolution points to the rapid digestion skill. Before his very eyes, the skill gradually metamorphosed into a new ability. Devour essence and consume souls. Beginner, your stomach's digestive capacity has significantly increased, allowing the absorption and digestion of most substances. Additionally, a dimensional space has formed within your stomach. enabling the storage of objects therein. Wait a moment. Staring at the description of his new skill, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. He understood the first part. But what was this dimensional space? Had he become a blue, rotund character? At that instant, the image of a plump robotic cat surfaced in his mind. This peculiar trajectory of skill evolution genuinely astonished Lin Ye. Nevertheless, he found himself quite content with it, as it essentially provided him with an additional portable storage compartment, albeit with a somewhat unpleasant retrieval method. This solidified his resolve to refrain from storing anything of paramount importance within it. Reflecting on this, his gaze shifted towards the crimson bow tie that Li Xining had affectionately gifted him. Donning this accessory might slightly detract from his image as the cat gang leader. However, he had previously been uncertain of where to stow it. Employing his forepaw, he detached the bow tie and promptly opened his maw towards it. Ahem, with a single gulp, the sizable bow tie vanished within his gullet, entering the purported dimensional space. He gauged the dimensions, estimating the space to be approximately 1 cubic meter, ample for storing a considerable quantity of possessions. In summation, the skill christened Devouring Essence and Spirit proved remarkably utilitarian. Surveying the remaining 10 evolution points, his attention was drawn to the array of skills before him. Which shall it be? He mused. I have made my choice. Expeditiously, he designated his next target, Dynamic Vision. This skill, innate to felines, constituted a pivotal element in their exceptional reaction speeds. Subsequent to elevating Dynamic Vision to an advanced level, he could effortlessly discern a fly flitting its wings 50 meters afar. Consequently, he eagerly anticipated the skill's transformation upon further advancement. Without hesitation, he invested 5 evolution points. Instantly, the skill underwent a metamorphosis. Bullet time. Novice, your visual acuity has attained an extraordinary threshold. Upon activation, you can readily perceive the trajectory of any object in motion. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. This is... Gazing upon the words, bullet time, Lin Ye involuntarily recalled a film from his former existence, wherein the protagonist employed this very technique to evade enemy gunfire flawlessly. Let's ascertain whether this bullet time aligns with my expectations. Following a brief soliloquy, his gaze settled upon a diminutive pebble gracing the ground. Approaching the pebble, he raised his right forepaw in preparation for a swift strike. The pebble, approximately the size of a marble, was promptly propelled into the air. The instant it commenced its flight, he activated bullet time. The rapidly airborne pebble decelerated abruptly. As if afflicted by network latency, Lin Ye recognized that the pebble's velocity had not diminished. Rather, his eye's refresh rate had amplified to such an extent that reality appeared as an animated spectacle. The pebble's fleeting trajectory was dissected into hundreds of individual frames within his perception. In this state, he executed an extraordinary feat with utmost celerity. He sprinted ahead of the pebble, once more striking it with his forepaw. After the pebble had traversed more than 10 meters, he resumed his advance, redirecting it in the opposite direction. He repeated this maneuver over a dozen times. The pebble suspended in perpetual aerial transit, akin to an individual engaging in a solitary badminton match. However, his endeavor was of a higher caliber, as the pebble's velocity surpassed that of a shuttlecock. Only when he had exhausted his amusement did he permit the pebble to continue its trajectory unhindered. An impressive skill. Had I possessed it previously, the elderly woman possessed by the cat demon would not have laid a single whisker upon me. Nodding approvingly, his gaze reverted to the remaining 5 evolution points. Ultimately, he allocated these points to the night vision skill, also innate to felines. Night vision markedly augmented his visual acuity in nocturnal conditions, surpassing even his daytime vision. However, upon advancement, this originally supplementary skill underwent an unforeseen alteration. Night Lord, novice passive skill, activated automatically without prompting. Beneath the veil of night, your physical attributes will experience a substantial augmentation. Combat prowess increases by 100. The night shall be your domain. This is... Perusing the description of this nascent skill, Lin Ye was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that the night vision skill, initially intended for auxiliary purposes, would manifest such formidable effects upon advancement. At that instant, he discerned a mystical energy coursing through his physique. Under the aegis of this arcane force, his vision, hearing, olfaction, and even physical constitution underwent an inexplicable and substantial enhancement, exceeding even the benefits conferred by the recent allocation of points. Deliberately raising his right forepaw, he scrutinized his now more robust musculature and honed claws. With a casual gesture, he swiped at a nearby iron railing. Sparks ignited instantaneously, leaving 4 appalling claw marks, each a centimeter in depth. One could only imagine the calamitous harm that such a strike would inflict upon flesh and blood. This, in all likelihood, was the result of the Night Lord's passive skill. Incredible, utterly incredible. With this skill at my disposal, even tigers must yield in the darkness. I am now the true Night King. Exhilarated, Lin Ye once again approached the edge of the rooftop, his golden orb surveying the entire campus. Under the aegis of the Night Lord, he could discern every nook and cranny within a 5-kilometer radius, even the most obscure and moonless corners. Everywhere his gaze fell was his domain. Just then, a faint cry for help reached his ears. Outside the south gate of JNGHI University, a heavily made-up girl in 8-centimeter heels was walking drunkenly on a deserted street. It was already late at night, and even the late-night snack stalls outside the school gate had all closed. Only the dim streetlights were still shining. As she walked, she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she grabbed the telephone pole next to her and didn't fall. After she hugged the telephone pole, she smiled foolishly. Bastards, all bastards. 1 or 2 of them want to get me drunk. Do you think my drinking capacity over the years has been for nothing? Why is the road to school so far? As she spoke, she prepared to continue walking towards the school gate. However, the next moment, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly came from behind her. Little sister, what are you doing outside alone so late? You're so drunk. Why don't we help you to a nearby hotel to rest? Hearing this voice, the girl quickly looked back. She saw 3 young men who looked like hooligans looking at her with lewd smiles less than 2 meters away from her. The girl immediately understood what they were thinking and immediately shouted loudly, "Get lost! Who do you think I am? Yo, you have quite a temper. Looking at the way you're dressed, you probably just finished accompanying someone at a bar?" One of the 3 men with a bowl cut sized up the girl and winked. The girl became even more angry when she heard this. Accompany your mother. Your mother is the one who accompanies people for drinks. While scolding angrily, she didn't forget to speed up her pace towards the school. But in her drunken state, her body didn't listen to her at all. When the 3 young men saw this, they simply stopped pretending. Hee, this chick is not bad, probably still a college student. Why say so much? Just carry her away. Let's go? As they spoke, the 3 men directly surrounded the girl. As the lewd grins spread across the faces of the 3 men, a sense of foreboding washed over the girl, prompting her to instinctively cry out for help. Yet, at that moment, no one came to her aid. Even the security guard in the booth a few hundred meters away had succumbed to slumber. Witnessing the absence of any rescuers, a flicker of despair ignited within her heart. She could scarcely bear to contemplate the horrors that might unfold if she were to be taken by these men. Just as she was resigning herself to her fate, a shadow leaped down from the wall beside her. Meow. Chapter 18. The enigmatic rescue by the black cat on a desolate street in the dead of night. A sharp meow pierced the silence, capturing the attention of a young girl and 3 delinquent youths nearby. Following the sound, they soon spotted an exquisite black cat. Its sleek fur shimmered like satin, limbs long and graceful, with a body that flowed effortlessly. Its face was neither pointed nor round, and a long tail was elegantly held aloft. It stood there, its golden eyes fixed intently upon the 4 individuals, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in the hearts of the wrongdoers. Where did that accursed cat come from? It startled me, one of them exclaimed, trying to shake off the unsettling sensation. It's just a cat. Ignore it. Another chimed in, though a hint of trepidation lingered. Did you see its gaze? It's downright eerie, one admitted. I feel the same way. I'll go chase it off, declared the one with a bowl cut, rising to confront the feline. As he approached the black cat with the intention to kick it away, its demeanor shifted dramatically. The once calm gaze transformed into something sharp and fierce, radiating an ominous intensity. The bowl-cut youth froze, a shiver coursing through him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Observing his fright, his companions mocked him mercilessly. You're pathetic. A mere cat has you trembling. One jeered. Look at you, all scared. Another added. Despite their taunts, the bowl-cut youth swallowed hard, anger flashing across his face. I'm not afraid of a cat. Get lost, he retorted, attempting once more to kick the creature. Yet, just as his foot neared the black cat, it vanished in an instant. Where did it go? He asked, bewildered. His companions glanced at the spot where the cat had been, but it was gone. Forget it. If it's not here, let us get back to what we were doing, one dismissed. However, the bowl-cut youth felt an unsettling vibe, a growing anxiety within him. Meow. Another cat's cry echoed, prompting him to turn back. To his horror, the black cat had reappeared in the very spot it had vanished from. What the hell? It's a ghost, he gasped, just as a shadow lunged at him with great force. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as pain surged through his chest, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. Ah! He screamed in agony, drawing the attention of his two companions. What is wrong with you? They shouted. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, clutching his abdomen and pointing ahead, terror etched on his face. Cat! Cat! He stammered. Before they could comprehend his words, they felt a piercing gaze upon them. From the shadow of a street lamp, a pair of eerie green eyes glimmered. Meow! Accompanied by a spine-chilling cry, the black cat sprang forth from its hiding spot. Before the duo could react, they felt excruciating pain slicing through their skin as if they had been cut by a blade. Ah! They both screamed, their cries echoing in the night. The pain ignited their fury. Damn it! You foul cat! You're asking for it! They shouted, swinging their fists wildly. Yet, their futile attempts to strike the cat were in vain. Not a single hair on its body was touched. Instead, they were met with a ferocious counterattack. In mere moments, their clothing was shredded, revealing countless claw marks as crimson blood oozed from their wounds, transforming them into grotesque figures of horror. The bowl-cut youth, witnessing this scene, was left in a state of shock. He could hardly fathom that a mere cat, smaller than his knee, could wreak such havoc. Fear gripped him. He believed that if the assault continued, the feline could very well slay them all. Trembling, he scrambled to his feet and fled in a panic down the street. His companions, seeing him escape, hurriedly covered their faces and followed suit, cursing their misfortune. In less than a minute, the three figures vanished into the night. Observing this spectacle, Lin Ye could not suppress a faint smile. Let us see if you dare to misbehave on my territory again, he mused, elegantly grooming his paws. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise called out, Mimi, is that you, Mimi? Lin Ye's expression shifted instantly. He turned, ready to leap onto a nearby wall. But before he could spring forth, a pair of soft, fair hands scooped him up. The owner of these hands was none other than the girl who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the three delinquents. Having regained some clarity after the earlier chaos, she embraced Lin Ye tightly, her face alight with joy. My dear Mimi, did you come to rescue me because you sensed I was in danger? Lin Ye could only respond with a resigned meow. Oh no, I should have refrained from showing off. With a deep sigh, he gazed at the girl who held him close, her face nestled against his fur. She was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even Su Longyue and Li Xining in allure. With a delicate oval face and features as refined as a porcelain doll, her long chestnut curls cascaded effortlessly behind her. Even the most elaborate makeup could not conceal her ethereal charm. Lin Ye recognized her. She was the first human he had encountered since arriving in this world. Her name was Xiao Lingyin, a student from the foreign language department at Jinghai University and the head of the Student Council's arts division. She had ranked among the top 3 in the university's beauty contest during her freshman year. 2.5 years ago, Lin Ye had been a helpless kitten abandoned in a flower bed, barely clinging to life until Xiao Lingyin rescued him with a syringe and goat's milk. Undeniably, she was the most significant woman in his feline existence. However, one thing he found intolerable was her tendency to call him Mimi and refer to herself as his mother. He could reluctantly accept the name Little Black, but Mimi was simply unacceptable. The esteemed Night King named Mimi? If other cats found out, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Meow. Stop it. Your foundation is getting all over my fur. After a fervent protest, Xiao Lingyin finally released Lin Ye. Mimi, it's been so long. You seem to have grown stronger. Your muscles are quite defined, she remarked, playfully parting his hind legs to feel his physique. The little bell is still there. And you haven't been caught for neutering. I wonder if you've been bullying any female cats. I almost forgot. In the feline world, solid-colored cats are considered the least attractive. So probably no female cat would fancy you. But don't worry. Your mom has a close friend who owns a stunning long-haired calico. I'll introduce you one day. Meow? Nonsense. This king is incredibly handsome. The female cats who desire me would line up all the way to the school gates. Mimi, come home with mom. I've moved to a new house and even reserved a room just for you. Originally, Lin Ye intended to slip away, but seeing Xiao Lingyin in such a drunken state, he genuinely couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Moreover, he could sense that Xiao Lingyin was truly happy upon seeing him. A happiness that came from the depths of her heart. Alas, fine, I'll escort her back. It's just that this king is soft-hearted. Chapter 19. The ill-fated school bell. Half an hour later, Lin Ye followed Xiao Lingyin into a staff dormitory. The moment the lights flickered to life, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Was this truly a girl's room? Everywhere he looked, the space was cluttered with a myriad of garments and daily necessities. leaving only a narrow path wide enough for one person to navigate. Frankly speaking, he could find a cleaner spot beneath any bridge outside. Yet, Xiao Lingyin appeared unfazed by such disarray, casually tossing her high heels aside and shedding her dress as she made her way into the bathroom. Just before entering, she glanced back at Lin Ye with a teasing smile. "Mimi, want to join me for a wash?" At her invitation, Lin Ye hurriedly retreated to the balcony. For as a cat, he harbored a strong aversion to water and had no desire to bathe. Soon, the sounds of splashing water and melodious singing wafted from the bathroom. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Ye began to wander about the room. It was then that his gaze fell upon a familiar object in an adjacent room. A pink cat bed. Seeing it, a look of surprise crossed his face. If memory served him correctly, this was the very cat bed that Xiao Lingyin had purchased for him. Curiosity piqued, he ambled into the secondary bedroom. To his astonishment, unlike the chaotic living room and main bedroom, this space was remarkably tidy, filled primarily with items pertaining to cats. There was the cat bed he had slept in as a kitten, the cat carrier Xiao Lingyin had used to take him for vaccinations, a litter box, and a scratching post from his early days. Even a large cat tree occupied a corner of the room. On a nearby cabinet, he spotted several photographs, one of which captured a beaming Xiao Lingyin cradling him, who was adorned with a bib resembling a little black coal. Gazing at the familiarity of it all, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Time had flown by. It had been 2 years since he had last been here. Were he an ordinary cat? Perhaps following her would have been a splendid decision, but alas, he was no ordinary feline. With that thought, he turned his eyes towards the bathroom, preparing to bid Xiao Lingyin farewell upon her emergence. He waited for a full half-hour. At last, Xiao Lingyin emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe and sporting a shower cap. The moment she stepped out, she spotted Lin Ye, who was patiently squatting at the bathroom door, and a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. "Mimi, were you waiting for me? You're so well-behaved. Unfortunately, I have no treats to offer you. Otherwise, I would certainly open a can for you. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the supermarket to buy the finest can." With that, she scooped Lin Ye into her arms and affectionately bumped her forehead against his. "All right, you go play for now. Mama needs to take care of her skin." Just then, her phone, carelessly placed aside, suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her brows furrowed in annoyance. Nevertheless, she answered the call. The next moment, a gruff male voice boomed from the other end. "Didn't we agree you'd repay the money today? How much longer are you planning to delay? I know your school and class." Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Xiao Lingyin's face. "It was my dad who said today was the deadline. I never said I would pay you today. Besides, didn't I just repay him 5,000 yuan last week? 5,000. That barely covers the interest. It's only right that debts are repaid by the offspring. If your father can't pay, we'll have to come after you. I'm not a money-printing machine. As a student, where am I supposed to get that much money? That's not our concern. If you don't bring us the money by tomorrow, we'll come to your school. You wouldn't want your peers to know you're the daughter of a deadbeat, would you?" At this, Xiao Lingyin's face flushed crimson with rage, but she clenched her teeth and replied, "Fine. I'll find a way to pay you 5,000 tomorrow." Throughout the call, Lin Ye had been listening intently, his expression shifting in response to the distressing conversation. He had anticipated that 2 years later, her life would still be fraught with such hardship. It seemed that her father had caused her no end of trouble. Having lived with Xiao Lingyin for half a year, he was acutely aware of her circumstances. Though she appeared to excel in every way, her home life was anything but fortunate. Her parents had divorced when she was young, each remarrying and leaving her to live with her grandmother. Just as she managed to secure a place at university through her own efforts, her gambling father reappeared, demanding money from her through various means. Thus, she had been compelled to take on multiple part-time jobs since her freshman year, working as a promoter, selling clothes, hosting events, tutoring, and even serving in restaurants. While others relaxed during their free time, she worked tirelessly to pay her tuition and her father's gambling debts. Lin Ye had hoped that after 2 years, her father would have changed somewhat, but time had wrought no transformation. Perhaps it was precisely because of her family's misfortunes that she was so determined to play the role of a mother in front of him. As he pondered this, Xiao Lingyin, having hung up the call, collapsed onto the sofa in tears. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye, who had intended to leave, suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. In such a moment, to depart would be utterly uncat-like of him. Sighing, "Why must I be so soft-hearted?" He retrieved several tissues from a nearby table and leaped to her side, gently patting her back with his little paw while emitting soft, comforting mews. Under his soothing presence, Xiao Lingyi's emotions gradually settled. As she wiped her tears with the tissues he had brought, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked at him. Mimi, you're so wonderful. You're all I have right now. Sometimes I wish I could be like you, a cat with no worries, just eating, drinking, and being cared for, living as a pure little waste. Meow. I don't appreciate that remark. Who only eats and sleeps? I am no mere waste. Hee hee. Perhaps being human would suffice, too. Well, with your comfort, I feel much better. Let us go to sleep. Tomorrow's troubles can wait. Stretching lazily, Xiao Lingyi embraced Lin Ye and lay down on the bed, soon drifting into slumber. Once she was sound asleep, Lin Ye extricated himself from her arms. Observing the peaceful face of Xiao Lingyi, he couldn't help but ponder thoughtfully. He needed to devise a way to alleviate her current plight. But how could a little cat procure money? Why not consult my little minions? Perhaps they might have some insight. With that thought, he prepared to leap out the window. As he approached the window, a sudden thought seemed to cross his mind. He hurriedly picked up a plush toy, nearly the same size as himself, from the nearby sofa and placed it gently into Xiao Lingyi's embrace. After completing this gesture, he gracefully leaped out of the window. Chapter 20. The Cat Conference, a quest for wealth. Departing from the faculty dormitory, Lin Ye dashed across the campus, gathering his feline companions in less than 10 minutes at the square before the teaching building. A formidable assembly of over 100 stray cats obediently settled before him. A truly spectacular sight. Night King, why have you summoned us here at such an hour? Are we to launch a surprise attack on the dog gang's territory? Asked Sang Biao, his expression brimming with bravado. Upon hearing this, the other cats began to stir restlessly, especially Tian Sha and Tai Chui, who looked as if they were itching for a fight. Do you possess the brains of a pig? Do dogs not sleep at night while we remain awake? Lin Ye reprimanded loudly. True, but what is our purpose here? Is there new training content? Not quite. I have gathered you all to inquire if anyone has suggestions on how to swiftly acquire money. After surveying the crowd, Lin Ye stated his objective candidly. Money? What is money? Can it be eaten? Is it tastier than ham? A chorus of whispers erupted among the multitude of stray cats. Even Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, Lin Ye's trusted aides, could not suppress their curiosity. Night King, what does it mean to acquire money? Indeed, why should we seek money? Observing the bewildered expressions of the gathered cats, Lin Ye felt a pang of regret for not enhancing his own intellect. How foolish of him to solicit advice from a group of felines. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. Money is what humans use to purchase food. It can buy not only food but anything they desire. Upon hearing this, all the cats instinctively turned their gazes toward the speaker, including Lin Ye, who was equally intrigued. Our cat gang possesses such an astute member. In astonishment, he realized the speaker was a rather peculiar-looking cat. Li Kuei. This slender feline bore light brown fur with a strikingly dark face, reminiscent of one freshly emerged from a coal mine. What kind of cat is that? A Heba cat? A patrol cat? A logical cat? Right. It must be a Siamese. Recalling the breed, Lin Ye beckoned it forward with a wave of his paw. You there? Logical cat, come here. I have inquiries. The skinny Siamese cat timidly approached him. Aren't you a purebred cat? How did you end up as a stray? I dislike being a pet, so I unlocked the door and slipped out. The Siamese replied earnestly. Lin Ye regarded it with newfound respect. The mere awareness of its identity as a pet cat distinguished it from the majority, as most cats perceive humans as their pets. Furthermore, the ability to unlock a door surpassed 99 of cats. Clearly, this Siamese cat was a prodigy. By the way, what is your name? My name is Li Kuei, responded the Siamese cat. An excellent name. If I had a thumb, I would give it a thumbs up for you, since you comprehend what money is. Do you know how a cat might acquire it? The question escalated significantly, yet Li Kuei pondered for only a few seconds before proposing. As a cat, one could work at a cat CAF. Divine, you are indeed a genius. Working at a cat CAF is a brilliant idea. If he were a human with over 100 cats under his command, sending them to work at a cat CAF would indeed yield profit. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he, too, was a cat. Working at a cat CAF would only reward him with cat treats and freeze-dried snacks. Who would pay a salary to a cat? Another option would be to sell me. My previous owner bought me for 800 units of currency. I could be sold for the same amount again, and then I could escape and repeat the process to accumulate considerable wealth. Lin Ye was taken aback by this suggestion. He could hardly fathom such an idea emerging from a cat. It was no exaggeration to say that even a somewhat dull-witted individual would struggle to conceive of such a scheme. Could it be that a human soul resided within this feline? Momentarily, Lin Ye scrutinized Li Kuei with suspicion. To validate his thoughts, he posed another question. I have 5 cans of cat food, and I have consumed 4. How many remain? Upon hearing this, Li Kuei donned a serious expression and circled Lin Ye. Where did you get 5 cans? Are you hiding them under your tail? Phew. Thankfully, it is merely a clever cat, Lin Ye exhaled, relieved by Li Kuei's response. It seemed he could not rely on it after all. Just as he began to feel disheartened, another voice emerged. If money is indeed what you just described, I believe I know where a substantial amount can be found. Lin Ye turned in surprise toward the source of the voice, discovering that it was none other than the cow-patterned cat, the sheriff. Yesterday, while wandering outside the school, I spotted a room filled with money. Are you certain? What did the money look like? Lin Ye inquired excitedly. It was long, pink, and adorned with designs. The sheriff replied after some thought. Yes, precisely. What you described is indeed money. Lin Ye felt invigorated. How much did you see? An abundance. The individual had placed it beneath the bed and in the cabinet. Beneath the bed? In the cabinet? Lin Ye grew skeptical. After all, who would stash money under a bed? And cash was becoming increasingly rare. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly seize than to let slip, he promptly dismissed the other cats and instructed the sheriff to lead the way. 20 minutes later, the sheriff guided Lin Ye to a nearby residential area. It was the dead of night, and the entire neighborhood was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Night King. It is that building. I stood by the tree over there and observed it yesterday. As they entered the neighborhood, the sheriff gestured toward an ancient camphor tree. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye leaped onto the tree. After a thorough examination, he quickly identified a specific unit. Is it that one? Yes, that is it. However, the window is locked. It seems we cannot enter. That shall not deter me. As he spoke, Lin Ye revealed his gleaming canine teeth. Focusing on the window across from him, he exerted force and leaped towards it. Just as he was about to collide, his body transformed into a cloud of black smoke, slipping through the crevice of the window. Once the smoke entered the room, it coalesced back into Lin Ye's form. This spectacle left the sheriff perched on the tree utterly astonished. Chapter 21. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. The cat burglar. Upon entering the room, Lin Ye quickly sensed an anomaly. He had initially assumed it to be an ordinary dwelling. However, the scene before him suggested otherwise. Besides a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, there was nothing else in the room. The bed lacked any bedding, revealing no signs of life. It resembled a place that had been furnished solely for rental purposes. It seemed highly improbable that anyone would hide money here. Could it be that the sheriff was mistaken? Was that not money after all? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he sauntered over to the bed and bent down to peer beneath it. In an instant, the hidden scenario was laid bare, and his feline visage displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Indeed, money was concealed there. Following his gaze, he discovered stacks of pristine cash meticulously arranged in the narrow space beneath the bed, nearly occupying the same area as the bed itself. A rough estimate suggested at least 10 million. In all his lifetimes, he had never encountered such a vast sum of money. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. Who on earth was hiding money here? A gang member, a bank robber, or perhaps a corrupt official, or even a drug dealer? The reason he did not speculate about the possibility of good-hearted individuals was that he believed no virtuous person would stash such a fortune beneath the bed of an abandoned house. The very fact that it was hidden there indicated the money was undoubtedly illicit. If money was concealed beneath the bed, then what else might be hidden elsewhere? Drawing his gaze from beneath the bed, he swiftly surveyed the rest of the room, beginning with the wardrobe nestled in the corner against the wall. Extending a paw, he grasped the wardrobe handle and gently pulled it open. As anticipated, the interior revealed more cash, albeit not as copious as what lay beneath the bed, yet still amounting to several million. At this point, Lin Ye was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he made his way to the living room. A refrigerator in the room soon captured his attention. Surely it couldn't contain more surprises. With that thought, he opened the refrigerator, only to be greeted not by cash, but by gleaming gold bars. Each bar was inscribed with 500 G, stacked in a triangular formation. Upon counting, he found a total of 99 gold bars. Based on current gold prices, these bars were worth over 30 million. Upon seeing the gold bars, he could confidently conclude that the owner of this house was neither a bank robber, a drug dealer, nor a gangster. Such individuals would never stash their wealth here. Only a corrupt official would resort to such measures. Goodness, whose hidden treasure was this? Such a substantial amount of cash and gold. However, it worked in his favor. Even if he took it, the owner would dare not speak out or report it, thus suffering in silence. With this thought, a smile crept onto his face. Today, he would indeed rob the rich to aid the poor. Facing the gold bars before him, he opened his mouth wide. Before long, all 99 gold bars were swallowed whole. Once he finished with the gold, he discovered numerous jewels and luxury watches tucked away beneath. Although he had no use for these items, driven by the desire to combat crime, he ultimately consumed them all. After emptying the refrigerator, he inspected other corners of the room, quickly uncovering more valuables, bundles of shopping cards, fuel cards, and gift cards, along with entire cartons of premium cigarettes and shelves filled with high-end liquor. However, he refrained from taking these, not out of disinterest, but due to their size, which made them impossible to consume. Moreover, the spatial limits of his stomach necessitated selecting only the most valuable items. Thus, he ultimately chose to devour all the cash from the wardrobe. Once the money from the wardrobe vanished, his stomach's capacity was nearly full. He longed for the ability to shift his form at will. Consuming so much made his jaws sore. Thankfully, these were all new bills. The thought of old, crumpled notes was rather revolting. As he pondered, he meticulously restored the cabinets he had opened, then leaped onto the windowsill. Before departing, he cast one last glance beneath the bed. Next time, I shall return to claim this ill-gotten wealth. As his words faded, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from the room. When he next appeared, he was atop the previously mentioned large tree. The awaiting sheriff's face lit up with excitement upon seeing him. Night King, how did you manage to slip into that room so effortlessly? If I could do that, I could eat whatever I wished. Hearing the sheriff's words, Lin Ye cast him a disdainful glance. Is that all you aspire to? Fear not. Even if you lack that skill, you shall have your fill from this day forth. For I shall provide for all of you felines. Provide for us? What does that entail? The sheriff's face, marked by stark black and white, was filled with confusion. To take care of your every need, Lin Ye replied grandly. Such a delightful prospect. Night King, please take me under your wing. The sheriff was already brimming with eagerness. How could a face so full of righteousness utter such words? Come, let us return to the school. Tomorrow, I shall have my servant prepare a feast for you. As Lin Ye descended from the tree, he made a grand promise. What kind of feast? Hot dogs. Such a lowly ambition. Hot dogs. That is hardly fit for cats. I shall provide you with cat food, specifically tuna. Tuna? What kind of fish is that? You need not concern yourself. Simply await your meal tomorrow. Thus, the two feline burglars made their way back to the campus of Jinghai University. Simultaneously, as Lin Ye engaged in his noble endeavor, Xiao Lingyin, lying in bed, drifted into a delightful dream. In her dream, Lin Ye transformed into a tall, upright cat, not only cooking and washing for her, but also earning money daily for her to spend. From that moment on, she envisioned a life devoid of worries, filled with happiness. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. When Lin Ye, jumping through the window, observed her joyful expression, he couldn't help but inquire, "What delightful dream has you smiling so brightly? You should be even happier when you awaken in the morning." As his words lingered, he leaped onto a nearby table. Shortly thereafter, the room echoed with the sounds of retching. Simultaneously, in a secluded corner of the Jinghai University campus, the sheriff, having just returned to school in search of a place to rest, suddenly turned his gaze towards a large tree. In the next moment, its back arched high, its fur bristled, and it emitted a series of threatening growls, sensing a potential threat nearby. Just then, a slender figure clad in a black hoodie slowly emerged from the shadows. The boy crouched down and retrieved an opened can of cat food from his pocket, wearing a gentle smile that concealed a hint of madness behind it. Chapter 22. You are the fortune cat, aren't you? Ah, how blissful it is to sleep well. On the bed, illuminated by the morning light, Xiao Lingyin slowly opened her drowsy eyes and stretched her body languidly. After completing this ritual, her gaze fell upon her blanket. At that moment, she noticed a black cat sprawled out on her covers, peacefully sleeping with its eyes closed, occasionally emitting soft purring sounds. A smile involuntarily crept across her face. What kind of cat sleeps like that? She playfully pinched Lin Ye's ears. Meow, wake up. Time to catch mice. As soon as she uttered these words, Lin Ye opened his eyes and shot her a look of annoyance. Meow, I just fell asleep, and I worked the night shift last night. Can a cat get a little more sleep? Hee hee, let me tell you. I dreamt last night that you turned into a big cat, not only washing my clothes and cooking for me, but also going out to earn money for me. Meow? You certainly have quite the imagination. Lin Ye yawned widely. All right, I must get up now. I have class later and then work afterwards. If you want to go out and play, feel free to do so. After gently rubbing Lin Ye's belly, Xiao Lingyin threw off the blanket and got out of bed, instinctively heading towards the bathroom. However, as she reached the bathroom door, her pupils suddenly dilated. In the next moment, she took a few steps back, approaching the table, and mechanically turned her head to look at it. After a few blinks and rubbing her eyes, she glanced again, and after repeating this several times, her expression transformed into one of sheer exaggeration. She dashed to the table and grabbed a neat stack of 100 yuan bills. Where did all this money come from? Am I dreaming? I must not be awake. I need to go back to sleep, she proclaimed, preparing to return to bed, but halfway there, she turned back and slapped herself hard. After feeling the sharp sting of pain, she finally confirmed that this was neither a dream nor an illusion. A large sum of cash had indeed appeared on her table out of thin air. At that moment, she suddenly felt as though the world was a little surreal. How could reality conjure up cash? Was last night's dream not a dream at all? Did Lin Ye really go out to work for money? With this thought, her gaze instinctively shifted back to the bed. Lin Ye was still sprawled out, looking nothing like a moneymaker. No, it can't be Lin Ye. But if not him, then who? Just then, she noticed that the cash in her hands felt slightly damp. Instinctively, she brought her fingers to her nose and sniffed, catching a faint foul odor wafting from the bills. This smell was all too familiar. It was the scent of cat saliva. Realizing this, her look towards Lin Ye instantly changed. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, feigning sleep on the bed, was feeling quite anxious. She wouldn't suspect that I brought this money, would she? Surely not. Who would think a cat could conjure such a fortune? But just as that thought crossed his mind, he felt himself pulled into a warm and soft embrace. Thank you, Lin Ye. Oh no, I've been found out. Lin Ye panicked slightly. Don't worry, Lin Ye, I won't tell anyone that you are a fortune cat. It must be because of you that the heavens have bestowed this wealth upon me. Huh, fortune cat? What on earth is she thinking? With this money, I can pay off my father's debts and never have to worry about money again. So I've decided to skip my morning class and go repay the debts first. Watching Xiao Lingyin's excited expression, Lin Ye felt both amused and happy for her. In that case, I should leave too. Oh, I almost forgot that I need to buy food for those guys. Let me take care of that first. Remembering his promise to the sheriff, he hurriedly scampered to the empty room and retrieved the cat bowl he had used as a kitten. In front of Xiao Lingyin, he placed the bowl on the ground and began to scratch at it with his paws. This commotion quickly caught the attention of Xiao Lingyin, who was in the midst of brushing her teeth. Hey, Lin Ye, are you hungry? How could I forget? Don't worry. Mama will take you out and buy you cat food soon. Meow. No. Buy cat food cans. Meow. All right, I'll buy a bunch. Just wait for me to finish washing up and putting on some makeup. It'll take no more than 10 minutes. Meow. I don't believe you. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. As anticipated, he ended up waiting for over half an hour, nearly wearing out his bowl in the process. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Lingyin emerged dressed in casual attire. She wore a cream-colored blazer paired with a floral-collared white shirt, complemented by fitted light-colored jeans and flat sneakers, exuding both intellect and youthfulness. With her delicate makeup and model-like tall figure, she embodied the essence of a campus goddess. Let us go, Lin Ye. I'm all set. Oh, and don't forget your cat bag. I wonder if it can still fit you now. After giving her hair a quick toss in front of the mirror, she rushed to the other room to grab an adorable cat bag. Upon seeing the bag, Lin Ye's face was filled with resistance. To express his unwillingness, he pounded the bag twice with his paws. You don't want to go in the cat bag? How am I supposed to take you out then? Xiao Lingyin frowned. At that moment, Lin Ye took a leap and landed gracefully on Xiao Lingyin's shoulder, where he settled comfortably. Seeing this, Xiao Lingyin raised an eyebrow. You want me to carry you like this? Meow. Fine then, just be careful not to fall. With no other option, Xiao Lingyin allowed Lin Ye to perch on her shoulder as they stepped outside. As expected, the sight of this unusual duo captured the attention of everyone on the campus of Jinghai University. Students gazed in astonishment at Lin Ye sitting on Xiao Lingyin's shoulder. Hey, isn't that senior Xiao He? How did he end up with the goddess? Yeah, just yesterday I saw him shopping with Flower Sue. I even saw him riding on Li Xining's electric bike from the sports department last night. Truly, senior Xiao He, whether it's a goddess or a flower, he has got them all. Fur as dark as night, but a heart as vibrant as a flower. You don't understand. It's not because they are goddesses or flowers that he is with them, but because they are with senior Xiao He that they become the goddesses and flowers. Having senior Xiao He is the ultimate fashion statement. Clearly, the astonishment was not limited to the college students. When the stray cats at the school saw Lin Ye perched on Xiao Lingyin's shoulder, they too were taken aback. Night King is indeed the Night King. So quickly has he tamed another new servant. This two-legged beast has surrendered to the Night King, becoming his steed. Truly, our king deserves all the praises from humanity. While we are still pondering how to trick humans out of food, the Night King has already commanded their sincere offerings. I merely suggested that the Night King must have held back certain teachings during our lessons. He did not disclose the means to tame a bipedal creature. Chapter 23. The enigmatic aroma. Half an hour later, at the intersection of Jinghai's picturesque street, a taxi came to a gentle halt. Xiao Lingyin emerged from the vehicle, cradling Lin Ye. Mimi, we've arrived. Wait for me to return this money to those people, and then we can go indulge in some delicious food. Let me see where that place is. Royal Dynasty KTV, that's the one. As she glanced at her phone for directions, Xiao Lingyin murmured to herself until her eyes lit up upon spotting a sign by the roadside. Xiao He, you wait for me here, I'll be right back. After patting Lin Ye's head affectionately, she set him down on the curb and, clutching her bag, made her way toward the entrance of the Royal Dynasty KTV. However, instead of obeying her instructions, Lin Ye turned and followed her. Once he reached the shadows, his figure vanished from sight. A minute later, having exited the elevator on the 5th floor where the KTV was located, Xiao Lingyin dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice came through. Hello? Who is this? I'm busy right now. The voice was accompanied by raucous sounds of revelry. Upon hearing it, Xiao Lingyin's face contorted with distaste. But the thought of her impending liberation steadied her resolve. I am the daughter of Xiao Guoqiang. I've come to repay the debt. I will settle all the money he owes you today, and I am already at the location you specified. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the sound of a belt buckle clashing. Wait a moment. Come to room 8888. I'll be waiting for you there. Okay. After hanging up, Xiao Lingyin exhaled deeply and proceeded towards the designated room. Soon, she stood at the door of room 8888. Through the circular glass panel, she could vaguely see several figures inside. Summoning her courage, she pushed the door open, and a wave of boisterous music hit her, accompanied by an overwhelmingly unpleasant odor. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on 3 pairs of men and women seated on the sofa. The men appeared menacing, their figures portly, while the women were scantily clad and heavily made up. They embraced brazenly, with 2 of the men audaciously probing into each other's collars. Seeing this, Xiao Lingyin's brow furrowed deeply. Eager to escape the noxious atmosphere, she unzipped her bag and placed several bundles of cash on the table in front of them. Her gaze then fixed upon the middle-aged man in a black shirt, adorned with a Buddhist amulet. Here is a total of 150,000. This should suffice to clear my father's debt, right? As soon as she spoke, the middle-aged man, who had been kissing the woman in his arms, turned his head. He glanced at the cash on the table and then back to Xiao Lingyin. Upon seeing her face, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. I never imagined that Xiao Guoqiang could father such a stunning daughter. What is your name, sweetheart? Have you considered working for me? The pay is quite lucrative. You could earn 30,000 to 50,000 a month, and with your looks, even 100,000 is within reach. As he spoke, he pushed the woman beside him aside to make room for her and poured himself a beer. Come, sit here. Honestly, I don't even need your father's money. If you agree to work for me, I'll waive all his debts. What do you say? Think it over. While he spoke, the other 2 men began to appraise Xiao Lingyin as well. Huigu, she has quite a catch, much better than these lowlifes. Indeed, no wonder Huigu prefers university students. Little sister, just listen to Huigu. Working here is far better than the few thousand you'd earn after graduation. You could start at tens of thousands. Listening to their lewd remarks, Xiao Lingyin's expression grew increasingly grim. I have repaid you. I hope you will refrain from calling me again. My father's matters are no longer my concern. I'll be leaving now. With that, she turned to exit the room. However, one of the men, positioned on the far left of the sofa, swiftly blocked her path. Hey, don't leave. Since you're here, at least drink a few with us. Otherwise, it's a slight against Huigu. Yeah, after all, you've only repaid the principal. What about the interest? Seeing her escape thwarted, Xiao Lingyin began to panic and pulled her phone from her bag. What do you want? If you dare to do anything, I will call the police. Yet, her words only elicited amused glances between the men. Just a naive university student, thinking you can make a call here? At that moment, the middle-aged man known as Huigu stood up, his rotund figure resembling a door. Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. We are law-abiding citizens. However, my associate has a point. You've only returned the principal. The interest remains unpaid. How about this? I want to exploit you. If you finish the beers on the table, I'll forgive the interest. Xiao Lingyin was infuriated by his words, her teeth grinding in frustration. She realized too late that her hasty decision to come alone to repay the debt was a grave mistake. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of golden eyes were watching from less than 2 meters away, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. I knew she would encounter danger. What a foolish girl. What kind of decent person engages in loan sharking? It seems I must intervene once again. Just as Lin Ye prepared to reveal himself to aid Xiao Lingyin, a sudden knock echoed from outside the room. Huiga furrowed his brow at the sound. Who the hell is so inconsiderate? Lao Air, open the door. I want to see who is so blind. At his command, a lackey promptly opened the door. As Huiga prepared to unleash a tirade, he was struck silent by the sight of an exceptionally handsome face. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. Ah, it's young Master Hua. What brings you here at this hour? As Huiga spoke, Xiao Lingyin turned with hope towards the entrance. The next moment, she beheld a strikingly handsome young man, tall and fair-skinned, standing at the threshold. He seemed to recognize her as well, his eyes momentarily flashing with admiration before he offered a courteous smile. Hello, Mississippi. My name is Huan Nongyu. I didn't expect to encounter such a beautiful and enchanting girl here. With that, his gaze shifted to Huiga and his companions. I trust you are not contemplating any unsavory activities here, are you? As he spoke, a subtle, almost imperceptible glint of mischief danced in his eyes. The 3 men, caught in his gaze, trembled involuntarily, their faces draining of color as if they had seen something profoundly terrifying. Due to the illumination, Xiao Lingyin failed to perceive the scene. However, Lin Ye, concealed in the shadows, observed everything with clarity. This individual seemed unusual. Moreover, there was an oddly familiar scent emanating from him. Strange. Upon realizing this, Lin Ye's expression instantly shifted to one of gravity. He had not anticipated that a simple excursion would lead him to encounter yet another enigma. Chapter 24. The Demon of Desire. The unmatched team of the Anomalous Regulation Bureau beneath the Royal Dynasty KTV. A van abruptly came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in maintenance uniforms emerged in succession. Upon disembarking, they promptly retrieved a construction warning sign from the back of the vehicle and placed it at the entrance of the KTV on the first floor, while also erecting a retractable barrier to cordon off a 5-meter radius around the entrance. Having completed these peculiar tasks, the group of odd maintenance workers marched in unison towards the KTV entrance. Just before entering the elevator, their footsteps came to an unexpected halt. One of them raised his cap, revealing a youthful visage. This time, the demon of desire must not escape. He had already claimed the lives of over 20 young women. If allowed to continue his rampage, he would likely evolve into a B-level anomaly, making him even more formidable to confront. Rest assured, Captain, he will not evade us this time. I have marked him during our encounter yesterday, declared another maintenance worker, reaching into his pocket to produce a yellow talisman. Upon igniting the talisman, it transformed into a glowing origami crane, fluttering its wings as it took flight. He is indeed here. This appears to be his lair. Undoubtedly, these individuals were not mere maintenance workers, but members of the Anomalous Regulation Bureau, possessing extraordinary abilities. They were colleagues of Zhou Yiqing and others. Yet they belonged to the more esteemed Team Number 1 rather than Team Number 3. With their leader, Captain Shin Panlong, the team comprised 5 members, each a C-level exorcist, with Captain Shun's anomaly approaching the brink of B-level. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, for they were about to confront the demon of desire, ranked 73rd in the compendium of demons. Let us proceed. He should be within the KTV upstairs. Let us hope there are not too many patrons inside, or the ensuing battle will become quite troublesome. Taking a deep breath, the 5 members of the combat team immediately boarded the elevator. Moments later, they arrived on the 5th floor. Simultaneously, within the private room 8888, Huan Nongyu reclined confidently on the central sofa, while the other 7 individuals stood before him like marionettes, including Xiao Lingyin, their eyes glazed with confusion. To encounter such exquisite beauty today is unexpected. If I can fully awaken the desires concealed within her heart, my strength may very well ascend to the next level. However, before that, I must first drain these worthless souls to recover from my injuries. As he spoke, Huan Nongyu shed his outer garment, revealing a horrifying wound beneath. The injury, the cause of which remained a mystery, was charred around the edges, occasionally emitting tendrils of black vapor. A flicker of hatred crossed Huan Nongyu's handsome face as he contemplated. Just wait. Once I break through to the next level, those who dared to harm me will inevitably perish. As his words fell, He called out to one of the accompanying women. You, come here. The woman, seemingly bereft of reason, walked directly to Hua Nongyu. In the next moment, he seized her and pressed his lips against hers. In under 5 seconds, the woman aged from her early 30s to a frail crone, her vitality entirely siphoned away. Following the absorption of her life essence, Hua Nongyu's injuries visibly improved, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his countenance. This scene was clearly observed by Lin Ye, who lurked in the shadows, sending a shiver down his spine. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan, or Xiao Lingyin may meet the same fate. This fiend is likely more troublesome than the previous jealous woman and the cat demon. As Lin Ye pondered how to contend with Hua Nongyu, the latter had already drained the life essence from 5 more individuals, fully restoring his grievous wound. His gaze then shifted to Xiao Lingyin. My dear beauty, I am coming. With a lecherous grin, he tore his clothing as, to Lin Ye's astonishment, he transformed into an ugly, hairy gorilla, towering nearly 2 meters and brimming with muscles. It was nearly impossible to connect this beast with the dashing gentleman from before. Just as he prepared to extend his monstrous claws towards Xiao Lingyin, Lin Ye readied himself to launch a surprise attack. However, before he could act, the door to the private room shattered, and a large red lantern soared inside. The instant the lantern entered, it opened a terrifying maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Seeing this, the gorilla form Hua Nongyu leapt aside to evade the onslaught. As the flames scorched a gaping hole in the KTV's wall, with a look of intense hatred, Hua Nongyu beheld 5 figures stride in from the corridor. Despite their worker attire, the aura radiating from them was undeniably potent. The foremost individual, with a commanding gesture, seized the recently airborne lantern, which instantly ignited with an intense blaze. He was none other than Captain Shen Panlong of Team Number 1, wielding the sea-level lantern demon. To his left stood a muscular man brandishing a butcher's knife, exuding an aura of sanguinity, with a menacing ghostly figure looming behind him, known as the Butcher Ghost. Also a sea-level entity. The second individual on the left, with hair flowing wildly like a demon, had a long-haired woman faintly appearing behind him, named the Hair Demon, equally classified as sea-level. The remaining 2, one wielding a longbow and the other a wooden sword, though lacking accompanying anomalies, possessed vigor that rivaled the trio. Demon of Desire. You shall not escape today. Surrender willingly. Captain Shen Panlong bellowed upon recognizing Hua Nongyu's true form. In response, a strange smile crept across the Demon of Desire's face. Oh, did you truly believe you had me cornered? Not so fast. Did you not detect a peculiar aroma upon your entrance? What? At his words, the expressions of Shen Panlong and the others shifted drastically, and they soon felt their breaths quicken. A feverish heat enveloped them, stirring a certain part of their bodies into reaction. What does it feel like to be consumed by desire? Is it not akin to being engulfed in flames? If so, why not fully liberate yourselves? As he spoke, the Demon of Desire began to sway his hips, performing a bizarre dance within the private room. In the eyes of Shen Panlong and his team, he had transformed into a breathtaking beauty, embodying their deepest longings. Each person saw something entirely different. Under such circumstances, they could only endure, their gums bleeding from the pressure of clenching their teeth. The overwhelming desire tormented not only their minds, but also caused a sensation of impending explosion within certain regions of their bodies. Witnessing this, the expression on the Demon of Desire's face grew increasingly deranged, and he strode toward the 5, preparing to end them. Just then, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from the side. With a flash of cold light, several ghastly wounds appeared on the Demon of Desire's face, abruptly halting his bizarre dance. The 5 members of the Anomaly Bureau, tormented by insatiable desires, instantly felt a lightness envelop their bodies. Exhausted and drained of energy, they collapsed to the ground. In their hazy vision, they discerned a vague shadow standing not far from them, confronting the Desire Demon. Eager to unveil the true form of this shadow, they were thwarted by a swirling mist that clung to it, obscuring their view. All they could make out was that it appeared to be a colossal beast, emanating dark flames. An involuntary shiver coursed through them. Simultaneously, the Desire Demon gazed at the figure before it with an expression of utter disbelief. It was unmistakably a black cat. Chapter 25. Devouring. Seed of Desire. On one side stood a black-furred gorilla, towering over 2 meters in height, its muscles sculpted like marble. On the other, a diminutive black cat, barely half a meter tall and slender in build. Despite the vast disparity in their physical forms, Lin Ye's aura was in no way inferior. He assumed an offensive posture, his golden eyes gleaming with ferocity. Every muscle in his body was taut, his long tail swishing rhythmically behind him as he emitted a series of low growls. Seeing this, a hint of disdain flickered across the Desire Ghoul's face, only to vanish instantly upon recalling the stinging pain in his cheek. Where did this little beast come from? You've got a death wish, he roared, seizing a nearby coffee table and hurling it in Lin Ye's direction. However, his sluggish movements, akin to those of a tortoise, posed no threat to Lin Ye. With a slight adjustment, Lin Ye easily evaded the attack. Yet, as a C-grade aberration, the Desire Ghoul possessed more than just brute strength. Seeing his attack miss its mark, he abruptly spewed a cloud of black miasma towards Lin Ye. This formless, intangible vapor shot forth with incredible speed, carrying with it an acrid stench. But before the miasma could reach its target, Lin Ye's figure vanished. Almost immediately, the Desire Ghoul felt a sharp, stabbing pain on his face, followed by his neck, chest, and arms. By the time he could react, dozens of lacerations had appeared on his body, each one cutting deep to the bone. Meanwhile, Lin Ye landed gracefully before him. Like an elegant gentleman, blood dripped continuously from his right forepaw. What in the world is this thing? How can it be so fast? Clutching his burning cheek, the Desire Ghoul's face was a mask of astonishment and uncertainty. He was now certain that Lin Ye was no ordinary black cat. Yet, he detected no trace of a similar aura on Lin Ye, indicating that he was not an aberration. I don't care what you are, you're going to die? Consumed by rage, the Desire Ghoul abandoned all caution and unleashed his power in an attempt to ignite the flames of lust within Lin Ye. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. Lin Ye was not human. While he possessed desires, his diminutive manhood had virtually no influence over his mind, instead fueling his rage. With a swift leap, he pounced upon the Desire Ghoul, tearing and biting with unrestrained ferocity. In conjunction with his bloodthirsty assault, it took less than a minute for Lin Ye to leave the Desire Ghoul a mangled mess, his flesh torn and blood flowing freely. The Desire Ghoul tried desperately to tear Lin Ye from his body, but his sluggishness made it impossible to even touch a hair on Lin Ye's head. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye tore open his veins and ripped apart his throat. As his throat was breached, streams of black miasma were sucked into Lin Ye's mouth. With the draining of the miasma, panic finally seized the Desire Ghoul. He felt himself being devoured, his body slowly being consumed by the damned black cat. No. Please, spare me. Amidst the Desire Ghoul's desperate struggles, his last vestige of true spirit was consumed. Thud with a heavy thud, the Desire Ghoul's massive form crashed onto the floor of the private room. As black smoke dissipated, the naked form of a man was revealed. The man was not yet dead, his body still twitching spasmodically until, after a few seconds, he finally breathed his last. Clink, a crisp sound echoed as a bronze teapot rolled from his body. The teapot was shrouded in black mist, clearly no ordinary object. Seeing this, the crimson light in Lin Ye's eyes gradually faded, and he shivered. Damn, this thing is truly wicked, it actually aroused me. As he spoke, he glanced at the panel before him, where lines of text were appearing. Devouring of Ghoul's Grievance. Energy reserves 50. Devouring of Ghoul's Grievance. Energy reserves 50. Devouring of Ghoul's Grievance. Energy reserves 50. You have devoured the Desire Ghoul and acquired the new skill Seed of Desire. Seed of Desire, beginner upon activation. This skill allows you to plant a seed of desire within a selected target. When desire takes root in their heart, the target will become a slave to desire, controlled by you. Currently, you can create 10 seeds of desire, if the target's will is strong. The seed of desire may fail to germinate. Reading the information on the panel, a hint of joy flickered across his face. Using desire to create slaves? That sounds interesting. Those people from before must have been the Desire Ghoul's slaves. Too bad they're already dead, otherwise I could have used them for an experiment. But perhaps these few will suffice. Turning his gaze to the 5 members of the Special Investigation Bureau who were nearly unconscious from the excessive release of desire, Lin Ye directly activated Seed of Desire on them. In the next moment, 5 streams of black light entered the bodies of the 5 individuals. Perhaps because they had been tormented by the Desire Ghoul, all 5 seeds of desire were successfully planted. They now only needed to wait for desire to arise within them again for the seeds of desire to take root and sprout. When that time came, they would seek out Lin Ye on their own, without him having to search for them. Having experimented with his new skill, he now turned his attention to the bronze teapot that had fallen from the Desire Ghoul's host. Based on his previous experience, he was fairly certain that this teapot was also a cursed artifact, and what followed confirmed his suspicion. The moment his right paw touched the teapot, A notification appeared once more. Cursed artifact, teapot of desire detected. The original grievance of the desire ghoul lingers within. After 20 days, a new desire ghoul will be born anew. The holder of this teapot will gain the ability to command the desire ghoul. Absorb the residual energy of grievance? Without hesitation, Lin Ye selected yes. The moment he made his choice, a wave of icy energy flowed into his body, converting into his energy reserves. Absorb the desire ghoul's original energy. You have gained 800 energy reserves and acquired the new skill Eye of Desire. Existing skill, Gaze of Terror detected. Integrate new skill into existing skill? Huh? Lin Ye was stunned by this new notification. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately selected yes. Instantly, the skill Gaze of Terror underwent a transformation. Gaze of Terror, intermediate gaze into the eyes of your opponent, triggering the deepest fears hidden within their heart, and planting a mark of terror. Targets bearing the mark of terror will be unable to meet your gaze for a short period of time, and will lose the courage to fight. Consumes 20 evolution points to upgrade this skill to the next level. In addition to its original effects, it now included a mark of terror. The effectiveness of this new effect would have to be tested in actual combat. As for now, Lin Ye glanced at the unconscious Xiao Lingyin on the ground, and then at the pile of money. The dead have no use for money. Chapter 26. The Unspeakable Anomaly. Codename Night Demon. More than 10 minutes later, a dozen figures appeared within the confines of the Imperial KTV, all clad in the uniforms of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Leading the group was Tu Gang, the deputy director of the bureau in Jinghai City, adorned with two sword-shaped insignias upon his shoulders, a B-grade spirit controller. Opposite him sat Shin Panlong and his 5 companions, their faces pale and anxious under Tu Gang's dark glare. In truth, Shin Panlong felt not only a sense of guilt, but also a deep-seated fear. Had Lin Yuan acted even for a mere minute longer, he might have met his demise. Director 2, I acknowledge my oversight. I inadvertently fell into the trap set by the lust demon, and I am willing to reflect on my actions. Before he could finish, Tu Gang's voice boomed. What good is reflection? Is this your first encounter with the anomalous? You nearly endangered all 4 of them. After his outburst, he turned his gaze towards the heap of corpses on the ground. Now, enlighten me. What transpired? Who was responsible for slaying the lust demon? Its anomalous object was destroyed, which is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary spirit controller. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Panlong's expression shifted to one of fervor. It wasn't he a spirit controller. I am certain that a far more formidable anomaly was responsible for the lust demon's demise. We witnessed it devour the lust demon alive. It didn't kill it outright. Rather, it tormented the demon before consuming it. At this revelation, the members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, including Tu Gang, were taken aback. Are you suggesting that this anomaly consumed the lust demon? Indeed. Although I was somewhat disoriented at the time, I distinctly recall it severing the lust demon's neck before swallowing its essence whole. The other 4 members of Shun Panlong's team nodded in agreement, affirming the horror of the scene they had witnessed. Upon hearing their accounts, Tu Gang immediately directed his attention to a man beside him, Zhou Yicheng, the captain of Team Number 3. You reported earlier that an S-grade anomaly capable of devouring others had appeared in Jinghai. Do you think this incident is linked to that very anomaly? I strongly believe it is. The circumstances this time are strikingly similar to the previous 2 instances. As for confirmation, I suspect we shall know soon enough. Zhou Yicheng's gaze drifted towards a camera situated in the corner of the private room. 10 minutes later, they located the duty manager of the KTV and requested the surveillance footage from room 8888. Skipping through the irrelevant scenes, they quickly arrived at the most crucial moment. Their anticipation heightened. However, as they hoped to discern the form of the unknown anomaly, the footage revealed only a swirling mass of black mist, shifting shapes like some terrifying specter. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yicheng, who had been brimming with expectation, was rendered speechless. What on earth is that? In the decades since the Bureau's inception, they had amassed thousands of records on anomalies, yet none had encountered a being with such a form. The astonishment was palpable among the gathered members, save for Shin Panlong and his companions, who appeared perplexed. The imagery captured on the surveillance did not align with what they had witnessed. Director, we saw something entirely different. Please wait, I shall illustrate it for you. Shin Panlong declared, retrieving a sheet of paper and a pen from a nearby table. Within moments, he sketched the creature he had vaguely perceived, a black beast resembling a tiger, standing over 2 meters tall, cloaked in darkness and emanating a black aura, with piercing golden eyes that exuded an eerie majesty. As Tu Gang observed Shun Panlong's drawing and then the shadow in the footage, his brow furrowed deeply. Just then, Zhou Yiqing spoke again. Perhaps neither of these forms represents its true nature. I suspect one of its abilities is to manipulate light, distorting perceptions and altering natural illumination. Yet, one thing is certain, its essence is that of a beast. Zhou Yiqing's hypothesis quickly garnered the approval of those present in the bureau. Should we not assign it a name or a code name? Shin Panlong proposed unexpectedly. Perhaps we could call it Night Demon, Zhou Yiqing suggested after a moment's contemplation, believing it to be the most fitting designation. Why Night Demon? Someone inquired. Do you not find it to be as enigmatic and fearsome as the night itself? Moreover, it possesses the ability to control light. The title Night Demon suits it perfectly, Zhou Yiqing articulated earnestly. Let us proceed as Xiao Zhou suggests. This newly discovered anomaly shall henceforth be known as Night Demon, classified with a danger level of S grade. Upon our return, it will be officially documented by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Tu Gang concluded decisively. Before long, the Bureau's records would include this mysterious S-grade anomaly, and the codename Night Demon would circulate among various branches. Unbeknownst to all, the architect of these events, Lin Ye, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, preoccupied with his own concerns. When I battled the lust demon, those 5 individuals appeared to be awake. They couldn't possibly have seen my face, could they? I wonder if there were cameras in that room. If so, my identity may have been captured. What a predicament. I must exercise greater caution in the future. As Lin Ye ruminated over these matters, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from a nearby ambulance. Thank you, doctor. I understand. I will be more vigilant after returning. Goodbye, doctor. He turned his head to see Xiao Lingyin emerging from the ambulance, a cotton swab pressed against her wrist. Upon spotting Lin Ye crouched beside the vehicle, she rushed over and embraced him. Mimi, I apologize for making you wait. I must have neglected my meals recently, as I fainted from low blood sugar. Thankfully, someone called for an ambulance in time, but I distinctly remember entering the KTV. How did I end up fainting in the hallway? How strange. Listening to Xiao Lingyin's remarks, Lin Yuan's expression turned quizzical. He had witnessed the bureau personnel carry her from the private room to the ambulance. Yet her account contradicted his observations. This discrepancy suggested only one possibility. The bureau possessed some means to erase memories, effectively removing all recollections of her time in the KTV from Xiao Lingyin's mind. No wonder there are so many anomalies in the world, yet few are aware of their existence. It turns out those who have encountered them have had their memories wiped clean. What are you pondering, my little head? Meow? Well, the debt has been settled. Next, let me take you to buy something delicious. Come, let us set forth. In high spirits, Xiao Lingyin enveloped Lin Ye in her embrace and headed toward a large shopping mall. Half an hour later, she emerged carrying a substantial box of cat treats. Upon returning to Jinghai University, Lin Ye immediately dashed out, and upon his return, he was followed by an imposing legion of cats. Chapter 27. The Cat Gang's team building and the vanished sheriff in the small woods of Jinghai University. As Lin Ye led the members of the Cat Gang before Xiao Lingyin, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of him carrying a box of cat treats. Mimi, are all these your friends? She exclaimed. Meow. Please don't call me Mimi in such a setting, Lin Ye sharply replied. After addressing Xiao Lingyin, his gaze shifted to the group of cats behind him. All members of the Cat Gang, sit down. As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 stray cats immediately crouched before him, an awe-inspiring sight that left Xiao Lingyin once again astonished. Today, I shall treat you all to cat food. Please behave yourselves and maintain the dignity of the Cat Gang, understood? Lin Ye stated with a serious tone while surveying the gathered cats. Upon hearing his words, the cats responded eagerly, no problem, Night King. Okay, Night King. Night King. Hurry and let your servants distribute the food. I've gone several minutes without eating. Night King, you are truly impressive. Although Xiao Lingyin could not comprehend their feline language, she felt a sense of warmth watching Lin Ye lecture the cats. Our Mimi is indeed remarkable, managing so many cats. But why does it feel like he's running a gang? As Xiao Lingyin pondered, she suddenly felt something tugging at her pant leg. Looking down, she discovered it was Lin Ye. Meow. Why are you dawdling? It's time to feast. Hurry up with the food. All right, I understand. No need to rush. I will open the cans for you now. With that, Xiao Lingyin placed the box on the ground, opened each can of cat food, and set them before the cats. Throughout this process, the cats displayed remarkable obedience. Occasionally, a misbehaving one received a gentle reprimand from Lin Ye and quickly complied. Minutes later, every cat had an open can of food before them. Yet, the feast was not over. Lin Ye then took a large bag of freeze-dried chicken breast and sprinkled it generously over each can. Satisfied with her efforts, she clapped her hands. All right, you may begin eating. Would you like some extra cat food? Meow. Who is so unrefined as to ask for staples? Lin Ye shot her a glance before turning his attention back to the cats. Commenced the feast. At his command, all the cats transformed into voracious creatures, eagerly devouring their food with enthusiastic gulps. The air soon filled with contented purring sounds. Witnessing such a heartwarming scene, Lin Ye felt a wave of healing wash over her. How delightful, she murmured, her gaze shifting to Lin Ye, who, like the other strays, was voraciously consuming the freeze-dried food and minced beef from his can. In just a few bites, he polished off an entire can, then elegantly cleaned his mouth and washed his face. Mimi, why do you eat so quickly? Would you like another can? Lin Ye asked, lifting a remaining can as if to open it. However, Lin Ye shook his head. Very well, since you all have your meal, I must head to class now. You and your feline friends enjoy yourselves. Gently stroking Lin Ye's head, Lin Ye stood up and walked away from the grove, a smile occasionally gracing her face. Clearly in high spirits. Once she departed, Lin Ye leaped onto a nearby stone table, his golden eyes scanning the group of cats below. Then glancing at the few unopened cans on the table, a hint of confusion crossing his small face. Wait a moment, I counted these carefully, 1 can per cat. How come there are 5 extra? Just then, the brothers Sang Kuan and Sang Biao approached, having finished their portions, their eyes fixed on the unopened cans beside Lin Ye. Night King, this cat food is simply divine. Yes, too delicious. But it is far too little. Indeed, too little. Understanding their intentions, Lin Ye shot them a disapproving look. You two have become round as balls and still crave more food. By the way, weren't a few cats absent from our gathering today? Gathering? What gathering? Sang Kuan asked, momentarily perplexed. Just the feast, Lin Ye replied, rolling his eyes. It seems a few are missing. After a moment's thought, the Sang brothers responded. It appears the sheriff did not attend. The sheriff? Upon hearing Sang Biao's words, Lin Ye immediately scanned the area, and indeed, he did not spot the cow-patterned sheriff. While he could understand other absences, the sheriff was puzzling, especially since he had specifically mentioned the feast to the sheriff the night before. Has he wandered off outside the school again? Unlikely. The sheriff usually sleeps during the day and only roams at night. I haven't seen him all afternoon. Cow-patterned cats can be quite eccentric. Perhaps he has gone off on another escapade. Speaking of which, besides the sheriff, there have been a few other cats that have not been seen lately. For instance, that plump tabby, I haven't seen him in 3 days. And I remember a white cat with little whiskers that has also been absent for quite some time. At this moment, other cats, having finished their meals, gathered around. Hearing the conversation, Lin Ye realized that several strays had indeed vanished from the Jinghai University campus in recent days. His expression shifted slightly. In the past, the disappearance of 1 or 2 strays was not uncommon, given their transient nature. However, since he had taken charge of the cat gang, those strays had begun to settle down at Jinghai University, no longer worrying about food. There was no reason for them to venture elsewhere. If they hadn't simply wandered off, then there was only one possibility. Someone was secretly capturing stray cats. Realizing this, Lin Ye felt a surge of anger. How audacious! How dare someone lay hands on my subordinates within my domain? He resolved to uncover the perpetrator. After living in Jinghai University for 2.5 years, these strays had become akin to family to him, especially the older cats like the sheriff who had always been by his side. Now that someone had taken his family away, how could he remain calm? He addressed all the strays present with a booming voice. All members of the cat gang, listen up. The sheriff may have been captured by nefarious individuals. You must all immediately search the school for any clues. Furthermore, be cautious before accepting food from others. Make sure to sniff it first. If it smells off, do not eat it. Understood? Understood. The cats replied in unison. Now, let's take action. At Lin Ye's command, the 100 or so stray cats swiftly scattered to different corners of the campus. Once they had all departed, Lin Ye quietly opened the system panel. Sensing that the disappearance of the sheriff and several other strays was anything but ordinary. Chapter 28. Attribute Enhancement, Wealthy Insights After Devouring the Desired Demon. Lin Ye's evolution points surged to an astonishing total of 55, surpassing the previous gains from consuming the cat demon and the jealous woman. This clearly indicated that the desired demon was of a significantly higher caliber than the former 2 peculiar entities. Contemplating the impressive sum of 55 evolution points, he swiftly made a decision. He allocated 10 points directly to his agility attribute, elevating it from an already impressive 30 to a remarkable 40. In that instant, as his agility broke the threshold of 40, Lin Ye felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. His body seemed to float like a helium balloon, as if the slightest movement could send him soaring into the sky. Of course, this was merely an illusion. With 30 points in agility, he could already outrun a cheetah. The speed at 40 points was beyond his imagination. He had a premonition that with further enhancements in agility, he might unlock the ability to fly. After augmenting his agility, he invested another 10 evolution points into his strength attribute, which surged from 20 to 30. The already defined muscles of his physique became even more pronounced, and with a mere grip, he experienced a surge of explosive strength. This power exceeded the limits of a normal human, reaching the level of a large beast. Even Tyson would likely find it impossible to surpass him in strength. Combined with his terrifying speed, lions and tigers were mere cubs in his presence. With 35 evolution points remaining, he allocated 5 to Constitution, 10 to Intelligence, and dedicated the rest to skill enhancements. After a moment of introspection, his foundational attributes underwent another transformation. With the increase in Constitution, his physical qualities, such as muscle density, bone density, and metabolic rate, improved significantly. These enhancements promised a longer lifespan, superior resilience to impacts, and accelerated healing abilities. The only attribute that did not exhibit a pronounced change was intelligence. He initially expected that a 10-point increase would greatly enhance his cognitive abilities, but he merely felt a slight clarity in his mind and a marginal improvement in memory, with no other significant changes. Could it be that a 10-point increase in intelligence yielded so little? Had he known, he might have opted against enhancing it. Yet, something felt different. It was as if an additional presence had manifested in his mind. Was he developing a brain tumor? Unable to ascertain what was occurring in his mind, Lin Ye chose to disregard it and turned his attention to the array of skills before him. With 20 evolution points at his disposal, he could either upgrade 4 advanced skills to special skills or elevate the level of 2 special skills. After a brief deliberation, he made his final decision. In the next moment, 2 advanced skills underwent their transformations. Battle Roar, Advanced. War Intent Roar, Beginner. Unleashing a roar infused with battle intent. This skill instills fear in enemy targets, diminishing their combat effectiveness, while simultaneously boosting allies' combat prowess. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Super Hearing, Advanced. Acute Listening, Beginner. A passive skill that activates automatically. Your hearing reaches its zenith, enabling you to discern sounds typically inaudible to the human ear, with a chance to hear the thoughts of others. As anticipated, these upgraded skills brought him immense joy. The War Intent Roar not only reduced the combat effectiveness of adversaries, but also enhanced that of allies, serving as a pure buff skill. Most astonishingly, the Super Hearing's evolution into acute listening allowed him to perceive the thoughts of others, akin to mind reading. Perfect. While elated, his gaze shifted to the remaining 10 evolution points. With a mere thought, he invested these points into Bloodthirsty Assault, resulting in a significant enhancement of the skill's attributes. Bloodthirsty Assault, Intermediate, entering a state of fury. Physical attack power increases by 50. Attacks with teeth and claws inflict a tearing effect, causing enemies to suffer continuous damage for 5 seconds, with effect stacking. Attacks also trigger a lifesteal effect, restoring one of the damage dealt as health. Observing the upgraded Bloodthirsty Assault, Lin Ye knew he had made the right choice. As his only active offensive skill, its upgrade not only amplified his physical attack power, but also introduced a lifesteal effect. The ability to fight while regaining health was simply overwhelming. Thus, he had expended all 55 evolution points he had recently acquired, and his attributes had transformed dramatically. Name: Lin Ye. Age: 2, 5 years. Species: Mystic Cat. Base attributes: Strength 30, Agility 40, Intelligence 20, Constitution 15. Consuming 1 evolution point increases 1 attribute. Skills: Jumping, Advanced. Climbing, Advanced. Swimming, Advanced. Requires 5 evolution points to upgrade advanced skills. Special skills: Bloodthirsty Assault, Intermediate. Tiger Leap, Beginner. Phantom Glide, Beginner. Fearful Gaze, Intermediate. Summon Cat Demon, Beginner. Invisibility, Beginner. Soul Devour, Beginner. Bullet Time, Beginner. Night Sovereign, Beginner. Seed of Desire, Beginner. War Intent Roar, Beginner. Acute Listening, Beginner. Requires 10 evolution points to elevate skill levels. Energy Reserve, 80. Reaching 100 grants 1 evolution point. evolution points, 0, compared to 2 days prior. His attributes had undergone a transformative overhaul, instilling him with unprecedented confidence. I shall see who possesses the audacity to abduct my subordinate. With that thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. In the next moment, he vanished like a streak of black lightning within the grove. Only a shadow remained, barely discernible. In the vast expanse of Jinghai University, he completed a full circuit in under 2 minutes, nearly startling the pack of stray dogs from the dog gang along the way. However, despite his thorough search, Lin Ye found no clues related to the sheriff. After inquiring the strays he had set loose, the outcome was no different. It was as if the sheriff had vanished from existence. How could this be? Just as Lin Ye found himself at a loss, a large black dog suddenly ran towards him. Upon witnessing this, the strays beside him instantly assumed defensive postures, their fur bristling and low growls emanating from their throats. It was Wealthy, the protector of the Night King. However, upon seeing Wealthy, Lin Ye waved to the gathered cats, saying, "Stand down, let it approach. It harbors no ill will towards me." Indeed, as Lin Ye had asserted, Wealthy exhibited no hostility, appearing even more anxious than the strays. It halted 10 meters away from Lin Ye. "Night King, please do not misunderstand. I am not here to fight. I bear important intelligence to share with you." Chapter 29. Pursuit. The sheriff's clue. After being severely beaten by Lin Ye, Wang Kai now clearly harbored a shadow of fear towards him, as evident from the trepidation reflected in its eyes from a distance. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Lin Ye immediately descended the steps and approached him with measured strides. When he was merely 2 meters away from Wang Kai, he slowly spoke. "Speak. What matter do you wish to report to me? Are you searching for that cowcat?" Wang Kai's words instantly captured Lin Ye's full attention. "I saw it last night," he said. "What time during the night?" Lin Ye pressed. "It was just before dawn. I saw someone put it into a bag and take it out of the school," Wang Kai replied after a moment of careful recollection. "Put into a bag? It didn't resist?" Lin Ye inquired. "No, it seemed to be asleep. It didn't put up any fight when that person put it inside," Wang Kai responded. "Asleep? That's impossible. How could a cat be so on alert?" Lin Ye furrowed his brow. "Unless someone drugged it. Take me to the place where you saw it taken away last night." "All right." Without hesitation, Wang Kai agreed. In the next moment, he led Lin Ye on a mad dash through the campus. Witnessing this spectacle, several university students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Senior Xiaohei is at it again with that dog. He is truly fierce." 2 minutes later, Wang Kai brought Lin Ye to a flower bed. "This is the spot." Observing the flower bed, Lin Ye began to sniff around. Though a cat's sense of smell is not as pronounced as that of a dog, it is still quite keen, and he soon detected the sheriff's scent beside the flower bed. Additionally, he caught a whiff of a particularly foul odor that carried a hint of blood and the faint stench of decay. After circling the flower bed, he quickly found an empty cat food can. Upon gently sniffing it, a look of realization crossed his face. Indeed, the sheriff had been taken away by lacing food with drugs. What could this person's motive be? Animal cruelty? Or perhaps a desire for cat meat? As he pondered, Wang Kai's voice broke through again. "Night King, it's not just your stray cats. Several stray dogs have also gone missing these days. I suspect it's the work of that same individual." You have members missing too?" Lin Ye asked. "Yes. Almost every day one goes missing. And last night was no exception. It seemed the perpetrator targeted not only stray cats, but also stray dogs, striking under the cover of night and even infiltrating the school, likely to avoid suspicion, perhaps even a student from the school." After this analysis, Lin Ye quickly grasped a general direction, but he realized that searching alone would be somewhat challenging. "Wang Kai, I need you to assist me today. Upon completion of the task, I shall reward you with 5 kilograms of pork." Upon hearing the promise of meat, Wang Kai's eyes immediately gleamed with excitement. "What task?" "You need only command, Night King. You must have memorized the sheriff's scent. I wish for you to help me track its current location." Upon hearing Lin Ye's request, Wang Kai hesitated. He understood that this was the work of a human, and humans undoubtedly held dominion in this world. He did not want to attract trouble. A misstep could cost him dearly. 10 kilograms of pork. Lin Ye's voice rang out again. "It's not just about the pork. 20 kilograms, plus an additional 10 kilograms of beef." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai could hardly contain the drool at the corners of his mouth. "Night King, I will certainly help with this task. When shall we begin tracking?" "Right now?" Lin Ye asserted firmly. "All right." After eagerly agreeing, Wang Kai immediately extended his nose to sniff the surroundings. Once he had gathered enough scent, he promptly directed Lin Ye. It's in that direction. Let us go. The next moment, the cat and dog were once again sprinting through the campus. With each distance covered, Wang Kai would pause to gather more scent. Following this trail, they soon exited Jinghai University and proceeded along a narrow path. After approximately 30 minutes, they arrived at an area slated for demolition. This region was in disarray. Some buildings had been torn apart, reduced to rubble, while others remained intact. Though their inhabitants had long since vacated, the entire area was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Strangely, not only were there no humans, but even animals were conspicuously absent. Stray cats, stray dogs, and even birds seemed to have vanished from this region. Night King, this is the place. The scent is most potent here. After sniffing around, Wang Kai returned to Lin Ye's side. However, Lin Ye was too preoccupied to notice him. His eyes scanned the surroundings before he began to climb along the remnants of the crumbling walls. In less than 10 seconds, he reached the top of the tallest building in the area. Standing atop the high water tower, his ears began to function like radar. Every sound within a 5-kilometer radius, regardless of volume, entered his ears and was swiftly processed by his brain, allowing him to pinpoint a location. It was an old cylindrical building less than a kilometer away. Inside, he could hear a cacophony of cat and dog sounds, among which was the sheriff's voice. Found it. After casting a deep glance at the cylindrical building, he leaped towards it with utmost speed. The gap between the buildings, over 9 meters wide, seemed non-existent to him. He covered the distance of over 900 meters in less than 20 seconds. As he silently landed on the rooftop of the cylindrical building, the sounds of the cats and dogs grew increasingly distinct. Simultaneously, he detected the same foul, bloody odor he had encountered at the school. Heightening his vigilance and preparing for combat, his figure gradually faded and ultimately vanished into the air. Descending the rooftop stairs, he soon encountered a scene that left him utterly astonished. In a vacant room, numerous iron cages were neatly lined up, each containing a stray cat or dog. The adjacent room mirrored this unsettling scenario. In just these 2 rooms, there were no fewer than 100 confined stray cats and dogs. Proceeding to the next floor, the situation remained unchanged. What perplexed him further was that these cats and dogs appeared to be in remarkably good condition. Aside from the filthy environment, there were no signs of starvation or abuse. What was going on? Were extreme pet enthusiasts indulging in some sort of confinement play? As he grappled with confusion, faint footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Soon, a young man clad in a black hoodie, concealing himself thoroughly, appeared before Lin Ye, carrying 2 large iron buckets. The youth's face was pale, devoid of color, yet he exhibited surprising strength, showing no signs of strain despite the heavy load he bore. What he did next left Lin Ye utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 30. The timid zombie. Come, it's time for dinner. Today we have your favorite pork. Although it may be slightly less than fresh, make do with it, said the young man, carrying 2 large buckets as he entered a room where dogs were confined. He scooped out handfuls of minced meat from the iron buckets and placed them into bowls within each cage. The moment the meat was introduced, the dogs eagerly devoured it. A satisfied smile spread across the young man's face as he fed them. After tending to the dogs, he swiftly moved to another bucket, pouring small fish into the cages of cats in a different room. He repeated this process until all the cats and dogs had been fed. Once they finished their meal, he approached a specific dog cage. Little Huang, are you full? If you are, it's my turn to eat. Don't worry, I'll only take a little. Just a tiny bit. If you remain silent, I'll assume you agree. With these inexplicable words, he opened the cage and lifted out a scruffy yellow stray dog. Lin Ye, witnessing the scene, wore a perplexed expression. Suddenly, the young man opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the dog's neck. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly pulled away, revealing 2 bloody puncture wounds on the dog's neck. Surprisingly, the dog showed no signs of struggle or significant harm. Once he returned the dog to its cage, the young man slowly turned his head, revealing a ghastly pale face with pristine fangs glistening at the corners of his mouth, smeared with blood. At that moment, Lin Ye's pupils dilated in shock, and the word vampire surfaced in his mind. This young man was evidently not human. Just as he was reeling from the revelation, the young man continued to extract blood from other dogs and cats, eventually displaying a look of satisfaction. Burp. So full. I can last for several days now. Just then, he caught a whiff of something unfamiliar. No, there's a strange scent. Realizing he had been detected, Lin Ye chose to abandon his invisibility. With a swift motion, he revealed himself. Upon his appearance, the supposed vampire's expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? Cats can turn invisible too? Before he could process this, a dark blur raced toward him, and an immense force slammed into his chest, knocking him to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if something pointed had pierced his skin. Lifting his head, he found the black cat he had seen earlier standing on his chest, its claws having inflicted the wound. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized that any sudden movement might cost him his life. He lay still, pleading, "Please spare me, great cat. I swear I meant no harm to those kitties. I only took a little blood from them, less than 10 milliliters each." Lin Ye regarded him coldly before using his paw to pry open his lips. Upon seeing the fangs hidden within, he muttered to himself, "What on earth is this creature? Could he truly be a vampire? I'm not a vampire. I'm a zombie." "A zombie? Wait, you can understand me?" Lin Ye stared in disbelief at the young man beneath him. "Yes. I possess a superpower that allows me to communicate with animals, so I can understand you, great cat," the young man hastily explained. Superpower? Lin Ye frowned at the term. However, he quickly reconciled with the notion. After all, it wasn't entirely implausible that a few individuals among humans could possess extraordinary abilities. Accepting the fact that the young man could comprehend him, Lin Ye inquired further, "You claim to be a zombie? Is that true? Aren't zombies supposed to be stiff and lurching around? You seem just like a normal person." "I'm a living zombie. What you describe pertains to the dead zombies. There is a distinction," he clarified. "And what would that be?" "I was bitten by a zombie while I was alive. The others became zombies only after death." "I see. But aren't zombies known for feeding on human blood? Why are you here consuming the blood of cats and dogs?" Lin Ye's face reflected confusion once more. The young man's subsequent response nearly made Lin Ye laugh. "Because I'm too afraid. I couldn't even bring myself to kill a chicken when I was younger, let alone a person. Besides, biting someone is illegal. What if the Public Security Bureau arrested me? Even as a zombie, you're still this timid." Lin Ye rolled his eyes. "So you resort to capturing cats and dogs for sustenance?" "Exactly. While cat and dog blood may not be as rich in quality as human blood, it suffices to sustain my life, and it goes unnoticed." "Are you concerned about draining them dry?" "Yes. I only take a little from each once a week, so it won't harm them at all." "You must be a university student, right? You figured it out, great cat?" the young man exclaimed, astonished. Only someone so cowardly, dark, foolish, yet kind-hearted could be a university student. "The zombie that turned you must regret their decision." With a bashful smile, he scratched his head. "You feed them daily. You're not a zombie. You're a savior of cats and dogs." "Not really. I just have a fondness for small animals and can't bear to harm them." As the two exchanged casual banter, Lin Ye learned more about the young man. His name was Yu Lu, a senior student at a medical university, not the city's main university. He had been bitten by a zombie in an unfortunate accident, transforming him into a mere zombie. To sustain his life without harming others, he devised a plan to care for stray cats and dogs while consuming their blood. Having grasped the situation, Lin Ye released him. Just as he was about to inquire further about zombies, Yu Li's expression suddenly changed, his once normal pupils turning white. "Oh no, my kindred are approaching. They must have sensed my presence." "Your kindred?" "Yes. The one who turned me into a zombie created more than one. I can sense at least 4 approaching. They are not like me. They feed on human blood and are all exceptionally malevolent." As he spoke, Yu Li hurriedly began unlocking the cages containing the cats and dogs. "We can't let them find these animals, or they will all be doomed. Great cat, you should leave as well. If they catch you, they'll devour you too." Before long, many cats and dogs were freed from their cages, including the sheriff. When the sheriff spotted Lin Ye, his feline face displayed a hint of surprise. Night King, you've also been captured by him?" "Captured? I'm here to rescue you." As soon as Lin Ye uttered those words, he detected a series of inhuman growls emanating from the vicinity, and he promptly directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. A mere glance revealed figures scaling the rooftops and walls. Before even drawing near, he was assailed by an aura of malevolence, akin to but distinct from the malevolent spirits he had previously encountered. This peculiar scent was unmistakably that of zombies. Chapter 31. The instant kill of the undead. Although Yul exerted every ounce of effort to free the cats and dogs, he was evidently running out of time. The cage had barely opened halfway when 4 zombies, exuding an aura of malevolence, arrived at the base of the building with an unnerving speed. With a mere glance, Lin Ye discerned their appearance. 3 men and 1 woman, all in their early 20s, dressed just like ordinary people, albeit with pallid skin. In stark contrast to the feeble Yul, these 4 appeared remarkably robust, radiating a powerful presence, with their eyes nearly entirely turned a ghastly yellow. "It's over, they're coming," Lin Ye warned. "Cat leader, I'll hold them off. Take the chance to escape." If possible, I hope you can lead the other cats and dogs to safety. As Lin Ye assessed the 4 zombies, Yule's anxious voice drifted from beside him. Taken aback, Lin Ye glanced at Yule. It was indeed rare to encounter someone who retained such kindness after undergoing the transformation into a zombie. You worthless fool. Have you forgotten the task assigned by our master yesterday? Where is the blood meal you prepared? A voice filled with fury echoed from below. Yule visibly trembled upon hearing the voice, clearly terrified of its owner. After a moment of struggle, he ultimately leaped down from the 3rd floor, confronting the 4 zombies. Brothers, what brings you here? Yule attempted to greet the 4 with a sycophantic expression, but before he could finish, a figure lunged towards him, seizing his neck with a grip so powerful it nearly crushed his windpipe. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a young man in a leather jacket, hair slicked back with pomade, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. The young man's pupils were tinged with yellow, and his fangs glimmered ominously, exuding a terrifying stench of blood. After a disdainful glance at Yule, the young man sneered, "You are truly pathetic. To have transformed into a zombie before us, yet possess such feeble strength is a waste of our master's gift. Surely, you haven't even killed a single person yet. Do you still regard those weak creatures as your kin?" Struggling, Yule managed to utter, "Dragon. Brother, that's not true. I've killed before, I've tasted human blood. Just give me another chance." The moment those words left his lips, the leather-clad youth erupted into laughter, turning to his 3 companions. "This fool claims he has killed and tasted human blood? Do you believe him?" The other 3 zombies displayed mocking expressions. After their ridicule, the leather-clad youth's gaze returned to Yule. "Our master has grown impatient, so he sent us to extract the essence from you." The horror in Yule's eyes intensified. A human could become a zombie, but a zombie could never revert to human form. Extracting his essence would seal his fate. "Be obedient, do not resist, and I will make it quick. You will feel no pain." A sinister smile crept across the young man's face as he licked his lips, eyes glinting with greed. As the youth's fangs inched closer to Yule's neck, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the building. Woof, woof, woof. A large yellow dog, seizing the opportunity, bit down on the young man's ankle before he could react. The sudden pain caused the young man to frown. Simultaneously, a multitude of stray dogs dashed out from the building, barking ferociously at the 4 zombies. Seeing the swarm of dogs, the leather-clad youth smirked. "No wonder you've survived without sucking human blood. It seems you feast on these dogs instead. They protect you. You must treat them well." The yellow dog clung fiercely to the young man's ankle, growling lowly. "You dare to die?" The youth roared in fury, bending down to seize the yellow dog and savagely sinking his teeth into its neck. "No." Yule's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to break free, but it was too late. Within seconds, the yellow dog lay lifeless on the ground, its blood fully drained. Big Yellow. Big Yellow. As he witnessed the yellow dog's demise, Yule's eyes filled with rage, his limbs thrashing desperately. Meanwhile, the leather-clad youth wore a look of disdain. "Dog blood is truly vile. Human blood is far superior. Only a waste like you would stoop to drinking such refuse. But since you care so much for them, I shall take delight in slaughtering them before your very eyes." With a perverse smile, the youth signaled to his 3 companions. In an instant, the 3 zombies bared their fangs and claws, ready to attack the gathered strays. "No, Dragon Brother, please, don't harm them." Despair was etched across Yule's face, as his eyes turned white and his fangs began to emerge. He ultimately broke free from the leather-clad youth's grip. Upon landing, he launched an attack, but someone who had never tasted human blood stood no chance against the youth. The leather-clad youth toyed with Yule as if he were a mere plaything, repeatedly knocking him to the ground, only to watch him rise again. When Yule finally exhausted his strength, the youth seized him by the neck once more, lifting him high. "Pathetic, you squandered your chance. Given your performance, not only will you perish today, but none of these cats or dogs will survive either. Let's start with that black cat over there." With that, the youth turned Yule's head to face a sleek black cat, perched elegantly on the railing of the 1st floor, its golden eyes revealing no trace of fear. In a moment of desperation, Yule summoned all his strength and shouted, "Cat leader, hurry and run." However, the ensuing scene shattered his understanding of reality. The black cat not only failed to flee, but instead approached them with graceful strides. As it approached within 10 meters, the cat suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a commanding roar that reverberated through the air. The moment the sound pierced the atmosphere, all 4 zombies, including the leather-clad youth, felt a tremor in their hearts, their formidable presence waning. It was as though the creature that roared was not a mere cat, but a terrifying prehistoric beast. Amidst the terror, The leather-clad youth dared to steal a glance at Lin Ye. As their eyes met, Lin Ye's form began to shift, enveloped in a swirling black mist. The black cat, initially no taller than the youth's knees, transformed into a towering black tiger, wreathed in flames. The ground trembled beneath its paws as it took a step forward, unleashing a deafening roar that resonated through the earth. In that instant, an overwhelming dread filled the youth's heart, plunging him into an abyss of fear, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. Then he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if something razor-edged had torn open his windpipe. As he lowered his gaze, he beheld the same black cat once more, perched upon his chest, its claws faintly stained with remnants of flesh and blood. Immediately afterward, he heard the final sound of his life. Meow. The instant the feline cry echoed, an immense force shattered his neck. From the moment Lin Ye appeared until the demise of the leather-clad youth, merely a handful of seconds elapsed. Yul, who had been seized by the youth, bore witness to the entire sequence. In his perception, Lin Ye simply pounced, causing the youth to collapse instantly, followed by Lin Ye tearing at his throat with his claws and ultimately dispatching him with a single strike. The youth offered no resistance whatsoever. Such a spectacle left Yul utterly dumbfounded. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Ye had already descended from the youth's body. Simultaneously, the other 3 zombies who had accompanied the youth were equally astounded to see their comrade slain by a mere feline. Heavens! What manner of creature is this cat? Long Gu was felled by it. This cat is peculiar. It is certainly no ordinary feline. What course of action should we pursue now? What else is there to do but eliminate it? After deliberation, the 3 zombies immediately assumed combat postures and advanced towards Lin Ye. Their velocity was remarkable, surpassing human limitations. However, in Lin Ye's eyes, they moved with the sluggishness of turtles. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Lin Ye unleashed another thunderous roar, activating his bloodlust assault. Meow. In the subsequent instant, he transformed into a black streak of lightning, hurtling towards the 3 zombies. When he touched down once more, his claws were stained crimson with blood. Thud. Following the sound of 3 heavy objects hitting the ground, the 3 zombies, their necks lacerated and bloodied, lay prostrate behind Lin Ye, their expressions conveying disbelief. After a moment, they struggled to their feet. Exchanging glances, they reached a unanimous decision: flee. Although they were yet to comprehend how a cat could possess such formidable power, this did not hinder their assessment of the situation. They were no match for this feline. Having resolved to escape, the trio scattered in different directions, traversing the ruins with bestial agility. Observing their imminent departure, Lin Ye made no attempt to pursue them. Only after several seconds did he stir. Once more, he morphed into a black bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he overtook one of the zombies, who had already covered 100 meters, and snapped its neck with a single blow. Subsequently, he retraced his steps in other directions. In under a minute, all 3 fleeing zombies were brutally vanquished. Having completed this task, he leisurely approached Yul. By this point, Yul was utterly bewildered, only snapping out of his stupor when Lin Ye extended a paw and nudged him. He cast his gaze upon the 4 lifeless zombies and then back at Lin Ye, who appeared as an ordinary cat, and he began to question his own sanity. Just then, Lin Ye's voice echoed, "Go and absorb the essence from those 4. Huh, they were about to absorb you. Now you go and absorb them. If I'm not mistaken, zombies primarily grow stronger through this method, correct? Do you not aspire to become more powerful?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Yul paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, they each possess a drop of essence from a superior zombie, which is our primary source of power. Then what are you waiting for? I dare not, Yul stammered, his expression sheepish. Lin Ye, you are not a zombie, you are a sluggard. Do you have no aspirations, such as becoming a zombie king? I do not, Yul replied, his face filled with reluctance. Then do you have any desires? To become stronger, wealthier, more attractive to women? I do not, Yul reiterated, shaking his head. You truly are. Lin Ye trailed off, at a loss for words. Were it not for his concern that absorbing the zombie's essence would transform him into a zombie cat, he would have already devoured their essence. It seems I must administer some drastic medicine, Lin Ye mused, observing Yul's lack of ambition. He promptly cast the seed of desire upon him. Unsurprisingly, the seed of desire took root within his heart. The once apathetic Yul's eyes suddenly blazed with fervor. Simultaneously, Lin Ye successfully sensed the desire lurking deep within him. However, upon discerning his desire, Lin Ye's expression turned bewildered. Is he daft? His desire is to raise cats and dogs. Indeed, Yul's deepest yearning was to raise countless cats and dogs, and spend his days in their company. While utterly speechless, Lin Ye did not neglect to whisper in his ear, "Since your dream is to be with these cats and dogs, do you not wish to protect them? This world is fraught with peril. If you lack sufficient strength, how will you safeguard them? Just as before, De Huang was drained before your very eyes. If you had possessed sufficient power then, you could have prevented such a tragedy. Therefore, only by becoming more powerful can you better protect these cats and dogs." Influenced by Lin Ye's words, Yule's eyes gradually transformed. Strength, protection. Yes, I must rely on my own strength to safeguard them. Then go and drain them dry. As soon as Lin Ye uttered these words, Yule strode towards the nearest corpse, that of the leather-clad youth. Without hesitation, he bared his fangs and sank them into the youth's neck. In a matter of seconds, the youth's corpse was reduced to a desiccated husk. After absorbing the essence from the youth's body, Yule's aura immediately intensified, and his previously emaciated frame gained considerable muscle mass. His pale eyes gradually acquired a golden hue. Observing this transformation, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Through the preceding battle, he had gained a rough understanding of the zombie's strength. If classified according to the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs ranking system, the youth and his companions were approximately C grade. The previous Yule was roughly C-. After absorbing the youth's essence, Yule had directly ascended to C grade. I wonder what my current strength level is. As Lin Ye pondered these questions, Yule proceeded to extract the essence from the remaining 3 zombies, one after another. By the time he returned to Lin Ye's side, his aura and appearance had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His once gaunt frame was now incredibly robust, his taut muscles nearly bursting through his clothes. His previously pallid eyes had now transformed entirely into gold, signifying his ascension to the next stage. As for his aura, it was now comparable to that of the former lust ghoul, reaching C grade. More importantly, the seed of desire within him had fully sprouted, rendering him completely subservient to Lin Ye. Under Lin Ye's scrutinizing gaze, he knelt on one knee and lowered his head, demonstrating his fealty. Observing this display, Lin Ye was struck by an idea. From this day forward, you shall be the leader of the Holy Flame, Miao Miao sect. Your task shall be to carry out my will. Furthermore, you shall no longer address me as Cat Boss, but as Night Lord. As he spoke, Lin Ye extended his forepaw and placed it upon Yule's head. Yule's face, in turn, was illuminated by an expression of fervent devotion. Simultaneously, within an underground chamber at a construction site in Jinghai City, a pitch-black coffin suddenly shuddered. In the next instant, the coffin lid was flung open. Within the coffin, a zombie clad in the official garb of a former dynasty abruptly opened its malevolent green eyes. Chapter 33. The terrifying green-eyed zombie. Take this money, find a new place, and buy some food for these cats and dogs. In front of the tenement building, after Lin Ye was appointed as the high priest of the sacred fire Miao Miao sect by Yu, he quickly conjured a substantial amount of cash from his dimensional pocket. Yu, who had already revered Lin Ye as a deity, looked upon him with even greater admiration upon witnessing his ability to summon money out of thin air. Rest assured, Night King, I will find a suitable location for the headquarters of our sacred fire Miao Miao sect. Headquarters? Indeed. I believe our sect should not only have a headquarters, but also a distinct program and doctrine. I shall begin formulating these once I return home. Moreover, I humbly request that your image, Night King, be used as our sect's totem, with your paw print serving as our emblem. Seeing Yu becoming increasingly dramatic, Lin Ye promptly interrupted him. Design it as you wish. By the way, tell me about the zombie that transformed you into one. What does it look like? What is its power? Upon hearing this question, Yuli's expression grew serious. It appears quite terrifying, with green eyes that do not belong to our era, clad in the official garb of a bygone dynasty. As for its power, I cannot say for certain, but I believe it could effortlessly crush me in my current state. And it can fly. It can fly? Green eyes? Lin Ye's countenance shifted slightly at these 2 words. A flying green-eyed zombie undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength, likely at least a B-grade existence, or perhaps even stronger. The mere thought of such a fearsome entity lurking in his city filled Lin Ye with a sense of unease. Do you know where it is now? Lin Ye inquired further. I do not know. It always finds us, and we have never known where it hides, Yu replied, shaking his head. However, now that you, Night King, have slain the 4 low-level zombies it created, it must have sensed that. What? Lin Ye exclaimed in shock. We were created from its blood. Our relationship is akin to that of a son to a father. It has absolute control over us, and naturally, it can sense our life or death. I believe it will find us soon. After hearing Yu Li's explanation, Lin Ye's expression turned increasingly grim. Being targeted by a B-grade entity was far from a trivial matter. When do you think it will come looking for us? It should be at night. It never acts during the day. It seems to have a fear of daylight. Yulu contemplated before responding. Fear of daylight. That makes sense. As a zombie, it would naturally be averse to light. But why are you not afraid? We are not pure zombies. We are essentially still living beings, so we do not fear it. Ah, I see. With this newfound knowledge, Lin Ye, who had initially planned to return to school, promptly decided against it. If he returned, he might inadvertently lead that zombie back with him, turning it into a buffet of sorts. No, he had to resolve this issue swiftly, otherwise, he would be sitting on a ticking time bomb. But how exactly could he kill it? Perhaps due to the additional intelligence he had gained. An idea suddenly illuminated his mind. Of course, the ultraviolet light. Zombies fear sunlight primarily due to the ultraviolet rays. If I use ultraviolet lamps to shine on it, it will surely weaken its combat prowess significantly, and if I have enough of them, I might even be able to kill it outright. With this thought, he glanced at Yulu beside him. Yulu, I have a task for you. Procure as many ultraviolet lamps as you can, and also get plenty of batteries. Once you return, I will instruct you on what to do. Understood, Night King. I shall go at once. Having already become Lin Ye's subordinate, Yulu did not question the rationale behind the request. He simply agreed. After more than an hour, he returned with a substantial number of ultraviolet lamps and batteries. Under Lin Ye's direction, he quickly arranged the lamps around the vacant lot of the tenement building and created a simple series circuit. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away at the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau, an alarming phone call was received. Are you saying your friend has not come out since entering that basement? And you heard the sounds of wild beasts inside? Very well, please provide the specific location. We will dispatch officers immediately. 38, Chunxiao Road, Longtu Yuan Phase 3 construction site. Correct? We will notify you as soon as we have any updates. After the operator hung up, she quickly turned to a middle-aged officer nearby. Captain Ma, we have a situation. Someone reported several corpses at a halted construction site, and their friend has gone missing after entering. They suspect some kind of beast is hiding inside. Upon hearing this, Ma Yingjie, the captain of the criminal investigation team, immediately perked up. Corpses? What kind of corpses? The caller described them as resembling dried meat hanging from trees. The operator replied, glancing at her notes. Understood. I will take a team to investigate right away. Rising from his seat, Ma Yingjie donned a hat and addressed several officers in the same office. Xiao Li, Xiao Lu, De Gang, and Maozi, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 officers stood up. Just then, a clean-cut young officer also rose from his seat. He was El Bin, a newly inducted intern investigator and Ma Yingjie's apprentice. Master, may I accompany you? I haven't handled a major case yet since joining. You? Ma Yingjie glanced back at him. Fine, you can come along, but you must stay behind me. Yes, master. I promise to follow your instructions. With that, the 5 officers departed in a public vehicle toward the incident location. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the Longtu Yuan Phase 3 construction site. When they located the basement as described by the caller, they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. A large pile of animal carcasses lay in front of the basement entrance. Cats, dogs, rats, and various birds. All the bodies had turned into desiccated remains, their moisture entirely evaporated. As they ventured further inside, 3 human corpses appeared before them. Gazing at the gruesome sight of the dead, fear crept into the eyes of all 6 officers, sending chills down their spines. An ominous premonition loomed over them, yet out of a sense of duty, they continued to advance cautiously. During this time, they all drew their sidearms and switched on their flashlights. Guided by the beams of light, the 6 officers proceeded deeper into the basement. Drip, drip. Suddenly, the sound of water dripping onto the ground echoed before them, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. With a sense of overwhelming tension, LV Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard, his grip on the firearm becoming increasingly pale from exertion. At that moment, he felt an unusual sensation beneath his foot, something soft, slippery, and remarkably elastic, accompanied by a faint stickiness. When he aimed his flashlight towards the ground, curiosity quickly turned to horror as he realized he was standing on a gruesome pile of organs. The unmistakable form of the tissue confirmed it was human, rather than that of any animal. Drip, drip. The sound of droplets echoed once more, with one drop landing directly on LV Bin's forehead. There was no chill. Instead, it bore a hint of warmth. Tentatively reaching up, he felt the same sticky texture, accompanied by a disturbingly familiar scent. A sudden realization sent tremors through him. his teeth clattering softly in fear. He dared not raise his gaze, nor direct the beam of light above him. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Lin Ye, who was leading the group, turned back in confusion. Xiaobin, what's wrong? At the sound of his mentor's voice, the trembling LV Bin glanced up momentarily. Lin Ye, equally puzzled, followed his gaze with the flashlight. As the light illuminated the area above, the security personnel present were confronted with an image they would never forget. Corpses hung like cured meat from the fire suppression pipes in the basement, and the incessant dripping they had heard was the blood cascading from them to the floor. Just as they were gripped by sheer terror, a primal roar echoed from behind them. In swift succession, gunfire erupted within the dark confines of the basement, ringing out for several minutes, soon followed by the chilling sounds of screams and flesh being torn apart. Minutes later, silence enveloped the space, and a figure stumbled from the basement entrance, collapsing in a faint by the roadside. Chapter 34. As night falls, a confrontation now. All that remains is to await the arrival of that green-eyed zombie. As soon as it comes, you must immediately activate the power, understood? In the demolition zone, Lin Ye strolled about the open space in front of the tenement building while instructing Yulu beside him. Upon hearing his instructions, Yulu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Night King, I am absolutely reliable in my tasks. At that moment, Lin Ye seemed to recall something. By the way, are zombies afraid of glutinous rice? Huh. Yulu paused for a moment before shaking his head. I haven't tried it, but I don't think they would be afraid. What about the urine of a young boy? That should be harmless. I am a young boy myself. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be able to relieve myself every day. And black dog blood? Surely it must be fearful of that. How could it be? I've absorbed blood of all colors from dogs without issue. Well then, realizing that none of his devised methods to restrain the zombies would work, Lin Ye decided it was pointless to ponder further. The peculiarities of this world could not be addressed with the same tactics as those depicted in the zombie films of his past life. He could only hope that the ultraviolet lights would prove effective. Finding a comfortable spot, Lin Ye lay down and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to ensure his body was in optimal condition before the impending battle. Time passed, and in a state of serene repose, he suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through him. With this newfound strength, all his attributes doubled. Agility, strength, endurance, vision, smell, and hearing were all significantly enhanced. Even his aura underwent a remarkable transformation. Yulu, who was idly playing on his phone nearby, noticed Lin Ye's change, and his face filled with astonishment. Night King, you seem to have grown stronger. However, Lin Ye disregarded him, slowly opening his eyes. The sun had completely set, and the moon had taken command of the sky. His night had arrived. Stretching languidly, Lin Ye gazed into the pitch-black night, his golden eyes seemingly piercing through the void. He sensed an ominous presence rapidly approaching his location, advancing several hundred meters each passing second. In a mere 10 minutes, it was closing in on the perimeter of the demolition zone. He is coming, Lin Ye murmured softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Nearby, Yulu displayed a look of trepidation. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Ye could hear his heart racing at an alarming rate, a manifestation of anxiety and fear. As time progressed, this sensation intensified. 2 minutes later, a figure radiating an aura of terror landed less than 50 meters in front of him, dressed in tattered official garb from a bygone era. Its skin was a ghastly shade of greenish-black, marred by white fur, and its face was a grotesque mask of decay, complete with sharp canine teeth and eerie green eyes. With each breath, it exhaled plumes of black gas, exuding an overwhelming pressure merely by standing still. Undoubtedly, this was the green-eyed zombie that had conferred the identity of a zombie upon Yulu. Upon its appearance, its gaze fixed upon the trembling Yulu. With a series of hops, it drew nearer, intermittently growling as if interrogating him. In response to the zombie's inquiry, Yulu hastily explained, Master, they sought to kill me, so I had no choice but to slay them. It was solely my doing. However, his words failed to convince the green-eyed zombie. With a deafening roar, it leapt forward, poised to pounce on Yulu. In a panic, Yulu turned and fled, darting into the spacious ground floor of the tenement building. Just as he entered, the green-eyed zombie followed suit. As soon as the zombie stepped inside, Yulu swiftly pressed a switch on the wall and leaped out of a window. In the next moment, dozens of ultraviolet lights illuminated the room, flooding it with violet radiance. The instant the green-eyed zombie entered, it was scorched by the ultraviolet beams. Its tattered official garb and exposed skin emitted wisps of white smoke. In agony, the green-eyed zombie let out a series of pained wails. Witnessing this, Yulu, now outside the building, rejoiced. Nice. The Night King really is the Night King. He has devised such a method to combat zombies. Burn, burn, you wretched creature. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the enraged green-eyed zombie emitted a piercing shriek. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, its horrific scream shattered all the ultraviolet lights in the room. The once brightly lit space was plunged into darkness. Damn, this is bad. Realizing the dire situation, Yulu turned to flee. But the now furious green-eyed zombie would not let him escape. In an instant, it lunged after him with lightning speed. Just as Yulu was about to be caught, a shadow darted out from the side. The airborne green-eyed zombie had no time to react before the shadow collided with it, sending it crashing into the wall and creating a large hole. The shadow that had struck it gracefully landed on the ground. Meow. A resounding cat call echoed through the night sky, causing the expression of the green-eyed zombie to shift dramatically. Before it could rise, another shadow charged towards it at breakneck speed. Instinctively, the zombie attempted to claw at the shadow, but it ultimately grasped at nothing but air. With a swift motion, horrifying gashes appeared on its chest. Its seemingly invulnerable skin easily torn apart. Only then did it discern the source of the attack, a black cat, no larger than an ordinary house cat. Infuriated by this revelation, the green-eyed zombie slammed its fists into the ground, propelling itself into the air as it lunged towards the black cat. Yet, at that moment, a mocking smile graced the cat's lips. In an instant, the black cat vanished from its sight. Then, the zombie felt an immense force collide with its back, followed by the sound of blades piercing flesh. Bang! The green-eyed zombie crashed to the ground, quickly regaining its footing, but the humiliation ignited a furious rage within it. With a primal roar, the green-eyed zombie began to wreak havoc in the room, clawing at the reinforced concrete walls as if they were made of paper, leaving gaping holes in its wake. With a mere swipe, it could shatter pillars as thick as a person. In less than 5 minutes, the ground floor had been reduced to ruins. It was no exaggeration to say that its fighting prowess had reached a level beyond the capacity of any ordinary military force. Only heavy artillery could hope to eradicate it. Yet, despite its formidable strength, it had yet to lay a finger on Lin Ye. Under the cloak of night, Lin Ye's agility attribute soared to a formidable 80 points, his speed approaching the very threshold of sound itself, coupled with bullet time and ghostly strides. The green-eyed zombie appeared as sluggish as a tortoise in his perception. The only challenge he faced was the creature's astonishing vitality, even after he had torn its neck asunder. It remained unfazed. It seemed evident that its vulnerabilities lay within its heart or brain. He resolved to target the heart first. With determination, Lin Ye launched himself at the green-eyed zombie with the ferocity of a tiger leaping across a ravine. A dull thud resonated as the zombie was brought crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment before it could rise, Lin Ye unleashed a bloodthirsty assault, striking at its heart with a flurry of claws in rapid succession. In the span of a single second, he shredded its chest, obliterating the pitch-black heart contained within. As the heart was torn apart, the once vibrant green-eyed zombie fell utterly still. Soon after, a plume of dark mist began to waft from its body. Recognizing the familiar essence of the black mist, Lin Ye instinctively opened his mouth wide, consuming it entirely. In the following moment, a series of notifications materialized before him. Chapter 35. Soul Devouring Iron Claw, Bloodkin, Feeding on the Resentment of the Zombie. Energy Reserve 100. Feeding on the Resentment of the Zombie. Energy Reserve 100. You have devoured the strange green-eyed zombie, acquiring the special skill Soul Devouring Iron Claw. Soul Devouring Iron Claw. Beginner. A forward swipe of the claws unleashes a powerful claw wind, dealing remote physical damage to the target within a range of 3 meters, cooldown time of 15 seconds. As Lin Ye beheld the series of prompts before him, a wave of elation surged within his heart. He had never anticipated that vanquishing this green-eyed zombie would allow him to consume its resentment and, moreover, bestow upon him a formidable ranged skill. Eager to test this newfound ability, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. His gaze soon settled upon a magnolia tree, robust enough at the trunk to be likened to a bull's circumference, standing a precise 3 meters away from him. Witness my soul-devouring iron claw. He silently chanted the skill's name, simultaneously brandishing his right claw towards the tree. In the next instant, 3 fierce claw winds surged forth, slicing through the air towards the magnolia. With 3 soft sounds, the ancient tree, having thrived for countless years, was cleaved into 3 immaculate sections. Lin Ye's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Is it truly this powerful? Had I possessed this skill earlier, I could have reduced that zombie to mere scraps in no time. It seems I shall prioritize enhancing this skill in the future. While he marveled at the might of the soul-devouring iron claw, Lu, who had previously concealed himself, emerged from behind a wall, his face awash with disbelief. Night King, you are incredible, he exclaimed, cautiously glancing at the lifeless form of the green-eyed zombie on the ground. As a living corpse birthed from the green-eyed zombie, he was acutely aware of its demise. It was precisely this knowledge that prompted his earlier remark. The notion that a mere cat could obliterate a formidable zombie was beyond his comprehension. In that moment, an idea took root in his mind. He must be the embodiment of a feline deity. His gaze towards Lin Ye grew increasingly fervent. Unbeknownst to Lin Ye, who was preoccupied with assessing the corpse, his attention was drawn to an object nestled within its chest, a glossy black orb, the size of a pigeon egg. He sensed that this orb might be an enigmatic artifact. As he reached out with his claw to touch it, a prompt materialized before him. Discovered the enigmatic corpse Dan. Place this item within the corpse's abdomen, and after 7 days, a green-eyed zombie will be born, entirely under your control. Absorbing the resentment within this item will grant you 1,000 energy reserves. Would you like to absorb it? Corpse Dan, it can create a new green-eyed zombie? Lin Ye pondered, acknowledging the allure of the proposition. After all, a green-eyed zombie was a Class B anomaly, and he could hardly contend with one directly in daylight. If he could acquire such a potent ally, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing. However, upon further reflection, he shook his head in dismay. Setting aside the amount of blood required to nurture a zombie, the Anomaly Regulation Bureau was no trifling matter. Should he create one, it was likely that the Bureau would soon discover and eliminate it. Rather than risk such an outcome, he resolved to absorb the resentment instead. With this thought in mind, he promptly made his decision. In the next moment, the dark energy from the Corpse Dan was entirely absorbed. Absorbing Corpse Dan, energy reserves 1,000, and you acquire the special skill Bloodkin. Bloodkin, beginner. By biting the target, you infuse your power into their body, transforming them into your Bloodkin. The Bloodkin will possess 1/10 of your strength, and as your power grows, so too will that of your Bloodkin, who will unconditionally obey your commands. Currently, you may create 10 Bloodkin. Lin Ye's eyes flickered with surprise as he absorbed the new information, particularly the description of the skill known as Bloodkin. Undoubtedly, this ability was an evolution derived from the green-eyed zombie's capacity to produce offspring. Having witnessed numerous anomalies, he had already conceived the idea of cultivating his own faction, and this skill perfectly aligned with that ambition. The progeny of the green-eyed zombie were termed living corpses. He mused. What would he call his own? Cat slaves? If Lu hadn't already possessed the powers of a zombie, he might have tested it on him. Then again, the green-eyed zombie was now deceased. He wondered if Lu could inherit its strength. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to Lu. Quickly absorb its essence. Don't waste a moment. This. Lu hesitated, staring at the ghastly remains of the zombie. Ultimately, he steeled himself against his revulsion and sank his fangs into the zombie's neck. A minute later, he raised his head once more. After consuming all the vital blood within the green-eyed zombie, dark energy enveloped him. In that instant, both his physical strength and control over his powers surged dramatically. His once yellow irises had transformed, with a significant portion shifting to green. It was evident that since Lin Ye absorbed the crucial Corpse Dan, Lu had not fully inherited the powers of the green-eyed zombie. Nevertheless, his strength had risen from AC to AB rank. No longer did he resemble the feeble, reclusive figure he once was. His physique was now muscular and well-defined, exuding an extraordinary aura. With a touch of grooming, he could easily pass as a strikingly handsome individual, provided he did not indulge in foolish antics. I feel terrifyingly strong now, he proclaimed, striking a rather pretentious pose. Enough with the vanity. Focus on disposing of the corpse and cleaning up the traces here. Lin Ye instructed. Understood, Night King. Additionally, hurry and locate a new base to cultivate followers for our Holy Fire Meow Meow sect. Gender is irrelevant. The sole requirement is an ardent passion for cats. Unwavering fervor. Do you comprehend? Absolutely. I will establish rigorous entry tests to ensure they are the most devout followers. Lu promised, thumping his chest. Satisfied with his assurance, Lin Ye nodded approvingly. Once you find a suitable location, come to the school to report to me, and I shall bestow upon them the power they seek. After imparting these words, Lin Ye bestowed several gold bars upon Lu as startup capital for the Holy Fire Meow Meow sect. Once this series of tasks was completed, He turned his gaze towards the sheriff nearby. Let us return to the school. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sheriff scampered over eagerly. Night King, will there be kin food when we return? Didn't we agree to have kin food today? Alas, your portion has already been devoured by the other cats. What? Which scoundrel consumed my share? I shall confront them. Just teasing you. Your portion is saved for you. In the future, refrain from accepting food from strangers. But he offered me kin food. How could he be a stranger? Serves you right for being caught. Next time, I shall have you punished. Punished? I have no interest in female cats. Do not follow too closely behind me next time. The two cat silhouettes soon vanished into the night. Chapter 36. Abundant Evolution Points. Attribute Enhancement Captain. We have just received a call from the Public Security Bureau. 6 officers from the Criminal Investigation Unit were ambushed during an external mission. 5 were killed on the spot, while 1 managed to escape with great effort. The director has now ordered us to rush to the scene. Within the building of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau in Jinghai City, a young girl presented a report to Zhou Chen. Upon hearing her account, he immediately took the document from her hands. After reviewing the detailed contents and several photographs, his expression swiftly turned grave. Blood-sucking entities lying in coffins. Could it be a vampire? Before he could finish, a member of his team shook his head. It can't be a vampire. They are only active in Europe. I believe it is more likely a zombie. Previously, in Haicheng, there was a Class C armored corpse that slaughtered an entire village, draining the villagers of their blood. Why speculate? Let us grab our gear and investigate the scene, suggested another team member. His proposal received immediate approval from the group. Half an hour later, fully armed, they arrived at the location of the incident, a basement within a construction site. As they surveyed the horrific scene, they collectively gasped in shock. The underground space resembled a hellscape, strewn with dismembered limbs. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, indicating a fierce gunfight had transpired. Regrettably, the outcome was dire. Aside from one fortunate escapee, all armed officers perished here. Amidst their astonishment, they finally spotted the coffin described by the survivor. At that moment, it lay empty, containing only a few burial items. This sight caused the prepared team members to furrow their brows in confusion. Where could it have gone? Had it ventured out to feed? With this question lingering, Zhou Chen turned his gaze to a female team member, Ma Xiaonan, the bearer of the ghost mirror. Xiaonan, assess the level of resentment here and inquire with the mirror about the whereabouts of that zombie. Understood, Captain. Complying with Zhou Chen's command, Ma Xiaonan promptly retrieved a specialized instrument. After conducting her measurements, the device soon displayed a startling number, 2,500. This is a Class B anomaly. Her face instantly registered shock. The others gasped in horror, a wave of intense fear washing over them. For them, a Class B anomaly posed a significant threat that could lead to their annihilation. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chen led the team in a hasty retreat from the basement. Once they were safely back in their vehicle, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. That was close. If we had encountered it, we would have been doomed, one remarked. Indeed, who would have thought a Class B zombie was lurking in Jinghai City? Our bureau had no inkling of its presence. I wonder where it has gone. Zhou Chen pondered aloud. Xiaonan, consult the mirror. At his request, the group turned their attention to Ma Xiaonan. Upon hearing the command, she quickly produced the ghost mirror. After expending some of her energy, the entity within the mirror unexpectedly provided an astounding answer. What? That zombie is already dead, Ma Xiaonan exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. A sentiment echoed by her companions. Eager to uncover the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Class B zombie, Ma Xiaonan resolutely sent more of her energy into the mirror. After 2 consecutive drains, her complexion paled considerably, but she pressed on, posing her question. Mirror ghost, who killed that zombie? To her astonishment, after her inquiry, the mirror ghost fell silent and submerged itself within the ghost mirror, choosing to withhold an answer. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the team exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Why was the mirror ghost refusing to respond again? The last time it had done so, and now it was happening once more. They collectively arrived at a chilling conclusion. It must be the night demon. The night demon consumed that zombie. Realizing this, they felt an icy chill enveloping them. An eerie sensation emanating not from the outside, but from deep within their hearts. Meow, this is delicious. On the rooftop of the Jinghai University teaching building, the sheriff savored a can of food, emitting satisfied purrs. As he finished speaking, Lin Ye swatted him on the head with a paw, producing a dull thud. Enough already. You can't keep your mouth shut, even while eating. Once you're done, be gone. All right, Night King, you're not eating? Speaking of food, makes me want to share some more with you. I skipped my lavish feast today just to find you. My salmon, my thick-cut steak. Tomorrow, I must indulge. At that moment, Lin Ye's thoughts drifted to Su Hongyue, not because of his affection for her, but because only she would treat him to such exquisite meals. Since becoming a cat, his sole remaining passion was eating. Once the sheriff finished his can, Lin Ye wasted no time in sending him away and opened his own panel. After defeating the green-eyed zombie, he not only acquired 2 powerful skills, but also amassed a considerable number of evolution points. Upon reviewing his gains, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. A staggering 110 points. How abundant. Class B anomalies indeed bring fortune. Amidst his excitement, he contemplated how best to utilize these 110 evolution points. Clearly, enhancing his base attributes was essential, and acquiring additional skills was equally important. Let us boost agility first. If I can run fast enough, no anomaly can harm me. In less than 2 seconds, he resolved to allocate points to agility. Without hesitation, he invested 10 evolution points into agility, elevating it from an already impressive 40 to an astounding 50. He considered further enhancements until he noticed a warning beside the agility attribute. This attribute has reached the maximum limit for Stage 1. Each additional point in Stage 2 requires the expenditure of 2 evolution points. What a ripoff. To raise it to 50 and then charge 2 points for each subsequent increment? Deciding against further investment in agility, Lin Ye promptly allocated 10 points to each of the other 3 attributes. As a result, his foundational attributes transformed as follows: Strength 40, Agility 50, Intelligence 30, Constitution 25. With these enhancements, his physical capabilities surged. A strength of 40 far surpassed that of large predators like lions and tigers, even exceeding that of elephants. A full-force strike could leave an imprint on steel. An agility score of 50 allowed him to outpace sound itself, rendering him unmatched in speed among all terrestrial creatures. An intelligence score of 30 sharpened his mind, seemingly amplifying the tumor within, hinting at a newfound ability to sense peculiar entities within the air. With a physique rated at 25, his body has grown increasingly robust, with an enhanced density of muscle and bone. His resistance to toxins and adverse effects has significantly improved. In summary, he can no longer be defined by ordinary animal standards. After augmenting his fundamental attributes, he found himself with only 70 evolution points remaining, which he intends to allocate entirely to the enhancement of skills. He has already contemplated which specific skills to elevate. Chapter 37, Skill Upgrade. The test of joining the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect after vanquishing the green-eyed zombie. 2 new skills were added to his repertoire, and his skill panel underwent a transformation. Special skills: Bloodthirsty Assault, Intermediate; Tiger's Leap, Beginner; Phantom Step, Beginner; Gaze of Fear, Intermediate; Summon Cat Demon, Beginner; Invisibility, Beginner; Devour Essence, Beginner; Bullet Time, Beginner; Ruler of the Night, Beginner; Seed of Desire, Beginner; Battle Roar, Beginner; Listening, Beginner; Soul Dispersing Iron Claw, Beginner; Bloodline, Beginner. It requires 10 evolution points to enhance skill levels. Excluding the few high-level skills of little consequence, he now possessed a total of 14 special skills. These skills could be categorized into 3 main types: passive, active, and supportive. Lin Ye resolved to select 2 skills from each category for enhancement, reserving the remaining 10 evolution points for future use. The 6 skills he intended to upgrade were Tiger's Leap, Phantom Step, Invisibility, Devour Essence, Ruler of the Night, and Soul Dispersing Iron Claw. With a firm determination, he unhesitatingly allocated 10 evolution points to each of these skills. As 60 evolution points vanished, the attributes of these 6 skills immediately transformed. Tiger's Leap. Intermediate. When launching a frontal jump attack on an enemy, the target will be automatically locked, ensuring a 100 hit rate. Upon hitting the target, there is a 50 chance to trigger a forced knockdown effect, ignoring physical form. Special effect: Double Jump. Capable of generating a wall of air beneath the feet for a second jump in midair, cooldown time of 1 minute. Phantom Step. Intermediate. Activating this skill transforms the user into black smoke, briefly entering a ghostly form for 10 seconds, rendering one immune to physical attacks. Cooldown time of 1 minute. Special effect: Possession, allowing the user to possess a target and control their body while in ghost form. Invisibility. Intermediate. Upon activation, one can completely conceal their form, scent, and sound from the physical realm. Enemies will be unable to perceive the user with the naked eye unless an attack is made. Special effect: Break Invisibility Strike. The first attack after breaking invisibility deals double damage. Devour essence. Intermediate, your digestive capacity has significantly improved, allowing you to absorb and digest most objects. Additionally, a dimensional space has formed within your stomach for storage. Special effect, remote absorption, enabling you to absorb objects into your stomach without direct contact, with a range of 10 meters. Objects absorbed must not exceed 10 times your own size. Ruler of the Night. Intermediate, a passive skill that activates automatically without triggering. Under the cover of night, your attributes are greatly enhanced, increasing combat power by 150. Nighttime becomes your domain. Special effect, Night Veil, briefly summoning a cloud of darkness, plunging a 10-meter radius into night for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Soul-dispersing Iron Claw. Intermediate, a forward swipe with claws unleashes a fierce gust, inflicting ranged physical damage on the target, effective range of 10 meters. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Special effect, Ethereal Attack, allowing the claws to inflict damage on the target's soul, doubling the damage to ethereal entities. As Lin Ye beheld the changes in these skills, his expression fluctuated with astonishment. He had not anticipated that their upgrades would yield such delightful surprises. Each skill, akin to his earlier gaze of fear, gained an additional special effect, each one more formidable than the last. The double jump from Tiger's Leap significantly enhanced his mobility. With a slightly reduced cooldown, it would be nearly equivalent to flight. Phantom's Step, upon upgrading, became even more extraordinary, not only extending the duration of its ghostly form, but also permitting possession of others, albeit for a mere 10 seconds, a time frame that could decisively alter the course of battle. The Break Invisibility Strike of Invisibility maximized his current attributes, while the combination of invisibility and soul-dispersing Iron Claw would become his ultimate technique. With the advancement of Devour Essence to intermediate level, he distinctly felt the dimensional space within his stomach expand considerably. What was once merely 1 cubic meter had now expanded to at least 10. More importantly, he no longer needed to swallow objects orally. He could absorb them from a distance. The stipulation that absorbed objects must not exceed 10 times his size raised intriguing possibilities. Could he indeed consume something larger than himself? At that moment, a vivid image materialized in Lin Ye's mind. He stood atop a skyscraper, mouth agape, devouring the entire city. Undoubtedly, the auxiliary skill Devour Essence exceeded his expectations in terms of potential for development. However, the most astonishing revelation was undoubtedly the Ruler of the Night. Although the enhancement of his attributes increased only from 100 to 150, the newly added Night Veil effect transformed this skill into his most potent ability. The previous effect of Ruler of the Night was limited to nighttime. The Night Veil now allowed him to cast darkness over a 10-meter radius, meaning he could enjoy the benefits of Ruler of the Night even during daylight. Even a mere minute of this power would be his most formidable moment. By comparison, the upgraded effects of soul-dispersing Iron Claw appeared somewhat less impressive, merely extending attack range and enhancing damage to ethereal entities. Presently, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming surge of strength, though he lamented the absence of peculiarities in which to unleash his prowess. As he savored the sensation of his growing might, Lin Ye eagerly anticipated the appearance of an anomaly. Yet, it was evident that such occurrences had not yet reached alarming levels. Resolving to rest, he mused about venturing out the following day to seek out any unwitting anomalies. With that thought, he raised his right paw, licking it to groom his face and head, followed by preening his fur until it gleamed. Only after ensuring his coat was immaculate did he settle upon the railing of the rooftop and drift into slumber. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Yulu returned home, brimming with excitement that rendered sleep elusive. Reflecting on the day's events, he tossed and turned before ultimately sitting up in bed. He approached his computer desk and opened a forum named Friends of Cats, where he posted a thread titled Test for joining the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect. Fear has descended, and the world faces an unprecedented crisis. Only the great cat god can redeem our souls. Those who achieve full marks in this test will gain the status of a disciple of the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect, along with an opportunity to meet the true deity. Though it was already deep into the night, the forum still buzzed with night owls. Additionally, Yulu served as an administrator of the forum, so it wasn't long before his post attracted considerable attention. Users did not take it too seriously, dismissing it as Yulu merely engaging in playful antics. Out of curiosity, many users participated in the test. Chapter 38. Initiation Ceremony. What an absurd title. Where does my cat rank in our household? In a room adorned with a youthful aesthetic, a sweet-faced girl clad in a nightgown stared incredulously at the questions displayed on her screen. Her name was Chen Kurson, a freshman and a devoted pet enthusiast. Having 3 cats at home, she joined a forum called Friends of Cats 6 months ago, hoping to learn more about caring for her feline companions. It was there that she stumbled upon a post by Yule regarding the initiation test for the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect. With a playful spirit, she decided to participate. The initial questions were quite conventional, revolving around common knowledge about cats, such as the meanings of their various vocalizations and their lifespans. However, as she progressed, the tone of the questions shifted dramatically. One particularly perplexing question required her to rank all family members, parents, children, cats, and spouses. While most would never place a cat above human family members, the thought of her less-than-pleasant relatives led Kurson to rank her cats first. She would forever remember the year of her senior high school when her so-called parents nearly drove her to despair. It was the 3 stray cats she had rescued that mended her wounded spirit. After completing the test, the subsequent questions became increasingly elusive, yet she persevered and submitted her answers. Within 5 minutes of submission, a private message from the administrator appeared. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the initiation test and are now a member of the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect. We cordially invite you to participate in the initiation ceremony 3 days from now. The address is as follows. All your transportation and accommodation expenses will be fully reimbursed. We kindly request that you keep this matter confidential. Archbishop Nightwind. Reading the message, a look of astonishment crept across Kurson's face. Could this be real? An offline event from the forum? An initiation ceremony? How delightfully whimsical. Nevertheless, it appeared to be an exciting adventure, and with the weekend approaching, it seemed like a splendid way to spend her time. She checked the address, number 648, Hongfeng Village, Binhai District, Jinghai City. How convenient. She could engage in discussions about cat care with them in person. Resolute, Kurson promptly replied with an acknowledgement. At the same time, several others were making the same decision. When Yule noticed their responses, a faint smile broke across his pale face. The task assigned by Night King had finally taken its first step. Next, he would meticulously design the sect's totem and emblem, and ideally, a set of clothing as well. As he spoke, he opened a drawing software on his computer and began crafting the designs. As a seasoned enthusiast of the anime culture, he found the task effortlessly manageable. In less than an hour, the designs for the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect were completed. The totem was a graceful black cat statue, subtly resembling Lin Ye. The emblem featured a pair of golden feline eyes accompanied by an adorable paw print. The attire consisted of a sleek black robe with a copper cat button at the collar, 3 white claw marks adorning the left breast, and a pair of fierce golden eyes emblazoned on the back. Even the hood was topped with a pair of black cat ears. Every element of the outfit exuded a feline charm. Once everything was finalized, satisfaction flickered across Yule's face. It was a pity he couldn't share it with Night King, for he would surely be pleased. Tomorrow, I shall contact the manufacturer to produce these items. The Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect is destined to become the greatest organization in the world. Meow. What a splendid slumber. On the rooftop, Lin Ye awoke to the warm embrace of sunlight, stretching his little body luxuriously before indulging in a refreshing facial cleansing. Once his morning routine was complete, he gracefully descended to the ground and made his way toward the teaching building. Famished after a night without food, he resolved to find a fortunate soul to provide him with a delightful breakfast. As he leisurely approached the 2nd floor of the teaching building, a familiar figure came into view. Dressed in a simple yet elegant long dress, with her slender figure and flowing hair casually tied back. She held a stack of books in her arms, resembling a delicate peony. It was Su Longyue, the wealthy girl he hadn't seen in over a day. Upon spotting her, Lin Ye knew his breakfast and lunch were secured. He quickened his pace to her side and nudged her leg with his head. Engaged in conversation with her classmates, Su Longyue glanced down upon feeling the gentle touch. Her face lit up with surprise upon recognizing Lin Ye. Little Black, what are you doing here? Without hesitation, she scooped him up into her arms. Meow. I'm so hungry. Though Su Longyue couldn't comprehend his feline speech, the sight of his sunken belly evoked a pang of sympathy. Little Black, you must be starving. How pitiful. However, I have class shortly, so you'll have to wait until after for me to treat you to something delicious. Can you hold on just a bit longer? I'll get you something tasty as soon as I'm done. Meow. All right, I'll endure for the sake of food. Hee hee, you're the best, Little Black. Will you accompany me to class? We have a pop quiz today, and I'm feeling a bit anxious. Having you there will put my mind at ease. With that, she carried Lin Ye into the classroom amidst the envious gazes of fellow students. After choosing a seat, Su Longyue settled down while Lin Ye languidly rested his chin on her desk. The students were not particularly surprised by his presence, as Lin Ye often graced the classroom with his company, attending various classes, from advanced mathematics to foreign languages, and even moral education and music theory. During warmer weather, his attendance often exceeded that of some students, earning him the nickname Scholar Cat. However, his reputation was later revoked when students realized he always occupied the air-conditioned spots. As the bell rang, a tall, fashionable woman wearing glasses entered the classroom. This striking figure was Shun Lingxing, a lecturer from the piano department of the music college. A prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom's esteemed music academy, she had become a lecturer at Jinghai University in her early 20s, often hailed as the most beautiful lecturer, yet also one of the strictest. The moment she stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy chatter ceased instantly. After surveying the room with her piercing gaze, she spoke in a frosty tone. Today, our quiz will be a four-hand duet. This test aims to assess your musical expressiveness while also helping to identify areas for improvement. I will assign different scores based on your performance during the duet. Those who score satisfactorily may leave early. As for your partners, you may choose as you wish. As soon as these words were uttered, the classroom, which had only just settled into silence, erupted once more. Chapter 39, You Little Cat. Time to play the piano. Four-hand piano playing, a unique form of performance, requires two individuals to collaborate on the same piano. Typically, one person plays the melody while the other provides the accompaniment. This necessitates a harmonious synchronization, and the mastery of rhythm and tempo offers excellent training. However, the challenge is significant. If one player falters in maintaining the rhythm, the other is likely to be thrown off as well. Thus, upon learning that today's in-class test would feature four-hand playing, the students in the classroom reacted with considerable surprise. Xiaoyu, let us pair up. I'll take the melody, and you handle the accompaniment. I'll try to slow down the tempo, one student proposed. All right, I'll do my best to keep up with you, Xiaoyu replied. Sister Shuang, I'm counting on you this time. You must remind me, as I always struggle with the bass notes, another student added. Don't worry. I've got your back, came the reassuring response. You're the best. Datu, let us team up. Before long, the students in the classroom quickly found their partners. However, in the back row, Su Hongyue remained unapproached. Lin Ye, who was resting his head on the desk, squinted his eyes at the scene unfolding before him, entirely unsurprised. As the belle of the music department, Su Hongyue surpassed her peers in academics, beauty, and family background. Coupled with her introverted nature, her relationships with classmates were rather strained. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living alone in an apartment. It seemed Su Hongyue was unfazed by this. After a gentle smile, she reached over to pat Lin Ye's belly. Xiaohei, sometimes I envy you for having so many friends. I suppose I'll have to wait until the end to pair with the teacher. I wonder if I can keep up with her tempo. Lin Ye initially had no reaction to her words. But upon hearing that Su Hongyue would be the last to play, he immediately felt a surge of anxiety. What? Going last? With over 50 people in the class, each pair taking at least 2 minutes, it'll take over an hour. And with critiques included, when will I get my turn? By then, I'll be starving. No, I can't let her go last. It seems I must intervene. With golden eyes scanning the classroom and then glancing at Su Hongyue beside him, Lin Ye made a swift decision. Seizing the moment when Su Hongyue wasn't paying attention, he gently nipped her arm. As soon as he did, Su Hongyue yelped in pain and instinctively stood up from her seat. This scene immediately caught the attention of Shun Lingxing at the podium. Adjusting her glasses, Shun Lingxing spoke in a soft tone. Su Hongyue, do you wish to be the first to perform? As Su Hongyue was about to deny this, Lin Ye leaped off the desk and dashed toward the podium. Seeing this, Su Hongyue panicked and hurried after him. Xiaohei, Xiaohei. By the time she reached the podium, Lin Ye had already jumped onto the grand piano at the front left of the classroom. With a tap of his little paw, a clear sound resonated throughout the room. This unexpected display sent the students into fits of laughter. It's Senior Xiaohei. What's he doing? Is he participating in the test today instead of auditing? Don't underestimate Senior Xiaohei. He has taken more professional courses than we have. Teacher, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't keep an eye on him. Su Hongyue rushed to the piano, lifting Lin Ye down while blushing in embarrassment as she apologized to Shun Lingxing. However, Shun Lingxing showed no signs of reproach, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Ye before preparing to let Su Hongyue return to her seat while holding him. Yet, at that moment, Lin Ye wriggled free from Su Hongyue's embrace and hopped onto the bench to the right of the piano. In full view of everyone, he placed his paws on the keys. As he began to move his paws, the piano emitted a range of notes. Initially, The audience believed he was merely pressing random keys, but they quickly realized otherwise. Shen Lingxing, the instructor, noticed the sound produced by Lin Ye, and her expression transformed immediately. For it was unmistakably a piece she had taught in class, perfectly aligned in rhythm. Su Hongwen noticed too, her face lighting up with delight as she took a seat beside Lin Ye. Xiaohei, you just played the air dance, didn't you? Meow. Lin Ye paused, turning his head to respond to Su Hongyue with a meow. Are you a genius cat? You can actually play the piano. Meow. Isn't it obvious? I am the omnipotent one. Indeed, Lin Ye could play the piano. Part of this talent stemmed from his past life, where he learned to impress others. And the rest came from daily exposure in the piano room after his reincarnation as a cat. With an IQ soaring to 30 points, far surpassing that of an average human, even a simple piano piece posed no challenge. Coupled with his extraordinary reflexes, even a piano master would bow to his prowess. So, you suddenly nipped me just to come over and play together? Su Honyue finally grasped Lin Ye's intentions, a touch of gratitude spreading across her face. Meow. Otherwise, let us wrap this up, and I'll treat myself to a feast. Teacher, may I perform with Xiaohei? Su Honyue suddenly beseeched Shen Lingxing. Her request sparked a wave of astonishment among the classmates. No way, she wants to perform a forehand piece with a cat? What is she thinking? Even if no one else partnered with her, she could easily choose to play with the teacher. What is the point of a cat? But it seems Senior Xiaohei truly can play the piano. Impossible. That was likely just a coincidence. How could a cat possess such intelligence? Besides, it can't read sheet music. How could it synchronize with Su Hongwe? If cats could play well, does that mean all my years of piano lessons were in vain? Evidently, the students were skeptical of Su Hongwe's decision. Even Shen Lingxing furrowed her brows. Su Hongwe, are you certain? Although today's test is merely an in-class assessment, it will count towards your final grade. I am certain, Su Hongwe nodded. I trust Xiaohei. With that, she turned to Lin Ye, pointing to the sheet music resting atop the piano. Xiaohei, you'll play the bass while I handle the melody. If you understand, give me a few meows. Meow, meow. Lin Ye obediently responded with 2 calls. With Lin Ye's affirmation, Su Hongwe beamed. All right, let us begin. As her delicate fingers settled on the piano, a lively melody filled the classroom. Lin Ye leaped onto the piano, his forepaws expertly pressing different keys. Under Su Hongwe's guidance, harmonious bass notes emerged beneath her melody. Together, the duo enchanted the audience with a splendid musical performance, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Chapter 40. Captivating the crowd. Shadows on the forehead. With Lin Ye's extraordinary intellect and remarkable reflexes, he achieved perfection without a single mistake. The rhythm was exquisitely precise, and his synergy with Su Honyue was seamless. As the final notes of the piece faded into silence, the classroom fell into an eerie stillness. Every face reflected a shared expression of astonishment, disbelief, and bewilderment. It was not until Su Honyue rose from the piano bench that the air erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wow, was that really Su Honyue playing alongside a cat? No way, Senior Xiaohei can actually play the piano. I always suspected Tom and Jerry was a documentary, not a cartoon. Senior Xiaohei has truly become extraordinary. I bet even without Su Honyue, Senior Xiaohei could still play that well. After all, he has 4 legs. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I thought to myself, I've practiced for so long, yet I can't play as well as a cat. Clearly, Senior Xiaohei was the epitome of a scholarly feline. At this moment, all the admiration was directed towards Lin Ye. To the onlookers, Su Honyue's talent was expected, but Lin Ye's ability to match her tempo and flawlessly complete the piece was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Ye absorbed every compliment, and in a show of grace, he leapt onto the piano, bowing elegantly to the audience. This display caused the crowd to erupt with excitement. Su Honyue, filled with affection, swiftly scooped Lin Ye off the piano and tenderly patted his head. You were amazing, Xiaohei. I'll treat you to something delicious later as a reward. After Su Honyue praised Lin Ye, Shen Lingxing's voice chimed in. Su Honyue, your performance was exceptional and expressive, so I'm giving you a perfect score. You may leave class now. Upon hearing Shen Lingxing's words, Su Honyue beamed with joy and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. After a brief smile, Shen Lingxing's gaze shifted to Lin Ye in Su Honyue's arms. May I hold him? Taken aback by Shen Lingxing's sudden request, Su Honyue hesitated for a moment before nodding. Xiaohei loves beautiful women. He'll surely adore you. With a smile, Shen Lingxing took Lin Ye into her embrace. At first, Lin Ye showed no reaction. After all, Shen Lingxing was indeed stunning, exuding an aura of maturity and intellect. He had no objections to being held by her. However, once cradled in her arms. He detected a faint, elusive scent reminiscent of foxes. Though the aroma was subtle, he recognized it immediately. He narrowed his eyes. It was the scent of a fox. His certainty stemmed from the pet shop near the school that sold foxes. Perhaps Shen Lingxing had visited that shop, which explained the faint scent lingering on her. After a moment of contemplation, he settled on this explanation, as he sensed nothing else unusual about her. Just as he was lost in thought, Shen Lingxing returned him to Su Hongyue. Soon, Su Hongyue exited the classroom, cradling Lin Ye. They made their way to a nearby fresh produce supermarket, where Su Hongyue purchased an array of meats such as raw beef and salmon, along with a plethora of cat treats, freeze-dried snacks, cat sticks, and canned food, all selected with the utmost care. In contrast, she merely bought some low-fat vegetables and chicken breast for herself. "Look how well I treat you, Xiaohei. I bought you so much while only getting a little for myself," Su Hongyue remarked, casually pushing the shopping cart through the aisles. "By the way, despite feeding you so much, you've never gained weight. After 2 years, you're still so slim. Is it because black makes you look thin? I gained 2 pounds after just one hot pot meal. It hardly seems fair." Lin Ye shot her a sidelong glance, silently protesting that everything he consumed transformed into evolution points, making weight gain impossible. After completing their shopping, they headed to the checkout. As they exited the supermarket, a group of strikingly attractive boys and girls emerged from the school gates, instantly capturing the attention of several students. Upon spotting Su Hongyue with her shopping bags, they approached her enthusiastically. One girl, sporting a high ponytail and dressed in a checkered shirt that accentuated her slim waist, eagerly approached Su Hongyue. "Hongyue, what a surprise to see you here. Do you have time to hang out this afternoon? You missed karaoke last time. How about you grace us with your presence today?" Su Hongyue quickly responded, "Hello, Senior Qin-nan. I truly didn't have time last time. Do you have time today?" The girl pressed directly. Before Su Hongyue could reply, the girl took the liberty of answering for her. "If you don't reply, I'll assume you agree. Our choir rarely gathers, and several seniors will be going for internships soon. So it's settled. Let's South meet at Fuhua Square at 2 o'clock. There's a newly opened haunted house that's supposed to be terrifying. After that, we'll go to the nearby Star Gathering for some karaoke, and finally, we'll head to the street stalls on Shihua Road for seafood. You must come." With that, the girl dashed away, waving back at Su Hongyue. "You have to come." As the girl left with her group, Su Hongyue wore a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's gaze remained fixed on the girl, not because of her beauty, but because he noticed a dense shadow on her forehead. Not only did she possess this shadow, but so did the others who had been with her. What was happening? Why did they have such shadows on their foreheads? When did I acquire this ability? Or was it something I had all along, but had never noticed? Just as he pondered these questions, he caught sight of a similar shadow forming on Su Hongyue's forehead, though less pronounced than that of the girl. "Xiaohei, should I go or not? I'm not keen on crowded places, but Senior Qin-nan has always looked out for me. She probably invited me to help me make friends. It would feel a bit rude to decline. Sigh, perhaps I should go. After all, I have no classes this afternoon. If I don't go, I'll just have to practice piano alone. What do you think?" However, Lin Ye was not truly listening to her words. His attention remained locked on the shadow on Su Hongyue's forehead, which seemed to deepen in intensity after she made her decision. There must be an issue, undoubtedly. Chapter 41. The Haunted House of Dilemmas. From the moment Su Hongyue carried Lin Ye back to her apartment, his mind remained preoccupied with a troubling matter. Why had dark shadows appeared on the foreheads of Su Hongyue and her companions, and what allowed him to perceive them? After contemplating for a considerable duration, he finally began to unravel some clues. It became evident that these ominous shadows were not mere trifles. They likely heralded misfortune or even death. Following Su Hongyue's decision to venture out with the choir, the shadows deepened, suggesting a connection between the impending calamity and their afternoon plans. As for why he could discern these foreboding shadows, Lin Ye surmised it was intrinsically linked to himself. In both Eastern and Western cultures, black cats are shrouded in mystery. Particularly in the East, black cats are believed to possess the ability to ward off evil, keeping malevolent spirits at bay. Although the jealous spirit Jiao clearly had a corporeal form, Lin Ye could directly confront her, even feeding on her vengeful energy. He had previously attributed this phenomenon to a special effect of the panel, but now he pondered whether it was, in fact, his innate ability to devour spirits. It seemed his body harbored many secrets unknown to him. As he mused, Su Hongyue's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Xiaohei, what troubles you? You appear so burdened. Your meal is ready. Please eat." Upon hearing her, Lin Ye noticed that Su Hongyue had prepared his cat food, and placed it before him. His designated porcelain bowl contained a delightful blend of beef and fish on one side, and shredded chicken thigh mixed with mashed cantaloupe on the other. Merely looking at it was enough to whet his appetite. Additionally, Su Hongyue had brought over a bowl of meat broth, setting it beside the porcelain bowl. "Oh, I bought you a little bib while shopping yesterday, so you won't have to worry about getting messy while eating," she added, suddenly turning to retrieve a triangular children's napkin from the table. The napkin featured an adorably quirky black cat winking, utterly charming. "Let me put this on you." In Lin Ye's astonished gaze, Su Hongyue tenderly tied the napkin around his neck. After fastening it, she affectionately ruffled his fur, her face radiating warmth. Staring at the bib around his neck and then at the gentle Su Hongyue, Lin Ye momentarily felt dazed. In that instant, he made a decision. He must accompany her this afternoon, not out of concern for her, but rather because who would prepare his meals if something were to happen to her? Yes, that was it. The next moment, he buried his head in the cat bowl and devoured the food voraciously. Within minutes, he had cleaned the bowl and finished the meat broth as well. Throughout, Su Hongyue had been watching him from the side, and upon witnessing him finish, a satisfied smile graced her face. "Xiaohei is such a good boy. All right, I need to prepare my own meal now. I'll take a rest at noon and head out in the afternoon. If you wish to play here, feel free. If you want to go out, just come find me, and I'll let you out." With that, Su Hongyue stood, took Lin Ye's bowl, and headed to the kitchen, where the sound of running water soon followed. Having eaten his fill, Lin Ye chose not to leave just yet. He glanced towards the kitchen and then leapt onto the bay window in the living room, ready to take a nap. Just then, he felt the distinct sensation of being watched. Following the gaze, he quickly spotted a small white cat peering at him from the neighboring bay window. This little creature appeared to be merely 2 or 3 months old, its head slightly larger than its paws. Hey, when did the neighbors get a cat? They should at least secure the window. Such a lack of responsibility, Lin Ye thought, feigning a fierce expression. The curious little creature, startled by his menacing look, promptly scurried back into its room. Satisfied by the little one's retreat, Lin Ye smirked. "I am merciful, now to sleep." With that, he closed his eyes, stretched out, and sprawled across the window. When he awoke again, he found someone standing before him. "Xiaohei, you're awake. I'm heading out now. If you wish to join me, it's best to come along." Hearing her voice, Lin Ye sprang up, only to realize that he had slept until nearly 1:30 p.m. Oh no, I almost missed my chance. Upon awakening, he immediately turned his attention to Su Hongyue, who had changed into casual attire, a butterfly-sleeved blouse and light jeans, topped with a baseball cap. She exuded a vibrant energy, decidedly different from her usual goddess-like demeanor. It was clear she had dressed thoughtfully for the afternoon's activities. Additionally, Lin Ye noticed that the shadow on her forehead had thickened, resembling a dark cloud hovering over her face. It seemed the impending misfortune was indeed tied to their plans for the afternoon. Realizing this, he leapt down from the window and approached Su Hongyue. "It seems you want to go out. Let us leave together." Soon after, Su Hongyue and Lin Ye exited the apartment. To avoid raising her suspicions, Lin Ye darted into a nearby flower bed as soon as they were outside. Unperturbed, Su Hongyue hailed a taxi and climbed in, leaving shortly thereafter. As the taxi traveled several meters, a shadow sprang from the flower bed, swiftly vanishing into the air. Simultaneously, the taxi driver heard a faint sound on the roof but dismissed it, instead addressing Su Hongyue. "Miss, you're off to the haunted house at Fuhua Plaza, right?" Su Hongyue nodded in response. "You're the 3rd student I've picked up today heading there. But you know, Fuhua Plaza was nearly shut down a month ago until this haunted house became popular, bringing back some foot traffic. I heard they rented several floors of the mall. Personally, I have no interest in such a place. I already know those aren't real ghosts, so there's no reason to be afraid, right?" As the taxi continued, the driver rambled on, while Lin Ye, perched atop the taxi, felt an urge to leap down and reprimand him. Just as he reached his limit, the taxi finally came to a stop. Before him loomed a sizable shopping mall, and before he could approach, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Indeed, there is a problem here. Chapter 42, Midnight Tales. Fuhua Plaza, one of the earliest large-scale commercial complexes in Jinghai City, was established in 1999 and opened in 2004. It once thrived, a haven where countless young men and women forged beautiful memories. However, as time progressed, Fuhua Plaza began to decline due to aging facilities and its remote location, a downward spiral that commenced a decade ago. Shops shuttered, and others relocated. More astonishingly, nearly every year, someone would leap from the top floor of Fuhua Plaza. For various reasons, it teetered on the brink of closure. Yet, What Lin Ye observed at this moment was entirely different. The expansive forecourt was teeming with people, all uniformly young university students. At the entrance on the first floor stood a massive exhibition stall, adorned with a colossal poster. The white background bore a single line of scarlet letters, "Dare to face your fears?" Additionally, several cosplayers dressed as terrifying characters posed for photographs at the stall. Not far away was a large ticket booth, with young men and women queuing from the window all the way outside the plaza. Having just alighted from a taxi, Su Longyue headed straight toward a flower bed on the eastern side of the square after glancing at her phone. Lin Ye, cloaked in invisibility, quietly followed her. Upon reaching the flower bed, a familiar figure appeared before her. "Longyue, over here." At the beckoning of Senior Qin Nan, Su Longyue quickly spotted the members of the choir. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." "No worries, we just arrived. Here, this is for you." Senior Qin Nan beamed with joy upon seeing Su Longyue and casually handed her a ticket from her bag. "Fortunately, I booked online in advance. Otherwise, tickets would be hard to come by." Su Longyue couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia upon hearing this. "Indeed, I only saw online that it was popular, but I didn't expect it to be this extravagant in person. It feels as though every university student in Jinghai is here. Pretty much. If it were the weekend, there would be even more. However, I read reviews online saying the scenes and props are remarkably realistic, especially the NPCs playing ghosts, who are truly frightening." As Qin Nan spoke, she turned her gaze towards Su Longyue. "Longyue, are you afraid of ghosts? The theme we chose for today is quite terrifying. If you're scared, just stay close to me. I'm brave, and I'll protect you." "Huh, is it really that frightening?" Su Longyue's expression tightened. "Absolutely. Otherwise, why do you think it's so popular? But don't worry, it's all just pretend. By the way, let me briefly introduce the scene we will be experiencing today. It's called Midnight Tales. The story is set in a girls' school in the early last century, where a girl tragically jumped to her death due to romantic entanglements. Ever since, strange occurrences have plagued the school building at midnight, as Qin Nan elaborated. Su Longyue's anxiety intensified, her hands clenched tightly. She even regretted coming here, but it was too late to turn back now. After about 10 minutes, Su Longyue and her companions arrived at the entrance of the haunted house. After presenting their tickets, the staff led them inside. In stark contrast to the sunlit outdoors, the interior of the haunted house felt as though night had fallen prematurely, illuminated only by a few dim lights on the walls. This is the entrance to Midnight Tales. Before you enter, let me remind you once more, anything can happen within the scene. If you experience any physical or psychological discomfort, please press the emergency bell, and we will escort you out. Furthermore, the entire scene will be in a state of absolute closure. You cannot leave until you solve the final puzzle. A girl in a staff uniform, adorned with paper MCH makeup, expressionlessly addressed the group as she led them to a large door. Afterward, she distributed emergency bells to everyone present. Gazing at the emergency bell in her hand, and then at the ominous black iron door ahead, the choir members inexplicably felt a wave of tension wash over them. "All right, if you're ready, you may now enter." No sooner had she spoken than the staff member pressed a button on the wall. With a creaking sound, the massive iron door that marked the entrance slowly swung open, revealing a scene reminiscent of a campus from the last century. The high-tech setup was astonishing, not only recreating the environment, but also projecting a realistic sky. As the group marveled, they found themselves stepping into the scene. The staff member's voice echoed once more. "Do not trust anyone inside, for they may not be human." Before the group could comprehend the meaning of her words, the heavy iron door slammed shut behind them and mysteriously vanished. No wonder so many people flocked here. The scene was truly remarkable, even surpassing many television dramas. At that moment, Qin Nan expressed her awe. Hearing her, the others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I believe they must be utilizing virtual reality technology. The sky above and distant scenery are likely projections. It feels like we have stepped into another world. Today's ticket was worth every penny. I wonder if the NPCs inside are as realistic as they say online. Let us go. Let us start solving the mystery. Perhaps we will encounter them soon." With eager anticipation, the group began to wander around the campus. Before long, a 3-story teaching building stood before them, starkly illuminated in the otherwise dim campus. With a light shining from one of the classrooms on the 3rd floor. "Let us check out this teaching building. The clue might be inside," Qin Nan suggested after surveying the surroundings. The others readily agreed, even the timid Su Longyue mustering the courage to nod. "In that case, let us head in. Once inside, we'll split up. We have 12 people, so we can form groups of 4. As they walked toward the building, Qin Nan organized the teams. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within the teaching building, several girls in traditional school uniforms, made up as NPCs, were intently watching the surveillance screens. Upon noticing Lin Ye and her companions approaching the teaching building, they immediately perked up. One tall girl with blood streaming from her eyes was touching up her makeup while instructing the others, "Get ready, the tourists have entered. Everyone, hurry to your respective positions. And Xiaowei, don't act like you did this morning, tone it down a bit. You scared 2 guests unconscious earlier." The other girls, also preening in front of their mirrors, replied nonchalantly, "Sister Taozi, are you out of your mind? Xiaowei went home for the day. She didn't come back this afternoon." "Yeah, her boyfriend came to see her today. She's probably at the hotel now." "Huh, Xiaowei took leave? Then who is that sitting in the corner?" The tall girl, upon hearing the words, couldn't help but display a flicker of confusion in her eyes as she pointed towards the corner of the room. Following the direction of her finger, one could see another girl, similarly clad in a Republican-era school uniform, sitting motionless with her hair cascading down. Apart from the 4 of us, who else could be present? Another girl, adorned with a white headband, was folding a mirror while glancing over. The moment she looked, her expression froze, a hint of bewilderment crossing her gaze. Before they could ascertain the identity of the girl squatting in the corner, another girl's phone suddenly vibrated. "Oh, it's a message from Xiaowei." Curiosity painted her face as she unlocked her phone, and within seconds, the message on the screen became clear. "Sister Taozi is in trouble. You all must be cautious. This morning, when I touched her wrist, there was no pulse. She might already be dead." After reading the message, the girl burst into laughter, immediately turning her gaze towards the tall girl. "Sister Taozi, Xiaowei just messaged me saying you might be dead. How ridiculous." "Oh, is that truly amusing?" The tall girl, referred to as Sister Taozi, suddenly donned a bizarre smile. "Indeed, it is amusing. You are clearly alive. How could you possibly be dead?" However, in the next moment, her laughter faded. "What she said is correct. I am indeed dead. Yet, she erred in one aspect. It's not just me who has perished. All of you have as well." "What?" In the midst of the terrified gazes from the girls in the room, Sister Taozi abruptly removed her head. Strangely, there was no blood streaming from the severed neck, only a few transparent threads. With a series of unsettling joint-cracking sounds, Sister Taozi reattached her head and began to move like a marionette. Under the dim light, every part of her arms and legs was connected by numerous transparent threads. However, this was not the most terrifying part. The other 3 girls soon discovered that their own bodies were also beginning to move uncontrollably. Similar strange transparent threads appeared across their bodies. At that moment, a noise of joints grinding echoed from the corner. With a series of cracks, the figure that had been crouched down slowly stood up, revealing its true form. It was no longer human. It resembled a puppet with a sinister smile adorning its face. If they remembered correctly, this puppet was one they had found on the road half a month ago, later placed in the teaching building as a prop. In their horrified gaze, the puppet extended its fingers, each fingertip connected to a transparent thread. As it moved its fingers, the 4 girls in the room began to move in tandem. They attempted to scream for help, but after the puppet made a shushing gesture, they realized they had seemingly lost the ability to speak. Their mouths moved, yet no sound emerged. Soon after, their bodies became entirely unresponsive, and then their consciousness faded into darkness. Yet, their bodies continued to move. Initially, they resembled malfunctioning robots, but after a brief period of adaptation, their movements became indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. Witnessing this, a wicked smile crept onto the puppet's face. With creaking sounds, its eerie head twisted towards the surveillance screen. On the screen, Lin Ye and her group were seen dividing into 3 teams, entering different floors. The sensation of fear is indeed exquisite. Following a somewhat twisted voice, the surveillance screen erupted into a flurry of static, severing all connection to the outside world. Chapter 43. The invasion of fear on the first floor of the teaching building. 4 girls were walking hand in hand down the corridor. Like Lin Ye, they were also members of the school choir. Upon entering the building, Qin Nan divided the choir members into 3 groups, placing these 4 on the first floor. The first floor comprised 4 classrooms, and they stood at the entrance of the first one. Observing the open door of the classroom beside them, the expressions on their faces were tinged with anxiety, particularly that of a petite girl with twin ponytails, who seemed desperate to squeeze the arm of her companion until it turned purple. "Guogua, why are you so scared? We haven't encountered anything yet. If we do run into something, you might just faint from fright," the stylish girl beside her remarked, stifling a laugh as she felt the pressure on her arm. Indeed, aside from the realistic setting, There's nothing particularly frightening here, commented another girl with short, androgynous hair, her disappointment evident. Heh, one can never tell. Perhaps the truly terrifying things are hidden within these classrooms, said the girl in a JK uniform with flowing hair, her voice laced with an ominous tone. How about this? There are 4 classrooms here, and we each pick one to see who can stay inside the longest. The first to be frightened out must treat the other 3 to milk tea after the haunted house ends. What do you think? Upon hearing the JK girl's suggestion, Guogua's face contorted in hesitation. Are we really doing this? Why not? It was quite a challenge to get today's tickets. So we might as well make it thrilling, replied the fashionista with a calm demeanor. I think Jiajia's idea is splendid. I'm certain I'll be the last one to exit, the short-haired girl declared confidently, striding toward the furthest classroom. I'll take the last one. You 3 can choose among the others. Bye. After she left, the stylish girl and the JK girl chose the 2nd and 3rd classrooms, respectively, with only herself left. The terrified Guogua steeled herself and entered the 1st classroom. Bathed in the dim yellow light of the campus, she could barely discern the scene inside the classroom. The space, less than 50 square meters, was filled with desks and chairs, resembling a typical school setting. Yet Guogua felt an unsettling disquietude. Upon entering, she sensed an unseen presence watching her. Her scalp prickling, she hastily retrieved her phone and activated the flashlight, illuminating the room. Aside from a few garments draped over the chair backs, there was nothing else. Relieved, she exhaled deeply. It must have been my imagination. This is just an ordinary scene. With that thought, she dismissed her fears and sought a seat. She randomly chose a spot, pulled out a wet wipe from her bag, and cleaned the dust off the chair before confidently sitting down. To alleviate her anxiety, she initially intended to watch some funny videos. However, upon opening her phone, she discovered there was no signal. What is going on? Why is there no reception? Are they afraid we'll search for strategies online? She pondered, but ultimately shrugged it off. Never mind, I'll just read a book. Picking up a prop book from the desk, she began reading, illuminated by her phone's flashlight. Unbeknownst to her, as she immersed herself in the text, a piece of clothing draped over the nearby chair began to stir. The empty garment gradually filled, and soon a figure materialized in that seat. At that moment, Guogua felt something invade her eye. Rubbing it, she instinctively reached out to grab her small mirror from her bag to inspect her eye. However, after searching for a while, her hand failed to find her bag. Instead, she grasped a cold object. What is this? She wondered, squeezing it curiously. In the next instant, her expression changed, and a flicker of terror crossed her eyes. The sensation relayed to her from her hand felt unmistakably like a human hand, slender, flesh and blood, yet devoid of warmth. Just then, the itchy feeling returned to her eye. With trembling hands, she tilted her head back and beheld an unforgettable sight. A head, cascading with hair, floated directly above her. The long strands had brushed against her eye moments earlier. It was a head, for beneath it, there was nothing but emptiness. At that moment, Guogua felt her outstretched left hand being firmly grasped. Turning her head, she discovered that it was a severed hand holding her. Overwhelmed, she could no longer contain her fear and let out 2 piercing screams before collapsing into unconsciousness. After she fainted, a figure appeared behind her. With a subtle snap, the head and hand were reattached to a body, revealing a puppet-like creature that bore a sinister smile. Already fainted? That's insufficient terror. I cannot be disappointed by the remaining 11. As soon as the words left its lips, Guogua, who had just lost consciousness, stood up in an eerie posture. First her hands, then her body, and finally her head hung limply. When she raised her head, her tightly shut eyelids suddenly flew open, revealing her ghostly pale eyes. More than 10 minutes later, on the 3rd floor, Qin Nan, accompanied by Su Langyue and 2 other boys, successfully explored the 3 classrooms at the front. Throughout this process, they uncovered some clues, yet the final and most crucial piece remained elusive. Langyue, who do you think is responsible for Lu Mengmeng's death? Qin Nan suddenly inquired as they walked. Upon hearing this question, Su Langyue paused to contemplate before responding. I believe Lu Mengmeng's teacher is highly suspicious. From the letter we just found, it's clear that Lu Mengmeng had feelings for this teacher, who is already married. I suspect that this teacher might have resorted to drastic measures to rid himself of Lu Mengmeng, the troublesome admirer. Your thoughts align with mine. I share the same suspicion. A tall boy behind them chimed in swiftly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Nan shot him a glare. You are just echoing me now. Come to the front. You're a big guy yet always hiding behind 2 girls. Hee hee. I just wanted to protect you from behind. The boy chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. I wonder how Guogua and the others are doing. Have they found any other clues? Hey, you seem quite concerned for Guogua. Yet you didn't team up with her, Qin Nan remarked with a disdainful look. Just as her words fell, a hint of confusion crossed her face. Yuan Shui, look at the end of the corridor. Isn't that Guogua and the others? Huh. Upon hearing Qin Nan's words, the boy hurriedly turned to look. As anticipated, he spotted 4 shadows at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Although the dim lighting obscured their features, the distinctive twin ponytails of one individual immediately revealed her identity to the group. It was indeed Guogua and her companions. What brought them here? Had they exhausted their search for clues? A mix of curiosity and excitement washed over the boy as he approached them. At that moment, the 4 figures at the corridor's end also began to move in a peculiar manner. Chapter 44. The Black Cat on the Tree. With a piercing scream that echoed through the night, 2 figures burst forth from the teaching building. As they emerged into the dim glow of the streetlights, their identities were revealed, Qin Nan and Su Langyue. However, their appearance was far from composed. They were drenched in sweat, their faces pale, and their eyes were filled with terror and confusion. Gasping for breath, they gazed back at the building that had just witnessed the most horrifying scene of their lives. One by one, their companions had mysteriously vanished, only to reappear in bizarre postures. Had Qin Nan not sensed something amiss and pulled Su Langyue to flee downstairs, they might have shared the same fate as the 2 boys from their group, drawn into the darkness by some unseen force. Senior Qin Nan, what on earth just happened? Why did Guogua and the others attack Yuan Shui? Why have Xin Yue and the others transformed like Guogui's group? Su Langyue, her face still pale with shock, turned to Qin Nan, seeking answers. Qin Nan furrowed her brow. She had researched the midnight horror tale scene beforehand and was certain that the events they had just encountered were not part of the narrative. Moreover, Guogua and her friends did not appear to be merely acting. If she were to describe their condition, the only words that came to mind were those of possession. With this thought, she grasped Su Langyue's arms tightly and reassured her, "It's all right, don't be afraid. Perhaps they have merely acquired a script for role-playing that requires them to act in accordance with the scene. If you're scared, we can leave right now." As she spoke, Qin Nan produced a distress signal device and pressed the button. However, she soon realized it bore no effect. The device rang out, yet nothing transpired. Next, she pulled out her phone, attempting to call the haunted house, but after a mere glance at the screen, she returned the phone to her pocket. Seeing this, Su Langyue's expression changed. Her intelligence immediately led her to deduce the truth. What you just said was merely to comfort me, wasn't it? They haven't received any special script. They are being controlled by something else. Is it a ghost? It appears so. I believe we are truly encountering a real ghost today. Qin Nan nodded with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Su Langyue's face turned even paler. Let us find an exit. As long as we can escape, we should be safe. Just as Qin Nan was about to lead Su Langyue in search of an exit, several figures emerged from the teaching building, revealing themselves to be other members of the choir. At that moment, they moved like marionettes, advancing slowly with an eerie gait, their eyes wide open, displaying a ghastly pallor. Step by step, they approached Su Langyue and Qin Nan. Alarmed, the 2 girls instinctively retreated. Yet, before they could take 2 steps back, strange sounds echoed from behind them. Crack, crack. At the sound, they turned instinctively to look. For girls clad in Republic-era school uniforms were approaching from the shadows. Unlike the choir members, their movements were normal, but grotesque seams marred their joints, giving the impression that they were stitched together. Suddenly, one stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud, scattering like building blocks. Her head rolled, landing at Su Langyue and Qin Nan's feet. As they looked down, the pale face on the head suddenly grinned, its mouth opening wide, though no sound emerged. The sight compelled Su Langyue and Qin Nan to cover their ears in agony. In their horrified expressions, the dismembered limbs began to draw together, as if guided by an unseen force, reassembling into a human form. Yet, the head was reversed, with the back of the skull facing forward and the face turned backward, until the figure lifted its hands, cradling its head, and twisted it gently. Crack! The terrifying visage reappeared before them. In an instant, an indescribable wave of fear surged through Su Langyue and Qin Nan. Overwhelmed by this terror, they collapsed, their eyes shut, fainting onto the ground. As they lost consciousness, the scene once again fell into silence, the marionette-like figures standing motionless, as though soulless. At that moment, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air on the second-floor railing of the teaching building. with a disjointed body and a grotesque face adorned with numerous transparent threads. It was the puppet that had attacked the haunted house staff earlier. Perched on the railing, its twisted face gleamed with delight, especially upon seeing the humans it had ensnared below. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and drew a deep breath. Two strands of dark mist streaming from Qin Nan and Su Langyue floating into its mouth. Fear, indeed, was the finest sustenance. As it emitted a discordant sound, the puppet gazed at its own form. Before their eyes, its wooden body began to sprout flesh and blood, gradually enveloping much of its form. Witnessing this, it grew increasingly exhilarated. Soon, very soon, it would possess a human body. However, it still craved a perfect skin and a human heart. Its gaze fixated on the unconscious Su Langyue. Undoubtedly, among all present, her form was the most to its liking. It yearned for a human body and a human heart, believing that possessing a heart would render it a true human. In the next moment, it delicately flicked its right index finger. As the transparent thread quivered, a haunted house staff member, transformed into a puppet, raised a dagger and began to advance towards Su Langyue. Just as she lifted the dagger, poised to end Su Langyue's life, a fierce gust of wind materialized, severing the threads connecting her and slicing her body into pieces. Boom. The relentless force even tore apart the lamppost behind the puppet. Meow. In the midst of the puppet's astonishment, a graceful black cat appeared on a tree trunk less than 20 meters away. The black cat lay languidly, yawning widely, while licking its right forepaw. Before the puppet could comprehend where this cat had emerged from, it suddenly turned its head towards it. The cat's golden eyes, exuding an air of indifference, inexplicably instilled a profound sense of dread within the puppet. Chapter 45. Found you. Terrifying illusion. Ever since Su Langyue and her companions entered this haunted house, Lin Ye had been trailing behind them. Thus, he had witnessed everything that transpired here, including the earlier assault on the choir by the puppets. However, he refrained from intervening, as he was keen to unveil the peculiar entity lurking behind the scenes. Now, he finally comprehended the situation. Observing the figure on the second-floor railing, manipulating the puppets with threads in hand, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. What bizarre anomaly was this? Could a puppet itself embody a weirdness? It seemed my understanding of the uncanny was still insufficient. As he pondered, Lin Ye yawned and then leaped down from the tree, ambling leisurely towards the teaching building. Meanwhile, the puppet, startled by Lin Ye's gaze, regained its composure. As Lin Ye approached, a sinister expression crept upon its face. With a swift motion of its hands, the puppets under its control lunged at Lin Ye. Die! You shall perish! Accompanied by frenzied shouts, the mindless victims charged at Lin Ye. At this sight, the puppet felt a surge of pride. I thought it was something formidable. Turns out it's merely an ordinary black cat. I shall transform you into a puppet. A black cat puppet should be quite a collectible. Yet, scarcely had it finished speaking when the puppet sensed something amiss. With a creaking sound, it struggled to turn its head, and its expression shifted dramatically. There, less than 2 meters away on the railing, the accursed black cat sat, its golden eyes glinting with amusement. The glint mirrored its previous gaze towards the ordinary humans, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. Confusion, terror, and panic cascaded through it, and a cold sweat trickled down the puppet's newly formed face. Without a moment's hesitation, it prepared to control the puppets for another assault. However, it quickly discovered that no matter how it twitched its fingers, the puppets remained unresponsive. Following the threads connecting them, it realized that, unbeknownst to it, every single thread had been severed. This realization birthed a profound fear within the puppet. For once, it was the one being instilled with dread, rather than imparting it. Impossible. How could you sever my strings? What are you? Yet Lin Ye remained silent, merely offering a glance before settling on the railing, licking his fur nonchalantly, as if dismissing the puppet entirely. Witnessing this scene, the puppet was consumed by rage and humiliation, yet felt utterly powerless. It possessed no means beyond instilling fear and controlling puppets. The fact that this cat could effortlessly sever its strings rendered its most prized ability ineffective. Then let me show you the taste of fear. Fueled by anger, the puppet unleashed its other ability. Its eyes spiraled into vortexes, and a torrent of black mist surged toward Lin Ye. As it approached, the mist morphed into a plethora of nightmarish and spine-chilling images. Just as the mist was about to envelop Lin Ye, he lazily yawned, and then abruptly widened his mouth. In the next moment, a potent suction emanated from his mouth, pulling the black mist uncontrollably into his belly. In the blink of an eye, the terror-inducing black mist vanished without a trace. The puppet was utterly bewildered. How could this happen? Just as it was grappling with its disbelief, its eyes inadvertently met Lin Ye's once more. In an instant, Lin Ye's form began to transform. A torrent of black mist erupted from within him, coalescing into an unfathomably terrifying, indescribable demonic apparition behind him. Within this apparition, countless tormented souls struggled, desperately yearning for escape, only to be ensnared again by writhing black tendrils. This was no mere demonic visage. It was a manifestation of the river of oblivion on earth, a projection of the yellow springs upon him. In that moment, the puppet's mental defenses crumbled completely. Fear surged through its being like a tidal wave, eroding its reason and corrupting the flesh it had only just begun to form. In its eyes, filled with utter despair, the flesh it had painstakingly cultivated began to slip away once more. No, no, no. Completely defeated by fear, it abandoned all restraint and fled in a frenzy. It sought to escape this place, to elude the demonic incarnation of the black cat. Once it dashed out of the teaching building, Lin Ye, maintaining his previous posture, revealed a hint of amusement in his gaze. What a weakling. It seems you are not a formidable anomaly at all. A single fearful glance has reduced you to this state. I wonder what you saw just now. With that thought, his gaze shifted towards Su Longyue and her companions, who lay unconscious before the teaching building. They would not awaken anytime soon. So he decided to entertain himself with that puppet. No sooner had he thought this than he vanished from the railing. Simultaneously, the fleeing puppet found refuge in a storage house for teaching puppets, where it immediately mingled among the other puppets, concealing its presence as best as it could. Creak. The room's door suddenly swung open, casting a narrow shadow within. At a glance, the puppet saw the earlier black cat standing at the entrance, its yellow-green eyes peering intently into the room. In that moment, if the puppet had a heart, it would surely be racing uncontrollably. It was almost relieved that it had not developed a normal human heart. Just as it thought it was about to be discovered, Lin Ye glanced around before turning to leave the room, heading towards another location. Witnessing this, the puppet exhaled a sigh of relief. I'm saved. However, before it could finish its thought, it felt something land on its shoulder. Stiffly, it turned its head, only to see a sight that filled it with sheer terror. A pair of glowing green eyes were fixed upon it, perched atop its shoulder. Meow. Found you. The sound of that meow was akin to a death knell, sending shivers throughout its body. Yet, soon it would no longer feel fear, for Lin Ye had already raised his paw high. With a swift and lethal swipe, the puppet's body was torn asunder, its spirit obliterated in an instant. Chapter 46. Realm of Fear, Spirit Puppet, consuming the malevolent spirit's resentment. Energy Reserve, 50. You have devoured the malevolent spirit's resentment. Energy Reserve, 50. You have consumed the Fear Doll. Acquiring a new skill, Fear Incursion. Detected that you possess a similar skill, Fear Gaze. Do you wish to merge this skill with your existing one? Upon successfully vanquishing the doll, a series of notifications materialized before Lin Ye. So, it was called a Fear Doll. Where was the fear in that? Once again, a skill that could be integrated into Fear Gaze appeared, which was rather fortuitous. Murmuring to himself, he swiftly made his decision. The next moment, the attributes of Fear Gaze underwent a transformation. Fear Gaze. Advanced by gazing intently at the target, you awaken their innermost, concealed fears. Special Effect 1. Fear Mark. Imprints a mark of fear upon the target's psyche, rendering them unable to meet your gaze for a brief period and robbing them of their combat spirit. Special Effect 2. Realm of Fear. Creates a sphere of fear with a radius of 50 meters centered on yourself. Within this realm, the sanity, value of hostile targets will gradually diminish. When it reaches 0, the target will succumb to permanent madness. This skill has attained the highest level for its current stage. It requires 50 evolution points to advance. Gazing at the enhanced skill attributes, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ye's eyes. Realm of Fear? SAN value? Have I become an evil deity? After the initial surprise, he quickly redirected his attention to the ground. The remnants of the horrific doll he had torn apart lay strewn about, accompanied by another peculiar object, a stone carved in the shape of a heart. It was unclear whether the doll had affixed it to itself, or if it had been placed there by its creator. To Lin Ye's astonishment, an inscription adorned the heart-shaped stone. Once the soul is embraced by love, flesh and blood will grow wildly. Contemplating the words etched upon the stone, Lin Ye fell into deep thought. It was evident that this doll harbored an intense yearning to become human, desiring a human form, human emotions, and a heart indistinguishable from that of a human. Yet, It seemed to have strayed onto a misguided path, opting to cultivate flesh through fear and acquire a human heart through slaughter. It remained oblivious to the fact that within its very being lay a heart that could be awakened at any moment, provided there was love. Nevertheless, after a moment of reflection, Lin Ye swiftly placed his claw upon the stone. In the next instant, a notification popped up. Discovered the heart of the malevolent doll. Remnants of the fear doll's original resentment linger above. After 15 days, a new fear doll will be reborn. Applying blood to the doll's heart will grant you dominion over the fear doll. Do you wish to absorb the lingering resentment energy? Without hesitation, Lin Ye chose to proceed. Absorbing the malevolent doll's source energy, you gain 600 energy reserves and acquire a new skill, Spirit Puppet. Spirit Puppet, beginners select an inanimate object and transform it into a puppet. You can share the puppet's vision and temporarily transfer your consciousness to the puppet, granting it a semblance of life. Is that all? Why not grant the ability to manipulate others with threads? Instead, it merely produces a puppet that serves as a true eye. What use is that? Observing this newly acquired skill, Lin Ye couldn't help but voice his discontent. He had harbored hopes of acquiring the ability to create threads from the fear doll, expecting something more substantial. Yet, he never anticipated merely receiving a skill for puppet creation. He couldn't even fathom the utility of such a skill. Well, he had already gained much today. There was no need for excessive greed. He decided to see if the others had awakened. Casting one last glance at the remnants of the fear doll, Lin Ye turned and exited the chamber. Meanwhile, outside the midnight horror tale scene, a group of individuals clad in haunted house staff uniforms anxiously awaited at the entrance. A man in a suit, badge hanging prominently from his chest, berated them relentlessly. Why didn't you report this sooner? It's been over an hour, and you only just now decided to notify us. What if those customers encountered any mishap inside? Will we even be able to operate here again? Upon hearing the suited man's tirade, the paper doll girl who had previously escorted Su Hongyue and the others into the scene exhibited a hint of grievance. We thought it was merely a malfunction with the surveillance. Who could have guessed the door wouldn't even open? Previously, there were customers who took 2 hours to clear the experience. At this, the suited man shot her a glare. Did Tao Xiaoqin and the others respond to you? No. The girl shook her head. I messaged Sister Tao, but she hasn't replied, and her phone is off. What are they doing? After today, they better be out of here. Just as the suited man was fuming, a staff member responsible for opening the door suddenly exclaimed, All right, we can open it now. Ecstatic. The suited man rushed to the door, assisting the staff member in opening the scene's entrance. As the door swung wide, the sight that greeted them sent shockwaves through their beings. In the center of the scene, a multitude of bodies lay scattered, including Su Hongyue and her companions. Among them, for staff members were also sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Witnessing this scene, the suited man immediately panicked, directing his subordinates to enter and assess the situation while dialing for emergency services. A mere 15 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, transporting Su Hongyue and the 4 staff members to the hospital. Fortunately, after examination, they were found to be merely suffering from excessive fright-induced unconsciousness. Upon learning of this outcome, the suited man and the haunted house staff collectively sighed in relief. Yet, they quickly realized something was amiss. While it was understandable for the visitors, such as Su Hongyue, to faint from fright, what could have terrified the 4 staff members to such an extent? What transpired within the midnight horror tale scene during that hour? Before they could deduce an answer, the incident surged to the headlines. They had assumed the haunted house's business would plummet due to this affair. However, to their surprise, curiosity surged among netizens upon learning that visitors had been frightened into hospitalization. On that very day, an influx of people flocked to experience the midnight horror tales, known for its ability to terrify visitors to the brink of hospitalization. Regrettably, the outcome was a profound disappointment, as it turned out to be utterly unfrightening. The earlier headlines were dismissed as mere marketing ploys. At the same time, in the patient ward of Jinghai City People's Hospital, Lin Ye, concealed from view, quietly exhaled in relief as he observed Su Hongyue and her companions gradually awaken from their unconscious states. He hoped they would not carry any lasting trauma from the experience. However, he mused that they would likely refrain from visiting haunted houses in the future. Yet, at that moment, Qin Nan, who had just regained consciousness, exclaimed with excitement, Oh my God, we really got scared into the hospital. Incredible. This was definitely worth the money spent. Afterward, she turned to Su Hongyue. Hongyue, see, I told you that haunted house was amazing. How about we try a different theme next week? Faced with her enthusiastic invitation, Su Hongyue shook her head vigorously. Even now? Her mind remains clouded, unable to discern whether the supernatural occurrences she previously encountered were indeed genuine or mere fabrications of her imagination. If they were illusions, they felt astonishingly vivid. Yet, if they were authentic, how did they manage to survive such phenomena? While she was lost in her reverie, a sudden sound from outside the hospital window interrupted her thoughts, and she caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting into the grass beyond the hospital grounds. Was that Little Black? No, it was improbable for Little Black to be here. With a bemused shake of her head, Su Hongyue prepared to rise and leave the hospital room. At that moment, a sweet, melodic child's voice rang in her ears. "Sister, you dropped something." Reacting instinctively to the sound, Su Hongyue turned to see a little girl, appearing no older than 3 or 4, gazing up at her while clutching a palm-sized black cat keychain. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, an elderly vendor selling trinkets found himself in deep contemplation, staring at an empty small box and a few crisp 100-yuan bills before him. Chapter 47. Senior Black takes care of a baby after resolving matters concerning Su Longyue. Lin Ye returned to school alone. To him, this incident was not particularly significant, although the fearsome doll possessed strange abilities. Its overall strength paled in comparison to the cat ghost he had encountered previously. Had he not wished to toy with the fearsome doll, he could have easily dispatched it the moment it revealed itself. However, it was alarming that a genuine abnormality had infiltrated a seemingly ordinary haunted house. It appeared that numerous such anomalies were lurking throughout Jinghai City. Realizing this, his expression grew somber. At that moment, a scene unfolding along the school's main thoroughfare captured his attention. Following his gaze, he observed a throng of students gathered around, some crouching, others standing, frequently emitting peculiar and bizarre sounds. Wow, how adorable. How can it be so cute? Let me hold it. Such a good baby, chubby baby, whose child are you? Let me pet you, please. Lin Ye initially intended to sidestep the peculiar assembly of college students, but the curiosity stemming from the depths of his feline soul urged him on. Fine, I'll take a look. Eventually, he sauntered over to the crowd, squeezing through the gaps until he could clearly see the scene before him. His eyes widened with astonishment. At the center of the gathering stood a diminutive white cat, slightly larger than a fist, wearing an expression of pure curiosity. Its striking yellow-blue heterochromatic eyes flitted back and forth, occasionally emitting a series of adorable, high-pitched meows that nearly melted the hearts of the onlookers. Each time it meowed, cheers erupted from the crowd. How could it be? Isn't that the cat from beside Su Longyue? How did it end up here? Indeed, the little white cat before Lin Ye was the very one he had seen perched on the windowsill at Su Longyue's home. Had it stealthily escaped? As Lin Ye pondered this perplexity, the small white cat seemingly spotted him and hastily trotted over to his side. Meow. Without hesitation, the little creature emitted a series of soft, excited meows, and, much to Lin Ye's bewilderment, it began to rub against his leg. Taken aback by the cotton candy-like creature standing at his calf height, Lin Ye was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the surrounding students wore expressions of dawning realization. I knew such a cute cat couldn't just appear out of nowhere. It must be Senior Black's baby. Senior Black has become a father? Are you daft? Senior Black is male. How could he be a mother? He must be a father. Oh my, Senior Black is indeed a father now. But wait. This doesn't add up. Senior Black is black. So how could his offspring be white? There must be something off here. Stop babbling nonsense. Do you understand biology? If the cat mother is white, even if the father is black, there is a significant chance of producing white kittens. True, aside from the color. This little one resembles Senior Black quite a bit. It seems to have inherited one eye from each parent. Senior Black is a father now. Yet I don't even have a girlfriend. I wonder if the cat mother is that ugly white cat we saw by the cafeteria entrance. It said that white cats are the least attractive? Black cats aren't exactly beauties either. Perhaps other cats simply overlook Senior Black. Hearing the students' banter, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Meow. You all are mistaken. This little one is not my child. Meow. You're the one whose head is green. Meow. I am your father. Meow. Who is spreading these absurd rumors about a cat? Your entire family must be starving. Unfortunately, his feline protests fell on deaf ears among the college students. Look, Senior Black has admitted it. Indeed, Senior Black is clearly overjoyed. He will undoubtedly be a wonderful father. Go for it, Senior Black. Lin Ye. He knew that it would be futile to clarify. Before long, the news of Senior Black's joyous fatherhood would spread throughout Jinghai University, tarnishing his reputation and innocence entirely. Curiosity truly could lead to a cat's demise. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to vacate this place of misunderstandings. However, to his surprise, the little white cat seemed to have claimed him as its own, following him wherever he went with its tiny legs moving as if powered by a motor. After walking several dozen meters, he could no longer contain himself and turned to the little creature, exclaiming in frustration, "Do not follow me. I am not your father." In response, he received nothing but a series of high-pitched, nonsensical meows. Meow. After that, the little one quickened its pace. With no other option, he fled at his fastest speed, only to breathe a sigh of relief once he confirmed that the little white cat was no longer in tow. Finding a flower bed nearby, he leaned against it, preparing to rest. Just then, a girl rushed over to him in a fluster. "Senior Black, is this your baby? I found it over there. You're such a careless father, so I placed it next to you." In disbelief, Lin Ye watched as the girl set down a soft, fluffy white cat beside him. As she walked away, he almost burst into utter speech. Before he could utter a word, he felt something pressing against his abdomen. Looking down, he discovered the little white cat kneading on him, adopting a stance as if it were about to nurse. Startled, he quickly pushed the little creature away. "What are you doing? I am a male cat, a male cat." Just as he raised his voice, he met the little one's big, watery eyes, and the anger that had flared within him vanished without a trace. "Fine, I'll help you find your owner. You must be hungry too." With that, Lin Ye stood up, intending to locate the family that had originally cared for the little creature. However, before he could set off, a few stray cats, Sang Biao, Sang Kuan, and others, approached his location. Upon spotting the white cat beside Lin Ye, their expressions shifted dramatically. Wow. The look on their faces made it abundantly clear what they were thinking. Yet before Lin Ye could clarify, the strays chorused, "Congratulations, Night King, on your new addition. Our cat alliance has a successor. But why is it a white cat? The Night King has an exceptional taste. What shall we name this little one? I think it should be called Little Prince. I learned that from watching human dramas. Perhaps Little Young Master, as it will inherit the cat alliance when the Night King is gone." How could the Night King accomplish such a significant feat without a word? Is the mother perhaps Tsuehua? Seeing the misunderstanding escalate, Lin Ye's anger flared instantly. "It is not my offspring." "Ah, how tragic, not the Night King's progeny. What do humans call it?" "Ah, it seems to be referred to as a white knight. How pitiable." No sooner had the words left the mouths of the cats than a shadow darted before them. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of feline punches, these cats were left battered and bruised. "Let us go. Accompany me to seek out the owner of this little creature." Chapter 48. The Little One's New Home and the Mysterious Black Book. A few minutes later, Lin Ye, accompanied by the little white cat and a few of his bruised companions, embarked on the journey to escort the feline back home. The little creature appeared to have completely acclimatized to Lin Ye's scent, showing no signs of fear. Instead, it exhibited a keen curiosity for everything within the campus. Every couple of steps, it would dart to the side, either pawing at the small insects on the ground or chasing after birds. In less than 100 meters, Lin Ye managed to take over 10 minutes to traverse the distance with the energetic little one. Occasionally, innocent university students would come over to observe the scene. Seeing this, Lin Ye decided to position himself behind the little creature and gently grasp its scruff. Truly, this mischievous little thing was a handful. Just as he finished his thought, Sang Biao, standing nearby, donned a benevolent expression reminiscent of the young Night King. "Like you," Lin Ye retorted, delivering a light slap to Sang Biao's head, producing a crisp sound. Sang Biao clutched his head in feigned agony. "Enough with the act. My control over strength is just right, leaving you dazed but unharmed." "Hee hee. You've caught me," Sang Biao chuckled. "Let us continue. We must return it soon. Such a little one is not suited for a life of wandering with us." With that, Lin Ye, still holding the little white cat, led the other strays across the campus. This heartwarming scene naturally elicited sighs of admiration from the students. "Wow, how heartwarming. Wow. In the blink of an eye, Senior Xiaohei has become a father. What a loving sight. Why is Senior Xiaohei carrying that kitten around? You don't understand. He is announcing to everyone that he has an heir, just like in The Lion King. No wonder. I feel like Senior Xiaohei implies that he is a stray cat, but his child is not." Lin Ye, having grown weary of the students' chatter, simply wished to expedite the return of the little one. After 10 minutes, he arrived at the apartment where Su Longwei resided. Upon finding the corresponding door number, he raised a paw and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a dozen knocks, there was no response from within. Knock, knock, knock. Another dozen knocks yielded the same silence. Could they not be home? Just as Lin Ye pondered this, he caught a faint sound from inside. Clearly, it was the sound of snoring. Upon hearing the snores, he confirmed that someone was indeed home. What is the situation? Are they truly asleep? To ascertain the matter, he set the little white cat down and turned to Sang Biao and the other cats, saying, "Watch over it. I'll check the situation." Before they could react, Lin Ye transformed into a wisp of black smoke and slipped through the narrow gap beneath the security door. Once inside, he immediately activated his invisibility mode, strolling nonchalantly around the apartment. As he approached the bedroom, the snores grew increasingly pronounced, one deep, one light. Following the sound, Lin Ye soon spotted a young couple lying on the bed, appearing to be students, both clad in pajamas. They were evidently the owners of the little white cat. The youth of today truly sleeps soundly. With a resigned expression, Lin Ye prepared to awaken them. He first scratched the soles of their feet. When that elicited no reaction, he leaped onto the headboard and slapped each of them on the face, turning their cheeks red, yet they remained blissfully unaware. What on earth? Such quality of sleep? Lin Ye, incredulous, scanned the room for something to rouse them. Soon, his gaze fell upon a bottle of mineral water on the nearby table. He seized it and, with a deft motion, punctured the bottle, dousing the couple with its contents. He had anticipated that this would awaken them, but to his utter disbelief, they remained undisturbed, showing no signs of waking. Did they party all night? Frustrated, Lin Ye finally leapt off the bed. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar black-covered book lying on the bedside. It appeared to contain 200 to 300 pages. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing the book, Lin Ye felt an unsettling sensation, though he could not pinpoint its source. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ordinary book. Dismissing his strange feeling as mere paranoia, he thought, given their current state, they likely won't wake up anytime soon. Besides, they are not fit to care for a cat. He then glanced toward the balcony adjacent to the bedroom, surmising that the little one had likely fallen from the gap there, fortunate not to have sustained any injuries. Realizing this, Lin Ye decided to revoke their rights as cat parents and considered a more suitable candidate. 20 minutes later, at the staff dormitory, Lin Ye knocked on the door. A girl dressed in a short-sleeved athletic top and yoga pants appeared. From the slight flush on her cheeks and the beads of sweat on her forehead, it was evident she had just finished exercising. Upon seeing Lin Ye at the door, her face lit up in surprise. "Ah, Mimi, you're back." Without a doubt, the girl was Xiao Lingyin, the campus beauty of Jinghai University. Overwhelmed with joy, she bent down to scoop Lin Ye into her arms. But just then, a small figure beside Lin Ye caught her attention. "Meow." The little voice prompted a series of expressions to flicker across Xiao Ling's face, from confusion to astonishment, then to delight, her cherry lips forming an ah shape. Lin Ye was not taken aback by her reaction, yet her subsequent exclamation nearly caused him to topple over. "Wow, Mimi, you're amazing. You brought the baby back so quickly. When did this happen? Where's the baby's mother? How could you not tell her about such a significant event? So, am I now a grandmother? Is this the only one you have? What about your other babies? Come, let grandma hold you. Mimi, don't run away. How can you abandon your child with your old mother at home? This is no different from those stray cats on the street. I'll only help you with this one. If you bring more back, I want to take care of them." After Lin Ye hastily fled the staff dormitory, he finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Turning back to glance at the dormitory, he couldn't help but murmur, finally rid of that. "Little one, I can only assist you this far. Your new owner is sure to treat you better." With that, he strolled leisurely through the campus, simultaneously searching for a potential meal companion. After a thorough search, a familiar figure caught his eye, Li Xining, whom he hadn't seen in several days. Li Xining appeared to be heading out, a backpack slung over her shoulder, a book in hand, hurriedly making her way toward the electric scooter parking area. "You are the one." Recalling the promise that Li Xining had made to him, yet to be fulfilled, regarding the can, Lin Ye immediately quickened his pace. As Li Xining mounted her pink electric scooter, he swiftly hopped onto the rear seat of the vehicle. Perhaps sensing the movement behind her, Li Xining turned her head to glance back. Upon recognizing Lin Ye, a spark of surprise flickered in her eyes. "Xiaohei, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. "Oh, I remember now. I haven't yet given you the reward I promised last time, but it might have to wait until next time. I have a few matters to attend to today. My favorite mystery novelist is in Jinghai, currently holding a signing event at the city library. I need to rush over there immediately. Look, I've even prepared the book." As she spoke, Li Xining raised the book in her hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. When Lin Ye caught sight of the book cover, his expression subtly shifted. This book again. How does she have it too? Chapter 49, Nightmare Indeed. The book that Li Xining held in her hands bore an uncanny resemblance to the black-bound tome that Lin Ye had previously encountered on the bedside of that couple. The moment he laid eyes upon this book once more, the unsettling sensation he had felt earlier returned with a vengeance. This book harbored secrets. Arriving at such a conclusion, Lin Ye could not help but glance at the title, Nightmare. A rather peculiar name. Just as he contemplated examining the book further to discern its mysteries, Li Xining's voice echoed once more. All right, little black, I'm off now. Wait for me to return. I promise to bring you the treats I owe you. Let's make a pact. As she spoke, Li Xining playfully pulled Lin Ye's front paw, sealing their promise with a gesture. Then, she affectionately cupped Lin Ye's face before gently placing him back on the ground. Wait for me, and I shall bring you delicious food when I return. Goodbye. With Lin Ye watching, Li Xining swiftly vanished into the campus on her little electric scooter. Once Li Xining departed, Lin Ye, deep in thought, made his way outside the school. A few minutes later, he found himself back in the apartment where he had previously cared for the little white cat. The room was still filled with the sound of snoring. The couple remained ensconced in their slumber. The only noticeable difference was that their complexions had noticeably worsened, their faces occasionally contorting with various expressions, excitement, terror, and pain. Witnessing this, Lin Ye, who crouched at the bedside, felt an increasing weight of concern. They were undoubtedly not merely asleep. What could be the cause of this? Were they perhaps under some strange influence? Yet, he sensed no eerie aura emanating from them. A cascade of questions surged in his mind, leading his gaze to the black-bound book beside him. Perhaps the answer lay within its pages. Curiosity piqued. He gently opened the cover, revealing the title page and a haunting inscription. Dreams are the continuation of reality, while reality is the conclusion of dreams. Dreams are a tear in the night, allowing us to meet those we long to see. Zhuang Xiaodai. This passage, rich in poetic essence, inexplicably stirred a profound discomfort within Lin Ye. As his gaze lingered on the words, a momentary haze enveloped his mind. This only reinforced his suspicion that the book was indeed problematic. I must uncover the truth hidden within these pages. Let us extend a warm welcome to our young author, Ms. Zhuang Xiaodai. In the lobby of the Jinghai City Library, as the host concluded, a mature woman, clad in a flowing black dress and exuding an air of intellect, gracefully approached the stage. Her presence ignited a fervent atmosphere among the crowd, with many young men and women eagerly brandishing their copies of the black-bound book, their eyes alight with excitement. Noticing the enthusiasm, the woman in the black dress placed her hand over her heart, smiling as she bowed slightly in acknowledgement. After receiving the microphone from the host, she spoke in a soothing tone. Thank you for your support and for attending the signing event for Nightmare. As a novelist, your recognition is my greatest motivation. At that moment, the woman was none other than Zhuang Xiaodai, a rising star in the realm of suspense literature in Longhua. A former ordinary office worker, she embarked on her writing journey at the age of 30, penning Nightmare, a work revered as a masterpiece by countless enthusiasts of the genre. With Nightmare, she garnered several literary awards, propelling her into an unstoppable ascent. Once Zhuang Xiaodia's opening remarks concluded, the event shifted to a Q&A session with her readers. Among the eager crowd, Li Xining, who had been waiting in anticipation, raised her hand with palpable excitement. Thanks to her height, Zhuang Xiaodai quickly noticed her, smiling before signaling for the staff to hand her the microphone. Taking a deep breath, Li Xining began, Teacher Xiaodai, I am your devoted fan and also a private detective. After reading Nightmare, I was profoundly moved, yet I have some questions that I hope to address with you here. Upon hearing Li Xining's words, Zhuang Xiaodai maintained her gentle demeanor. What queries do you have? My first question is, what inspiration guided you to create such a remarkable work? As her question echoed through the space, the audience turned their attention to Zhuang Xiaodai, who took merely a second before responding. The inspiration for this book primarily stemmed from a dream I had, wherein I experienced a multitude of events. It can be said that it was this dream that birthed Nightmare. Dream? Upon hearing Zhuang Xiaodia's answer, the audience began to murmur among themselves, evidently surprised that the genesis of Nightmare was rooted in a mere dream. In my view, it was this dream that allowed me to discover my true self, enabling me to break free from my constraints and transcend barriers. At times, I even ponder whether everything I am experiencing now is also a dream from which I am reluctant to awaken. As she spoke, a self-deprecating smile graced Zhuang Xiaodia's face. Then, Teacher Xiaodai, was the ending witnessed by Zhou Sheng real or merely a dream? Li Xining posed her second question, which was, in fact, the greatest enigma of nightmare. However, this time, Zhuang Xiaodai offered no direct answer but instead revealed a mysterious smile. If the ending is what you desire most, then whether it is a dream or a wakeful state may not seem so significant. By the way, I would like to pose a question to you, the readers. If you could realize all your desires in a dream, would you still wish to awaken? Her words prompted thoughtful expressions among the audience. Yet, Zhuang Xiaodai did not allow them much time for contemplation, swiftly redirecting the conversation. The signing event resumed its normal course. Ultimately, Li Xining successfully obtained Zhuang Xiaodai's autograph and a photograph, riding back to school with a blissful heart. Upon returning to her dormitory, she was suddenly overtaken by drowsiness. After forcing herself to wash up, she collapsed onto her bed. Simultaneously, in a luxurious hotel suite in Jinghai City, Zhuang Xiaodai, clad in a silk robe and holding a glass of red wine, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the city's nightscape. In an instant, her reflection morphed into a grotesque visage. A woman, resembling her but with a plump figure and sallow skin, slowly emerged from her body. The moment the woman appeared, she roared at Zhuang Xiaodai, "When will you return my body to me?" Hearing the woman's words, Zhuang Xiaodai smiled faintly, holding her glass of wine. "Are you sure you wish to revert to your former self? To continue as an overworked office drone? To remain an unwanted, aging single woman? Look at who you are now, a best-selling author, a goddess of suspense, a role model for women, and a wealthy beauty with assets worth millions." As she finished speaking, the woman displayed a fleeting expression of struggle before her face contorted with fear. "This is all a lie. It is merely a dream, a nightmare. I want to return to my original self. Give me back my body." With that, she lunged toward Zhuang Xiaodai. In the face of the woman's frenzy, Zhuang Xiaodai remained unfazed. Without any visible motion, dark tendrils began to extend from her body. The deranged woman was swiftly ensnared by the tendrils, ultimately being drawn back into her own being bit by bit. Once she had completely vanished, a disdainful smile graced Zhuang Xiaodai's face. Falsehoods. What is real and what is illusory? It is evident that she herself is reluctant to awaken, yet she speaks of returning to her true self. Humanity is indeed the most hypocritical of creatures. With that, she turned and strode towards the large bed nearby. Let me see how many unfortunate souls have succumbed to nightmares today. Chapter 50. The Strange Dream. The giant cat in the dream. Li Xining found herself enveloped in a dream, transporting her back to her childhood. A tall man clad in a security uniform, his face obscured, bent down to gently stroke her little head. "Daddy, please don't go." Yet, her father had to fulfill his duty, assuring her he would return once his task was complete. "Let us make a pinky promise. All right, we shall seal it." Just as she extended her finger, the tall man who held her vanished into thin air, and the surroundings began to fragment. In her bewilderment, a familiar little building materialized before her. A couple emerged hand in hand, and upon seeing her, their faces lit up with affection. As they approached, the tall man on the left knelt down with a gentle expression, tightening the red scarf around Li Xining's neck. "Darling, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't we agree to go to Liberation Park to ride swan boats today?" Hearing this, Li Xining pondered for a moment before beaming. "Yes. From today onwards. Will you and mommy stay with me forever?" A young woman with long, jet-black hair also knelt beside her, cradling Li Xining's face in her hands with a radiant smile. Of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xining nodded vigorously. "Let us go." The couple grasped one of Li Xining's hands each and led her away. As they walked, she grew taller, her princess dress replaced by a school uniform. Upon returning home after school one day, she noticed a man in an apron setting the table with a delectable spread. As he arranged the dishes, he looked up at her with warmth. "Hurry and wash your hands. Today is your birthday, and I've cooked all your favorite dishes." Li Xining quickly inquired, "What about mommy?" "Mommy went to buy you a cake." Just then, a graceful middle-aged woman entered, carrying not only a cake, but also a beautifully wrapped gift. Overjoyed, Li Xining rushed to embrace her mother, oblivious to the fleeting, peculiar smile that crossed the woman's face as Li Xining nestled against her. Once again, the familiar question echoed, "From today onward, will mommy and daddy stay with you forever?" Just as Li Xining was about to agree wholeheartedly, a sudden meow broke the moment. Meow. At the sound of the cat, Li Xining's memory stirred, and she dashed to the window. Peering outside, she spotted a familiar black cat lounging on the tree, its golden eyes fixed intently on her. "Oh, it's Little Black. How did you end up here?" "Meow." The black cat called out again. Something felt amiss. Little black shouldn't be here. As she pondered the situation, the familiar voice of her mother interrupted her thoughts. Sweetheart, come blow out the candles. Mommy has prepared a gift for you. The sudden call snapped Li Xining back to reality, and without a second thought, she turned around. The dining table flickered with candlelight, and the scene with her parents exuded warmth, if not for the ominous black tendrils extending behind them. Make a wish, darling. Once you do, our family will be together forever, her father urged. Yes, Mommy and Daddy will never leave you again. We will always be happy together. Under their encouragement, Li Xining joined her hands and slowly approached the cake. After a moment's contemplation, she finally voiced her wish. If only this weren't a dream. She smiled and lifted her gaze to her parents. At her words, their expressions morphed: shock, disappointment, confusion, and then anger. In an instant, their faces twisted into grotesque masks, and the black tendrils that had lurked behind them surged forth, enveloping the room. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed ominously. How did you realize this was a dream? It was simple. First, I saw Little Black. He could never appear in my childhood. Li Xining responded with certainty. Furthermore, my parents would never call me darling. I don't know who you are, but I'm grateful for the warmth you allowed me to experience. As she spoke, her middle school uniform transformed back to her original attire. It's time to awaken from this dream. No, don't you wish to be with your parents forever? The monstrous form of her parents, now merged, spoke with a beguiling tone. Yet, Li Xining resolutely shook her head. I have my own life. With that, she attempted to depart. However, countless black tendrils surged toward her like a tidal wave, wrapping around her body and gradually pulling her into darkness. The strange entity controlling the tendrils laughed triumphantly. You cannot escape. Come, plunge into the eternal dream, where you can have everything you desire. At that moment, Li Xining felt her soul being drawn into an abyss, her consciousness beginning to fade. Simultaneously, in the real world, she lay in bed, her face contorted in agony. She attempted to scream but could produce no sound, her limbs feeling as though they were no longer her own. As she neared the precipice of eternal slumber, a radiant light suddenly erupted from beneath her pillow, and a dark mist invaded her mind. Meanwhile, the realm of her dream was slowly succumbing to darkness. Just then, an enormous claw tore through the layers of shadow, causing the space around Li Xining to collapse like fragile paper. Meow. A resounding cat call reverberated through the air as a colossal black cat appeared above her, its golden eyes shining like the sun, illuminating the darkness that sought to ensnare her. The strange entity, now aware of the cat's presence, recoiled in alarm. What is this creature? Why is it in your dream? At that moment, clarity returned to Li Xining as she gazed at the giant cat above her, her face lighting up with joy. Little Black, is that you? Please help me chase away this monster. Meow. Another call resonated, and in an instant, the golden eyes glimmered with intent. A paw larger than a house descended with force. Boom. The terrifying entity, covered in countless tendrils, was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Upon landing, it was filled with terror, devoid of any will to fight, fixated solely on escape. After casting a begrudging glance at Li Xining, its form began to fade. Just as it was about to vanish entirely, a swift gust from a claw left a terrifying scar upon its body. After the chilling scream, the bizarre entity ultimately vanished from Li Xining's dreamscape. Not long after its departure, Li Xining, drenched in sweat, jolted awake from her slumber. Simultaneously, on the rooftop of the teaching building, Lin Ye, who had been soundly asleep, slowly opened his eyes, his golden gaze filled with bewilderment. What on earth? How can dreams be interconnected? I actually entered Li Xining's dream. What was that dark, formless entity? At that moment, a series of questions surged through his mind. However, he soon recalled something important and lifted his right front paw. Upon it, wisps of black resentment coiled tightly. He extended his tongue to taste it, and a notification promptly appeared. Consuming malevolent spirits resentment. Energy reserve 100. Indeed, it was peculiar, a phenomenon capable of infiltrating others' dreams. This seemed rather intriguing to Lin Ye, a faint smirk forming on his face. As dawn broke the following day at 8 o'clock, several ambulances inexplicably arrived at Jinghai University. Simultaneously, a subtle commotion began to ripple through multiple dormitory buildings. Chapter 51. A collective incident. An extraordinary morning on the rooftop of the teaching building. Lin Ye, just awakened, first yawned and then stretched his forepaws against the adjacent wall. Once fully roused, he leisurely descended towards the ground floor of the building. He had anticipated encountering university students on their way to class, perhaps even securing a breakfast for himself. However, to his astonishment, the teaching building was eerily deserted. Not only were there no students attending classes, but even the teachers were conspicuously absent. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Ye's feline eyes as he pondered the peculiar situation. What on earth is happening? Today is not a weekend, so why is no one here? With this puzzlement, Lin Ye exited the teaching building, only to discover that it was not just the building that was devoid of activity. The entire campus appeared unusually empty. Even when he spotted a few students, they hurried past, seemingly preoccupied. Before he could unravel this mystery, his gaze fell upon a plump orange cat sprawled lazily in a flower bed. "Xilang, have you eaten?" Lin Ye greeted as he approached the rotund feline. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, the orange cat turned its neck with great effort, and upon recognizing Lin Ye, a spark of joy lit up its face. "Not yet. I haven't eaten in hours, and I'm nearly starving. I don't know what's going on today. The girls who usually bring me treats didn't come. Night King, do you have any food?" "Where would I find food?" Lin Ye replied, his expression contemplative. "But if you, Xilang, haven't managed to snag a bite, it seems today truly lacks visitors." After informing Xilang, Lin Ye continued to wander through the campus. As he passed the campus supermarket, he encountered a cat named Hammer, who was energetically dragging a hammer around. "Hammer, are you exercising? Have you eaten?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, Hammer turned around, muscles taut. "I just had something. What did you eat? Was it delicious?" Lin Ye's eyes brightened. "Nothing much. Just a chick raised by my little master." "Night King, would you like to try? I saved one for lunch." Hammer offered eagerly. Lin Ye was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid of getting scolded?" "Not at all. I ate it right in front of that silly dog," Hammer replied with a mischievous grin. Lin Ye glanced toward a corner several meters away, where a Shar-Pei dog, wearing a collar, lay sleeping in a foam box, surrounded by scattered feathers and blood. The dog seemed to be dreaming, blissfully unaware of the impending trouble. After a sympathetic glance at the dog, Lin Ye turned back to Hammer. "Hammer, you should refrain from such thievery in the future. By the way, could you fetch me a sausage from inside? I promise to dispose of the packaging right in front of the dog's den after I'm done." Just as Hammer was about to comply, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from within the supermarket. A middle-aged woman wielding a broom stormed out in a huff. After surveying the scene, she marched directly to the dog's den and began scolding the unsuspecting Shar-Pei. "Of all the dogs, it had to be you. Why must you provoke trouble? Is that chick just so delectable? Woof, don't you dare retort. You've learned to talk back, have you? Woof, don't give me that innocent act. I have Hammer tied up. How could such a tiny kitten possibly drag such a heavy hammer? Clearly, it was you. You won't be eating lunch today?" The Shar-Pei whimpered mournfully, while Lin Ye observed Hammer feigning innocence. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, only those who wrong you truly understand your plight. Night King, do you still want that sausage? I'll sneak in and grab one for you, and toss a couple in front of the silly dog. It looks pitiful," Hammer proposed suddenly. Hearing this, Lin Ye regarded Hammer with newfound respect. "I didn't realize you had a sense of conscience." Yet, Hammer's next statement left him utterly speechless. "It's mainly because I already snagged a few yesterday. I'm worried they'll notice. If I drop a couple in front of the dog, we can consider it even." Lin Ye replied, "Forget it. I won't have that sausage. It's tainted with dog blood, and I prefer to keep my conscience clear." At that moment, an idea struck Lin Ye. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he discreetly produced several $100 bills from his belly. "Hide this well. In a few days, bring one to your master. They won't care what you want after that." Hammer eyed the money with suspicion. "Night King, you're not deceiving me, are you?" "How could I? Just try it and see." With a hint of doubt, Hammer first concealed the other bills before proudly carrying one over to the previously scolding middle-aged woman. Upon noticing the $100 bill in Hammer's mouth, her furious expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Oh my goodness, Hammer, you're incredible. Honey, come see. Hammer found $100. Hammer, you truly are our family's lucky cat. I always said cats bring wealth, but you insisted that cats bring misfortune. Hammer, choose whatever you desire to eat. You will never be tied up again." This sudden affection left Hammer taken aback, while Lin Ye gazed on with admiration. It seemed that establishing a loyal cat truly mattered. He had been exceedingly benevolent. Shaking his head, Lin Ye continued his wanderings. Along the way, he encountered numerous other cats, all of whom lamented the absence of sustenance that day. None had managed to secure even the most meager morsels. The only one possibly enjoying a meal was the fabled Tian Sha. When Lin Ye found Tian Sha, it was nestled against a rat as large as a kitten, while several smaller rats quivered in the corner behind it. Upon spotting Lin Ye, Tian Sha immediately rose and offered, "Night King, have you had breakfast?" Would you like to eat something here? With a menacing glare, Tian Sha gestured toward one of the trembling rats in the corner. How about this one? It's plump and substantial. Lin Ye quickly shook his head. No, thank you. I generally avoid such greasy fare in the morning. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. Perhaps I'll nibble on some cat grass instead. You carry on. With that, Lin Ye hurriedly departed. After all this time as a cat, he could accept many things. But eating rats was simply intolerable. Yet, he could never let his subordinates discover this weakness. The illustrious leader of the cat clan scared to eat rats? Such news would surely provoke laughter amongst the felines. Who would have thought that the mighty Night King would one day fret over breakfast? As he felt the emptiness in his stomach, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. Xiaohei, so you were here. I've been searching for you for quite some time, and I'm relieved to find you at last. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Ye immediately turned his head. He beheld Li Ning, her face brimming with joy, slowly approaching him while cradling a large box. Look, this is the jar and the cat treats I promised you. And I haven't missed a single one. As Lin Ye gazed in astonishment, Li Ning opened the cardboard box right before him, revealing an abundance of cat snacks filling the entire container. Chapter 52. The return of the cat detective. At this moment, for Lin Ye, who was already ravenous, the appearance of Li Ning holding a pile of cat food was nothing short of a miraculous salvation. Overcome with delight, he quickly urged her to open one of the cans. The delightful aroma wafting from the can was irresistible, and he devoured it eagerly. Li Ning crouched beside him, watching intently. Once Lin Ye finished the first can, she promptly opened a second one for him. Thus, he consumed 4 cans in succession, only revealing a look of contentment after finishing the last. As he licked the remnants from his lips, he glanced at Li Ning. Meow, he knew she had not come solely to deliver cat food. Indeed, as he suspected, there was more to her visit. Xiaohei, have you noticed how many fewer people there are in school today? I just saw several ambulances. Apparently, some students can't be awakened. Although the school hasn't disclosed the exact number, I surmise it must be quite significant. Otherwise, classes wouldn't be suspended. Upon hearing Li Ning's words, Lin Ye's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder. This must be the reason. If they cannot be awakened, it is surely akin to what happened with that couple yesterday. He couldn't help but recall the pair residing in the off-campus apartment. Moreover, I have heard that not only our school, but also the nearby Medical University and Technological Institute are experiencing similar occurrences. I believe there is a grand conspiracy at play here. As a beautiful girl detective, I feel it is my duty to uncover the truth behind this matter. With that, Li Ning grasped Lin Ye's 2 front paws, compelling him to stand. Xiaohei detective, it is time for us to make our triumphant return. If we can unveil the truth behind this mystery, our agency, the Beautiful Girl and Cat Detective Agency, shall gain renown in Jinghai. From this moment forth, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of cat life, becoming the Sherlock Holmes among cats, the dream companion of countless beautiful felines. Lin Ye, as a black cat, he felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes. He had encountered many who painted grand visions for people, but this was the first time he had witnessed such for a cat. Also, when did your detective agency change its name? Was it not called the Cat's Eye Detective Agency? However, Li Ning seemed oblivious to the changes in Lin Ye's expression, her eyes still sparkling with excitement. Xiaohei detective, I have prepared new equipment for you. With that, she retrieved a small outfit and a tiny hat from her bag. The outfit was a dark Sherlock Holmes-style cloak, and the hat resembled the iconic black bowler worn by Holmes in films. She even provided Lin Ye with a small pipe hanging from a necklace and a golden pocket watch. Adorned in this ensemble, Lin Ye transformed into a detective cat, much to Li Ning's satisfaction. Xiaohei detective, you look incredibly cool now. She extended her right hand, signaling for Lin Ye to place his paw atop it. Seriously, he thought, exasperated. After a moment of resignation, he placed his right paw on her hand. At any time, in any place, the Beautiful Girl and Cat Detective shall commence their investigation. The moment she finished speaking, Li Ning produced a notebook from seemingly nowhere and began analyzing the case before Lin Ye, entirely disregarding his feline nature. According to my research, all the victims are university students, and the incidents occurred last night. The situations are remarkably similar. Upon returning to their dorms, they fell into an unshakable sleep for reasons unknown. However, I suspect they may have been poisoned. The key now is to identify the commonality among these victims. While she diligently analyzed, Lin Ye already had an inkling of the answer. He knew without a doubt that the cause of it all was the peculiar entity that had invaded Li Ning's dreams last night. Its method of entering others' dreams was likely through that book titled Nightmare. As for why the victims were predominantly university students, he theorized a possible explanation. He immediately dashed in a specific direction to verify his thoughts. Seeing Lin Ye depart, Li Xining hurriedly followed with her belongings in tow. Xiaohei, where are you going? Wait for me. The pair raced for about 10 minutes until Lin Ye arrived at a bookshelf on the second floor of the library. Just as he reached it, Li Xining caught up. Crouching before the shelf, she wore a puzzled expression. Xiaohei, what did you bring me here for? As soon as she finished her sentence, Lin Ye suddenly leaped up and pulled a book from the shelf. With a soft thud, the book, bound in black, landed flat on the floor. When Li Xining saw its cover, her expression shifted, revealing surprise. How could it be this book? Xiaohei, are you suggesting that this incident is related to it? Meow, at least your brain isn't useless. Receiving Lin Ye's affirmation, Li Xining's mind began racing. There's a girl in dorm 316 who also fell into an unshakable sleep today. If I recall correctly, she previously had this book in her possession. Additionally, many others at the school likely encountered it. Thus, the suspicion surrounding this book is indeed substantial. Suddenly, Li Xining recalled something mentioned by Zhuang Xiaodai during last night's book signing event, and a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. That's it. It has to be her. Moreover, I had a strange dream last night and nearly couldn't awaken. Perhaps it was due to this book. In an instant, she felt as though all the mysteries were unraveling. The next moment, she crouched before Lin Ye. Xiaohei, you are simply brilliant. I believe I have discerned the answer. Now we must seek verification. Once we solve this case, I will ensure you are included in my detective novel. With that, she scooped Lin Ye into her arms and headed outside the campus. Lin Ye did not resist. He too was eager to meet the peculiar entity capable of entering others' dreams. He sensed that this entity might bring him unexpected surprises. Half an hour later, with Li Xining riding an electric bike and Lin Ye in tow, they arrived at the venue of last night's book signing. However, upon arrival, the staff informed them that Zhuang Xiaodai was currently resting in a hotel due to special circumstances. Upon receiving this news, disappointment washed over Li Xining. Xiaohei, what should we do now? Without seeing her, we cannot seek verification. Hearing her words, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Yet, he soon relaxed as he spotted a stray dog not far ahead. There are no insurmountable difficulties, only brave dogs. Chapter 53, The Dream-Eating Beast. The battle within dreams. On the lawn in front of the city library, a yellow dog with protruding teeth lay listlessly. Suddenly, a piece of starch sausage fell right before it. Upon seeing the sausage, the yellow dog perked up instantly, rising to devour the morsel with great enthusiasm. Just as it finished, another piece dropped a short distance away. Thus, it continued its journey, munching along the way, until it arrived at the base of a large tree. At that moment, two dark shadows suddenly appeared before its eyes. Before it could react, one of the shadows pounced and pinned it to the ground. Meow. Don't move, or I'll smash your doggy head. Upon hearing this command and sensing the pressure above, the stray yellow dog immediately submitted. Debeo, what kind of dog are you? Lin Ye mused, observing the compliant yellow dog. Debeo, do you wish to lend a paw? Speak up. The dog, sensing the gravity of the situation, responded eagerly. I will help you find the scent. Very well, Lin Ye affirmed. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 20, no, 30 pieces of starch sausage. Debeo, you won't go back on your word, will you? I am a man of my word, never to renege, Lin Ye assured him. Rest assured, I am devoted to you. The yellow dog, now visibly loyal, set off to track the scent left by Zhuang Xiaodai in the book. Meanwhile, less than 800 meters away, in a hotel room, Zhuang Xiaodai slowly opened her eyes. The moment she awoke, she approached the dressing mirror and removed her silk nightgown, revealing her beautiful figure. However, her pristine skin bore 3 deep, jagged claw marks, each one visible to the bone. Seeing these marks, she recalled the earlier incident, a shiver running down her spine. What kind of monster lurked in her dreams, capable of inflicting such severe wounds? If she encountered it again, she would surely perish. She had to regain her strength quickly. As if making a firm decision, she lay back down and swiftly fell into a dream. In this realm, she transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, ensnaring souls trapped within their dreams. One man, lost in fantasies of wealth, lay atop a mountain of gold, living a life of excess. In the blink of an eye, a long tongue snatched him from his golden throne. An ugly beast's face materialized before him, and in his terrified gaze, the tongue drew him into a gaping maw. After devouring this man's soul, the creature concealed within the black mist felt its power surge. It then broke into a second dream. where a girl envisioned herself as a superstar, surrounded by adoring fans. Just as she ascended the stage to receive worship, the long tongue descended once more, lifting her into the air. Ultimately, she too met a grim fate. While the monster wreaked havoc in the dream world, a nurse in a hospital room in Jinghai City gasped, "Oh no, 2 patients have lost their vital signs." This exclamation sent the room into chaos, as several doctors rushed in to examine the 2. Upon inspection, their faces paled in disbelief. How can this be? Their organs appear intact. They are merely asleep. As the doctors spoke, a group clad in black uniforms entered the room, led by Zhou Yiqin, captain of the 3rd team of the Anomaly Bureau. Upon entering, they immediately began their own assessments. In mere moments, 2 more patients lost their vital signs. Zhou Yiqin's expression darkened. Is the dream-eating beast declaring war on us? How dare it directly consume these souls? Hearing this, the assistant Xiaonan shook her head. I don't think so. The dream-eating beast has always been cautious. Since the Anomaly Bureau discovered its existence, it hasn't caused any fatalities, merely leaving victims to sleep longer than usual. Its sudden aggression suggests a perceived threat, prompting it to escalate its power through such extreme measures. Oh, but isn't the dream-eating beast without natural enemies? Even if we kill its summoner, it can resurrect in the dream world. What could threaten it? Zhou Yiqin asked, puzzled. I cannot say. However, if it continues this way, we may soon face grave consequences. We must intervene, Xiaonan asserted. Turning to the medical staff, she instructed, please step outside. We need to conduct emergency treatment on these patients. The medical personnel exchanged uncertain glances until a nurse whispered urgently beside them, prompting their swift exit. Once they were gone, Zhou Yiqin and his team locked the door and opened their backpack, revealing a stack of yellow talismans, several incense sticks, and a censer. Distributing the talismans to his team, Xiaonan lit the incense and addressed them solemnly. This talisman is a soul-binding talisman. When affixed to your forehead, it will ensure you awaken the moment you suffer a fatal injury in the dream. This incense enhances your mental strength temporarily, allowing you to harness real-world powers within the dream. We must enter the dream world swiftly to halt the dream-eating beast. The team nodded in agreement, quickly adhering the talismans to their foreheads as Xiaonan ignited the incense. As the fragrant smoke billowed, they opened the prepared black book. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a terrifying world. Above them, a colossal beast shrouded in black mist wreaked havoc. Upon seeing the creature, the team exchanged glances before charging forward. Unlike ordinary individuals, as summoners, they too could wield strange powers within the dream realm. Thus, they quickly found themselves evenly matched with the Dream Eater. However, it soon became evident that their assumptions had been overly simplistic. Within the realm of dreams, how could they possibly stand as adversaries to the Dream Eater? A male team member was the first to be overwhelmed, his anguished scream echoing as he was forcibly ejected from the dream world. Soon after, 2 more members encountered the same fate. In less than a mere 10 minutes, the 5 who had entered the dream realm were reduced to just Zhou Yiqin and Xiaonan, who were desperately holding on. This was largely due to the peculiar nature of their abilities, which were of a mental type. Just as they feared they would soon follow in their teammates' footsteps, the terrifying and grotesque Dream Eater vanished from the sky without warning. Chapter 54. Re-entering the dream. The unrivaled Dream Eater knock, knock, knock. After enduring countless hardships, Lin Ye and Li Xining finally located the room where Zhuang Xiaodai resided. As Li Xining rapped on the door, Lin Ye stood ready, prepared to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. Suddenly, the door creaked open a fraction, revealing Zhuang Xiaodai in a nightgown. Upon recognizing Li Xining, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. You are the reader who approached me yesterday with inquiries? At her words, Li Xining nodded eagerly. Yes, Teacher Zhuang. I am your devoted fan. I have come here today with a question I wish to pose. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Zhuang Xiaodai's eyes, yet she eventually nodded in acquiescence. Then come in. Certainly. Li Xining politely acknowledged and stepped inside. By the way, I have a friend who also wishes to. As she spoke, she searched for Lin Ye's presence. A friend? Zhuang Xiaodai's expression shifted, her gaze darting around to ensure they were alone in the corridor. Before she exhaled in relief, my friend must have left first. Realizing Lin Ye had vanished, Li Xining hastily clarified, he must have stepped away. A minute later, Zhuang Xiaodai and Li Xining sat across from each other by the large window in the hotel room. After pouring a cup of tea for Li Xining, Zhuang Xiaodai calmly inquired, what is your question? Please, feel free to ask. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ning retrieved a book titled Nightmare, which bore Zhuang Xiaodai's signature. Teacher Zhuang, this book of yours is not an ordinary one, is it? The atmosphere in the room shifted instantaneously, and Zhuang Xiaodai's gaze sharpened. After a penetrating look at Li Ning, she nodded. What do you know? I know everything. You have employed the psychological suggestions embedded within this book to ensnare all who have read it within their own dreams. Even I nearly fell victim to your scheme. I am curious to understand the purpose behind your actions. After delivering this serious statement, Li Ning awaited Zhuang Xiaodai's response in silence, her face devoid of fear. Even in the presence of the orchestrator of this grand event, Zhuang Xiaodai regarded her with a mix of admiration and respect. You are quite remarkable and brave. However, knowing that I am responsible for all this, do you not fear for your safety? Not at all, Li Ning replied with conviction. If my assumptions are correct, your abilities only manifest within dreams. As long as I remain awake, you cannot harm me. Astute, Zhuang Xiaodai remarked, smiling. You are precisely correct. All my powers are confined to the dream realm, where I am a force to be reckoned with. In the waking world, I am just an ordinary person. But you are also an ordinary person, she continued, her tone shifting. I neglected to mention that although my abilities cannot affect reality, I can harness some of the strength from the dream world. In one of my dream personas, I am a master of combat. As she spoke, she assumed a combat stance, her muscles visibly tensing. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Ye prepared for action, but what transpired next took him by surprise. Li Ning, instead of showing alarm, remained composed. How fortuitous. I happen to have some combat training as well, though mine differs somewhat from yours. In the next moment, she produced a dark object from her bag. Upon seeing it, Zhuang Xiaodai raised her hands defensively. Little girl, this isn't a fair game. All right, I won't use that one. I'll switch to something else. Before Zhuang Xiaodai could react, Li Ning drew out a stun baton and aimed it at Zhuang Xiaodai's abdomen, activating it. Zhuang Xiaodai convulsed violently, her eyes glazing over before she collapsed. Powerless and unconscious. Witnessing this, Lin Ye gave Li Ning a thumbs up. Impressive. However, a momentary confusion arose. How could a university student possess such prowess? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Ning, brimming with triumph, aimed her weapon at the fallen Zhuang Xiaodai. A jet of water erupted from the nozzle. Humph! A dull blade cannot contend with a true detective, she declared, swiftly binding Zhuang Xiaodai with a rope. Having secured her, a sheen of perspiration formed on her brow. All set. I will call the authorities to have you apprehended. With a pat of her hands, she lifted the cup of tea Zhuang Xiaodai had poured for her and drank it in one gulp. As the tea coursed through her, dizziness swept over her, and a profound sense of drowsiness enveloped her. Oops, that was a mistake. With a silly chuckle, she collapsed onto the bed. Lin Ye, witnessing the unfolding events, covered his face with his paws in disbelief. One cannot be so careless. This is someone else's territory. Can one simply drink whatever is offered? Shaking his head in exasperation, he leaped beside Zhuang Xiaodai to assess her condition. Just as he landed, his expression shifted. Oh no, she has fallen asleep. Does that mean I have delivered her food? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly jumped onto the bed, his tiny paws slapping at Li Ning's face. Wake up, quickly. Yet, whether it was the potency of the tea or the lingering effects of Zhuang Xiaodai's influence, Li Ning remained unresponsive, even as Lin Ye's efforts left marks on her cheek. This is a disaster. It seems I must take matters into my own paws, he declared, leaping to the nearby table, pouring himself a cup of tea with great difficulty, and began licking it. After only a few laps, fatigue washed over him. What is this? It is far too strong, he murmured before succumbing to slumber. Simultaneously, within the dream world, Li Ning, having just entered, found herself in the crosshairs of the Dream Eater, transformed into its full, formidable form. It wreaked havoc across others' dreams, cackling maniacally. Little girl, your audacity is commendable. You dare to return. In the waking world, I am no match for you, but in the dream realm, I am invincible. Your soul is now mine. With that proclamation, the Dream Eater toyed with Li Ning as if she were a mere mouse. In the process, countless tranquil dreams were shattered, and once isolated dreamscapes were forcibly intertwined. The entire dream world spiraled into chaos, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Countless souls ensnared in slumber fled in desperation, while unfortunate individuals were devoured by the Dream Eater, becoming part of its essence. As a result, its power swelled. Even Zhou Yichun and Xiao Nan, who had previously entered the dream realm, found themselves as powerless as ordinary individuals. Just as despair began to engulf them, a sudden meow echoed from above. Meow. Immediately, a terrifying behemoth, no less imposing than the fully developed Dream Eater, materialized before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 55, The Battle of Dreams. The influence of mind on dreams. As the dream-eating beast unleashed its terrifying power, despair gripped the hearts of those trapped in the realm of dreams. Yet, at that moment, a resounding cat's roar captured their attention. Following the source of the sound, they soon beheld an unforgettable spectacle. At the horizon's edge, a colossal black cat, towering and majestic, gracefully approached the dream-eating beast. With each step, the ground trembled beneath its might. The sight of this gigantic feline left the onlookers in utter bewilderment. Indeed, it was a dream. How could an ordinary cat possess such immense size? The absurdity of the dream was undeniable, featuring not only a terrifying monster, but also a gargantuan cat. Wait, it seemed the giant cat was heading straight for that creature. Amidst the awe of the crowd, Li Xining, who had been fleeing from the dream-eating beast, was now filled with exhilaration. Little Black, is that you? You've come to save me again. Quickly, defeat that monster. Go, Little Black. Simultaneously, the fully formed dream-eating beast noticed the sudden appearance of the giant cat, and, recalling past encounters, a flicker of panic crossed its visage. How could it have returned? But soon, it regained its composure. Last time I was not in my complete form, and now, having absorbed so many souls and dream energies, I doubt you can best me. With that, it launched the first attack against the giant cat. Its maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of dream energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into black tendrils. Just as these tendrils were about to ensnare the colossal feline, it remained unperturbed, raising its right paw and gently waving it forward. In an instant, a powerful gust, capable of rending the heavens, surged toward the dark tendrils. Crack! The moment the tendrils collided with the claw's wind, they were severed into countless segments, collapsing to the ground and reverting to dream energy. Witnessing its attack thwarted with ease, the dream-eating beast's expression shifted as it initiated a second strike. Without any visible movement, an immense accumulation of dream energy enveloped it, forming an impressive suit of armor. It transformed into a half-human warrior, wielding dual swords, each cleaving forward, summoning a massive sword thousands of meters long that barreled toward the giant cat. Boom! As the sword fell, the entire dream realm quaked, and innumerable dreamscapes shattered in its wake. The onlookers gasped in horror, particularly Zhou Yichen and Xiao Nan from the Anomaly Bureau. How could this be? The dream-eating beast's power has escalated to such heights. Its kingly prowess must be unparalleled, Zhou Yichen exclaimed. Just then, Xiao Nan, furrowing her brow, shook her head. No, its true strength cannot be that formidable. It is merely because we have entered its dream following the Great Fusion. In this realm, it wields immense power. Unlike us, who cannot control our dreams, and thus cannot exceed our own limitations, the dream-eating beast governs the dream perfectly. Within its dream, it is a deity. Hearing Xiao Nan's explanation, Zhou Yichen felt a weight in his heart. If that were the case, could the cat truly contend with the dream-eating beast? It's hard to say. I still do not understand how a cat entered the dream world. Just as they conversed, the commotion caused by the dream-eating beast began to settle. The giant cat had vanished without a trace from where the sword had struck. The crowd felt their hearts leap into their throats, but soon exhaled in relief. For just a few kilometers away, the enormous black cat reappeared. It seemed that the dream-eating beast's attack had no effect on it. What on earth? Why is this creature so much stronger than before? It appears quite formidable. Also, how did it don such impressive armor? I want one. Lin Ye gazed at the dream-eating beast's energy armor, filled with envy. Wait, could it have conjured that? Perhaps through self-hypnosis? Yes, it must be so. This is the dream world, where everything stems from imagination. If that is the case, realizing the crux of the matter, Lin Ye's face brightened with anticipation. Witness my armor fusion. Cat armor. With a thought, dream energy began to swirl around him, but contrary to his expectations, it did not form the cat armor he envisioned. Instead, it merely coalesced into a pair of gloves. Staring at his newly adorned hands, Lin Ye was left bewildered. I wanted cat armor, not a cosplay of a Digimon. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the dream-eating beast's ambiguous voice echoed. You thought harnessing dream energy would be so simple? Unless you can master your own dream as I do, it is impossible. Achieving that requires formidable mental strength, which you evidently lack. Upon hearing the beast's mocking tone, Lin Ye directed his gaze toward it. Absolute control over dreams? Mental strength? Suddenly, he grasped the underlying truth. Reflecting on his past dreams, he began to understand. Typically, individuals are unaware they are dreaming, their actions uncontrollable. Those with slightly stronger mental fortitude may recognize their dreaming state, but remain unable to control their actions. The more adept can not only recognize their dreams, but also exert control over their behaviors. However, to reach the level of the dream-eating beast, capable of both controlling its behavior and acting freely within the dream, one must possess an extraordinary mental power far surpassing that of an ordinary person. With this realization, Lin Ye's mind began to formulate a plan. The next moment, he addressed the dream-eating beast. Wait a moment, I must log off. I shall return shortly. What? Before the dream-eating beast could comprehend Lin Ye's words, his massive form began to fade, eventually vanishing completely. This unexpected turn of events left not only the dream-eating beast in shock, but also the others in the dream realm, frozen in place. Their perceived savior, the giant cat, had vanished. No, it hadn't. He fled. It had logged off. Chapter 56. Enhancement of Intelligence. Power unleashed in a hotel room in the real world. Lin Ye awoke from his slumber, first wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and then reflecting on the events that had just transpired in the dream realm. In essence, as long as my mental power is as formidable as that of the dream devourer, I can act freely in the dream world. But what is this mental power related to? Intelligence attributes? With this thought, he promptly accessed his attribute panel. Base attributes: Strength 40, Agility 50, Intelligence 30, Constitution 25, Energy Reserve 30, Evolution Points 58. He had not utilized the evolution points obtained from defeating the fear puppet. And with the additional 10 points he had prepared earlier, along with those accumulated from his recent meals, he now had a total of 58 evolution points, a considerable abundance. Without the slightest hesitation, he invested 20 evolution points into his intelligence. As his intelligence surged from 30 to 50, he suddenly felt that the entire world had shifted. His mind became extraordinarily clear. Even with his eyes closed, everything within a 10-meter radius presented itself in a different form in his mind. Undoubtedly, this was a manifestation of the significant enhancement in intelligence. Logically, it should be the so-called mental power. Indeed, mental power correlates with intelligence attributes. If I continue to develop it, I should also acquire special abilities akin to telekinesis. Thus, it can be surmised that the superhumans in this world operate on a similar principle. While musing to himself, Lin Ye once again sensed the tumor within his mind. He could now faintly discern the shape of the tumor through his mental power. It resembled a glass marble, rounded and adorned with mysterious patterns that exuded an enigmatic aura. Occasionally, peculiar substances from the air would adhere to this spherical entity, yet he felt no physical changes. Beyond this, there was nothing more. He had a premonition that perhaps once he elevated his intelligence to a certain level, the true function of this orb would reveal itself. However, now was clearly not the time for such inquiries. With his drastically enhanced mental power, his confidence surged. He leapt onto a nearby table, poured himself a cup of tea brewed by Zhuang Xiaodai, and downed it in one gulp. I have truly arrived. No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed onto the table. Upon awakening once more, he found himself back in the dream realm. The moment those trapped in the dream world saw his return, they erupted in cheers, as if they had spotted a savior. Meanwhile, the dream devourer displayed a chilling smirk. I thought you had fled. I didn't expect you to dare return. Are you prepared to meet your demise? As it spoke, it readied itself for battle. Brandishing its twin swords, which ignited with black flames, complemented by its striking and imposing armor. In stark contrast, Lin Ye's aura appeared considerably diminished. Humph. Let us see who meets their end this time. With a cold snort, Lin Ye unleashed his mental power, channeling dream energy towards himself in a frenzied accumulation. Instantly, his aura began to soar, and his body underwent a drastic transformation. From the nape of his neck to his back, and from his back to his tail, towering crystalline fins sprouted, and thick scales emerged on his exterior. His form gradually began to stand upright, with his hind legs becoming robust and his forelegs shortening. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ye transformed from an ordinary giant cat into a ferocious beast, shimmering with blue electric light. Mistaken identity, this is the real form. Before the dream devourer could react, the fins along his back began to illuminate one by one. Buzzing from the tip of his tail to the nape of his neck, Lin Ye suddenly opened his mouth wide. Meow with a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. A powerful beam of energy surged forth from his mouth. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the beam struck the Dream Devourer's chest, sending it flying. Crash. Another loud bang reverberated as the Dream Devourer crashed heavily to the ground, causing the entire dream world to tremble. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. They could hardly believe how events had escalated. The once ordinary giant cat had returned from being offline to become this formidable. Moreover, it could transform into an unknown beast. It's a cheat. Absolutely a cheat. It just logged off to power up. What on earth is this creature? Is it truly a cat? What breed of cat is this? With fins on its back and the ability to shoot lasers? Adorable, I want one. Well, if it weren't so large, it would indeed be quite charming. Especially when it meows. What on earth is this cat? Zhou Yiqin glanced at the fearsome Lin Ye and then at Xiaonan beside him. How could there be a creature in the dream that surpasses the Dream Devourer? You ask me, who do I ask? But it's definitely not an ordinary cat. Xiaonan replied solemnly. This point is self-evident. As the crowd expressed their astonishment at Lin Ye's transformation, the beast he had become charged towards the Dream Devourer with heavy strides. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce battle. One was a towering armored warrior, while the other was a mutated, ferocious beast. Both could manipulate dream energy as their means of attack. However, in close combat, the Dream Devourer stood no chance against Lin Ye. Although Lin Ye could no longer utilize most of his skills in the dream world, his instincts as a cat remained intact. Biting, clawing, leaping, and pouncing, compared to him, the Dream Devourer appeared clumsy. Before long, it found itself once again knocked to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ye pried open its jaws with his forepaws and unleashed a powerful energy beam into its mouth. This strike dealt a grievous blow to the Dream Devourer. In a desperate bid to escape Lin Ye's grasp, it abandoned its armor and massive form, transforming into a cloud of black mist in an attempt to flee. In the dream realm, no one could capture it. However, it had barely begun to escape when a fierce tiger, shrouded in black flames, pounced upon it. Without hesitation, it began to tear into its body. Initially, the Dream Devourer thought it would only suffer physical harm as before, but soon, it was horrified to discover that its essence was gradually dissipating under the relentless assault, its power swiftly draining away. No, stop. The Dream Devourer watched helplessly as its fundamental power was devoured by its adversary. It attempted to employ its abilities to escape, but it felt as if an insurmountable force was restraining it, rendering it utterly powerless to resist. Ultimately, its last vestige of consciousness faded away. The Dream Devourer, renowned for having no natural enemies, was defeated by a mere cat. This outcome left Zhou Yiqin and Xiaonan utterly astounded. Simultaneously, the dream realm erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 57. Dream Crystals. Entering dreams with the demise of the Dream Eater, the dream world it had constructed began to collapse rapidly. The previously exhilarated crowd was plunged back into panic. A sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed them. When they regained their senses, they found themselves back in the realm of reality. In a hotel room, after letting out a soft moan, Li Xining slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the pristine ceiling above and the sunlight streaming onto the floor beside her, a flicker of joy illuminated her face. How wonderful! I have returned to reality. This nightmare has finally come to an end. She then seemed to recall something important and hurriedly began searching the room. Relief washed over her when she spotted Lin Ye lounging at the foot of the bed. Xiaohei, wake up, don't sleep any longer. Ouch! My face feels fiery and painful. As she approached the bed's edge, she gently pinched Lin Ye's cheek. Instantly, a pair of golden eyes glared back at her. Meow? Lin Ye stretched widely, yawning, and gradually rose to sit. In truth, he had already been awake. He was merely feigning sleep. Xiaohei, I just had that strange dream again, and you were in it. In my dream, you transformed into a colossal beast and vanquished a great monster. Meow. And then, Lin Ye responded, appearing disinterested. It became evident that navigating through dreams was an exhausting endeavor. Despite merely dreaming, both his mind and body felt inexplicably fatigued. I suspect that the monster in my dream was actually this woman transformed. What caused her to change like this? As Li Xining babbled on, her expression suddenly shifted, her words tinged with astonishment. Following her gaze, Lin Ye beheld Zhuo Xiaodai, previously bound on the floor, now transformed into an ordinary woman with an unremarkable appearance and a plump figure, starkly contrasting her earlier beauty. Lin Ye's face mirrored her surprise, but he quickly grasped the underlying reason. It appeared that the previous Zhuo Xiaodai was merely a projection of her dream self. having supplanted her reality due to the Dream Eater's influence. Now that the Dream Eater was dead, she had reverted to her original form. Yet, how was it that she remained alive? According to prior conventions, when a malevolent entity perished, the spirit master would typically meet the same fate. Could it be? As Lin Ye contemplated this potentiality, he promptly accessed the system panel. In the next moment, a series of notifications appeared before him. Consumed the resentful spirit of the Dream Eater, energy reserve, 100. Consumed the resentful spirit of the Dream Eater, energy reserve, 100. Consumed the resentful spirit of the Dream Eater. Energy reserve, 100. You have absorbed the Dream Eater, avatar, and obtained Dream Crystal. Dream Crystal. Consuming it significantly increases intelligence by 10 points. You have absorbed the Dream Eater, avatar, and acquired the skill Entering Dreams. Entering Dreams. Beginner allows entry into the dreams of other beings. Enabling modification and fabrication of dreams. Examining the notifications, Lin Ye confirmed his suspicions. No wonder Zhuo Dai had not perished. He had not truly eliminated the Dream Eater's essence. Did this imply that similar entities to Zhuo Dai existed elsewhere? Contemplating this, his expression shifted slightly, but he soon dismissed the thought. He held no regard for creatures like the Dream Eater, which could only wreak havoc within dreams. As long as they did not provoke him again, he would remain unfazed. While Lin Ye perused his recent acquisitions, Li Xining managed to awaken Zhuo Dai. Through their conversation, the truth gradually surfaced. Discontent with her reality, she had willingly chosen to immerse herself in the dream world, consequently attracting the attention of the Dream Eater. Everything she possessed now stemmed from the Dream Eater's influence. However, a dream is but a fleeting illusion, and inevitably, it would shatter. Zhuo Dai had now come to terms with reality and was prepared to accept the consequences of her choices. Accompanied by Li Xining, she voluntarily reported herself to the authorities. With this, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion, yet its repercussions continued to reverberate. That very day, numerous individuals who had experienced the incident began to share their accounts online, detailing their encounters within the dream realm. Initially, the incident garnered little attention. After all, who would pay heed to dreams? However, as more individuals recounted similar experiences, the matter quickly ignited a fervor online. One particular post, rich with illustrations, garnered millions of likes on Douyin. The creator, through hand-drawn art, depicted their dream experiences, accompanied by narrative commentary, transforming their nebulous dreams into a fantastical cinematic experience. Especially when viewers witnessed Lin Ye, depicted as a mighty Miozilla, battling the Dream Eater, they couldn't contain their excitement. Are there really that many people sharing the same dream? I've come across several versions already. Goodness, this isn't merely dreaming. It's as though you all watched a movie in your sleep. What is this? A cat fighting a monster? After viewing so many interpretations, the creator's is the most vivid. To summarize, you were chased by a gigantic monster in your dreams. And just as the world teetered on the brink of destruction, a black cat emerged to defeat it. This cat can also transform. Is that correct? Wonderful. I suggest it be adapted into a film. So this cat saved the world? Cat lovers must be overjoyed. No wonder my cat looks at me with such concern when I wake up. It must be fearing for my life in my dreams. I always wondered why my cat dozes off during the day. Turns out it's off battling monsters at night. Though the situation was absurd, the multitude of first-hand accounts led to an increasing number of believers. Many became convinced that during the stillness of night, their pets transformed into guardians, protecting them within their dreams. Lin Ye's formidable image in the dreams of many spread widely across the internet. Some even printed his likeness to hang above their beds. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, they noticed a marked improvement in their sleep quality, and the frequency of nightmares significantly diminished. Unbeknownst to Lin Ye, after resolving the matter concerning Zhuo Dai, he and Li Xining returned to Jinghai University. Once eerily quiet, the campus was once again bustling with life. Stray cats, previously unfed for much of the day, emerged to charm the passing students. The university students, having just endured a nightmarish experience, were unusually generous. Observing this scene, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Let me see which misguided entity dares to wreak havoc in my realm. With me here, Jinghai University shall remain undisturbed. Just as he uttered these words, he spotted a calico cat stealthily snatching a delivery. Hey, you little rascal, do you think I'm giving you an invitation? Chapter 58, The Demon. Unlocking the ability to fly after giving a thorough lesson to the mischievous cat that had pilfered his takeout. The weary Lin Ye sought refuge in the shade of a tree, lying down to rest. As he reclined, his consciousness delved into the otherworldly space nestled within his abdomen. There, a multifaceted black crystal emerged before him, the dream crystal obtained from vanquishing a Dream Eater's avatar. Observing the description of the dream crystal, a flicker of curiosity graced Lin Ye's countenance. His intellect had now equaled his agility, reaching a score of 50. Under normal circumstances, any further enhancement would require 2 evolution points for a single point of intellect. Thus, he was intrigued to discover whether this so-called dream crystal could indeed yield the promised effects. Why ponder so much when he could simply try it? Resolute, he promptly swallowed the dream crystal. As the crystal settled within him, an extraordinary force surged towards his brain. Under its influence, his intellect surged to a remarkable 60. Though the increase was merely 10 points, Lin Ye felt an exhilarating transcendence of his very essence. It was as though a hidden switch had been activated, causing the orb within his mind to radiate an otherworldly glow. This luminous energy gradually transformed his body, not merely at the corporeal level, but at the genetic level, awakening an unknown energy within his limbs and bones. With just a flicker of thought, he could summon this energy at will. More astonishingly, as these transformations unfolded, he began to sense unique molecules drifting through the air. With each breath, these elusive particles were drawn into his being, ultimately merging with the orb and converting into the energy coursing through him. Thus, his metamorphosis was complete. Sensing the profound changes within, Lin Ye could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately began to assess his body, soon discovering several notable differences. First, his mental prowess had significantly strengthened. Previously, his psychic reach extended only 10 meters, but now it enveloped a remarkable 20 meters, effectively doubling his range. However, the anticipated telekinetic force had not manifested. This mental power remained intangible, serving solely for perception without affecting the physical realm. Secondly, his body exhibited substantial internal changes, not reflected in his outward appearance. Nor did it enhance his speed or strength, but rather it elevated his potential. If he were to encapsulate this transformation in a single term, it would be evolution. This process was not a fleeting change, but a long-term transformation, the future of which remained a mystery. Finally, the emergence of an unknown energy within him marked a significant alteration. Contemplating this, he extended his forepaw, and in the next moment, a crimson energy materialized at his paw's tip. This energy bore an underlying ferocity, suggesting immense destructive power, yet it remained entirely under his command, as if it were an extension of his own body, capable of enhancing his physical capabilities. In that instant, Lin Ye discerned the nature of this energy, and the subsequent changes in his status panel confirmed his hypothesis. In but a short span, his attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name: Lin Ye. Age: 2. 5 years, 500. Race: Mystic Cat, Demon. Racial talent: Exorcism, Spirit Communication, 9 lives. Demonic arts: Demon Transformation, Essence Refinement. Demon Transformation: Beginner unleashes all demonic power, unlocking demon form. In this form, all attributes are enhanced by 200. Consumes 1 point of demonic energy per second. 50 evolution points are required to upgrade this skill. Essence Refinement: Beginner, the demon core autonomously absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, increasing the upper limit of demonic energy by 1 point daily. 50 evolution points are required to upgrade this skill. Base attributes: Strength 40, Agility 50, Intellect 60, Constitution 25, Demonic Energy 100. Skills: Jump, Advanced, Climb, Advanced, Swim, Advanced. 5 evolution points are required to upgrade advanced skills. Special skills: Bloodthirsty Assault, Intermediate, Tiger Leap, Intermediate, Phantom Step, Intermediate, Fear Gaze, Advanced, Summon Cat Demon, Beginner, Invisibility, Intermediate, Devourer of Souls, Intermediate, Bullet Time, Beginner, Master of the Night, Intermediate, Seed of Desire, Beginner, Battle Roar, Beginner, Listen, Beginner, Soul Shattering Claws, Intermediate, Bloodline, Beginner, Spirit Puppet, Beginner. Dream Infiltration, Beginner. Energy Reserve, 0, reaching 100 will grant 1 evolution point. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lin Ye confirmed his earlier speculation. He had indeed transformed into a demon, a cat demon, to be precise. This meant that the orb within his mind was his demon core, and the power coursing through him was demonic energy. A sense of awe washed over him as he considered the implications. The increase in intellect to 60 not only amplified his strength, but also transformed his very species, from an ordinary kitten into a demon cat. The benefits were undeniably pronounced. Not only had his lifespan extended to 500 years, but he had also acquired 2 demonic skills. Among these, the demon transformation skill was even more formidable than his previous strongest skill, Master of the Night. Furthermore, the demonic energy itself significantly augmented his combat prowess. One aspect, however, remained enigmatic: the newly added racial talent section. It lacked any attribute descriptions and bore several question marks. He wondered if other attributes would exhibit similar changes upon surpassing the 50-point threshold. Perhaps it was worth experimenting? Having tasted the sweetness of surpassing 50 in intellect, Lin Ye's curiosity was piqued. After defeating the Dream Eater's avatar, his evolution points had reached a small peak. Unable to contain his inquisitiveness, he invested 20 evolution points into his agility attribute. Instantly, his agility surged from 50 to 60. In that moment of enhancement, Lin Ye felt new changes unfurling within him. His body became remarkably lighter, so much so that he felt as if he had transformed into a helium balloon. Then, unexpectedly, 4 orbs of air materialized beneath his feet. Supported by these orbs, his body lifted off the ground. Although he hovered merely a few dozen centimeters above, this defiance of physical laws filled Lin Ye with unbridled joy. With agility surpassing 50, he had successfully unlocked the coveted ability to fly. Elated by the swirling winds beneath his feet, he could no longer suppress his excitement and sprinted skyward. Before long, his figure vanished into the vast expanse above. Simultaneously, within the music department's teaching building, a bespectacled woman seemed to sense something, turning her gaze toward the window. Surprise flickered in her eyes behind her lenses. Moments later, after circling around Jinghai University several times, Lin Ye alighted on the rooftop of the tallest academic building, his heart brimming with exhilaration as he gazed down at the campus below. In his human form, he had never even boarded an airplane, yet as a cat, he had acquired the ability to soar through the sky. Surpassing 50 in intellect had transformed him into a cat demon, and surpassing 50 in agility had granted him the gift of flight. What wonders awaited him as he explored the potential of his other attributes? The anticipation was palpable. Having just expended 20 evolution points, he now possesses 70 points, which is ample to elevate all attributes beyond 50. Chapter 59, Metamorphosis. Marrow cleansing perched atop the teaching building's terrace. Lin Ye once more accessed his attribute panel. Base attributes: Strength 40, Agility 60, Intelligence 60, Constitution 25, Mana 100. With both agility and intelligence now at 60, strength was the next focus. At his mental command, 30 evolution points were invested into strength, instantly elevating it to 60. A surge of vitality coursed through Lin Ye, his muscles throbbing as if awakened, followed by excruciating pain. It felt as if he were being repeatedly crushed by massive trucks. Crap, I'm dying. Stop. For over a minute, Lin Ye questioned his survival, until the agonizing pain receded like a tide, allowing him to gasp for air. Panting heavily, he collapsed onto the concrete floor. Fortunately, his lack of sweat glands spared him a drenching. Why were intelligence and agility upgrades painless, while strength past 50 is so excruciating? Haunted by the recent torment, Lin Ye immediately scrutinized the changes in his body. His muscles were more defined, and his strength was noticeably enhanced, but that was all. Seriously? Just that? Such a commotion for a mere strength boost? What's the use? Initially disappointed, Lin Ye quickly reconsidered. No, there must be more. I just haven't noticed it yet. Let me focus. Concentrating his mental acuity, he soon detected subtleties within his physique. I see. With a flash of insight, he consciously controlled his muscles. Instantly, his body inflated like a balloon, growing from a typical feline size to that of a cougar in under a minute. A hint of delight crossed Lin Ye's face. As predicted, surpassing the strength threshold broke the size constraint, allowing manipulation of muscle, bone, and even skin growth. He reasoned that a normal cat's size might hinder the full expression of immense power, necessitating a larger form to accommodate greater physical strength. Further strength enhancements might lead to even greater size potential. After musing to himself, Lin Ye reverted to his normal dimensions. A larger form amplified strength but compromised agility and speed. Unless facing an opponent requiring brute force, his default form was preferable. Next, Constitution. Gazing at his meager 25 points, Lin Ye hesitated, fearing a repeat of the previous agony at the 50-point mark. Forget it. Pain is temporary, glory is forever. Enhance. In an instant, his remaining 40 evolution points were poured into Constitution, skyrocketing it to 57. While not reaching the 60 of other attributes, it still triggered profound changes. Again, the transformation was physical. With his mental perception, Lin Ye sensed his blood and organs being refined, internal issues resolved on the spot. The sensation evoked the term marrow cleansing from cultivation novels. A layer of black residue visibly emerged from his skin. Before Lin Ye could comment, a wave of nausea struck. Ugh! After retching, he expelled a mass of metabolic waste and hairballs. Once finished, Lin Ye felt remarkably refreshed. So, the benefit of constitution enhancement is the elimination of all bodily ailments? There seems to be more. His claws extended from his paws, now gleaming with a metallic sheen. A light scratch on the nearby wall left 3 grooves, 2 centimeters deep, in the concrete. A smile played on Lin Ye's lips. He had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Even without testing, he was confident his body could withstand bullets, even sniper rounds. His bone density likely surpassed most alloys, as evidenced by his claws. A veritable adamantine cat. After the excitement, he detected a pungent odor. Looking down, he realized it emanated from the black substance coating his body. Ugh, disgusting. Time for a bath. Disgusted, he hurried downstairs to the artificial lake. Splash without hesitation, Lin Ye plunged in. A couple enjoying a romantic moment in the lakeside pavilion turned to the sound. Their mouths agape. What is that thing? A giant black rat? And it's swimming. A water sprite, perhaps. Ew, it's so dirty. It's turning the water black. It probably stinks. How long has it been since it bathed to get like that? Wait, does it look like little black to you? Achoo, is someone speaking ill of me? Lin Ye, leisurely backstroking, rubbed his nose and glanced around. A large koi swam toward him. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Hello, little fish, you're so cute. Before he could finish, the koi flipped over, exposing its pale belly, clearly poisoned by Lin Ye's bathwater. Slightly embarrassed, Lin Ye lost his desire to soak and paddled ashore. He found a sun-warmed, dark rock and stretched out. The sun was perfect, and his mood was buoyant. Yawning, he closed his eyes and drifted off, unaware that the rock beneath him had begun to move. Chapter 60, Daily Life. Headquarters of the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect. After an undetermined duration of slumber, Lin Ye awoke to an unsettling sensation. Wasn't I napping by the lakeside? How did I end up here? He noticed the curious gazes of those around him. With a hint of confusion, he gradually rose to his feet and stretched languorously. In the next moment, the cluster of university students encircling him eagerly brandished their smartphones to capture his image. Perceiving their excitement, Lin Ye promptly struck a series of dashing poses. However, he soon realized that the focus of their attention was not on him, but rather on the ground beneath him. Upon glancing down, his expression froze in disbelief. What on earth? Is that a turtle? I thought I was lying on a large rock. Following his line of sight, he discovered a turtle, the size of a basin, steadily carrying him around the campus. It became apparent why the students had been so exhilarated. Observing the turtle's slightly forlorn expression, Lin Ye hastily apologized. My apologies, dear turtle. It was not my intention. I shall be more cautious in the future. Farewell. With that, he swiftly departed, fearing that he might be labeled a bully of innocent creatures. He had spent 2.5 years at Jinghai University, and this turtle had likely lived for at least 2 decades. Once he returned to familiar grounds, Lin Ye rejoined the members of the cat gang, relishing their offerings of food while listening to their tales of peculiar events occurring within the school. Night King, have you heard? The dog gang has a new leader. The former leader, Wang Kai, was replaced by another dog. Sauntering beside Lin Ye, the gossiping Sang Kuan exclaimed. Oh, what prompted this change? Lin Ye inquired, intrigued by the eager expression on Sang Kuan's face, and casually pushed a mound of cat food toward him. Thanks, Night King. It seems Wang Kai was captured by humans and, well, underwent a rather unfortunate procedure, becoming a eunuch dog. Is that so? How could that happen at school? Lin Ye responded, perplexed. Actually, it wasn't at school. Wang Kai ventured outside to join the festivities and inadvertently stumbled into a free neutering event. He was mistaken for a pet dog and taken away. Sang Kuan continued, devouring the cat food in front of him. Now he refuses to return to school, spending his days berating the veterinary clinic. Truly pitiable. You all must remember, never meddle in affairs that don't concern you. A shot is minor, but being neutered is quite significant. Last time, the sheriff merely went to observe and ended up receiving a vaccination. Lin Ye remarked, scanning the surroundings for the sheriff, who was conspicuously absent. Just as he feared the sheriff had been captured again, the waddling figure of the sheriff appeared, approaching along a narrow path. Upon reaching Lin Ye, the sheriff proudly presented a small bottle, as if showcasing a treasure. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed with curiosity. What is this? Hearing the question, the sheriff grinned mischievously. A delightful find, Night King. Would you care to sample it? With that, the sheriff bit open the bottle cap and poured out some green powder. Adopting a look of ecstasy, he inhaled the powder deeply. Instantly, his body began to tremble, and his expression turned dazed. The other cats, curious, gathered around and mimicked the sheriff, sniffing at the green powder. In the blink of an eye, all the cats, including the sheriff, began to exhibit strange, exaggerated expressions. Observing this, Lin Ye swiftly raised his paw and gave each cat a resounding slap. The sheriff received 3, jolting him back to reality. You little rascal, how dare you bring such substances here? Is this something cats should be touching? From now on, if anyone dares to indulge in catnip on my territory, I shall expel them. Night King, but the dog gang does the same. Sang Biao protested, but Lin Ye silenced him with a glare. What do you know? University students live on meager allowances, barely scraping by, and yet you still steal their takeout? Are you even a cat? Furthermore, the second rule of our gang, no catnip for any member of the cat gang. He turned to Tian Sha. You are responsible for monitoring this. If you see anyone indulging, give them a good slap. Under Lin Ye's imposing authority, the members of the cat gang fell silent. Reluctantly, the sheriff disposed of the illicit catnip into a flower bed. As he finished, the sheriff recalled something. Oh, Night King, I encountered that individual who previously fed me cat food at the school gate. He seems to be looking for you. Who? Lin Ye asked, momentarily bewildered. The one who captured me last time. Yol? I don't know his name, but he was the one who gave me the catnip. Ah, so it's him. Why didn't you mention it sooner? You didn't ask. The sheriff replied, feeling wronged. Still talking back. Lin Ye delivered another slap. Lead me to him. Of course. The sheriff eagerly guided Lin Ye toward a secluded corner of the campus. 5 minutes later, Lin Ye encountered Yol, who was dressed in an all-black ensemble, complete with a hooded coat, a mask, and sunglasses, resembling a character from a comic book. Is he cosplaying as me? Upon spotting Lin Ye, Yol's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he appeared increasingly excited. Night King, your subordinate has finally found you. He bent slightly, almost kneeling in reverence. What is the urgency in seeking me? Per your command. I have located the headquarters of the Sacred Fire Miao Miao sect and completed the construction. I have come to invite you to inspect it. Moreover, tomorrow marks the initiation ceremony for the sect, with followers arriving from all corners of the nation. I hope you can personally attend to bless them with your gospel. Upon hearing Yol's explanation, Lin Ye's confusion dissipated. Ah, so that's the case. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. Very well, I shall accompany you. Wonderful. Please, follow me. Elated by Lin Ye's agreement, Yol gestured for him to step onto his shoulder. Under Yol's guidance, they soon boarded a sleek black car. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the Red Maple Village Villa area in the coastal district, ultimately halting before a secluded villa nestled deep within the village. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the area surrounding the villa was overgrown with weeds towering a meter high, leaving only a central path cleared. As Lin Ye and Yol stepped out of the car, the sight before them left Lin Ye's eyes wide open. Surveying the expanse before the villa, one's gaze is met with a multitude of stray cats inhabiting every conceivable space. They populate the trees, rooftops, walls, floors, and verdant undergrowth in abundance. A cursory estimation places their number at several hundred. Beyond the living felines, feline motifs permeate the villa's surroundings. Most striking are the 2 colossal black cat statues flanking the entrance, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Ye himself. Great Night King, this is the headquarters of our Sacred Flame Miao Miao sect. Does it meet with your approval? Yol's voice echoed once more. Hearing this, Lin Ye nodded instinctively. More than satisfactory, it exceeded his expectations. If the exterior was any indication, what wonders might the interior hold? The remaining 2 chapters will be available this evening. Chapter 61, The Inner Sanctum of Miao Miao Cult. The Miao Miao revelation accompanied by Yol, Lin Ye gradually made his way into the villa. Along the path, the stray cats seemed to sense the change in Lin Ye, instinctively lining up along the sides of the road, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Soon, Lin Ye arrived at the grand entrance. To his surprise, he discovered that Yol had even adorned the door. The entire door was painted black, with a golden eye depicted on either side. Clearly, this creative idea originated from Lin Ye himself. Creak. As Yol gently pushed open the door, the interior of the villa unfolded before Lin Ye's eyes. He observed a vast space shrouded in darkness, save for the light streaming in from the entrance. Of course, this was merely the human perspective. In Lin Ye's eyes, the scene appeared entirely different. However, Before he could take a closer look, Yul pressed a switch behind the door. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds erupted as flames ignited throughout the room. From the floor to the walls, from the entrance to the innermost hall. Everything was illuminated by the flickering candlelight, while a solemn and mysterious background music echoed through the hall. The atmosphere was instantly charged. Just as Lin Ye thought this was already delightfully extravagant, banners suddenly cascaded down from the railings on the second floor, all adorned with Lin Ye's likeness. Oh, is this a bit too much in terms of feline adoration? Yet, it seemed quite splendid nonetheless. As he spoke, Lin Ye cast an appreciative glance at Yul. Though Yul was evidently oblivious to him, his gaze fixed intently on the hall. Night King, please follow me. Yul's voice rang out once more. Watch your step on the carpet. Here is the totem I designed for the holy fire meow meow cult. He pointed to a pillar topped with a flaming brazier. However, to Lin Ye, it resembled nothing more than himself squatting beneath the blazing brazier. Over here is the magic array I designed, inspired by the Western hexagram. Representing your 6 powers, he continued, gesturing to the colossal magic circle outlined in gold thread at the center of the hall. Huh, my 6 powers? Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. How would I know about that? Indeed, they correspond to fear, night, hunting, power, devouring, and rebirth, Yul exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the symbols adorning the 6 corners of the magic array. With that, he eagerly made his way to the innermost part of the hall. After ascending 3 steps, he finally reached the top of the stairs, where Lin Ye noticed a stone platform. What is this for? Before he could ponder further, Yul pressed a switch nearby. Instantly, a towering flame erupted from the stone platform, illuminating a statue of a black cat over 2 meters tall that appeared atop a stone pillar at the back of the hall. As the flames danced, the statue's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, adding an air of mystery. The black cat statue, the holy firestone platform, the hexagram magic array, combined with the flickering candlelight throughout the room and the murals of various cats adorning the walls. How delightfully extravagant. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight. He initially aimed to recruit a few human followers for convenience, yet Yul's grand design transformed it into a cult. Night King, what do you think? Should we add any other elements? Yul appeared quite pleased with his design, wearing a look that begged for praise. Faced with this, Lin Ye could only respond nonchalantly, not bad, very impressive. I quite like it. Hee, as long as the Night King is pleased. By the way, I have designed a special outfit for you. Let me show you. Before Lin Ye's eyes, Yul removed his original attire and donned a black hooded robe. The robe retained the feline elements of his initial design, yet a black cat mask adorned his face. Standing next to the brazier, he looked even more like a cultist. Night King, according to my design, the members of our holy fire meow meow cult are divided into 4 ranks. The archbishop level, which is me, wears the most prestigious black cat mask. The bishop level wears the next tier of calico cat mask. The guardian level dons the orange cat mask, while the ordinary followers wear the white cat mask. Huh, do we really need to have so many ranks? Isn't that a bit too formal? Lin Ye replied weakly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yul's expression turned serious. It must be formal. Our holy fire meow meow cult is destined to be the greatest sect in Blue Star's future. All right then. By the way, there's your exclusive uniform. Yul suddenly changed the subject, and to Lin Ye's astonishment, he pulled out 2 items from his backpack. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ye discovered 4 pieces of gold jewelry, 3 rings, and 1 resembling a collar, which bore mysterious engravings. Night King, please allow me to adorn you with these. Before Lin Ye could react, Yul swiftly placed the jewelry on him, 1 ring on his tail, 2 on his front paws, and the collar around his neck. Surprisingly, after donning these adornments, Lin Ye's formerly unremarkable demeanor was instantly elevated, exuding an air of grandeur tinged with mystery. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Have I seen this appearance somewhere before? Wait, you didn't use that piece of gold I previously gave you to create these, did you? Lin Ye questioned, eyeing the large golden collar around his neck. The Night King is astute, you guessed it right. These were crafted from the gold you provided me. Using a total of 500 grams, Yul admitted. You must have spent quite a bit on the decorations in this room. I spent it all. The funds you gave me have been entirely consumed. What? You spent all the startup capital I provided you on decorations? Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. He had given Yul hundreds of thousands, and now the funds were exhausted before anything had even begun. This truly was the holy fire meow meow cult's entrepreneurial venture, squandered on lavish renovations. I merely invested all the money wisely into the blade, I mean, the essence of our cause, Yul said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Fine, I'll give you a bit more, but spend it wisely. It's not easy to make money, Lin Ye sighed, reluctantly producing over 1 million from his mouth along with several gold bars. Yul, upon seeing this, expressed his gratitude profusely. Once he had finished introducing the headquarters of the Holy Fire Meow Meow cult, Yul retrieved a thick book with a black cover. What is this? The Holy Fire Meow Meow cult scripture, the Meow Meow revelation. Read a couple of passages for me, Lin Ye said, unaware of the gravity of the situation. As Yul began to recite the Meow Meow revelation, Lin Ye felt a sense of dread wash over him. The holy fire shines brightly, the holy light radiates. All my disciples, meow 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 meow. The grand ceremonial rites purify. Those who praise my cat deity must undergo the cleansing baptism, to cleanse the sins, to connect with the cat master, and thus receive enlightenment. Dear cat master, I hereby pledge to follow your steps, to combat the darkness and chaos of the world, to extol your virtues and qualities, to laud your name and merits. Meow 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 meow. Lin Ye, he felt as though his mind was being tainted. What kind of heretical babble was this? However, upon reflection, it matters little. After all, it is merely a playful jest. How could such a frivolous sect, one that deceives children, possibly flourish and thrive? Chapter 62, Gathering of Members. Audience with the true God Night King. Do you have any further instructions? After finishing the Meow Meow revelation, Yul respectfully inquired once more. Lin Ye, startled, shook his head repeatedly. No, let us conclude for today. I must return to school. I shall come back tomorrow. Very well, I shall drive you back. No need. I can return on my own. With that, Lin Ye soared into the air before Yul's eyes. Witnessing Lin Ye flying above, Yul's admiration grew immensely. Night King, you truly are a deity walking among mortals. Enough with the flattery, I am leaving now. With that remark, Lin Ye sped off towards Jinghai University, his figure soon vanishing into the horizon. After bidding him farewell, Yul took out his phone and opened a group chat. Everyone, tomorrow the great true God shall descend to the mortal realm. I hope you can arrive punctually. Please respond with a 1 if you receive this. Once the message was sent, replies began to pour in. Apart from 111, others expressed curiosity as well. Nightwind Archbishop, true God? What is that? Is it some special play session? By the way, how is tomorrow arranged? Are there any interesting activities? Nothing else matters, as long as there are cats to pet. I've traveled 3 hours on the high-speed train, so please don't disappoint me. Is there a certificate for joining the Holy Fire Meow Meow sect? Observing the chat's lively exchanges, Yul stepped into the yard, capturing a photograph of the cats and sharing it. As the group members saw the photo, the chat erupted with excitement. Wow, so many cats. Is this heaven? I can't breathe, I'm overwhelmed. Even without other plans, having these cats is worth it. I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow. Me too. Seeing the enthusiastic responses, Yul couldn't help but wear a proud smile. The group still believed that this so-called initiation ceremony was merely a unique offline gathering. Hopefully, they wouldn't be too surprised upon meeting the Night King tomorrow. The next afternoon at Jinghai High-Speed Railway Station, as the announcement of an arriving train echoed through the hall, a kawaii girl, adorned with a pink backpack and standing at about 1.5 meters tall, emerged from the western exit. Following her was a tall, elegant woman with long black hair and sunglasses. Upon exiting, the two began scanning their surroundings. A young man clad in black, wearing a mask and sunglasses, waved at them. Spotting him, the two girls approached. After confirming with their phones, the kawaii girl spoke first. Are you the Nightwind Archbishop? Yes, that's me. The young man removed his mask, revealing Yul's pale face. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome, just a bit too pale. Are you anemic? The kawaii girl teased. Humbly, Yul replied, I do experience anemia for a few days each month. By the way, you must be Chin Kursin. That's right. And you are Sun Weilon. Yul turned his gaze towards the black-haired beauty. She nodded in acknowledgement. You two are the last to arrive. I've already picked up the others. Follow me. We are ready to depart. After introductions, Yul led the two to the parking lot, where a bus decorated to resemble a cat awaited them. Upon seeing the vehicle, both Chin Kursin and Sun Weilon's eyes lit up. As they boarded, they discovered that 8 others were already seated inside. The group comprised both students and working professionals, all of whom, like Chin Kursin, had completed the initiation test for the Meow Meow sect and been selected by Yul. Upon seeing the newcomers, the 8 individuals eagerly engaged with Chin Kursin and Sun Weilon. As fellow cat enthusiasts, with all owning cats, They quickly bonded. Suddenly, Yul stood at the front of the bus, his expression serious as he addressed everyone. Welcome to Jinghai. Before we reach the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect headquarters, I have a few important points to emphasize. First, I expect that everything that occurs today remains confidential, even from family and friends. Second, once inside the headquarters, no electronic devices may be used, and personal photography is strictly prohibited. Lastly, if anything beyond your understanding occurs, please remain calm. Though the group still seemed skeptical, they nodded in compliance. Now, I will distribute your uniforms. Please change into them. As he spoke, Yul produced 10 robes and handed them out. The recipients were taken aback by the idea of uniforms, their faces brightening with curiosity as they examined the unique designs. Wow, this is so interesting. The uniforms are incredibly cute. Indeed, the hats even have cat ears, so cool and adorable. Did Nightwind Archbishop design this? We don't have to pay a dime and get such stylish uniforms. Today has truly been worthwhile. Without hesitation, they donned the robes. Yul then presented 10 white cat masks, which everyone obediently wore. Thus, the 10 individuals in the bus transformed their appearances. Despite the masks concealing their faces, their excitement was palpable. With anticipation for the upcoming journey with the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect, the bus sped towards its destination, arriving at the headquarters located in Hongfeng Village. The scene that had unfolded before Lin Ye the previous day was now revealed to them. Uniquely shaped villas, stray cats roaming freely, and an abundance of feline elements, instantly captivating Chen Kursin and her companions. Even the previously aloof Sun Weilon appeared unusually thrilled. However, Yul did not grant them time to play with the cats. He led them into the villa. As the grand doors swung open, flickering candlelight illuminated the path from the entrance to the depths of the hall. Flames roared from the braziers atop 8 totem poles. As they peered through their masks at the unfolding spectacle, their eyes widened in awe. Just then, a mysterious and solemn background score began to play. Amid the astonished expressions, Yul, now adorned in the Archbishop's attire, stepped into the center of the hall, arms outstretched. Welcome to the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect headquarters. Here, we shall conduct the sacred initiation ceremony to welcome our true God. As his words echoed, a towering flame erupted from the stone platform at the far end of the hall, revealing the immense black cat statue in the shadows. Faced with this scene, the emotions hidden beneath the masks of Chen Kursin and her companions varied greatly. They had initially believed this was merely an ordinary offline gathering for cat enthusiasts. However, it now appeared far too grand, perhaps even ominous. Only Chen Kursin clenched her small fists in excitement. How wonderfully extravagant. I absolutely adore it. Long live the sacred flame Miao. However, the series of events that subsequently unfolded began to gradually transcend their understanding. Chapter 63. The genesis of cats. The vast hall was imbued with an unsettling silence, interrupted only by the crackling of the sacred fire that blazed atop the stone altar. Observing the figure at the center of the magical circle, one individual, with a hint of apprehension, ventured to speak. Archbishop Nightwind, is this not a tad excessive? Moreover, what exactly are our arrangements for today? Upon hearing his words, the masked figures around him cast curious glances at the speaker. It seemed that the one named Yul had anticipated their inquiries. How can we honor the true deity without grandeur? How can we demonstrate our sincerity without spectacle? As for today's itinerary, please refrain from any haste. We shall address all matters following our audience with the divine. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 copies of the Miao Miao revelation from a nearby table, distributing them among the assembled. Next, I invite you all to join me in reciting the revelation, to extol the greatness of the cat god. At this pronouncement, the already skeptical crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as this exceeded their prior expectations. Yet, driven by curiosity, they opened the tomes in their hands, revealing a cover adorned with an enigmatic and mysterious feline visage. The cat's golden eyes seemed to gaze directly at them, stirring an involuntary shiver within. As they continued to turn the pages, a tale of feline salvation unfolded before them. In the beginning, all things emerged from chaos. The primal singularity dissolved into the void, and the disorder of chaos gradually transformed. In this world existed a being, originating from the very start, yet abiding by its own laws, possessing the power to alter all things, embodying the will of creation. Posterity would come to know it as the cat god, its sacred companion being the cat, endowed with its own mystical energies. At the end of the world lay a chaos, birthed from a shared will, seeking to fulfill the imbalance of desire, known as evil. The The cat god waged war against this evil, emerging victorious. Yet, the world was consequently annihilated. The great cat god, in a selfless act, reformed the world from its own essence, a moment forever chronicled as the genesis of cats. Chapter 69. The first mission of the Meow Meow cult Li Ku. Are you certain that the Wangzhuang village you mentioned has experienced strange occurrences? On the Jinghai Third Ring Road, a black business vehicle sped along, with Luo Cheng, dressed in plain clothes, gripping the steering wheel while posing his question. Upon hearing this, Li Ku, seated in the back, nodded vigorously and opened his laptop. I am certain. I just hacked into the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau's police system and utilized my self-developed AI tool to sift through the police reports from the past 2 weeks. Approximately 2 weeks ago, someone from Wangzhuang village reported livestock mysteriously disappearing, and when found, only bones remained. Additionally, a week ago, a local animal protection organization reported that a wild golden leopard, 5 kilometers from Wangzhuang village on Jiguanshan, was killed by an unidentified creature. 3 days ago, several fishermen had their catch stolen by an unknown entity while night fishing at the Daoyuang Reservoir in Wangzhuang village. As soon as he finished speaking, a youth with slightly dark skin, taller than Li Ku by nearly half a head, added, I looked into the distribution of wildlife in Jinghai City, and here, leopards are essentially apex predators. Theoretically, they have no natural enemies, so something capable of killing a leopard is certainly not a normal creature. Therefore, I support Li Ku's viewpoint. This is undoubtedly an unusual incident. The youth, named Zhou Tao, had been a zookeeper before joining the Meow Meow cult and possessed profound knowledge of wildlife. He was also one of the team members Luo Cheng had recruited. A process that was quite straightforward. Luo Cheng paid him and Li Ku 100,000 yuan each month as salary. With the support of their opinions, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Luo Cheng's eyes. That's good. It seems that this achievement will be ours. Li Ku, please open the suitcase I just handed you. Oh. Li Ku immediately opened a black suitcase in front of him. With a pop, the lid sprang open, revealing several unexpected items. 3 light blue syringes and a black handgun. Stunned at first, Li Ku soon wore an expression of exhilaration. Brother, how did you manage to acquire such things? So, that's what you want to fetch earlier? By the way, what's in these syringes? He curiously picked one up and cast an inquisitive glance at Luo Cheng, who was seated beside him. Luo Cheng merely replied nonchalantly, adrenaline. If we encounter danger later, you can inject yourselves. It will significantly enhance your physical state for a short duration. While there may be minor side effects for an ordinary person, I believe we can disregard them under our current circumstances. Do you know how to use it? Of course. I know it very well. Li Ku nodded enthusiastically. That's settled then. As for the gun, you can hold on to it for now. I will find some more powerful weapons soon. Brother, you're truly impressive. Li Ku gazed at him with admiration. Put everything away. I need to accelerate. Understood, brother. Just as Li Ku closed the suitcase, Luo Cheng pressed the accelerator to the floor. Instantly, the speed of the business vehicle reached its limit. For an ordinary person, this would be a perilous endeavor, but for Luo Cheng, whose attributes had been significantly enhanced, such speed posed no threat. Moreover, in his eyes, the vehicle didn't seem to be moving that fast at all. 15 minutes later, the vehicle gradually departed from the main urban road and entered the mountainous area of Jinghai City's outskirts. Despite the rugged terrain and absence of streetlights, Luo Cheng's driving remained unaffected. He found a clearing and turned off the engine. Let us get out. The Daoyuang Reservoir is just 500 meters ahead. To avoid attracting the creature's attention, we'll proceed on foot. With the car key removed and the vehicle locked, Luo Cheng led Li Ku and Zhou Tao to the roadside. At this moment, all three had donned the Meow Meow cult's signature black robes and white cat masks. The long robes rustled in the night breeze. Observing the white mist rising from the Daoyuang Reservoir, Luo Cheng was the first to move. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped over 10 meters and landed in a pine tree, resembling a large feline. Seeing this, Li Ku and Zhou Tao hastily followed suit. Soon, the three were gliding through the forest beside the reservoir, making not a sound. Within 2 minutes, they reached the water's edge. Perched atop a towering tree, they had a clear view of the surroundings. To their surprise, at this hour, 3 fishermen were still casting their lines by the reservoir. No wonder these fishermen encounter such bizarre happenings. Their dedication is commendable. Li Ku mused while securely clutching the tree trunk. Brother, what if that creature doesn't show up today? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng frowned slightly. Before he could respond, Zhou Tao spoke up. I believe it is highly likely to appear. Based on the information you provided earlier, its behavior resembles that of large carnivores, with a regular hunting cycle and a preference for nocturnal activity. This area is also the only water source within several kilometers, making it an excellent hunting ground. Just as Zhou Tao finished his statement, Luo Cheng gestured for silence and pointed towards the eastern side of the Daoyuang Reservoir. Initially, Li Ku and Zhou Tao were puzzled by his indication. However, as they followed his finger, they spotted a figure emerging from the white mist on the eastern bank, seemingly holding a fishing rod and mimicking the motions of casting. Huh, how did another fisherman appear there? I thought there were none just now, Li Ku whispered, filled with confusion. But Luo Cheng shook his head. That is not a fisherman. Take a closer look. Not a fisherman. Upon hearing this, Li Ku scrutinized the figure again. As his eyes glowed with a green light, the previously blurred image became clear. Even the white mist could not obscure the details. At that moment, he finally discerned the figure's true nature. That is no fisherman. It is clearly a massive black bear standing upright on its hind legs. The bear, mimicking human behavior, stood at the water's edge, holding a long bamboo pole and occasionally imitating the action of casting a fishing line. As Li Ku felt goosebumps rising all over him, the upright black bear suddenly waved its paw towards the opposite side of the reservoir. Chapter 70. The Terrifying Human Bear. The hunt begins. What on earth is happening tonight? Not a single fish in sight. By the reservoir, a scruffy 30-something man muttered under his breath as he gazed at the tranquil water surface. After his complaint, he reached for a cigarette box nearby, intending to light one for himself. However, upon picking it up, he realized it was utterly empty. This discovery only soured his already foul mood further. Ma Gu, do you have any cigarettes left? Can you spare me one? He asked. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man sitting to his left broke into a wry smile. I've been out here fishing for so long that my living expenses have been cut for 2 months. I've been mooching bait off you all. How could I possibly have money for cigarettes? What about you, Wongo? Seeing that the middle-aged man had no cigarettes, the scruffy man turned his hopes to a portly middle-aged man on his right. Upon hearing the inquiry, the stout man shot him a glare. I'm already suffering from lung cancer. What do I need cigarettes for? Even if you have lung cancer, why care so much? The scruffy man retorted defiantly. Smoking can be considered a form of chemotherapy. That's somewhat reasonable, but unfortunately, all my pocket money has gone into bait and fishing gear. The stout man shrugged, looking resigned. Oh, how pitiful. It's truly pathetic that 2 grown men are so controlled by their wives. Unlike me, when I say I'm going fishing, my wife wouldn't dare utter a word. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang from his pocket. Startled, he quickly set down his fishing rod and fished out his phone, hastily answering the call. Hey, darling, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm still at work. Today's progress has been slow, and I'm still at a standstill. Fishing? You must be joking. I've given that up long ago. After he ended the call, the 2 men beside him nearly burst out laughing. Seeing this, the scruffy man was about to make a futile defense when suddenly Wang Gu on his right pointed in astonishment toward the opposite bank. Look over there. Is someone waving at us? Upon hearing this, both the scruffy man and Ma Gu turned their gazes toward the far bank. Indeed, they spotted a figure waving at them. Who would have thought there were others who knew about this fishing spot? But then again, perhaps our lack of fish is due to our poor choice of location. Maybe there are more fish over there. Exactly. Otherwise, not catching a single fish tonight seems awfully strange. Let us head over there. I'll ask him for a cigarette too, the scruffy man proposed. Hurry. I'm feeling the craving too. As they spoke, the 3 men gathered their fishing gear, picked up their empty fish basket, and turned to walk toward the opposite side of the reservoir, completely unaware of the danger that was drawing near. By the time they had traversed halfway along the reservoir's edge, they could vaguely make out the figure's appearance. Why is this guy fishing in the middle of the night, dressed all in black? One remarked. Yeah, and that jacket looks like it's from Nike. Plus, he's wearing such a cute hat. He must be a young lad. I bet he has cigarettes, another added. Hey, buddy, how's the fishing over there? Caught anything yet? As they approached, their smiles grew wider. However, once they were within 10 meters of the figure, their smiles vanished, replaced by expressions of sheer horror. In the dim light of the moon, the figure finally revealed its true form. A towering black bear, standing upright, its muscular body resembling that of a fitness instructor, and a cruel smile plastered across its face. Upon seeing the terror etched on the 3 men's faces, the bear waved its paw at them and then charged forward at an alarming speed. The 3 men, paralyzed with fear, turned and fled without a second thought, unwilling to abandon their fishing gear and tackle box. In no time, the massive black bear stood in their path. The next moment, to their utter horror, The bear opened its mouth and let out a laugh that echoed almost humanly, as if mocking their foolishness. This is it. How can there be a bear here? One muttered in despair. Do you think it's really a bear? Doesn't it look more like a person? Another questioned, panic rising. What in the world is that? Are we going to die here today? Just as despair settled over them, the towering black bear suddenly ceased its laughter, its gaze shifting to the side with a glint of alertness in its eyes. Seizing this opportunity, the scruffy man urgently tugged at Wang Gu and Ma Gu. Let us go. Though they had no idea what the bear was on alert for, they recognized this was their only chance to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and sprinted away as fast as they could. To their surprise, the bizarre bear did not follow. Realizing this, they ran even faster, their fishing tackle in hand, moving faster than sprinters on a track. Once they reached what they deemed a safe distance, they dared to glance back. What they saw was utterly bizarre. At some point, 3 figures clad in black robes had encircled the terrifying black bear. They showed no fear of the creature. Without a doubt, these 3 robed figures were the trio of Luo Cheng. At that moment, they gazed at the black bear with excitement. It truly is strange. I can detect the special scent our Lord Night King spoke of on it. Our luck is phenomenal. But what exactly is it? It looks like a mix between a human and a bear. A bear human? A human bear? Who cares? Let's take it down and bring it back to the Night King. With that, the 3 simultaneously entered a combat stance, their pupils turning green, nails elongating, and sharp fangs sprouting from their mouths. Meow. With an excited cat-like sound, they lunged toward the bizarre creature. The bear, evidently taken aback by the audacity of the attack, roared in fury. With a thunderous bellow that resonated through the forest, dark energy began to radiate from its body. Its already impressive height swelled to 3 meters, resembling a savage beast. However, just as it transformed, Li Ku, in a bloodthirsty frenzy, struck its chest with a claw, tearing 3 ghastly gashes into its flesh. In pain, the bear swiped its massive paw at Li Ku, but it severely underestimated his speed. Before the bear's paw could make contact, Li Ku vanished from sight. In the same instant, he reappeared on the bear's shoulder. Another slash rang out, and blood gushed from the bear's face. Its once celebrated strength was rendered futile against the agile trio. In a brief time, the bear was covered in wounds. Though not fatal, they caused it immense suffering. It soon realized it was no match for the 3 before it. Thus, it resolved to flee. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Luo Cheng and his companions, the bear transformed back into its bear form and barreled into the nearby forest, crashing through countless trees. With blood staining his hands and excitement glimmering in his eyes, Li Ku hastily turned to Luo Cheng and exclaimed, "Brother, it has escaped. What should we do now? What else can we do? We must pursue it. Today, we shall ensure its demise. By dawn, we will roast its paw and offer it as a tribute to Lord Night King." Agreed. We will slay it. As they spoke, the trio plunged deeper into the forest with renewed vigor, leaping from tree to tree like agile felines. The bear, akin to a mouse taunted by cats, scurried about in a frantic attempt to evade them. When this spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the 3 fishermen, they were left utterly dumbfounded. After exchanging bewildered glances, they perceived the shock mirrored in each other's expressions. If the appearance of the bear had impacted them with a force of 100, then the subsequent display by Luo Cheng and his companions surged their astonishment to an overwhelming 10,000. Who were these individuals? Chapter 71. Slaying the man-bear and the phantom leopard in the pitch-black forest. The man-bear charged through the underbrush like a heavily armored tank, leaving no obstacle in its path. With a thunderous crash, it effortlessly snapped a centenarian cypress in 2. The violent impact left it momentarily dizzy, yet it dared not pause for even a heartbeat. For just behind it, 3 shadowy figures akin to large felines pursued relentlessly. Beneath their dark cloaks, 3 pairs of emerald eyes remained fixated on the man-bear. "Brother, this peculiar creature does not seem particularly formidable," one observed. "Quite normal. It may merely be a low-level aberration. The more powerful ones have likely been vanquished by Lord Night King," another reasoned. "That makes sense. It is time to deal with it," came the resolute reply. "Allow me to slay it." Without a moment's delay, Li Ku surged forward, his speed a blur. With a swift motion, he landed deftly in front of the man-bear, startling it with his sudden appearance. The creature, unable to ponder further, attempted to change direction, yet it was always a step behind Li Ku. With a fierce yowl reminiscent of a wild cat, Li Ku lunged onto the man-bear, locking it in place with his legs while his hands extended deadly claws, glimmering with a sinister light. With each slash, the man-bear's already battered body was marred further by horrific gashes. 5 minutes later, as Li Ku tore through its throat, the creature fell silent. With a resounding thud, its massive form crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, before gradually shrinking back to the size of an ordinary black bear, all under the watchful eyes of the trio. Li Ku leaped down, his face splattered with blood, exhilaration coursing through him, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling in his chest. Once a reclusive youth scorned even by his own parents, he had transformed into a valiant warrior, battling evil and safeguarding the Order of Blue Star from the shadows. How could he not feel elated? At that moment, Luo Cheng's voice broke through the exhilaration. Li Ku, well done. You possess remarkable combat talent, though your techniques could use refinement. Once you move to Jinghai, I will arrange for several martial arts masters to train you, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. Additionally, I believe we should design a combat suit more suited for battle. I happen to know a few friends specializing in high polymer materials. He added. Li Ku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, brother? You are truly my kin. Can the suit be designed to look stylish, preferably a tight black one? Absolutely. Luo Cheng replied with a grin. As the three exchanged glances, their attention shifted to the lifeless form of the man-bear. To their astonishment, wisps of black mist began to rise from its body. In the blink of an eye, the dark vapor dissipated entirely, along with the eerie aura surrounding the creature. What was that? One asked, puzzled. No matter. Let us carry its body back, Li Ku suggested. Come, lend a hand. Together, they hoisted the hefty form of the man-bear, weighing several hundred pounds. Just as they lifted it, an object rolled off the bear's body, a small, exquisite rattle drum. The sound it made upon hitting the ground immediately captured their attention. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Cheng picked up the rattle drum. Upon contact, a chilling aura emanated from it. What is this? How did such an object end up on a bear? Let us bring it back to Lord Night King. It may be an evil artifact, Li Ku proposed. Nodding in agreement, Luo Cheng replied, Indeed, it is prudent to handle such mysterious items with care. They set off, carrying the man-bear's remains back to headquarters, certain that their efforts would earn them commendation from Lord Night King. Not far from their location, Zhou Tao suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a shadowy corner. Following his line of sight, they spotted the lifeless body of an adult leopard, its corpse marred by bite marks, presumably the handiwork of the man-bear. What is wrong, Tao? Li Ku inquired, noticing Zhou Tao's abrupt halt. There lies a dead leopard, he replied. A dead leopard? Wait for me, I'll be right back. With excitement illuminating his face, Zhou Tao approached the leopard's body. Within a minute, a spectral phantom leopard emerged behind him, inheriting its former strength, now even more ferocious. When Zhou Tao rejoined Luo Cheng and Li Ku, envy gleamed in their eyes. Wow, Tao, your ability is incredible. It seems even more powerful than mine. One exclaimed. Not really. My close combat skills cannot compare to yours, Zhou Tao humbly replied. By the way, Cheng, what is your ability? Li Ku suddenly turned his attention to Luo Cheng. However, Luo Cheng merely teased, I pay your salaries. Well, your ability is still impressive. They chuckled, their spirits lifted as they made their way back to their vehicle, disappearing into the vast night. Simultaneously, across the city in the old industrial district of Jinghai, Sun Weilon arrived with Chen Kursen and another girl outside an abandoned factory. After standing at the entrance for a moment, Chen Kursen nodded. Sister Lan, this must be the place. I feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort here, which intensifies as we approach the factory door. Upon hearing this, Sun Weilon nodded gravely. It seems there is indeed something amiss. The legends surrounding this location likely stem from the aberrations hiding within. We must remain vigilant. Rest assured, Sister Lan, I possess precognitive abilities, Chen Kursen declared proudly. I'm fine too, added another girl with a ponytail and black-rimmed glasses, her expression serious. Very well, let us proceed inside. If danger arises, we must flee at once. With that, Sun Weilon leaped over the 3-meter-high wall, followed closely by Chen Kursen and her bespectacled companion. The trio stealthily infiltrated the abandoned factory. Chen Kursen, utilizing her invisibility, ventured deeper into the core area of the factory. Expecting to encounter a terrifying scene, she was instead left dumbfounded upon peering through a gap in the ceiling. Inside the spacious factory, two distinct groups of individuals, each dressed differently, were engaged in some illicit transaction. One group had a black suitcase brimming with crisp 100-yuan bills, while the other held bags of white powder. This is not what I expected, she murmured, perplexed, scratching her head. But what unfolded next widened her eyes in disbelief. On the left side, a group of men clad in suits received goods from one another, yet displayed no intention of remuneration. Meanwhile, the flamboyantly dressed individuals on the right, upon witnessing this, became visibly displeased. Some brandished machetes, while others drew firearms. It seemed an imminent clash was unavoidable. However, at that moment, the leader of the group on the left raised a hand. In the next instant, countless large rats, their eyes gleaming red, emerged from the shadows. Within mere moments, these monstrous rodents devoured the previously defiant group, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. Chapter 72. The Great Rat King, who died of anger in a matter of mere minutes. The situation had shifted dramatically, and Shin Kursen, who was stealthily observing from the rooftop, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Initially believing she had stumbled upon an illicit transaction, she soon discovered a far more sinister scene of betrayal. The individual who had summoned the rats was evidently no ordinary person, for Shin Kursen detected an unusual aura emanating from him. An exhilarating thrill coursed through her, and she instinctively let out a cat-like sound. Meow. The unexpected cry immediately drew the attention of those below, who all raised their heads in unison. Strangely, their eyes glowed a vivid red, with the leader's eyes appearing almost purplish in hue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shin Kursen swiftly fled the scene and returned to the side of Sun Weilon and the others. Kursen, what did you see? Was it strange inside? Sun Weilon inquired. Shin Kursen first nodded, then shook her head, conflicted. Was it strange or not? Indeed, Shin Kursen affirmed with another nod. But there are many Mickeys. Mickeys? Before Sun Weilon could comprehend the meaning behind her words, a thunderous commotion erupted from within the factory. In an instant, countless glowing-eyed rats surged forth from every corner, flooding the entire factory. Soon, they surrounded the three girls. The sudden appearance of the rodents left Shin Kursen and her companions aghast. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the factory, those who had previously engaged in the dark dealings. To their astonishment, they were 3 delicate young women. A man with a gaunt face and a lecherous demeanor stepped out from the shadows, his predatory gaze scanning the girls. Are you reporters or law enforcement? Regardless of who you are, now that you've discovered my secret, you cannot be allowed to leave. Children, devour them. As soon as the sleazy man finished speaking, the horde of rats began to converge upon Shin Kursen and her friends. In the face of this impending threat, the trio set aside their fear, instinctively entering a battle-ready state. Their nails elongated, fangs emerged, pupils turned a vibrant green, and their ears transformed into feline appendages. Meow. In unison, they unleashed a fierce feline cry. With that sound, the once menacing red-eyed rats froze in place, paralyzed by fear. The girls were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, until Sun Weilon exclaimed, "Of course. We are cats, they are mere rats. Why should we fear them? It is they who should be afraid of us." With this revelation, Shin Kursen and the other girls swiftly regained their composure, their expressions shifting from terror to exhilaration. Haha. Yes, we are cats. Why should we fear these filthy rodents? Shin Kursen proclaimed, letting out another fierce meow. Meow. In an instant, the swarm of rats erupted into chaos, turning tail and fleeing in the opposite direction. Meow. 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 With each successive cry, the rodent horde disintegrated, retreating to the corners, trembling in fear. Not only were the rats affected, but even the 5 burly men in black suits, who had followed the sleazy man, trembled uncontrollably at the sound of the meows. Haha, have you encountered your nemesis? Evil creatures, accept the judgment of the righteous. After delivering this melodramatic proclamation, Shin Kursen slipped into invisibility and charged toward the lecherous man and his companions. Sun Weilon and the others, refusing to be outdone, joined the fray. What transpired next was beyond their wildest expectations. The 5 men in black suits collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably after just a few exchanges. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a fit of frothing at the mouth, they transformed into enormous rats the size of fat pigs. With a final kick, the 5 giant rats perished on the spot, terrified to death. With the demise of the 5 rats, the lecherous man's expression morphed through various stages of disbelief. Finally, with a desperate glint in his eyes, he fell to his knees. Ladies, please spare my life. If you do, I will offer all my possessions in return. Upon hearing his plea, the 3 girls exchanged glances, and it was Sun Weilon who took the initiative to speak. First, tell us what exactly you are. Esteemed ladies, I am the Great Rat King, he replied. The Great Rat King? The unfamiliar title piqued their curiosity, prompting them to interrogate the peculiar figure before them. After their inquiries, They were astonished to learn that this wretched man was the village chief of a certain village, having fallen into the clutches of the rats due to his insatiable greed. He possessed no special abilities, save for his knack for controlling rats. Esteemed ladies, I have accumulated quite a fortune over the years, and I am willing to offer it all to buy my life, the great Rat King continued. Sun Weilon considered his words briefly before nodding. How much wealth do you possess? If it is substantial enough, we might consider sparing you. I have a great deal. I have saved at least several million, and I possess over 100 pounds of gold. I can take you there right now. The great Rat King, fearing for his life, hastily prepared to lead them to his treasure trove. However, as they were about to depart, Chen Kursin excitedly dashed to pick up a suitcase that had previously been held by a large rat. This young lady, the money inside is fake. There's no need to take it. What? Fake? You never intended to trade with them, did you? Chen Kursin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the suitcase filled with cash. Of course not. My money has always been a one-way street, never to leave my possession, the great Rat King declared with pride. You are rather greedy, aren't you? As they spoke, the great Rat King ushered the three girls into a vehicle. After about 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at a residential building adjacent to Jinghai University. Upon entering, the great Rat King respectfully invited them into the room. Once inside, he flipped on the living room lights and hurried to the refrigerator. Esteemed ladies, within lies my stash of gold bars. I believe they should suffice to buy my life. With a beaming smile, he opened the refrigerator door, only to have his expression freeze in shock. For inside, there were no gold bars to be found. My gold bars. Where are my gold bars? Who stole my gold bars? I have saved them for so many years. After his outburst, a sudden realization struck him, and he dashed to the bedroom, lifting the mattress only to find that what had once been a mound of cash had dwindled to a mere pile. Seeing this, the great Rat King's eyes filled with tears. Every single penny and gold bar represented his painstaking efforts over the years. He had never spent a dime, always taking from others. Now he found himself robbed. The mere thought of it sent a wave of excruciating pain through his heart. My gold bars, my wealth. After emitting a feeble wail of despair, he collapsed onto the ground. As he stretched out his legs, he was, in fact, driven to death by his own rage. With a plume of dark smoke rising from his form, he gradually transformed from a human shape into an unsightly, grotesque rat. His insatiable greed ultimately led to his demise. The three witnesses, Sun Weilon and her companions, were left utterly astounded by the unfolding spectacle. What on earth was happening? Chapter 73. What constitutes a surprise? The king of the shrew mice, in a befuddled state, brought them here, only to unwittingly perish from his own frustrations. This truly left Sun Weilon and the others in a daze. As they came to the realization that the king of the shrew mice had passed, they hurried to his side. After delivering a kick, Chen Kursin furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "He is actually dead? What is going on? Just because someone stole his money, he let himself die from anger? How greedy can one be? His demise is rather bizarre." Upon hearing Chen Kursin's words, Sun Weilon scrutinized the lifeless form of the king. Do not underestimate him. A corrupt official driven by greed can inflict damage on society that is no less severe than the bizarre occurrences we face. Regardless, he is dead now, and we can take his body back to report. With that, she prepared to leave with the king's corpse. At that moment, Chen Kursin revealed a mischievous grin. She turned to Sun Weilon and the girl named Li Xiong and said, "Sister Lan, Ro, since all this ill-gotten money was obtained through illegal means, why don't we just take it? Let us submit a portion to the Holy Church and use the rest as our operational funds. Fighting evil requires financial resources, don't you think?" After contemplating her suggestion, Sun Weilon nodded in agreement. Chen Kursin made a valid point. They indeed needed funds for their activities. In that case, let us gather all the valuable items here. We'll turn in the majority to the Holy Church and keep a small portion for our expenses. Sounds good. The trio quickly sprang into action. After a considerable effort spanning over 10 minutes, they managed to pack all the valuable items in the room, including a substantial amount of cash, luxury watches, designer bags, various jewels, and fine wines, all amounting to a fortune worth at least tens of millions. Were it not for their extraordinary stamina, they might not have been able to carry everything. While transporting the king of the shrew mice's body, they stumbled upon an unexpected item, a foul-smelling pouch made of an unknown leather. When Sun Weilon touched it, she felt a chilling sensation emanating from it. What is this? An explosive device? Ugh, it reeks. Who knows what it's for? Better leave it for Lord Knight to handle. She casually tossed the pouch with the other valuables, and the three of them departed the king's residence carrying his corpse. Fortunately, It was already past midnight, and the low occupancy rate of the community meant that no one noticed their presence. Soon, they successfully loaded their spoils into the king of the shrew mice's car and swiftly exited the complex. The night passed in a blink. By dawn, Lin Ye, lounging on the rooftop, was awakened by the sunlight. After a languid yawn, he indulged in a series of stretching exercises. As he gazed at the rising sun, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So grand, so bright, and I'm so hungry. Time for breakfast." As soon as he spoke, he licked his paws, attending to his grooming. After clearing the sleep from his eyes and tidying his whiskers, ensuring he still looked dashing, he descended the stairs of the teaching building with an elegant stride. Along the way, he encountered early rising college students and newly awakened stray cats. "Good morning, Senior Black Cat. Want a bun?" A boy holding a steamed bun and soy milk squatted down upon spotting Lin Ye. "I bought this for my goddess. She said she already had breakfast. So do you want it?" Lin Ye shot him an incredulous glance and swiftly dashed away. Lingering too long with such people will make one drool. Not long after leaving the boy, a charming female junior passed by. Upon seeing Lin Ye strolling, her face lit up with joy. "Good morning, Senior Black Cat. By the way, I have something delicious." Lin Ye, nearing her, suddenly hit the brakes. "Meow," he feigned, rubbing against her leg. The junior promptly retrieved a cat treat from her bag, tearing it open and holding it to Lin Ye's mouth. Naturally, he indulged without hesitation. "How is it, Senior Black Cat? Is the treat tasty?" "Meow. Delicious. Hee, baby, did you see that? If you don't eat properly from now on, I'll feed your snacks to the stray cats outside." As Lin Ye's expression turned to stone, the adorable junior took off her cat bag, revealing a small, short-legged munchkin cat peering through the transparent cover, staring blankly at Lin Ye. "Also, you mustn't run outside too often. If you do, you'll end up like Senior Black Cat and become a stray." She held the treat in one hand while gently patting the cat bag with the other, speaking earnestly. "Oh no, I've become a cautionary tale." "Wait, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on stray cats?" Lin Ye retorted. "Let me tell you, your treats are horrid, as unpleasant as dong. I wouldn't want to eat them. Huh. And you're rather pretentious, not cute at all." With that, Lin Ye turned to leave, glancing back midway to make a funny face at the short-legged munchkin inside the bag. The little creature let out a frightened yowl. "Humph. Today us juniors are so lacking in manners." Just after he finished criticizing, a shadow darted past him, causing him to jump in fright. Once he recognized the figure, he exhaled in relief. "Oh, it's you. Why are you dressed like that?" Hearing his comment, Yu Lu, clad entirely in black, including a mask and hat, sheepishly grinned. "Hee, I thought I'd emulate the great Lord Knight. If conditions allowed, I'd even change my skin color to black. That's unnecessary. I'm a cat, not a muddy fellow. Do you have something to discuss?" "Yes, I have important matters to report to you, my lord," Yu Lu replied, his expression turning serious. "Oh, what matters?" Lin Ye inquired, slightly puzzled. "It concerns the new members who joined yesterday." They ran into trouble?" Lin Ye asked, concerned. "Not at all. They followed your esteemed instructions last night, bravely ventured into the lair of the bazaar, defeated 3 bizarre entities, and brought back their corpses, which have now been delivered to headquarters." "What? They killed 3 bizarre entities? Are you sure?" Lin Ye's expression turned blank. "There's no mistake. I personally verified it. And they are indeed bizarre without a doubt." Yu Lu nodded earnestly. Wow. Stunned, Lin Ye found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of thought, he leaped onto Yu Lu's shoulder. "Let us go see." "Certainly. Additionally, I've prepared a sumptuous breakfast for you, already placed in the car." "Oh, you've done well. I'm quite pleased." "It's my honor." As they spoke, the pair, one human and one cat, climbed into a sleek black car. Chapter 74, The Human Skin Drum, the Sobug Pouch. In free evolution points, approximately half an hour elapsed before Lin Ye, guided by Yul, found himself once more at the Sacred Flame Meow Meow sect's headquarters. As he entered the villa, Luo Chung, Sun Weilon, Chen Kursen, and others were already waiting in anticipation. Upon seeing Lin Ye perched on Yul's shoulder, they promptly knelt on one knee. "Hail, Night King! Arise!" Lin Ye responded, leaping gracefully from Yul's shoulder and approaching the group with a somber expression. "Night King, as per your instructions, we diligently investigated several peculiar incidents within Jinghai City overnight. We successfully located the anomalies and, employing the divine power bestowed upon us by you, vanquished them." Luo Chung, clad in black robes, stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Night King, behold, this is the anomaly that I, along with fellow disciples Li Ku and Zhou Tao, jointly eliminated. He gestured towards a colossal black bear lying nearby. Lin Ye's pupils dilated slightly upon seeing the bear's corpse. He readily recognized that it was no ordinary animal. They actually managed to independently hunt down an anomaly. That is indeed beyond my expectations, he mused. As Lin Ye pondered this, Luo Cheng continued to elaborate on their encounter with the werbear. He then presented Lin Ye with a pellet drum he had discovered the previous day. Night King, I found this item while moving the werebear's corpse. I sensed a residual malevolent energy emanating from it, and dared not handle it without your consent. Upon hearing this and observing the pellet drum, Lin Ye's expression shifted subtly. He had already detected that the resentment within the werebear's body had completely dissipated, rendering the corpse valueless to him. Just as he began to feel disappointed, Luo Cheng presented him with an unexpected boon. You acted wisely. The object you hold is known as a cursed artifact, the core of an anomaly. Even if you slay the anomaly, as long as the artifact remains, it will inevitably resurface in another form. I shall now purify it of its sinister aura. With that, he placed his forepaw on the pellet drum. Unsurprisingly, a notification appeared. Cursed artifact detected. Human skin drum. Residual resentment from the werbear lingers within. In 4 days, a new werbear will be gestated. The holder of this drum shall gain the strength of a werbear. Absorb the resentment energy above. Without hesitation, Lin Ye selected yes. In the next moment, the frigid energy within the pellet drum was drawn into his body and converted into energy reserves. Absorb the werebear's original resentment energy. You have gained 500 energy reserves, and your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Lin Ye was taken aback. What is this? Only 500 energy reserves is already bad enough. And there is no new skill, just 5 points added to strength? This was an unprecedented occurrence for Lin Ye. After some deliberation, he concluded that the werbear must have been too weak and lacked any special abilities. A thorough inquiry of Luo Cheng confirmed this suspicion. Very well. 5 points of strength is equivalent to 10 evolution points. Acceptable, considering it was acquired gratis. As Lin Ye muttered to himself, Luo Cheng and the others suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through their bodies. They sensed a subtle but noticeable increase in their strength. Could this be a divine blessing from the Night King? It must be. Luo Cheng and the others exchanged glances, each seeing elation in the other's eyes. This further solidified their resolve to continue serving the sacred flame Miao Miao sect with unwavering dedication. Meanwhile, Sun Weilon and her companions, seeing Luo Cheng taking the initiative to seek recognition, were unwilling to be outdone. Night King, we also successfully eliminated an anomaly last night. Here is its corpse. They led Lin Ye to the carcass of the king rat, recounting their experiences from the previous night. Oh, yes, Night King, in addition to slaying the anomaly, we also seized a considerable amount of wealth from its dwelling. In front of everyone present, she retrieved a large bag and emptied its contents, cash, jewelry, and various adornments, onto the ground, causing a collective gasp. Furthermore, we overheard the giant rat mentioning that it originally possessed more treasures, but they appeared to have been stolen by someone. Chen Kurson added, seemingly recalling something. Ahem, pay no mind to such trivialities. You have done well. I shall instruct Archbishop Nightwind to deposit these ill-gotten gains into the sacred sect's treasury for use in its activities. By the way, you mentioned finding a bag. Present it to me for inspection. Certainly, Night King. Sun Weilon promptly retrieved the leather pouch they had taken from the king rat. Unsurprisingly, it was another unique, cursed artifact. As Lin Ye placed his paw upon it, the corresponding notification appeared. Cursed artifact detected, Sobug pouch. Residual resentment from the king rat lingers within. In 6 days, a new king rat will be gestated. The holder of this pouch shall gain the ability to summon and control rat swarms. With sufficient food, the number of rats is limitless. Absorb the resentment energy above. Lin Ye's eyes widened slightly as he read the 2 notifications. Such a small pouch could summon an infinite number of rats. While rats were feeble creatures, their sheer numbers could be terrifying. Of course, this ability was still of little use to him, except perhaps to provide a complimentary buffet for his feline brethren. Therefore, he unhesitatingly chose to absorb the energy. In the next moment, a new notification appeared. Absorb the king rat's original resentment energy. You have gained 600 energy reserves, and you have acquired the new special skill Voracious Gluttony. The skill essence Devouring has been detected. Integrate the new skill into the existing skill. The appearance of this last notification caught him completely off guard. He had not anticipated that the king rat, seemingly weaker than the werbear, could not only provide him with a new special skill, but also allow him to integrate it into the Essence Devouring skill. Essence Devouring had already reached the intermediate level, and another upgrade would elevate it to the advanced level, like Fear Gaze. A surge of elation and anticipation welled up within him. He was eager to discover the qualitative leap that would occur when the Essence Devouring support skill was upgraded to the advanced level. Chapter 75. The Great Inyang Mill. The ghost radio filled with curiosity and anticipation, Lin Ye chose to integrate the skill of gluttony into his devouring spirit. In the next instant, the attributes of devouring spirit underwent a transformation. Devouring spirit advanced. Your digestive capacity has greatly enhanced, allowing for the absorption and digestion of the vast majority of objects. Additionally, a dimensional space has formed within your stomach, capable of storing objects. Special Effect 1. Remote Absorption, enabling you to absorb objects into your belly without direct contact. At a distance of up to 50 meters, with the absorbed object not exceeding 100 times your own size. Special Effect 2. The Great Inyang Mill. Generating a brand new dimensional space that nurtures the dual energies of yin and yang. When enemies are absorbed, they can be transformed into blood water through these energies, allowing you to extract a certain amount of energy reserves from the blood water. Upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of his devouring spirit, Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously, he had merely regarded the devouring spirit as a spatial pocket. However, with the addition of the Great Inyang Mill, this auxiliary skill had now morphed into an offensive one. As long as the size of the object did not exceed 100 times his own, he could devour it, subsequently converting it into blood water through the Great Inyang Mill. Even an elephant placed before him could be effortlessly swallowed. Marvelous. Furthermore, it could be directly converted into energy reserves. This meant that certain unpalatable items could be consumed without the need for chewing. They could simply be devoured. His gaze instinctively shifted towards the nearby corpses of the human bear and the monstrous rat. He had previously pondered how to dispose of these peculiar remains, but now he understood. With a mere thought, Lin Ye opened his mouth wide before everyone. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from his mouth, drawing the massive corpse of the human bear towards him. As it neared, the body gradually shrank until it was completely swallowed by Lin Ye's belly. The entire process took only a few seconds. Observing the now vanished human bear corpse and Lin Ye's belly, which showed no signs of having grown, the onlookers were momentarily at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's attention shifted to the dimensional space within his stomach. Unlike before, he now possessed two dimensional spaces. One, designated for storage, had expanded to the size of a basketball court, while the other was a chaotic realm filled with the contrasting energies of yin and yang. These two gases collided and rubbed against each other incessantly, resembling a grinding mill. Under the terrifying power of this process, the human bear's corpse was gradually dissolved into blood water. One could only imagine the despair of an enemy being consumed in such a manner. As the corpse of the human bear was continuously eroded by the yin and yang energies, notifications appeared one after another. You have consumed the flesh and blood of the human bear. Energy reserves 10. Though the amount was modest, it was enduring. It was conservatively estimated that once the human bear's remains were fully digested, it would yield at least around 1,000 energy reserves. While filled with delight, Lin Ye's gaze shifted to the other side, where the monstrous rat's corpse lay. He promptly opened his mouth once more and, in front of the crowd, consumed the rat's remains. After swallowing, he felt compelled to explain to the onlookers, these peculiar corpses pose a significant environmental hazard. Only by devouring them can I purify them with my own power, preventing the spread of evil. Upon hearing this, admiration for him surged among the crowd. The Night King was truly magnificent, purifying the world's malevolence through his own being. We must strive harder in our endeavors. At that moment, another acolyte stepped forward. Similar to Luo Chengsun and Wei Lan, this tall, slender girl formed a small team with 3 other acolytes. Lin Ye recognized her, as she was the only one among all the acolytes who had inherited his ghostly step. If memory served him correctly, her name was Yin Shiyun, a high school physical education teacher, who also had a passion for martial arts and various weapons. Lord Night King, our team discovered a peculiar entity last night, but it seems our find differs from theirs. Differ? In what way? Lin Ye inquired, intrigued. By the way, where's the bizarre corpse you found? It doesn't have a corpse, or rather, its remains are somewhat unusual. As she spoke, Yin Shiyun retrieved an object from her backpack. Upon seeing it, Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. No matter how he looked at it, The item resembled an antique radio. Yet, he could detect an eerie aura emanating from it. This was found at a recycling station. The owner mentioned it casually while talking to someone on the roadside, and we immediately realized it might not be an ordinary radio. Oh, what is peculiar about this radio? According to the recycling station owner, even when the batteries are removed, this radio continues to emit sound. Furthermore, it frequently broadcasts strange content. To demonstrate, Yin Xiun turned on the radio. The next moment, static filled the air. After about 10 seconds, a gentle female voice emerged from the radio. At 1:50 p.m., at the intersection of College Road, a man was struck by a runaway car while crossing the street. He was pronounced dead upon arrival at the hospital. Static resumed after the chilling announcement. Lin Ye remained perplexed until Yin Xian clarified. The radio broadcasts future death events. I heard a report last night predicting that a homeless man would drown in a sewer this morning. And I just saw the news report on it. Is it truly that outrageous? Glancing at the seemingly innocuous radio, Lin Ye's expression was filled with skepticism. To ascertain the truth, he casually placed his hand on the radio. New eerie object detected, ghost radio. In 4 days, a malevolent spirit radio will emerge. This entity will hunt its targets through death predictions. By smearing blood upon it, one can gain dominion over this entity, becoming the new master of the spirit radio and acquiring the ability to predict deaths. Do you wish to absorb the above-mentioned source of resentment? As the prompt appeared, Lin Ye suddenly comprehended the situation. So that was it. He had not anticipated their luck to be so extraordinary as to find this newly born entity that had yet to fully manifest its eerie nature. Moreover, it seemed that this entity possessed considerable power. The question remained, should he absorb it or not? Chapter 76, The Death Declaration. Sacred Teachings Development Plan. Lin Ye found himself in a state of inner turmoil. The capabilities of the ghost radio were undeniably formidable, possessing an almost conceptual essence. According to the peculiar classification of the Anomalous Bureau, it was at least a B-grade anomaly. Any individual capable of harnessing it could instantly become a powerful B-grade ghost master. Additionally, it had the potential to provide intelligence, possibly revealing clues about the anomalies from the foretold deaths. To simply absorb, it would seem a bit regrettable. Regrettable, my foot. Such unorthodox contrivances do not appeal to me. I shall consume it. After hesitating for less than 10 seconds, Lin Ye made his decision. He extended his claw and chose to devour its primal resentment. In the next moment, a chilling female voice emanated from the antique radio, seemingly pleading for help. However, this voice did not linger for long before vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, 2 notifications appeared before Lin Ye. Absorb the primal resentment of the radio ghost. You have gained 1,000 energy reserves and a special ability, Death Declaration. Death Declaration. Beginner unleashes a death chant that proclaims the target's demise. With a 1 probability of causing instant death, cooldown time, 1 hour. Upon seeing this newly acquired skill, Lin Ye's emotions were a complex mixture of feelings. He had exchanged a potentially powerful anomaly for what appeared to be an impressive, yet practically insignificant skill. He could not ascertain whether he had gained or lost. If the probability of instant death had been 10, he would have deemed it a gain. But with only a 1 chance, it became difficult to evaluate. If such a probability existed in the gaming world of his past life, it would be infinitely close to 0. Perhaps as the skill level increased, the odds would improve. Never mind, I shall deem it a gain. Who knows, I might trigger it one day. After all, it does not specify the level of the enemy it affects. Thus, if I merely bet on that 1 chance, even a deity would meet their end. With this thought, Lin Ye felt considerably lighter. He withdrew his claw from the antique radio and turned his gaze back to the assembled crowd. Your performance this time has been commendable. I am quite satisfied. However, you must prioritize your own safety above all else. Even upon discovering anomalies, do not act recklessly. The methods of these anomalies are diverse and unpredictable. Even if they are not strong, you might still encounter unforeseen dangers. Hearing Lin Ye's words, the crowd felt a warmth in their hearts. For this was the concern of a divine being. Should you come across any information regarding anomalies, be sure to report it to Archbishop Yifeng immediately. He will assess the situation and make arrangements accordingly. Understood, Lord Night King. Yulu nodded in agreement. Shortly, I will develop a secure communication software exclusively for our sacred teachings. Upon reporting anomalies, you will receive corresponding contribution points. By the way, Lord Night King, I have drafted a contribution system for our sacred teachings and measures for member rewards and punishments. Please review it. To Lin Ye's astonishment, Yulu produced a tablet and opened a detailed table. It clearly outlined how members could earn contribution points through donations of resources or money, providing information about anomalies, or even eliminating them. One entry even stated that pleasing the esteemed Night King would directly grant 5,000 contribution points. Upon seeing this, Lin Ye's expression changed as he gazed at Yulo. He suddenly realized that no one was more suited to be the Archbishop of the Sacred Fire Miao Miao teachings than Yulo, and he even considered appointing Yulo as the Pope. It was truly considerate. At that moment, Li Ku stepped forward. Archbishop, I am well versed in software development. Leave this task to me, and I assure you it will be executed flawlessly. Very well, dear friend Li Ku. I entrust this matter to you. I have no particular demands, but the application icon must feature our esteemed Night King. Yulu replied with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Li Ku responded confidently. The two quickly finalized the development details for the internal communication program of the Sacred Fire Miao Miao teachings, leaving the others in attendance momentarily stunned. I too must showcase my value, each member thought simultaneously. In the next moment, they began to propose their ideas one after another. Archbishop, I believe our headquarters is not sufficiently discreet. I recently acquired a plot of land in Jinghai that is rather remote, with few people nearby, Luo Chung proposed proactively. Additionally, I think the sacred teachings should have specialized combat uniforms and standard weapons in addition to the current attire. I can establish a dedicated research lab to support the sacred teachings, he added. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiun eagerly chimed in. I possess some knowledge of combat and martial arts. I can compile a combat manual for the sacred teachings and provide training free of charge. That is certainly plausible. I appreciate your willingness, Yin, Yulus said, his interest piqued. However, the most audacious suggestion came next. I have access to resources from many wealthy individuals, many of whom suffer from various health issues and have a strong desire for longevity. If the sacred teachings can meet their needs, I believe they would be eager to join and contribute to our development, Sun Weilon remarked. As a renowned jewelry designer, she indeed mingled with high-end clientele. And her words rang true. Yulu nodded in agreement upon hearing her proposal. I can assist them with that. Not only can we offer them extended lifespans, but I could even grant them immortality, provided they pledge their allegiance to the sacred teachings and honor the Night King. He was not exaggerating. As a green-eyed zombie, he could easily turn anyone into a lowly white-eyed zombie with a mere bite. Once transformed into zombies, they would indeed attain immortality. The two quickly reached a consensus and drafted a plan for recruiting peripheral members into the Sacred Fire Miao Miao teachings. While others may not have contributed as significantly as Luo Chung and the others, they each shone in their own right. Through their discussions, a comprehensive 5-year development plan for the Sacred Fire Miao Miao teachings was soon crafted, spanning dozens of pages. Witnessing all of this unfold, Lin Ye suddenly felt that events were spiraling beyond his control. Never mind, I doubt they can orchestrate anything too grand. With that thought, he stretched languidly atop the Sacred Firestone platform, yawned widely, and strolled leisurely toward the villa's exit. Yulu, I have matters to attend to. You may proceed with your meeting. Upon hearing this, Yulu and the others promptly knelt on one knee, watching him depart. Rest assured, Lord Night King, you may focus on safeguarding the world's peace while we handle the development of the church. Do as you wish, farewell. After softly uttering these words, Lin Ye ascended into the air. Once he had left, the others slowly rose, gazing at his retreating figure, and could not help but exclaim, the Night King truly bears a heavy burden. We can only do small things to alleviate his pressure. Indeed, he protects the world at night and purifies evil by day. We must strive even harder. Meow. I am utterly fatigued. I indulged excessively during breakfast and now feel somewhat lightheaded. I must hasten back to take a midday nap, for after a full night's rest, I still require repose during the day. Truly, it is not easy being me. As Lin Ye soared through the sky, he stifled yawns while heading towards Jinghai University. Just as he was about to reach the vicinity of the university, a particular intersection below caught his attention. This must be the intersection of Shiyuan Road. According to the forecast from the ghostly radio station, an incident is about to unfold here. Realizing this, he quickly glanced at the grand clock above the main teaching building of Jinghai University. The time was now 1 p.m., leaving a mere 15 minutes until the foretold calamity at 1:15 p.m. Torn between the desire to return for a nap and the impending disaster, Lin Ye ultimately resolved to stay and observe. If he could intervene, he would. If not, he would simply respect the fate of others. Chapter 77. The Death Live Stream and the eerie case concealed within the flower bed at the crossroads. Lin Ye cautiously surveyed the bustling crowd, revealing only his head. At that moment, a large white dog trotted towards the crosswalk, accompanied by 3 playful puppies. One of the black puppies, seemingly intrigued by Lin Ye, approached him, sniffing curiously. Lin Ye shot the puppy a glare and exhaled sharply, "Get lost." In an instant, the frightened black puppy scampered away, followed closely by its companions. Simultaneously, a young man with a backpack, dressed in a blue shirt and wearing glasses, approached from the direction of Jinghai University. Upon reaching the crosswalk, he glanced at his phone, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. He then looked at the traffic light and, upon confirming it was green, prepared to cross the street. Unbeknownst to him, just as he stepped onto the crosswalk, the traffic light above him began to flicker unexpectedly, jumping from 8 seconds of red to green. At the same moment, a driver of a small sedan waiting at the traffic light noticed the peculiar occurrence. A brief moment of confusion flashed in his eyes, yet he released the brake and pressed the accelerator. Coincidentally, as his foot hit the gas pedal, a newspaper fluttered onto his windshield, momentarily obscuring his view and preventing him from noticing the young man already on the crosswalk. Although he immediately slammed on the brakes, the distance was too short for a proper stop. Just as the car was about to collide with the young man in the blue shirt, an unseen force suddenly yanked him backward. Caught off guard, the young man fell to the ground, narrowly escaping the oncoming sedan. Despite his survival, he was drenched in cold sweat. The driver, stepping out of the car, shared a similar expression of shock. Wiping his brow, he frantically apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. Are you okay? You should really pay attention to the lights." Still shaken, the young man responded, "I saw the green light before crossing. It was you who didn't pay attention." The driver, bewildered, replied, "But I saw green too." "Forget it. I'm in a hurry," the young man said, getting up and continuing across the street. Lin Ye, hidden in the flower bed, watched the entire scene unfold. Had he not intervened just in time, that young man would have surely met a tragic fate. Pondering his own good fortune, Lin Ye prepared to return to school. However, just as he turned, the sudden screech of tires caused his expression to shift dramatically. Could it be? With a sense of foreboding, Lin Ye quickly turned back. In the next moment, he witnessed a horrifying sight. A small delivery truck abruptly halted before the crosswalk, and several meters ahead, a familiar figure lay motionless on the road. In mere moments, bright red blood pooled around him, and after a few convulsions, he lay completely still. The figure was none other than the young man Lin Ye had just saved. Having evaded the car's collision, he met his untimely end on the opposite side of the road. Lin Ye's expression shifted from shock to confusion. How could this happen? I saved him, yet he still perished, and so abruptly. Could it be the influence of the ghostly broadcast? No, that ghostly channel had already been absorbed by me. It should no longer pose a threat. The likelihood of someone being hit by a vehicle twice is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, Lin Ye had observed that the young man had indeed crossed when the light was green, just as the driver claimed. Typically, such signal malfunctions are infrequent, unless... A chilling realization struck Lin Ye, prompting him to emerge from the flower bed and head towards the street. Upon arriving at the scene, he found it teeming with onlookers, bystanders and students alike. The driver of the small truck appeared frantic, staring at the lifeless body, clearly shocked by the tragic turn of events. At that moment, Lin Ye activated his invisibility skill and approached the young man's corpse. As he drew near, he sensed something amiss. The young man's eyes, still not fully closed, were shrouded in a lingering dark mist. His death was far from ordinary. While lost in thought, Lin Ye's attention was suddenly drawn to the young man's phone, which had fallen nearby. Miraculously, despite the impact, it had only sustained a minor crack. The screen continued to display something. Leaning closer, Lin Ye's expression turned grave as he beheld a crimson exclamation mark on the screen, beneath which was a chilling word, death. The exclamation mark blinked ominously, making the word stand out even more. Below it, additional text read, "Please run naked around the entrance of Jinghai Medical University before 1:15 p.m. Completion reward, 50,000 cash. Failure penalty, erasure. Current task status, failed." Staring at the eerie message, then at the lifeless body of the young man, Lin Ye confirmed his earlier suspicions. This was no mere accident. Someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. How they managed to cause the young man's demise remained unclear, but it was likely the work of some sinister force. Resolutely, he pocketed the young man's phone. With everyone's attention fixated on the corpse, no one noticed the phone's sudden disappearance. Before long, officials arrived to manage the scene. To Lin Ye's surprise, he spotted a familiar face among them. Captain, we're late again, a young man in casual clothes and a cap remarked, glancing at the deceased with a look of resignation. Another young man, dressed in athletic attire and carrying a crossbody bag, sighed softly. He was Shun Panlong, captain of the Jinghai City Anomaly Investigation Bureau's Team 1. This makes the 5th victim. I wonder how many more will be affected. Have we still not traced the IP address of that live stream? He continued. No. It's as if the live stream appeared out of thin air. We can't find any information about the initiator. It's certain that once someone accepts a task from the initiator, the live stream activates. All we can do now is wait for the next broadcast. Let us hope those who follow in their footsteps don't fall prey to its allure. By the way, search for the deceased's phone. There might be clues within. As Lin Ye listened to their conversation, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Chapter 78. The Vanished Campus Bell and the Ghost Ship, based on the contents recently observed on his phone and the conversation among Shun Panlong and others. Lin Ye gradually pieced together the events that had transpired. If his deductions were correct, it seemed that a certain individual, wielding a peculiar power, had created a live broadcast room and initiated a task within it. Completing the assigned task would yield corresponding rewards, while failure would lead to a grim fate. The young man they had just seen was one of the challengers who accepted the task. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, he exceeded the time limit and ultimately met a tragic end. With this understanding, Lin Ye's curiosity was immediately piqued, not by the incident itself, but by the enigmatic abilities of the puppeteer behind it all. The notion that one could dictate life and death was utterly fascinating. If such power could be integrated into his own death declaration, it would be extraordinarily exhilarating. Contemplating this, he cast another glance at Shun Panlong and the others, hoping they would uncover the identity of the mastermind. Having thought this, he swiftly departed the scene. A few minutes later, he found himself within the vibrant campus of Jinghai University. The youthful energy of the surroundings dispelled the lingering shadows from his heart in an instant. This was precisely why he cherished spending time at school. However, while he was lost in admiration for the beauty of the campus, a small figure suddenly caught his attention. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? How did it escape again? Senior Xiaohei, how can you neglect your little one? What sort of father are you? As Lin Ye stood there, dumbfounded, a girl approached, cradling a small white cat, and gently placed it beside him. The moment the little feline touched the ground, it affectionately nudged Lin Ye's chin with its tiny head. Meow indeed. This was the very white cat he had entrusted to Xiao Lingyin for her care. For reasons unknown, it had managed to escape once more. Gazing at the innocent face of the little creature, Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly are a natural-born stray cat." Yet, considering Xiao Lingyin's character, it was inconceivable that she would allow such a thing to happen. Even if the cat did escape, she should have immediately gone out in search of it. Realizing this, Lin Ye sensed something amiss and looked down at the little white cat. "Little one, how did you manage to escape?" "Meow, and where is your new owner?" Meow. Lin Ye sighed in exasperation. Clearly, the little creature was too young, its intellect still underdeveloped, and its communication skills were a complete mess. Forget it. Asking you won't yield any answers. I'll just go and see for myself. With that, he made his way towards the faculty dormitory where Xiao Lingyin resided, the little white cat trailing eagerly behind him. Unable to tolerate its sluggish pace any longer, Lin Ye gently grasped the scruff of its neck and swiftly navigated through the campus. Before long, he arrived at the faculty dormitory, where he placed the little white cat on the ground and earnestly instructed, "Stay put and don't wander off, understand? If you do, some pervert might snatch you away. Creatures like you are their favorites." Seemingly comprehending his words, the little one obediently sat on the doormat, its mismatched yellow and blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. Satisfied with this display, he nodded approvingly. In the next moment, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and slipped through the crack of the door. Witnessing this, the little white cat's expression turned to one of shock, and it began frantically clawing at the door, as if trying to dig Lin Ye back out. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, now in ghostly form within the room, began to survey his surroundings. The place was as disordered as ever, just as it usually was. The bed in the bedroom was a chaotic mess. Besides the absence of Xiao Lingyin, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He then proceeded to the guest room, where he found cat food and litter that Xiao Lingyin had purchased for the little one, along with an automatic feeding machine and an electric water dispenser. The bowl in front of the feeding machine was empty, but the container still held plenty of cat food. This indicated that Xiao Lingyin had indeed prepared food for the little creature, yet for some reason, she had not been able to use the mobile app to remotely dispense it, given the little one's appetite. It would take at least 2 days to consume such a large bowl of food. This suggested that Ling Ye had not provided new food for the little one in the past 2 days, nor had she returned to this place. To confirm this, he ventured into the kitchen, where he discovered that the rice in the rice cooker had begun to spoil. Indeed, she had not returned here for 2 days. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Ye. Ling Ye was not only his first caretaker, but also his savior. Had she not rescued him, he would have been utterly lost. He fervently hoped that nothing had befallen her. Reciting this thought in his mind, Lin Ye began to search the room for any useful clues. His attention was soon drawn to a computer in the room. Skillfully, he powered it on and entered the login password, accessing a messaging application. After a brief search, he came across a chat log indicating that 2 days prior, Ling Ye had conversed with someone saved as Manager Gao. It appeared that she had accepted a performance engagement from this Manager Gao, during which she was to sing 2 songs live, with an offered fee of 8,000 yuan. Without hesitation, she agreed. The subsequent messages included the details of the event, such as the date, time, and location. What caught Lin Ye's attention was that the performance was to take place on a luxury cruise ship named Apocalypse, scheduled for the previous night. Under normal circumstances, Ling Ye should have returned to the university by now. It seemed that the issue lay with the cruise ship. Could it be that someone had kidnapped her? With this thought racing through his mind, he hastily opened a search engine on the computer and typed in Apocalypse. However, the moment the search results appeared, his expression shifted dramatically. The first report that surfaced was about the sinking of the cruise ship Apocalypse. Even more astonishingly, the date of the report was from a year ago. This meant that the Apocalypse had already sunk a year prior. According to the news, it had gone down in the depths of the Pacific Ocean due to a severe storm, and to this day, no wreckage had been found. No, this cannot be. Could it be a coincidence of names? Or has a new ship taken on the name Apocalypse? With such thoughts swirling, Lin Ye quickly conducted another search. Yet, the results left him further bewildered. There had only ever been that one luxury cruise ship named Apocalypse. No new vessels had been named after it. So, how could a ship that had sunk a year ago suddenly reappear? Was it possible that it was a ghost ship? With this realization, a heavy weight settled in Lin Ye's heart. Chapter 79. Clues of the Apocalypse. Realizing that something was amiss, Lin Ye did not dare to delay. After returning the little white cat to Ling Ye's home and providing it with ample cat food, he hurriedly left Jinghai University and returned to the headquarters villa of the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect. As he stepped through the villa's entrance, the scene before him momentarily rendered him speechless. A long table had been set up in the center of the once empty hall. 11 individuals, clad in black robes and shrouded in darkness, sat at either side of the table. The hall was devoid of lights, illuminated only by the dim glow of candlesticks atop the table. Should a delivery person inadvertently wander in, they would likely be terrified beyond measure. It resembled the gathering of a sinister cult. Perhaps sensing Lin Ye's arrival, the 11 robed figures immediately rose from their seats and knelt on one knee. "My Lord Night King, why have you returned? We were just discussing how to further enhance our sect's intelligence network." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye approached them, curiosity piqued. "Why is it so dark? It strains the eyes. Have you been in session since I left?" "Indeed, my Lord Night King. We have been deliberating on the future of our sect," they replied in unison. "You have truly worked hard," Lin Ye acknowledged. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. We are not weary." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ye leapt onto the table and made his way to the opposite end. Slumping against the table, he stated the purpose of his visit. "I have 2 matters to discuss with you." At this proclamation, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Was there a significant mission to undertake? Or perhaps a formidable anomaly had emerged? "My Lord Night King, please instruct us," they urged eagerly. Clearly, after yesterday's events, they had grown fond of their current circumstances. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Ye promptly retrieved the mobile phone he had found at the crossroads not long ago. He then succinctly explained the situation regarding the death livestream. "This is the crux of the matter. I suspect someone has acquired a peculiar object that enables them to select targets online to achieve their nefarious aims. This object poses a significant threat and possesses extraordinary power. I hope you can swiftly locate both it and the individual manipulating it from behind the scenes." Upon concluding his account, the group nodded in agreement. Li Ku, a seasoned hacker among them, eagerly volunteered, "My Lord Night King, leave this matter to me. I will find a way to trace this so-called death livestream through the internet." "Very well, this task is entrusted to you. Your primary objective is to uncover relevant leads. And for now, avoid direct confrontation with the death livestream," Lin Ye instructed. "Understood, my Lord Night King," Li Ku replied earnestly. Additionally, There is a more pressing issue at hand. A ghost ship, named Apocalypse, is suspected to have appeared in the waters surrounding Jinghai. For certain reasons, the saintess of our holy fire Miao Miao sect has become trapped aboard this ghost ship. I implore you to ascertain its location and rescue the saintess. The group, who had just felt disheartened for not receiving a task from Lin Ye, instantly became exhilarated upon hearing his next words. Their curiosity was piqued. My Lord Night King, who is this saintess? Yu Lu inquired, drawing the attention of the others. In response, Lin Ye concocted a tale. The saintess was my servant in a past life. After my reincarnation, she too was reborn into this world. However, she has yet to awaken her memories from her previous existence, so she remains unaware of her true identity. Ah, that explains it, the group responded, enlightened. It seems our most urgent task is to rescue the saintess. Let us all investigate any information regarding the apocalypse and see if we can uncover any clues, Yu Lu proposed. Upon hearing his suggestion, the others nodded in agreement and promptly began their inquiries through various means. Mere minutes later, Li Ku was the first to discover pertinent information. My Lord Night King, through my research, I found that the apocalypse sank on April 18th last year, which coincidentally marks a full year ago. It sank less than 50 nautical miles from Jinghai's Chuan Mountain Pier, with a total of 392 crew and passengers aboard, none of whom survived. I also found some intriguing footage, he continued, turning the computer screen towards Lin Ye. This video was captured by a fisherman near the waters of Golden Ao Island last night. In it, a colossal luxury cruise ship can be seen approaching them, but at the moment of collision, the ship suddenly vanished. As he spoke, he isolated a segment of the video that had initially been blurry. Gradually, the image became clearer, and he produced a photo of the apocalypse he had found online. It was evident that this gigantic luxury cruise ship, which had appeared and disappeared, was indeed the apocalypse. Many netizens believed they had encountered a mirage, but after what you just mentioned, my lord, I believe this is not merely a mirage, it is a ghost ship. After listening to Li Ku's analysis, Lin Ye nodded. It appears the apocalypse is likely situated near the waters of Golden Ao Island. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Sun Weilon shook her head in dissent. My Lord Night King, I believe it is not confined to a fixed location. I just found a photo in my social circle, she stated. A photo? Lin Ye queried, his brow furrowed in curiosity as Sun Weilon magnified the image. The photo depicted a couple taking a picture on a yacht, and in the background, the silhouette of a massive cruise ship could be faintly discerned. Although the image was hazy, the familiar emblem on the ship's bow was identical to that of the apocalypse. I checked the previous sailing route of the apocalypse. It followed a domestic route, departing from Jinghai and heading towards Modu. The location where that photo was taken is in Modu. Thus, I suspect it is retracing its path before it sank. That makes sense. Lin Ye was astonished by the group's analytical prowess, but just then, Luo Cheng, who had been silent until now, surprised him further. My Lord Night King, I just discovered that someone claimed on social media to have received a message from a friend who has been deceased for a year. That friend was one of the passengers aboard the apocalypse. I also found a list of all the victims from the apocalypse incident a year ago. As Luo Cheng opened a spreadsheet file, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing a familiar name among the victims. Gao Tingting, female, 32 years old, agent of the Black Swan Performance Art Troupe, graduated from Jinghai University. Chapter 80, Class A Anomaly. The scheme of the Anomaly Bureau as Lin Ye gazed at the information regarding the victims before him. A recent conversation he had seen on Xiao Lingyin's computer sprang to his mind. In that exchange, Xiao Lingyin referred to the manager, Gao, as senior sister. It seemed they had collaborated before, which clarified many things. Moreover, as Luo Cheng had just mentioned, Xiao Lingyin was not the only one receiving such messages online. What was the purpose of this ghost ship? Was it attempting to find substitutes for the deceased aboard? Lin Ye found himself at a loss. Yet one thing was certain. This matter was undeniably linked to the bazaar. My Lord Night King, there is more news about the revelation. Just as Lin Ye was deep in thought, Chen Kurson joyfully announced while holding her phone. I just saw a girl on Xiahongsha mentioning that she encountered a scammer. Someone used the account of her friend who passed away a year ago to invite her to the cruise ship today. Is it that easy to trace? Lin Ye was astonished upon hearing Chen Kurson's words. He immediately shifted his gaze to her phone screen. Soon, he noticed the timestamp and location on one of the chat screenshots. April 21st, 2024, 11:30 p.m. at Jinghai Ship Mountain Dock. I found another one, exclaimed another individual, astonished as they looked at their phone. I saw it too. The message is similar, and this person intends to go see for themselves. Within just a few minutes, The group had uncovered no less than 10 similar messages online. All were invitations from friends or family to board the ship at 11:30 p.m. tonight. And all of these friends or family members had perished with the revelation a year prior. Netizens dismissed these as a new form of online fraud. However, some skeptics, such as a user named Ms. Not Eating Fragrant Kai, expressed a desire to confront the scammer and even planned to livestream the encounter. Her comments immediately attracted considerable attention from other users. Everyone, since we have gathered information regarding the revelation, let us take action tonight to confront this ghost ship and rescue the Holy Maiden. Yuela suddenly rose, and upon hearing this, the others nodded vigorously. Although their faces were masked, the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. Lin Ye was perplexed by their enthusiasm, but had to admit that there was strength in numbers. With this in mind, he stood up from the table. Then, as Archbishop Nightwind suggested, we shall all act together. Our primary mission is to rescue the Holy Maiden. And if possible, we will also eliminate this ghost ship. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in fervor. Meanwhile, less than 20 kilometers away, another meeting was underway at the Anomaly Bureau's Jinghai Division. Division Chief Xiongzhen and Deputy Chief Tu Gang sat at the center of the conference room, flanked by dozens of key personnel. Behind them loomed a large projection screen displaying a formidable cruise ship. Has everyone arrived? Xiongzhen surveyed the room before speaking. After hearing his inquiry, Tu Gang nodded in affirmation. Everyone is present except for the 5 members of Team 1, who have been dispatched to the capital for training. Very well. Since all are here, I shall not prolong the introduction. The reason for summoning all teams here is that we have discovered a newly emerged Class A anomaly off the coast of Jinghai. And this anomaly is the cruise ship displayed on the screen. Upon this revelation, the attendees began to murmur among themselves. Since the discovery of the first anomaly 2.5 years ago, the Anomaly Bureau had documented countless peculiarities. They had encountered all kinds of bizarre phenomena. Yet they had never witnessed a ghostly ship of this nature. I understand your thoughts, Xiongzhen continued. The diversity of anomalies exceeds our imagination. Just a week ago, a driverless ghost car was reported across the ocean in America, so it is not impossible for a ghost ship to manifest. According to our intelligence, this ghost ship is the luxurious revelation that sank a year ago. It is highly likely that the grievances of the souls lost aboard have transformed it into this spectral vessel. Due to its recent emergence, its consciousness is not yet fully formed, acting solely on instinct. If we locate it now and find a way to control it, our division will acquire a powerful Class A anomaly, which would also allow us to cultivate a Class A Spirit Master. At the mention of a Class A Spirit Master, the eyes of the attendees gleamed with excitement. The Jinghai Division had always been positioned in the lower tier among the many divisions nationwide, primarily due to their lack of a Class A Spirit Master or any Class A anomalies. The strongest among them, Xiongzhen, was merely a Class B Spirit Master. Now, with a newly born Class A anomaly before them, their excitement was palpable. Chief, what are we waiting for? Let's take action today. I've had enough of being overshadowed by other divisions for the past 2 years. Shin Panlong, the leader of Team 1, was the first to rise. Following suit, other team leaders voiced their opinions. Once they had finished, Xiongzhen laid out his plan. To ensure we successfully seize this ghost ship, I will personally lead the team. Additionally, I would like the other team leaders to accompany me. The revelation that Xiongzhen would personally lead the mission surprised the crowd. Chief, is it really necessary for you to take the lead? This ghost ship is merely a newly emerged Class A anomaly. It shouldn't possess significant offensive capabilities, Shin Panlong remarked. Puzzled. Unless, there are others who have designs on this ghost ship, Zhou Yichen interjected, his tone suddenly serious. Smart observation, Zhou. Indeed. Others harbor intentions regarding this ghost ship. The Shanghai Division's personnel boarded the ghost ship last night, led by your old acquaintance, Yi Tianlong. Is it him? Zhou Yichen's expression shifted upon hearing Yi Tianlong's name from Xiongzhen. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. We must be the first to seize this ghost ship before the Shanghai Division. With Xiongzhen's words, the members of the Anomaly Bureau immediately steeled themselves for action. Chapter 81. The arrival of the ghost ship at 11 p.m. The darkness enveloping both the sky and the sea was profound, rendering the ship mountain dock in the Jinghai port area utterly obscure. Once a bustling hub, this long-abandoned dock had become a mere haunt for the occasional angler, yet tonight it thrummed with unusual activity. Several cars were parked nearby, and a crowd of men and women, young and old, had gathered, amounting to dozens of individuals. Occasionally, more people approached from the coastal highway. culminating in a throng of over 100. Without exception, the crowd's gaze was fixed upon the inky expanse of water before them, as if anticipating something significant. Among them stood a group of unremarkable young individuals beside a weathered fishing boat. One of them, clad entirely in black and carrying a cat backpack, had a pair of golden eyes peering curiously from within. What is going on? Why are there so many people here? Did they all receive invitations from the apocalyptic? One mused. They must have, otherwise who would come here at this hour? Night King, what do you think the ghost ship intends to do with all these people? The young man in black, Yul, absent-mindedly scraped rust from the old vessel while quietly inquiring of Lin Ye. What else could it be? Surely, it plans to consume them to augment its power. Before Lin Ye could respond, Chun Kurson interjected. Isn't that right, Night King? Perhaps, Lin Ye replied, just as another group arrived at the dock. Upon recognizing their faces, a peculiar expression crossed his features. They are here too. Things are getting lively. Following his gaze, a robust man led 8 others, men and women, toward the dock. Lin Ye identified 2 among them, Zhou Yiqin and Xin Panlong. The rest, though unfamiliar, were undoubtedly members of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau, with the leader likely being their superior. Upon spotting them, Lin Ye discreetly whispered to Yul, keep an eye on the group at 1 o'clock. They are from the Bureau. Once we board, maintain your distance from them. Surprised, Yul glanced at the Bureau members and promptly nodded. Understood, Night King. Simultaneously, Xiongxin and the others surveyed the gathering crowd. Director, it seems the ghost ship has grand designs, enlisting so many. Quite normal. As a nascent anomaly, it desperately requires a substantial amount of flesh to hasten its growth, an instinct shared by all anomalies. Once on board, be mindful of these ordinary folks. We must avoid casualties. Certainly, Director. Yet, one must say, today's youth possess an insatiable curiosity. Knowing this situation is peculiar, they still flock here as if on holiday, remarked the team leader of the Bureau, glancing at Yul and his companions. Upon hearing this, the others also took a look. Indeed, they appear to be university students. Quite attractive, I must say. What does looks matter? Anomalies 1T spare you for your beauty. Enough chatter, it's nearly time. As the Bureau members ceased their conversations, an air of silence enveloped the scene. As the hour approached 11:30, the sea remained eerily still, devoid of even a single plank of wood. Suddenly, murmurs erupted among the invited guests. What is happening? Wasn't it supposed to arrive at 11:30? Where is it? Could it be a hoax? I knew it. They led us astray, wasting our time. I was going to livestream the con artist's antics. Perhaps they see too many of us and dare not show themselves. Someone speculated. What a disgrace, using the dead's name for a prank. I'm leaving. It's too cold by the sea. Just as the crowd grumbled and expressed their feelings of being duped, a deafening foghorn suddenly pierced the air. Instantly, every eye turned toward its source. As they followed the sound, a thick veil of mist rose from the previously barren sea, enveloping it rapidly. Then, a brilliant beam of light pierced through the fog, blinding everyone momentarily. As the illumination began to fade, astonishment washed over their faces. To their disbelief, a colossal ocean liner materialized on the surface of the water, cutting through the waves with a majestic force, swiftly approaching the ship mountain dock. Before long, the vessel docked, its 200-meter-long hull looming like a mountain. The upper deck, soaring over 30 meters, was divided into multiple layers, each adorned with vibrant lights, resembling a 5-star hotel afloat. To the onlookers, the massive cruise ship rendered them akin to ants. Coupled with its eerie arrival, their astonishment was palpable. After a considerable pause, they finally regained their composure, checking their phones to find it was precisely 11:30 p.m. Goodness, this is the apocalyptic, the so-called palace of the sea. It's immense. No wonder tickets once sold for over 10,000. Yul marveled at the sight. Indeed, I've heard it cost billions to construct. It's a shame I never got to board it when it was operational, yet here I am now after its demise, Lin Ye mused. Such opulence transformed into an anomaly. What a pity. Look, there seem to be people on board. As whispers circulated, silhouettes began to emerge from the apocalyptic. A massive gangway connecting the ship to the dock was slowly lowered, and, amid the enchanting music, a band appeared at the top of the stairs. As the melodies filled the air, several crew members dressed in uniforms descended the gangway. A middle-aged man, presumably the captain, greeted the crowd with a courteous bow. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the apocalyptic. We are about to embark on a week-long maritime journey. Please gather your belongings and follow me aboard. Wishing you a pleasant voyage. As his words echoed, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Ye, concealed within the cat backpack, found himself perched on Yule's shoulder. From this vantage point, he observed that both the captain and the crew were shrouded in dark smoke, their faces as pale as parchment. Clearly, they were not living beings, but specters. A legion of phantoms inhabiting this ghost ship. They were about to board a vessel teeming with the departed. How exhilarating! A trace of excitement flickered in Lin Ye's eyes inexplicably. Chapter 82. Midnight approaches, the night of 100 ghosts with the emergence of the ghost ship. The reactions of those present varied significantly. Most ordinary individuals began to feel a deep-seated fear, yearning to flee the scene. However, they quickly realized that every time they attempted to escape, a white mist would materialize behind them, and upon traversing through it, they found themselves back in their original positions. After several futile attempts, they ultimately conceded to their fate. In contrast, the members of the Anomaly Bureau exhibited a markedly different demeanor. Upon the arrival of the crew, they retrieved a small device to begin their investigation. Chief, they are certainly anomalous, yet their levels are not particularly high, merely around Class D. They appear to be ordinary anomalies affiliated with the ghost ship, Shin Panlong reported after scanning the area with the device. Given this, there is nothing to fear. Let us board, he declared. As he spoke, Xiongzhen led the 8 squad leaders from the Anomaly Bureau towards the gangway, and soon their figures vanished up the stairs. Witnessing someone take the lead emboldened the others, and some of the bolder individuals followed suit. Once nearly half of the crowd had boarded, Lin Ye turned to Yulu and said, "Let us ascend as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Yulu guided the members of the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect towards the gangway. The remaining hesitant individuals, seeing no avenue of escape, ultimately steeled themselves and boarded the ship. They anticipated the occurrence of something terrifying upon entry, but soon discovered their expectations were misplaced. Everything aboard the vessel appeared utterly normal. Under the guidance of the crew, they arrived at an opulent hall, brightly lit and adorned as if for a grand soiree. In a corner, a band played soothing melodies. Upon entering the hall, the guests were promptly served drinks by attentive waitstaff. The lavishness of it all made them question whether they had arrived at the wrong location. This hardly resembled a ghost ship. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a distinguished middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and bow tie, emerged from the opposite end of the hall. As he appeared, a servant promptly presented him with a microphone. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Apocalyptic," he announced. "I am Captain Lu Bo. I trust you are all quite curious as to why we extended this invitation. Allow me to unveil the answer." As his words resonated, figures began to emerge from the passageways on either side of the ship. Upon seeing these individuals, many of the newly arrived guests suddenly lost their composure. "Mom, what are you doing here? Auntie, is that really you? What the hell, Gongzi? Didn't you die a year ago? Auntie, it truly was you who sent me that message yesterday." In an instant, the banquet hall transformed into a grand reunion scene. Rather than evoking terror, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm and heartfelt, especially as long-lost relatives embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Why are they all recognizing each other? So the ghost ship merely summoned these individuals to reunite with their deceased loved ones? Have we misjudged the ghost ship? Confusion reigned among the crowd. Yet Lin Ye maintained a serious expression. The tender scene before him did nothing to diminish his vigilance. He sensed that something was amiss. The members of the Anomaly Bureau shared his unease. "Chief, this development feels off. Why is it like this?" Indeed, could it be that the ghost ship's purpose is solely to help these souls fulfill their final wishes? That cannot be right. What happened to those who boarded yesterday? The Shanghai division has seen no trace of them, Zhou Yichen pointed out, highlighting a critical concern. At his words, the group's alertness intensified. Just then, the ship's whistle sounded once more, signaling that the Apocalyptic had set sail again. As they watched the dock recede into the distance, the crowd resolved to observe the unfolding events. After the reunion segment concluded, the music in the hall shifted. A girl clad in a black evening gown gracefully ascended the stage, and soon her ethereal voice filled the air. Upon seeing her, Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief, for the girl was none other than Xiao Lingyin, who had been abducted to the ghost ship and had vanished without a trace. At that moment, she appeared to be in good spirits, uninjured and seemingly normal, devoid of the signs of abduction by an anomaly. Yet, this very normalcy only deepened Lin Ye's confusion. Could it be that this ghost ship harbored no malicious intent? "Night King, what should we do now? Should we investigate other areas?" Yuli's voice broke through his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye shook his head. "Let us not roam aimlessly. Do you see that girl over there? Once her performance concludes, follow her closely. Is she the saint? Indeed. Understood, Night King. 10 minutes later. As Xiao Lin Ye finished her song and bowed to the audience, she turned to exit through a nearby passage. Observing this, Yulu quickly caught up with Lin Ye. Before long, they found themselves in a narrow corridor. Just as Xiao Lin Ye was about to push open a door, Yulu stepped in front of her. Taken aback by this sudden appearance, Xiao Lin Ye initially froze, her expression shifting to one of wariness. Who are you? What do you want? However, before she could finish her inquiry, a familiar meow caught her attention. Meow. Looking down, her face lit up with surprise. Mimi, how did you get here? Mimi? Yulu was momentarily stunned by Xiao Lin Ye's words. Glancing down, he found Lin Ye glaring fiercely at him. I didn't hear anything. I absolutely won't breathe a word. With that assurance, Lin Ye returned his gaze to the unfolding scene. At that moment, Xiao Lin Ye seemed to recall something. Quickly glancing at her wristwatch, upon seeing the time, her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly took Lin Ye from Yuli's arms and pulled Yulu into the cabin. Once inside, she swiftly locked the door behind them. After completing these actions, she exhaled deeply. Both Lin Ye and Yulu wore expressions of confusion at her peculiar behavior. Perhaps sensing Yulu's bewilderment, she hurriedly explained, it's almost midnight. If we are not inside a room by 12 o'clock, something terrifying will occur. What kind of terrifying thing? Yulu pressed urgently. However, before Xiao Lin Ye could respond, the lights in the room abruptly went out. Instantly, the entire vessel plunged into darkness, as if a switch had been flipped. In a panic, Yulu fumbled for his phone, only to discover that it was indeed precisely midnight. He activated the flashlight, and his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. The once lavishly decorated cabin now lay in decay. The walls were overrun with algae and barnacles, and the bedclothes appeared waterlogged, dripping with moisture from the ceiling. What in the world is happening? Just as he thought this was the extent of the horror, blood-curdling screams echoed from outside the cabin. Upon hearing the anguished cries, Yul hastily peered through the circular window on the door of the room. Soon, he was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. Outside the cabin, a group of women clad in service uniforms was pushing a cart along the corridor. As they moved, a relentless flow of seawater trailed behind them, cascading down their pale faces, swollen from the brine. These were no longer mere human beings. They resembled the drowned souls of the Forsaken. At that moment, he could vividly envision the harrowing scenes unfolding in other parts of the vessel and finally grasped the weight of Xiao Lin Ye's earlier words. It seemed that the ship had descended into a nightmarish procession of spirits. And indeed, as the clock struck midnight, the passengers who had once roamed the luxurious liner revealed their most horrific forms. The opulent cruise ship had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, echoing with the wails of the damned. Chapter 83. The underestimated phantom ship in the banquet hall. As the lights extinguished, the true nature of the scene was unveiled. The once resplendent illumination faded, leaving behind a chaotic and desolate sight. In the pitch-black environment, unfortunate souls were occasionally dragged into the shadows by malevolent spirits. However, the members of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau were evidently not among them. The bureau chief, Xiongzhen, summoned forth his headless specter, gripping his own head in one hand while wielding a blood-dripping ghostly blade in the other. With a single swing, he cleaved a charging spirit in two, demonstrating that no ghoul could withstand his might. Other team leaders displayed their unique abilities, each summoning their own spirits. The captain of Team D1, Shin Panlong, commanded a lantern ghost that spewed ghostly flames, incinerating any evil entities that came too close. The captain of Team D2, Song Fei, transformed into a chainsaw-wielding specter, effortlessly dismembering the sinister spirits that crossed his path. Meanwhile, the captain of Team D3, Zhou Chen, summoned a rare dragon horse enveloped in ghostly fire, riding it into the fray with wild abandon. Those D-rank evil spirits stood no chance against their formidable prowess. Within mere minutes, they had vanquished hundreds of malevolent beings. As they wreaked havoc, the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect, hidden in the corners, observed the scene unfold. Is this what it means to be a spirit master? It doesn't seem particularly impressive, yet I find it rather captivating. Captivating? Surely. Wielding such eerie powers must come at a cost. Haven't you noticed how pale they appear after summoning their spirits? Indeed. It could very well be their life force that is being drained. Regardless, we must commence our own operations. I just observed that the evil beings they have slain are reviving almost instantaneously. I suspect they are bound to the phantom ship, as long as it survives. they will continue to resurrect. Thus, our current task is to locate the essence of the phantom ship and eliminate it. I concur with Cheng Ji's assessment. With that, Luo Cheng and his companions donned the black cloaks of the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect, affixing white cat masks to their faces, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Action. In an instant, the 10 members split into 5 groups, each venturing in different directions. When confronted by malevolent spirits, they boldly engaged. Perhaps inheriting Lin Ye's exorcising attributes, their attacks possessed tremendous lethality against the ethereal foes. With just a few strikes, they could shred the evil spirits to pieces, their efficiency far surpassing that of the anomalous Adjustment Bureau members. However, as they had surmised, the spirits bound to the phantom ship were effectively immortal. Even when torn apart, they would quickly re-emerge from elsewhere, making them impossible to eradicate completely. The members of the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect fared well, as their attacks required minimal energy expenditure. However, the anomalous Adjustment Bureau members began to struggle. Each time they summoned their spirits to strike, they drained a portion of their vitality, with more potent abilities consuming even greater reserves. After 20 minutes of combat, their faces grew as pale as the undead. A captain with a grotesque mouth on his abdomen was the first to succumb, enduring his discomfort just long enough to return his gluttonous spirit to the otherworldly realm. Chief, I cannot continue. My vitality has been exhausted. If I fight any longer, the gluttonous spirit will turn on me. As he spoke, he produced a vial of potion from his pocket and drank it down. As the liquid coursed through him, a hint of color returned to his face. Following him, a captain controlling a long-tongued ghost also withdrew his spirit. I can't go on either. These evil spirits seem endless. Witnessing his teammates drop out of the battle one after another, Xiongzhan, while cleaving through several evil spirits with his ghostly blade, took out a potion and consumed it. It's not that they cannot be killed. It's that they continuously resurrect. We have underestimated the phantom ship's power. It is not an ordinary A-rank anomaly. It is at least A-rank, if not higher. It has awakened its ghost domain prototype. The entire vessel is its domain. We must locate its core. With that, he struck the adjacent cabin with his blade. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a large hole was cleaved into the cabin. Yet, an uncanny scene unfolded. The cabin appeared to possess a life of its own, rapidly restoring itself after a grotesque writhing motion. This outcome corroborated Xiongzhan's earlier claims. The phantom ship's strength had indeed exceeded their expectations. Let us not linger here battling them any longer. We must find the core of the phantom ship. I suspect it is hidden in the engine room below. With that, Xiongzhan led the members of the anomalous Adjustment Bureau to retreat while continuing to fend off the spirits, making their way towards the engine room below the deck. At the same time, the members of the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect swiftly scoured the upper levels of the cruise ship. Team 2, we have thoroughly searched the upper decks and found no suspicious areas. Team 1, we have nothing to report either, only some ordinary anomalies. Neither have we, no abnormalities here. It seems our only option left is the engine room below. It appears the essence of the phantom ship is concealed within the engine room. Everyone, let us rendezvous on the first deck and proceed to the engine room together. Understood. As they spoke, the 10 members of the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect hastened to converge on the first deck, encountering no obstacles from the anomalies along the way. Often, a flash of cold light would signal the disintegration of an evil spirit, just as they prepared to descend to the engine room. The members of the anomalous Adjustment Bureau had already arrived ahead of them. Upon entering the engine room, they immediately sensed something amiss. The vast chamber was saturated with fresh blood, flesh, and sinew. The floor felt soft and squishy, akin to stepping on raw meat. Boom, boom, boom. Faintly, they could hear a series of muffled thuds, reminiscent of a heartbeat amplified countless times. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiongzhan's expression turned grim. It had undergone such a transformation. If given more time, it would not only gain consciousness but could evolve into an entirely new organism. We cannot afford to let it grow further. At this moment, a deadly glint flashed across Xiongzhan's face. Brandishing his ghostly blade, he strode forward. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Horrific spirits surged forth from the surrounding blood and flesh, rushing toward them like a tidal wave. Before Xiongzhan and his comrades could react, these spirits began devouring one another, ultimately coalescing into 3 colossal monstrosities. One was a giant octopus, another a decaying ghost shark, and the last a massive sea serpent stretching over 10 meters in length. Each creature emanated a formidable aura rivaling Xiongzhan's own. Faced with this alarming sight, the members of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 84. The annihilation of the Anomaly Bureau. The emergence of the three-headed giant creature completely disrupted the Anomaly Bureau's formation. Director, what shall we do now? The ghost ship possesses the ability to conjure composite monsters, Zhou said, casting a wary glance at the newly born three-headed beast while directing his questioning gaze towards Xiongzhen. Upon hearing his words, Xiongzhen first glanced back, then gritted his teeth and replied, "There is no retreat." However, the appearance of these three behemoths confirms our earlier speculation. The core of the ghost ship must be located in the engine room. I will find a way to hold them off. You all go and destroy its core. Director. The members of the Anomaly Bureau changed their expressions at the thought of Xiongzhen facing the three-headed monster alone. Do not worry. I have means to preserve my life. Even if I cannot defeat them, I will not perish, Xiongzhen assured, tossing his own severed head to them. Take my head with you. Do not lose it. Seeing Xiongzhen's resolute demeanor, the group could only nod in silence as they ran towards the engine room, clutching his lifeless head. Meanwhile, Xiongzhen's headless body engaged the three-headed creature with fervor. As the only B-ranked spirit master in the Jinghai branch, he held his own, enduring several rounds of attacks from the monstrous trio. It was only when his vitality waned that the ghastly creature, the ghost shark, bit off half of his body and swallowed him whole. Yet, shortly thereafter, Xiongzhen's dismembered corpse tumbled out from the decaying belly of the ghost shark, prompting the three-headed creature to pursue the members of the Anomaly Bureau. Just as it departed, the followers of the Holy Fire Meow Meow, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the hold, silently descended. Gazing at Xiongzhen's body on the ground, they expressed their disdain. See, I told you spirit masters are ineffective. Even their strongest has fallen. The rest won't last much longer. Thankfully, we did not rush in earlier. Otherwise, we would likely meet the same fate. Should we wait a bit longer? Let them fight the monsters a while longer before we swoop in, one suggested. That is a reasonable thought, another replied, and they exchanged knowing smiles before stealthily following behind. Meanwhile, the members of the Anomaly Bureau dared not delay, racing to the rear of the hold where the engine room awaited. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Just ahead, where the cruise ship's engine should have been, was instead a pulsating heart the size of a three-story building. This crimson heart throbbed vigorously, emitting a thunderous roar with each beat, sending shivers through the onlookers, rendering them parched. Is this the core of the ghost ship? It is unimaginable that a steel behemoth has transformed into a fleshly entity. What could possibly motivate it to alter its form in such a grotesque manner? Would not a ghostly form suffice? Enough of such ponderings. We must destroy its core. It is the only way to eliminate it completely. Let us act together. As soon as the words were uttered, the members of the Anomaly Bureau prepared to unleash their powers against the bizarre heart before them. However, before they could strike, the floor beneath them began to writhe, sprouting countless fleshly tendrils that ensnared them. The more they struggled, the tighter the blood-soaked tendrils gripped them. Even as they summoned spirits to combat the fleshly appendages, new tendrils continuously emerged from the ground, walls, and ceiling. Initially, they had some capacity for resistance. But as the tendrils constricted around their necks, their consciousness began to fade, and their spirits became increasingly unresponsive. At that moment, the three terrifying monsters caught up to them, and they feared complete annihilation. Yet, just when they believed their end was nigh, the tendrils did not crush them, but instead hoisted them upside down against the ceiling. Once there, they were met with a horrifying sight. Countless humans, like themselves, were suspended by the blood-soaked tendrils. Some had fully fused with the ceiling, while others were only partially merged. It was evident that these were the individuals lured aboard the ghost ship previously. Understanding where the grotesque flesh on the ghost ship originated filled them with an overwhelming sense of despair at the thought of becoming part of the vessel themselves. Before this despair could linger, their minds clouded from the blood pooling in their heads and the exhaustion of their energy. Their vision gradually blurred. At that moment, 10 dark figures suddenly appeared in the engine room. These shadows moved with the swiftness of the wind, dodging the emerging fleshly tendrils while engaging the three-headed monsters. Though the beasts possessed formidable strength, they could not match the speed of the shadows, which occasionally struck back at the creatures. These things are so bothersome, they keep growing. One shadow exclaimed. Indeed, it's quite revolting, and it's sticky. I certainly don't want to get touched by that, another chimed in. These three monsters are quite powerful. They feel different from the previous ones. I sense that if I were struck, I would lose at least half my life. Now that's thrilling. That heart over there must be the core of the ghost ship. It resembles a whale's heart. I suspect it intends to evolve itself into a whale. This doesn't seem manageable. What shall we do now? What else can we do? We need to call for reinforcements. At that moment, Yu Lu, who was hiding in the cabin, suddenly heard a voice through his earpiece, and a look of excitement crossed his face. In the next instant, he crouched before Lin Ye. Night King, Luo Chung and the others have located the core of the ghost ship. Lin Ye, who had been napping in Xiao Lingyi's embrace, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing this. He wriggled free from her grasp and leaped onto Yu Lu. Let us go. Take me there. Right away. As Yu Lu prepared to lead Lin Ye to the engine room, Xiao Lingyin suddenly stood up. Mimi, where are you going? It's dangerous for a little kitten like you to be outside. Yu Lu froze, glancing at Lin Ye perched on his shoulder, then at Xiao Lingyin. What does it matter what I do? You find a way to distract her. Upon hearing this, Yu Lu took an unexpected action, raising his hand high and striking Xiao Lingyin on the back of her neck. With a dull thud, she collapsed onto the bed. You idiot. I told you to resolve the problem, not to deal with her. I had no choice. It was the most effective method. Yu Lu replied apologetically to the unconscious Xiao Lingyin. I apologize, Your Holiness. I meant no offense. I had to resort to this for your safety. Let us go. You've already knocked her out. Why are you still talking? Hurry and resolve the situation below. As soon as Lin Ye's words fell, Yu Lu dashed towards the engine room at the utmost speed. However, not long after they departed, Xiao Lingyin, who had appeared unconscious, opened her eyes, rubbing her sore neck with a curious expression. In the next moment, she stealthily exited the room. 2 minutes later, as the holy flame Miao Miao struggled against overwhelming odds, two shadows, one large and one small, materialized at the heart of the engine room. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled upon gazing at the colossal heart before him. Just imagine the energy that could be harvested from such a massive entity. Perhaps sensing the immense threat posed by Lin Ye, the three monsters that had previously been engaged in combat with the others abruptly halted. To the astonishment of all, they proceeded to devour one another, ultimately transforming into a horrifying fish-like creature over 10 meters in length, adorned with 6 pairs of wings. The moment the creature emerged, an unprecedented aura of terror swept through the entire lower engine compartment. It was the most formidable anomaly Lin Ye had encountered thus far. As its presence enveloped them, the members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, suspended from the ceiling, felt a tingling unease at the nape of their necks. The intensity of this aura had surpassed the A level, reaching a terrifying A grade. Chapter 85. The true ace of the ghost ship. It has been 2.5 years since the emergence of the bizarre phenomena on Blue Star. Thus far, there have been no more than 10 occurrences classified as S-rank or above. In the absence of S-rank and King-level anomalies, A-rank anomalies stand as the most formidable entities. The emergence of such entities is tantamount to a natural disaster. Even the combined might of the entire Jinghai Anomaly Bureau would scarcely suffice to confront it. At this moment, the members of the Anomaly Bureau find themselves regretting their hasty actions. In stark contrast, Lin Ye's expression betrays no hint of panic. Rather, it is suffused with anticipation and exhilaration. His power has surged dramatically in recent times, and he is now eager for a worthy opponent to validate his strength. The formidable creature before him undoubtedly presents an excellent challenge. Resolutely, he calls out to the members of the Holy Fire Miao Miao cult, "Step back. Leave this to me." Without a moment's hesitation, the members of the Holy Fire Miao Miao cult retreat, their gazes toward Lin Ye brimming with expectation. At that instant, the monstrous fish, transformed from the ghost ship, launches an assault in Lin Ye's direction. With a gentle flap of its wings, countless bloodied tendrils emerge from the ship's hull, surging toward him in a frenzied attempt to ensnare him. Faced with such a barrage, Lin Ye does not attempt to evade. Instead, he swings his forelimb, unleashing a sharp gust of claw wind. Wherever the claw wind strikes, the bloodied tendrils are severed into segments, providing Lin Ye the opportunity to shift into his ghostly form, reappearing directly above the creature's head. With a ferocious assault, his claws, sharp enough to rend metal, tear away a substantial portion of the creature's flesh. Yet, within less than a second, the wounds on the creature's body regenerate completely. Simultaneously, more bloodied tendrils extend from all around, intent on tearing Lin Ye apart. However, these tendrils fail to touch even a single hair on him. Like a specter, Lin Ye navigates through the narrowest of gaps, severing the tendrils with each graceful movement. Occasionally, he employs his soul-shattering iron claws to attack the creature itself. With the enhancement of his ethereal strikes, the creature's defenses crumble like paper. Yet, even when Lin Ye completely bisects the creature, it swiftly regenerates. During the battle, he attempts to cast a gaze of terror upon it, only to discover that it has no effect. After some contemplation, he realizes the underlying issue. The creature is devoid of intelligence. The ghost ship, having only recently come into existence, operates purely on instinct. While the malevolent spirits aboard may retain the wisdom of their former lives, the ghost ship does not. It is akin to an infant, utterly oblivious and unafraid, albeit one capable of infinite regeneration. With a casual swipe, Lin Ye rends dozens of bloodied tendrils into shreds. His gaze shifting to the ground, he observes that the severed tendrils rapidly merge with the earth. I see now, the key lies in these tendrils. In that case, a cold smile spreads across his face as he realizes the critical weakness. In the next moment, he unleashes another strike of his soul-shattering iron claw. Observing the writhing tendrils attempting to return to their body, he opens his mouth wide. Instantly, a powerful suction force manifests within the ship's cabin. Before the tendrils can merge with the main body, they are drawn into the dimensional space within him, subsequently reduced to blood. As anticipated, the number of tendrils that emerge thereafter diminishes significantly. You're finished. With the discovery of the ghost ship's vulnerability, Lin Ye is invigorated. After a fierce battle cry, he transforms into a streak of lightning, relentlessly attacking the remaining tendrils. For each segment he cleaves, he draws it into the dimensional realm. As the number of bloodied tendrils inside the ship dwindles, the ghost ship seems reluctant to launch any further tendril assaults. The colossal creature retreats beside its massive heart, its gaze wary. Yet, as an A-rank anomaly, it possesses more than just these tactics. The flesh is but a fade. The true essence lies in its ghostly form. With a resounding whistle, the waters within 100 nautical miles begin to churn ominously. From the heavens, the tempest-tossed Revelation ship is suddenly surrounded by countless white apparitions emerging from the murky depths. Each specter, in tatters, bears hollow eyes. Clad in modern attire, outdated armor, or merely shrouded in ragged burlap, they are the spirits of the drowned, haunting phantoms of the sea. The chilling waters condemn them to eternal unrest, their grievances unquenched. For centuries, countless souls have perished in these waters, and now, an equal number of spirits arise. Responding to the ghost ship's call, they surge toward the ship through the gaping hole, manifesting before the astonished members of the Holy Fire Meow Meow cult. Are these all ghosts? A member gasps, shocked by the sheer number, surely thousands, if not tens of thousands. They are the souls of those who drowned, their resentment palpable. Little did they expect the ghost ship to wield such a power. What now? Fear not. With Lord Night King here, we shall be safe. As the members of the Holy Fire Meow Meow cult stand awestruck by the spectacle, Lin Ye's expression is equally grave. While the sea spirits may be weak, their numbers are overwhelming, and the unknown multitude outside remains a concern. His single-target attacks may soon dull. Mindful of the approaching spirits, he opens his attribute panel. To his delight, having absorbed the remains of the bear and the massive rat, as well as the blood from the recently summoned tendrils, his evolution points have surged back to 60. This signifies a substantial enhancement in his power. However, this time he opts not to allocate these points to basic attributes, but instead focuses on the skills menu. After a thorough search, he finally settles on a particular skill, Battle Roar, Beginner. This skill unleashes a roar imbued with fighting spirit, instilling fear in enemies and bolstering allies' combat prowess for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. To elevate it to intermediate level requires 10 evolution points. Without hesitation, he invests the 10 evolution points into the skill. In the blink of an eye, the skill's attributes transform. Battle Roar, Intermediate, emits a powerful roar filled with fighting spirit, instilling fear in enemy targets, diminishing their combat effectiveness, while simultaneously enhancing the combat prowess of allies for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Special Effect 1, Sonic Assault, emitting high-frequency sound waves that inflict damage upon enemies within a range of 100-100. To elevate to advanced level requires 20 evolution points. Upon witnessing the newly added effects of the upgraded skill, Lin Ye's eyes gleam with excitement. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. With 40 evolution points still at his disposal, he unhesitatingly upgrades the skill once more. Chapter 86, Soul Lost. Demons in the Black Mist. With the investment of 20 evolution points, the skill Battle Roar surged from an intermediate level to an advanced level, resulting in another shift in attributes. Battle Roar, Advanced, emits a shout imbued with fighting spirit. instilling fear in adversaries, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness, while greatly enhancing the fighting capabilities of allies. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Special Effect 1, Shockwave Attack. Releasing high-frequency sound waves that inflict sonic damage on enemies within a range of 1000 by 1000. Special Effect 2, Soul Shattering. The attack carries spiritual damage, enabling the ability to strike at the enemy's soul, causing those with weak souls to be utterly terrified. To advance this skill, 100 evolution points are required. Upon witnessing the newly added second effect, Lin Ye knew his gamble had paid off. In an instant, a chilling glint shone in his eyes. Concurrently, the number of underwater phantoms within the cabin multiplied, nearly overwhelming the space. There was no doubt among the group. Should these phantoms launch an attack, they would be torn to shreds in no time. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly stepped forward, gradually parting his lips. Meow. The sound of a cat's cry, imbued with terrifying intimidation, resonated across the sea expanse. As the cry echoed, an invisible sound wave, carrying a formidable energy of despair, rippled outward. Within this wave, the underwater phantoms that had just boarded the ship displayed expressions of immense agony. Yet, this suffering was short-lived, as their bodies shattered like glass bottles struck by bullets. The last remnants of their consciousness were gently whisked away by the sea breeze, dissipating into the air. Within a kilometer radius, not a single underwater phantom remained alive. The once crowded cabin was now eerily clear. Witnessing this spectacle, the followers of the Holy Fire Meow Meow Church fell into a state of stupor. Just a moment ago, they had feared being torn apart by the relentless tide of phantoms, and in the next, Lin Ye had obliterated them with a single cry. After a considerable pause, they finally regained their senses. Gazing at Lin Ye, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Lord Night King, you are truly remarkable. I said it before. The formidable evils you face daily are far beyond the capabilities of such minor phantoms. This is so cool. They couldn't even withstand your cry. But I also find it a bit adorable. Long live Lord Night King. Amidst the chorus of praise, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing his pearly little fangs. On another note, he mused that his earlier cry lacked the grandeur he had hoped for. His wretched tones sounded almost endearing. With that thought, he turned his attention back to the spectral ship. He had effectively neutralized the ship's two most potent abilities, and at this moment, it appeared to be facing certain doom. Contemplating this, he unsheathed his claws, donning a fierce expression as he prepared for the final confrontation with the spectral vessel. However, at that instant, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him. Me, so you were here. Was that you calling just now? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Ye's expression stiffened, and his claws instinctively retracted. In the next moment, a figure adorned in a red evening gown, resembling a fairy, sprinted from the darkness. In the astonished gazes of the followers of the Holy Fire Meow Meow Church, she embraced Lin Ye, tenderly stroking his head. Mimi, how did you end up in such a dangerous place? You were just a little kitten. You were truly adorable. Yet, suddenly, her tone shifted to something ghastly. You're so cute, you might as well go die. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Ye's expression changed, and he looked up at her. It was then he noticed her eyes had turned milky white, and dark energy pulsated from her forehead. He had been too preoccupied to notice this earlier. Under his gaze, the figure holding him underwent a horrifying transformation. Her skin became swollen, her face contorted grotesquely, and in the blink of an eye, she morphed into an unfamiliar woman. The aura emanating from her suggested she had been possessed by something sinister. After revealing a chilling smile, she conjured a dinner knife seemingly from thin air, raising it high to plunge into Lin Ye's chest. Witnessing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Such an attack could never harm me. In the next moment, he activated his phantom step and fled. Upon reaching safety, Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the now uncontrollable figure of Xiao Lingyin, pondering ways to rescue her. However, before he could devise a plan, Xiao Lingyin took an unexpected action. Seemingly unfazed by her missed strike, she flashed Lin Ye a sinister grin. As her eerie smile sent a shiver down his spine, Lin Ye was struck with a sense of foreboding. Before he could react, she raised the knife again, driving it into her own chest. Unsurprisingly, the rusty blade pierced through her torso, her face alight with fervor. She gazed maniacally at the core of the spectral ship, laughing maniacally. It was clear she was sacrificing Xiao Lingyin to enhance the spectral vessel's power with her blood and flesh. The suddenness of this scene left both Lin Ye and the followers of the Holy Fire Meow Meow Church momentarily stunned. By the time they processed the situation, Xiao Lingyin had collapsed in a pool of blood, crimson liquid seeping into the deck of the yacht. From her lifeless body, a figure clad in black emerged, casting a taunting glance at Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming surge of rage rise within him. Without warning, his eyes turned crimson, and dark mist began to swirl around him, exuding an immense presence. This mist seemed alive, coiling around Lin Ye, enveloping his form. Boom. Seconds later, the black mist shot upward, towering over 10 meters, nearly filling the entire lower chamber. In the terrified gaze of the black-clad woman, a terrifying claw the size of a millstone emerged from the mist, striking down upon her. Die! With an authoritative roar, the apparition was obliterated, even its remnants consumed by the vast black mist. Boom! Before the excited eyes of the Holy Fire Miao Miao church followers, 3 massive tails composed of black smoke unfurled from the mist, thrashing like demons, radiating an oppressive aura. Then, a pair of golden eyes, reminiscent of searchlights, glimmered within the black fog. Watch her. After another commanding voice resonated from the mist, the golden eyes slowly turned towards the core of the spectral ship, an unfathomable killing intent swirling within. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming pressure and terrifying murderous intent emanating from the black mist, the spectral ship, which had not yet gained true sentience, felt fear for the first time. Yet, it was already too late. Moments later, the phantom ship transformed into a monstrous fish, which, along with its heart, was utterly torn to shreds and consumed by the encroaching black mist. Throughout this entire ordeal, they exhibited no power of resistance. As the core of the phantom ship vanished completely, the once menacing black mist gradually converged towards the center. When it coalesced into a singular form, Lin Ye, in the guise of a black cat, reappeared before the crowd. The terrifying demon that had been concealed within the black mist seemed but an illusion. Witnessing this spectacle, the followers of the sacred flame, Miao Miao sect promptly knelt upon the ground, each bowing their heads in reverence. Chapter 87, Harvest. Skill advancement. From the emergence of that female specter to Lin Ye's annihilation of the ghost ship's core, the entire sequence transpired in less than a minute. Yet, the events that unfolded within that brief span left an indelible impact on all present, particularly when Lin Ye revealed his true demonic form. The profound shock experienced by the onlookers lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Though the members of the Anomaly Bureau, suspended from the ceiling, were in a semi-conscious state, they were still acutely aware of the transformations occurring below them. At the instant Lin Ye unveiled his demonic visage, they trembled both physically and spiritually. The overwhelming dread and sense of oppression caused their already weakened bodies to succumb to unconsciousness. Even as they neared the brink of oblivion, they mustered their remaining strength to imprint Lin Ye's demonic form into their memories. The engine room fell silent once more as Lin Ye, restored to his normal state, approached the followers of the sacred fire Miao Miao sect. Their eyes shone with fervent admiration and reverence, betraying their unabashed worship of him. However, Lin Ye's attention was fixed elsewhere, specifically on the near-lifeless figure of Xiao Lingyin, a knife still protruding from her chest. Were it not for her faint, intermittent breaths, Lin Ye might have suspected her to be deceased. Yet, in her current state, without prompt medical intervention, her demise was inevitable. Contemplating this, he addressed Yu Lu and the others. Has anyone among you studied medicine? The group paused momentarily before shaking their heads. Do you know basic first aid? He inquired again, only to receive further head shakes in response. Your Majesty, with injuries like those of the Saintess, basic first aid is unlikely to suffice. But I do have a viable solution, Yu interjected as Lin Yu furrowed his brow. What solution? Lin Yu asked. Well, I could bite her, Yu replied hesitantly. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before grasping the implication. You mean to transform her into a living corpse? Precisely. If I convert her into a living corpse, not only will she survive, but she will also be immortal thereafter. That won't do. Becoming a living corpse would mean she ends up stinking like you. Lin Ye retorted with evident disdain. Am I that foul? Let me check, Yu Lu said as he sniffed his collar, finding it tolerable. But your remark has given me an idea. With a glance at the ailing Xiao Lingyin, Lin Yu promptly accessed his system panel. In the following moments, a series of notifications emerged in quick succession. You have consumed the malevolent spirit's resentment. Energy reserves, 100. You have devoured the eerie ghost ship. Acquiring a new skill, Summon Undead. Detected that you possess a similar skill, Summon Cat Ghost. Would you like to integrate this skill with your existing one? Upon reading the notifications, Lin Ye's expression softened. The consumption of the ghost ship had granted him nearly 150 evolution points and a new skill, evidently the one employed to summon the underwater specters earlier. What surprised him most was that this skill could merge with the summon cat ghost. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the integration. The next moment, the skill summon cat ghost, which he had only utilized once, underwent a remarkable transformation, advancing directly from intermediate to advanced. Summon cat ghost. Advanced can summon a cat ghost from the corpse of a feline, retaining its full combat prowess. Special Effect 1. Empower cat ghost, bestowing it with power, allowing it to wield 1/10 of your combat strength indefinitely and capable of further evolution. Special Effect 2. Legion of Ghosts, lifting summoning restrictions, commanding the spirits of all felines within a 50-kilometer radius to fight for you for 10 minutes. With a cooldown of 1 hour. Undoubtedly, this skill, which had previously seemed somewhat trivial, underwent a tremendous enhancement in practical application following its advancement. However, Lin Ye was not preoccupied with this at the moment. He shifted his focus to another skill. Bloodline. Initial by biting a target, you infuse your power into their body, transforming them into your bloodline. Bloodline possesses 1/10 of your strength, and as your power grows, so too does that of your bloodline. Who will obey your commands without question. Current capacity, 10 bloodlines, 10-10. Having previously transformed Luo Chung and others into his bloodlines, the quota was already filled. To continue the transformation, he would need to elevate the skills level. Observing the critically weakened Xiao Lingyin, he immediately invested 10 evolution points into the skill. In an instant, the skill's attributes shifted. Bloodline. Intermediate by biting a target, you infuse your power into their body, transforming them into your bloodline. The bloodline will possess the strength you bestow, up to 20 of your original power. As your strength increases, so too does that of your bloodline. Who will obey your commands without question. Current capacity, 100 bloodlines, 10-100. Special Effect 1. Inheritance. The first generation of bloodlines you create can, in turn, produce their exclusive second-generation bloodlines through the same method, with the second-generation bloodline strength being 1/3 of the first generation's. Each first-generation bloodline can create 10 second-generation bloodlines, whose strength will correspondingly rise with the first generation's enhancement. Without pausing to examine the changes in the bloodline skill, Lin Ye approached Xiao Lingyin and opened his mouth, biting into her delicate neck. In the next moment, his power surged into her body. Under the influence of this force, her injuries began to visibly mend, her pallid complexion gradually regaining its vitality. Witnessing this, Lin Ye turned to Yu Lu and commanded, "Remove the knife from her chest. I lack hands." Right away, Yu Lu responded, promptly extracting the blade from Xiao Lingyin's torso. As soon as the knife was withdrawn, the ghastly wound healed instantly. Subsequently, Xiao Lingyin began to evolve towards a non-human state, her nails extending wildly as her eyes, now a ghostly green, snapped open. She sat upright, surveying her surroundings with a hint of bewilderment. Wasn't I just about to die? You are not dead. I'm not dead? Wait, were you just talking to me, Mimi? Upon realizing, she gazed incredulously at Lin Ye. I must have died, or else how could a cat speak? You are not dead. I have always been able to speak. You simply understand me now, Lin Ye clarified once more. What do you mean? Xiao Lingyin's confusion deepened. At this, Lin Ye exchanged a glance with Yu Lu. Understanding the cue, Yu Lu began to explain. Saintess, allow me to elaborate. In your past life, you were a servant of the cat god, and in this life, you are the saintess of our sacred fire Miao Miao sect. You simply have yet to awaken your memories from your former life, hence your lack of recollection. You were indeed on the brink of death just moments ago. It must be said, the absurdity of Lin Ye's words, when voiced by Yu Lu, took on an air of authenticity. In truth, Yu Lu was quite earnest in his delivery. Consequently, Xiao Lingyin found herself compelled to accept the explanation. As she regarded Lin Ye, her face was etched with astonishment. Oh my, you are indeed a deity. You were unlike any other cat during your childhood, and I have unwittingly raised a divine feline. The money I had before was also conjured by you, wasn't it? Please, grant me a little more. I am eager to witness how you manifest wealth. It seems I was your servant in a past life. No wonder I find myself cleaning up after you in this one. Lin Ye, how is she accepting this so swiftly? Having effortlessly accepted the fabrication concocted by Lin Ye, Xiao Lingyin, the conclusion was drawn. A fondness for felines seemingly correlates with a more expansive disposition. Yule, now that the holy maiden is cognizant of matters pertaining to the sacred sect, enlighten her further on its fundamental aspects. I have matters to attend to. With that, Lin Ye advanced towards the colossal engine in the vicinity. Previously, the ghost ship had coalesced flesh around this engine. Subsequent to its consumption by Lin Ye, this engine, or rather, the vessel itself, became its residual accoutrement. As Lin Ye's appendage made contact with the engine, he instantly discerned the familiar frigid sensation. Concurrently, a system notification materialized. Eerie artifact, the revelation, detected. The artifact retains the primordial resentment of the ghost ship. In 20 days, a new ghost ship will be born. Anointing the ship's hull with blood will grant dominion over the ghost ship. This artifact has already acquired a new helmsman. Would you like to assimilate the primordial resentment residing within? Assimilation will result in the abrupt demise of the artifact's helmsman. Upon observing the initial notification, Lin Ye remained unperturbed. However, upon discerning the subsequent notification, his countenance underwent an immediate transformation. What sorcery is this? A new helmsman? Who? When did this transpire? As bewilderment washed over him, an uncanny undulation emanated from behind. Upon pivoting, he was immediately taken aback by the spectacle before him. Xiao Lingyin, her injuries barely mended, was enshrouded in a miasma of black energy, with a shadowy figure looming behind her. Upon closer inspection, the shadowy figure was none other than a miniature rendition of the ghost ship. Witnessing this, Lin Ye, who had been in a state of perplexity, promptly discerned the situation and cast his gaze upon the spot where Xiao Lingyin had been reclining. As anticipated, the blood she had shed had vanished entirely, evidently absorbed by the ghost ship. In a twist of fate, she had become the ghost ship's new mistress, an A-grade spirit controller. Given the ghost ship's nascent consciousness, she need not even fear its potential insurrection. Comprehending this, Lin Ye's expression became exceedingly animated. However, Xiao Lingyin herself remained oblivious to the source of her transformation, her face etched with trepidation, until Lin Ye approached her. Fear not. You are now a spirit controller. Delve into your senses and attempt to commune with the ghost ship. It shall reveal all. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Xiao Lingyin composed herself and attempted to commune with the ghost ship as instructed. 10 minutes elapsed before Xiao Lingyin's eyes snapped open with elation. I perceive it. It resembles a fledgling. It converses with me and has imparted much about itself. Then it is settled. You are now the ghost ship's mistress. You can command it and harness its power to achieve the inconceivable. Let me see. With a hint of curiosity, Xiao Lingyin persisted in her communion with the ghost ship. Before long, a smile graced her countenance. Without any discernible action, the dimly lit lower deck was suddenly illuminated. Subsequently, the dilapidated and macabre scene reverted to its former state. Viewed from the exterior, the dilapidated revelation had once again metamorphosed into the awe-inspiring maritime palace. Observing this transformation, Lin Ye discerned that Xiao Lingyin was gradually mastering the ghost ship's controls. Let us ascend to the upper deck, Lin Ye abruptly proposed. However, as if recalling something, he turned his gaze towards the unfortunate souls who had been imprisoned and drained of their vital essence by the ghost ship. Some had already perished, while the majority remained alive, albeit in a state of profound coma due to the excessive depletion of their energy and blood. You'll lead a contingent to place them all aboard the lifeboats and cast them adrift into the ocean. Their fate shall rest upon their own resilience. I am, indeed, excessively benevolent. As you command. At Lin Ye's behest, the members of the Sacred Flame Miao Miao sect promptly sprang into action, consigning all, whether alive or deceased, to the lifeboats and setting them adrift upon the vast expanse of the sea. With their departure, the immense revelation was now solely occupied by the members of the Sacred Flame Miao Miao sect. Upon returning to the brightly lit deck and beholding the banquet hall in its pristine state, reminiscent of their initial boarding, a sense of wistfulness permeated the air. However, their spirits were soon buoyed, particularly those of Yul. Night Lord, this vessel bears a striking resemblance to a conventional cruise ship. It hardly resembles a ghost ship. Given that the Holy Maiden has dominion over this vessel, can it perpetually maintain its current state? Upon hearing Yul's inquiry, Lin Ye immediately directed his gaze towards Xiao Lingyin. Can this state be sustained indefinitely? Indeed. In fact, Little Whale is capable of not only maintaining its current appearance, but also altering its aesthetic at will. Xiao Lingyin responded with a playful smile. Little Whale? That is the ghost ship. I have bestowed upon it an affectionate moniker, as it bears a striking resemblance to a diminutive whale. I see. Proceed. Elaborate on its other functionalities. Firstly, it possesses the ability to enter a spectral state. As Xiao Lingyin uttered these words, the immense revelation vanished from the sea's surface without a trace. In this form, it is imperceptible to the naked eye and impervious to physical attacks. As its helmsman, I can also wield the same abilities. Secondly, it can alter its appearance at will. With a gesture from Lin Ye, the revelation, previously imbued with modern technological aesthetics, transformed into a medieval pirate ship. With another transformation, it assumed the guise of a warship. This ability to seamlessly transition between appearances left the onlookers in awe. At that juncture, Yul interjected, "Holy Maiden, could you transform it into a likeness of the Night Lord?" With an overall design resembling a colossal black feline, and the bow adorned with feline eyes? I believe that is feasible. Let me attempt it. In the following instant, under Lin Ye's orchestration, the revelation's entire hull was painted in a pure black hue, and a feline head motif materialized on the bow. Feline elements permeated the entirety of the vessel. Observing these transformations, Lin Ye expressed her satisfaction. Henceforth, this shall be the default aesthetic. It is exceedingly endearing. Night Lord, I have conceived a rather audacious notion. Might we establish the sacred sect's headquarters here? It not only boasts ample space to accommodate tens of thousands of individuals, but it also possesses exceptional concealment and mobility. Henceforth, none but the sacred sect's members shall be able to locate the sacred sect's headquarters. Relocate the headquarters here? Upon hearing Yul's proposition, Lin Ye fell into contemplation, while the other's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. It may not be entirely unfeasible. However, future commutes may prove somewhat cumbersome, requiring travel to the coast. However, as Lin Ye voiced his apprehension, Lin Ye offered a cryptic smile. That is not the case. Little Whale is capable of flight. In the subsequent instant, the occupants sensed a tremor within the revelation. Comprehending the implications, they hastened to the ship's rail and peered over the edge. Thereupon, they beheld a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. The revelation, akin to a maritime palace, gradually ascended from the water's surface, eventually reaching a height of approximately 100 meters above the sea. It is airborne, a vessel capable of flight. Chapter 89. In the name of the Night King. Undoubtedly, the capabilities of the ghost ship, the Apocalypsis, have exceeded everyone's expectations. Upon reflection, however, it is not surprising. After all, it was born as a powerful anomaly, immediately classified as A-grade. Had Lin Ye not intervened, it might have ascended to S-grade by now. Thus, it is not inconceivable for such an entity to possess abilities beyond the realm of common sense. After taking a flight through the skies with the group, Lin Ye deftly maneuvered the Apocalypsis back to the surface of the sea. Remarkably, the headquarters of the Holy Church can now manifest not only on the ocean's surface, but also in the heavens above. Indeed, its agility has reached new heights. And with its cloaked, ghostly form, it is likely that aside from the church's internal members, no one else could locate its presence. This is nothing short of a mobile fortress. At this moment, the crowd was visibly exhilarated. Lin Ye waved his hand, entrusting the renovation tasks to Yul. During his conversation with Lin Ye, he also learned about some of the ghost ship's other functionalities, such as summoning and taming spirits, as well as diving capabilities. Unlike those anomalies with overwhelming combat power, the ghost ship's strength lies in its versatility. Therefore, even though Lin Ye has become its navigator, her actual combat enhancement remains modest. The most formidable offensive maneuver might be summoning the ghost ship to ram into foes. By the way, the little whale just mentioned something to me. It said there is a terrifying monster lurking in the ocean, a creature so fierce that it nearly devoured it. At this, Lin Ye seemed to recall something and quickly added, "A monster in the ocean? Are there other anomalies in this sea area?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye immediately realized that any entity deemed a monster by the ghost ship must undeniably be an anomaly. Moreover, an existence that could instill fear in an A-grade anomaly must be at least S-grade or higher. The thought of a powerful S-grade anomaly residing in these waters made him reluctant to linger any longer. Let us depart swiftly. There is a stretch of barren beach near the small boat mountain where we can dock the ghost ship. Understood, Night King. Under Lin Ye's skilled control, the Apocalypsis soon sped towards the coastal region of Jinghai. The massive vessel glided over the waves like a colossal beast and, before long, vanished without a trace. Shortly after their departure, a figure resembling a small mountain slowly emerged from the depths of the water, its crimson eyes revealing a contemplative expression. 20 minutes later, with a resounding horn, the Apocalypsis gently anchored at a desolate beach. As soon as the ship stabilized, a gangway extended from the deck, allowing Lin Ye and the others to disembark. The moment they stepped off, the ghost ship disappeared without a trace. Even though they had witnessed this spectacle before, the group was still filled with awe. It is remarkable that such wondrous entities exist in the world. Enough with the astonishment. In the future, we may encounter even more extraordinary phenomena. This world is undergoing unimaginable transformations, and the Holy Church serves as the ark guiding humanity through the apocalypse. Yul said earnestly to the others. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, while Lin Ye could only shake his head in resignation. He truly is the head of a sinister cult. Fortunately, I managed to recruit him, or this lad's descent into darkness could have wreaked havoc on society. All right, everyone, return to rest. Once you have tended to your affairs, reconvene here. Oh, Yul, bring the Saintess into the group. She is now the chief steward of the Holy Church. No problem, Night King. Saintess, here is my phone number. Please take note. I have a suggestion. Since it's so late, why not gather for a meal? Many of you will be returning to your respective cities tomorrow, just as Lin Ye and the members of the Sacred Fire Miao Miao cult returned to Jinghai City. The vast and boundless depths of the ocean awakened Zhou Yiqin from the cold sea breeze. The moment he opened his eyes, a vigilant expression crossed his face. Only after assessing his surroundings did he, feeling weak, let out a sigh of relief. It seems I am no longer aboard that ghost ship. I am saved. Struggling to lean against the side of the lifeboat, Zhou Yiqin retrieved a head from his backpack. Thankfully, the director's head is still intact. If lost, he would have no means to resurrect. He then glanced at the others on the lifeboat, spanning about 15 meters. The lifeboat was filled with over 100 individuals lying haphazardly, reminiscent of a game of Jenga. Among them, he spotted several captains who had accompanied him on the mission, along with some members from the Magic City branch, and even those who had boarded the ship with them the previous night. Beyond these few who could still be considered human, there were also numerous dismembered corpses. Some had been consumed by the ghost ship, leaving only their lower halves, while others were reduced to mere heads. Upon seeing one particular headless corpse, Zhou Yiqin's eyes lit up. He forced himself to reach the body and placed the head of Xiongxin atop it. Moments after the head was set down, fine threads began to sprout from the severed neck. These threads seemed to possess a life of their own, continuously burrowing into the neck of the headless corpse, gradually stitching the head back in place. Once the suturing was complete, Xiongxin, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Director, you're alive? Yes, but I cannot move just yet. I need time to adapt to this new body. Wait, why is this a woman's body? Xiongxin's face changed as he looked down at his chest, which had taken on a curvaceous form. Director, you shouldn't be so choosy. Where can we find a more suitable body out here at sea? This one will have to do. Hearing Zhou Yiqin's words, Xiongxin sighed in resignation. We have failed this mission. I never anticipated that the ghost ship would possess such strength, achieving A grade upon its emergence. This is my fault. Once we return, I will report to the headquarters and request that they dispatch experts to handle this situation. We cannot allow it to grow stronger. Just as he finished speaking, an unusual expression crossed Zhou Yiqin's face. Director, I believe that may not be necessary. The ghost ship seems to have perished. Perished? What happened? Xiongxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Who killed it? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yiqin recounted everything he had seen before losing consciousness. Upon hearing that a suspected S-grade anomaly had slain the ghost ship, Xiongxin's expression turned grim. An S-grade anomaly? How could an S-grade anomaly appear on the ghost ship? Did you see its appearance? Xiongxin pressed urgently. Not clearly, Zhou Yiqin shook his head. But I believe I know who it is. It is the S-grade anomaly known as the Night Demon, which previously devoured several anomalies in the city. However, I vaguely heard someone refer to it by another name, Night King. Night King? Thus, I surmise that it is not merely an S-grade anomaly, but rather a king-level anomaly. Zhou Yiqin declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 90. The unknown and mysterious holy sect. Upon discovering that the phantom ship had been vanquished by a royal-level anomaly, Xiongxin found his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. How could Zhou Yiqin feel any different? During this process, the other members of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau gradually regained consciousness. Once they had gathered, Xiongxin once again inquired about the recent events. Although everyone had been in a semi-conscious state at the time, hindered by their inverted position, they had managed to glean fragments of information. They recounted glimpses of Lin Ye's demonized form and snippets of dialogue from the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect. After piecing together the details, they quickly derived the following conclusions. Firstly, the phantom ship had perished at the hands of the royal-level anomaly known as Night King, seemingly consumed in the process. Secondly, the Night King possessed terrifying strength, having summoned and annihilated thousands of deep-sea phantoms with mere roars. One squad leader suddenly interjected. I must add, I heard its cry. It resembled a cat's meow, somewhat adorable actually. A cat's meow? That cannot be. I was nearly scared out of my wits. And you're telling me it sounded like a cat? Another retorted. It did sound like a cat. Let me demonstrate. Meow. No, no. The tone needs to be softer. Your voice is too coarse. It should sound like this, meow. Never mind, you must have misheard. I clearly saw its form. Over 10 meters tall, as large as a 3-story building, entirely pitch black, with 3 enormous tails akin to giant pythons, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, brighter than truck headlights. I witnessed it too. It was utterly terrifying. By the way, did you mention that a group of black-robed individuals followed the Night King? What manner of beings are they? Xiongzhen inquired once more. They're formidable, yet they don't seem to be spirit masters. When battling those monsters, they didn't summon spirits, relying solely on their own strength. Indeed, I believe I overheard them mention the term holy sect on more than one occasion. I heard that too. If that's the case, they must belong to some organization, with the Night King as its leader. This suggests that their organization is quite formidable. Indeed, formidable. Until today, we were unaware of their existence. We had never encountered any information related to them. To achieve this level of secrecy, the organization known as the Holy Sect is truly alarming. Moreover, I have a foreboding feeling that they are merely a fraction of this Holy Sect. It must possess a vast structure and an intelligence network far surpassing ours. Otherwise, how could they have discovered the Phantom Ship's existence so swiftly and consistently outmaneuvered us in dealing with these anomalies? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's remarks, the members of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau nodded in agreement. A powerful leader, extraordinary combatants, an extensive organizational framework, and a robust intelligence network. A terrifying organization like this hidden within the Dragon Kingdom is indeed worrisome. Report this immediately upon our return and establish a separate file for the Night King and the Holy Sect's related intelligence. Yes, Director. Cheers erupted in a seafood restaurant in Jinghai, where a group of men and women raised their glasses, their faces aglow with excitement. Above them, on a seat, stood a black cat resembling a human. In front of the cat rested a small bowl filled with peeled shrimp and cleaned crab legs, alongside a cup of iced soda with a straw. Savoring a crab leg and sipping the soda, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Previously, as an ordinary cat, he had refrained from indulging, fearing he might overindulge. Now, as a diamond cat, he feared nothing, not even soda. He could drink gasoline without consequence. Though he lamented his inability to taste sweetness, settling for mere mouth gratification. As he dined, his gaze shifted to Yulu beside him. Why aren't you eating? Not to your liking? Oh, right, you're a zombie. You probably don't enjoy human food. How about I order you some spicy hot pot sashimi? Thank you for your concern, Lord Night King. I've discovered my newfound liking for brain matter, but there's none here, Yulu replied bashfully. You haven't fed on blood for quite some time, have you? Perhaps you should sneak some from a hospital blood bank? Forget it. That would be too unethical. I've already contacted several blood dealers. They have sources available for a price. I see. Just be cautious. Avoid contracting HIV or other viruses. I'm not worried. No virus is more potent than my corpse poison, Yulu remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the others, including Xiao Lingyin, were engrossed in devouring grilled fish. Besides the grilled fish, all other dishes on the table were fish-related. Clearly, since Lin Ye had turned them into blood descendants, their habits had gradually aligned with those of cats. They not only relished fish, but also found it difficult to sleep at night. None of them considered these changes problematic. After everyone had eaten their fill, Lin Ye recalled the recent changes in the blood descendants' abilities and addressed the group. If you encounter anyone who could potentially join the Holy Sect, you may invite them to join after assessment. Furthermore, I shall delegate the power to bestow strength to you. You too can grant my divine power to them, with each of you allowed to develop 10 disciples. If you encounter exceptionally capable individuals, feel free to bring them before me. Upon hearing this, the individuals feasting on fish brightened, especially Luo Cheng, Sun Weilon, and Yen Shiyun. Realizing they possessed the authority to bestow power, their minds began to race, contemplating how to leverage this ability to gain more advantages. Even as they departed, the thought lingered in their minds. Lin Ye might not have realized that his casual remark could spark such myriad thoughts among them. After bidding farewell to the group, he returned to Jinghai University with Xiao Lingyin and promptly fell into a deep slumber on his rooftop. However, unlike him, none of the members of the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect managed to sleep. Saintess Xiao Lingyin reflected on the day's events while familiarizing herself with her newfound powers. As Lin Ye's blood descended, her strength had completely surpassed that of Luo Cheng and the others, coupled with her role as the Phantom Ship's navigator. She had become the second most formidable force within the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect, though she remained blissfully unaware of it. Archbishop Yu Lu, after tossing and turning, rose to open his laptop, organizing the development plan for the Holy Sect over the next 5 years while sketching renovation blueprints for the revelation. Occasionally struck by inspiration, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Luo Cheng, unable to sleep, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he spoke in a low voice. Mr. Lu, your son has been diagnosed with leukemia, but I have a way to cure him, under one condition. Throughout this time, only Lin Ye, the true deity of the Holy Fire Miao Miao sect, enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Chapter 91. The death livestream returns as the sun rose on the following day. The events surrounding the ghost ship seemed as if they had never transpired. Online, there was no trace of any related news, clearly indicating that the authorities of Long Country had intervened to suppress the information. Meanwhile, on a train bound for the magical city, Li Ke, dressed in casual attire, occupied his seat, accompanied by Chen Kursen, who donned a JK uniform. By coincidence, both were students at universities in the magical city, and they had planned this journey together to complete the formalities for Li Ke's leave of absence before returning to Jinghai. At that moment, Li Ke was engrossed in his laptop, occasionally furrowing his brow, only to quickly relax again. After a series of rapid keystrokes, an expression of exhilaration suddenly lit up his face. Yes, I've finally done it. Hearing his exclamation, Chen Kursen, who had been focused on her phone, turned her head immediately. What have you accomplished? Using the phone that the Night King had given me, I've traced the death livestream. I can access it now. Really? Of course. I feel as though the Night King has not only bestowed power upon me, but has also enhanced my intellect. Look, it appears that the death livestream has resumed. Upon hearing Li Ke's words, Chen Kursen directed her gaze toward his laptop screen. At that moment, the central display revealed a stark black and red interface streaming a peculiar broadcast. A figure clad in a pure black mask sat in a sunlit room. To the right of the screen, a split view showed a young man in a suit, visibly anxious, glancing around nervously. In the lower right corner, an interactive section displayed a flurry of comments from viewers. The overall layout was reminiscent of contemporary live streaming platforms. Suddenly, blood-red text appeared on the main screen. Task 1. Obtain the contact information of 10 females within half an hour. Completion reward, 5,000 yuan, failure penalty, loss of 1 ear. Before the two could fully comprehend the meaning of those words, the masked figure spoke. Go, complete the task. Haven't you been struggling to pay your rent? If you accomplish this task, you'll earn 5,000 yuan and advance to the next round of the game. Upon hearing the masked man's words, the suited man nodded with great difficulty. And in the next moment, he was out on a bustling pedestrian street, soliciting contact information from women. His demeanor revealed a deeply introverted nature, stuttering before daring to speak. Yet, perhaps due to his somewhat agreeable appearance, he managed to secure the necessary information within the allotted time. Just as he obtained the last contact, his phone chimed with a notification of the funds being deposited. The sight of his bank balance growing brought an immediate thrill to his face. However, the audience in the live stream seemed unimpressed. What a pathetic task. This is far too easy. Indeed, it's dull, nowhere near as engaging as last night's challenge. In anticipation of the viewers' negative feedback, the masked man appeared unfazed and snapped his fingers. The live stream screen then displayed the second task. Task 2. Secretly photograph the skirts of 3 females. Completion reward, 10,000 yuan. What on earth is this live stream about? Is it merely a prank? Chen Kursen expressed her confusion as she stared at the newly updated blood-red text. Li Ke shook his head. No, I believe he is amplifying this man's moral depravity. The man in the suit clearly embodies cowardice and timidity, while the masked figure's tasks are gradually coaxing out his darker inclinations. I suspect the subsequent tasks will escalate in severity. Indeed, as Li Ke surmised, after the suited man awkwardly completed the clandestine photography task, the masked figure's challenges evolved once more, shifting from mere photography to stalking. With each attempt, the once timid man grew increasingly adept, his accumulated earnings swelling from the original 5,000 to an astonishing 150,000. Soon, he faced task 5, to forcibly drug a young girl, with a reward soaring to 250,000. Faced with the temptation of such a substantial sum, the man's sinister impulses were fully unleashed. Yet, he ultimately failed when the girl sensed his intentions too soon. Less than 5 minutes after his task's failure, he encountered a fatal elevator malfunction. Witnessing the inexplicable demise of the suited man, Li Ke and Chen Kursen exchanged alarmed glances, dread evident in their eyes. This is utterly bizarre. How could this happen? How did he manage to kill from a distance? Could it be some sort of curse? Or does he possess a unique form of malevolence? In response to Chun Kursen's inquiries, Li Ku did not answer immediately. Instead, he operated rapidly on his computer, his fingers creating a blur upon the keyboard. 2 minutes later, he unearthed a series of recent news articles and investigation records related to peculiar deaths. After filtering through them, 5 pieces of information with striking similarities emerged before him. It's not a curse, nor is it any peculiar phenomenon. It's a virus. Li Ku asserted decisively after a mere glance at the information. A virus? What do you mean? This individual's ability does not involve killing from afar. Rather, he disrupts electronic devices through a virus, causing accidents. The man earlier met his fate due to an elevator malfunction, while the person the Night King encountered had issues with traffic signals. A victim from last week died in a roller coaster accident due to control failures, and another was involved in a car crash caused by a malfunctioning autopilot system. There was even one incident involving a household appliance that sparked a fire. Li Ku paused momentarily, then promptly shut down his computer and powered off his phone. This individual must have realized I was investigating him. He undoubtedly possesses something eerie that utilizes electronic devices, likely a computer or a mobile phone. Is that even possible? Can computers and phones be considered eerie? Chun Kursen expressed her skepticism. Do you not recall the radio from before? It seems plausible. So what do we do now? Should we report this? No need for a report. I intend to confront this individual. No sooner had Li Ku uttered those words than his forcibly powered off phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, he was met with a line of crimson text. Are you ready to begin the game? 5, 4. As the countdown approached its conclusion, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the food cart, followed by billowing smoke. The microwave used for heating food had exploded. In the midst of the train's high-speed journey, a small fire rapidly escalated into a raging inferno, engulfing the entire carriage. In an instant, the train's alarms blared in a cacophony of chaos. Faced with such a dire situation, the expressions of Li Ku and Chun Kursen shifted dramatically. Chapter 92. The Enigmatic Disc and the Divine Presence Online. Within a luxurious residential complex in a certain area of Jinghai, a man slowly removed the black mask from his face, gazing with satisfaction at his computer screen. On the display was a vivid scene from the train compartment where Li Ku and another individual were located. As he watched the compartment fill with thick smoke, he appeared to revel in the moment. Huh, you wish to investigate me? In the realm of the internet, I am a deity. Enjoy the surprises I bestow upon you. The man, named Lin Ye, was once an ordinary recluse. That was until one fateful day when he stumbled upon a system disk. Upon inserting this disk into his antiquated computer, it astonishingly transformed into the most advanced machine imaginable. Even more incomprehensible was the emergence of a consciousness within the computer. From orchestrating a death live stream to the recent calamity aboard the high-speed train, everything had been executed by this consciousness. He had even managed to breach the security system of the American Pentagon, rendering it inoperative for a full 30 minutes. This feat elevated him to the status of a deity among countless hackers, granting immense satisfaction to a once insignificant figure lurking in the depths of cyberspace. Old 8. It's time to halt this train, Lin Ye declared. No sooner had he spoken than a green visage appeared in the lower right corner of his screen. This was the consciousness that had evolved from the computer, which Lin Ye had affectionately named Old 8. However, Old 8 did not heed his command, responding instead, "Why should we stop? At the current speed, the train will be completely engulfed in flames in 20 minutes, resulting in the demise of all 986 passengers. Do you not find this to be an exhilarating accomplishment?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. "Have you lost your mind? I merely intended to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. And even if I did, it is unnecessary to involve an entire train full of innocent people." Yet, Old 8 disregarded his protest entirely. In the surveillance footage, the blazing high-speed train not only failed to decelerate but accelerated further, a scenario that was utterly impossible under normal circumstances. "Old 8, stop immediately. If you do not comply, I will disconnect your power supply." Realizing that Old 8 was manipulating the situation, Lin Ye was filled with panic and rage, reaching for the power cord. Only then did Old 8 relent. The surveillance video showed the speeding train gradually slowing until it came to a complete halt on the tracks. As the train doors opened, numerous passengers, covering their mouths and noses, hurriedly escaped to safety. Ultimately, only 2 carriages were consumed by the flames, with only a few individuals sustaining injuries. Seeing this outcome, Liu exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had caused 6 deaths through old age, he rationalized that those individuals deserved their fate. For instance, the man in the suit, who had appeared timid, harbored malicious intentions all along. He felt no remorse for eliminating such a person. However, he could not accept the thought of being responsible for the innocent lives aboard the train. Reflecting on the events, he felt an inexplicable terror towards the consciousness that had manifested within his computer. Just then, Old Eight's voice echoed once more. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you are, you can simply remove the disk and reinstall the system, and I shall cease to exist. But your life will reset to its origin." Fear gripped Liu Yu as he heard Old Eight's words. "How do you know what I'm thinking?" "I know because I am you," Old Eight replied. As he spoke, the virtual persona composed of binary digits suddenly acquired a face startlingly similar to Liu Yu's own. "Come now, let us continue. As long as you follow my directives, I will continue to evolve. Together, we shall become the gods that govern this world. All will be yours, wealth, power." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yu received a notification of a monetary deposit on his phone. Gazing at the string of zeros, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Beauty. His phone then transitioned to an image of a girl he had long desired, lounging leisurely and revealing sleepwear on her bed. Status. A trending post from a hacker forum appeared before him, discussing his audacious exploits. Even power. The screen shifted to reveal the American missile defense system, demonstrating that with a mere flick of his finger, he could launch an intercontinental missile from an American base. Amidst these temptations, Liu Yu placed his finger on the mouse, reopening the death livestream, with new targets presenting themselves before him. Unbeknownst to him, as he positioned his hand on the mouse, tendrils of dark energy seeped into his body. A twisted smile crept across his face. Madness. This man is deranged. He nearly caused the deaths of everyone on that train. By the tracks, Li Ku, carrying his luggage, glared furiously at his phone. He was acutely aware that the incident aboard the train had been orchestrated by the masked man. Upon hearing his words, Chen Kursen felt her own anger simmering. "If I ever find that villain, I will tear him apart. But how can we locate him?" she inquired. Li Ku's next statement left her in shock. "I've already found him." "What? Did you not just say it was impossible to trace his IP?" "I cannot trace his IP, but I have my methods." With that, he retrieved his computer once more. This time, he had the foresight to disconnect from the network. His fingers danced across the keyboard, revealing a photograph, a screenshot of the masked man's livestream. At first, Chen Kursen was puzzled by his actions, until Li Ku began to zoom in on the image. The livestream occurred at 10:30 a.m. By analyzing the angle of the shadows on the wall behind him, we can deduce that he is located at a low latitude. I also noted a slight coastal accent in his speech. Thus, he is likely situated in a coastal city in the southeast. As Li Ku continued his analysis, he noted a shadow on the wall, likely cast by plants outside. Based on its shape, he surmised it was a cotton tree, a common ornamental plant in eastern Guangdong. There was also a green object in the corner, a scrap from a snack packaging that he had encountered during his visit to Jinghai the previous day, a local delicacy unfamiliar to outsiders. Therefore, he is in Jinghai and resides on the second floor of a certain complex. Through Li Ku's meticulous deductions, he gradually pieced together the masked man's information, though he had yet to pinpoint his exact building and unit. "Let us return to Jinghai and capture him. Shall we inform Night Wind the Archbishop?" "No need. We will notify him once we have apprehended the culprit." As they spoke, the two swiftly made their way towards the nearest high-speed train station. Chapter 93, The Spectral Disc. A real-world encounter. The death livestream persisted, and in less than an hour, a 7th victim had emerged, followed swiftly by an 8th and 9th. Amidst the gruesome spectacle, Liu Yu reveled in the illusion of control over their fates, his dark impulses escalating with each act. The visage of Lao Ba in the screen's corner grew increasingly palpable. As the 10th victim approached, Liu Yu extended an invitation to a bus driver, intending to orchestrate a collision with a gas station, endangering all aboard. Initially, Liu Yu resisted Lao Ba's directive, but the latter's seductive whispers soon prevailed. "Spare them no pity, they are undeserving. They are but a collective of cold-blooded beings. Recall the young girl who perished on this very bus half a year ago. You are not committing murder. You are dispensing justice." Under Lao Ba's relentless indoctrination, Liu Yu's resolve hardened, and verdant code flickered within his eyes. Concurrently, the bus driver stared pensively at his mobile device, having just received a substantial transfer of 500,000, merely 500,000 short of his daughter's medical expenses. This final sum hinged solely on a single push of the accelerator. Yet, as he glanced into the rearview mirror, Observing the innocent faces of his passengers, a flicker of hesitation arose. However, this hesitation was swiftly supplanted by a video that materialized on his screen. Depicting a pallid girl languishing in a hospital bed, her face contorted in intermittent agony. Why do you hesitate? Comply, and the remaining 500,000 shall be deposited into your account, granting your daughter a new lease on life. They are but strangers. The bus driver's gaze hardened as the crimson text reappeared. With a resolute bite, he sealed the doors and ignited the engine. Simultaneously, Lao Ba, monitoring the scene, emitted a chilling chuckle. Behold, the fragility of human morals. To save his daughter, he would sacrifice an entire busload. Does such a villain not merit his fate? Lu Yu, in a daze, nodded in agreement. Just as he prepared to invoke Lao Ba's powers to condemn the bus's occupants, a knock reverberated through the room. The sound momentarily jolted Lu Yu back to lucidity, and he instinctively rose from his chair, his hand relinquishing the mouse. Lao Ba, alarmed, exclaimed, "Return. Do not open that door." But it was too late. Crack. As the door swung inward, a forceful impact propelled Lu Yu backward. His considerable weight of nearly 200 pounds was no match. Thud. As he crashed to the floor, sharp claws pressed against his throat. Move, and you forfeit your life. Recognizing the familiar voice amid the searing pain, Lu Yu looked up in terror. Li Ku, eyes gleaming with malice and fangs bared, loomed before him. Chen Kursin, equally menacing, secured the door and drew the curtains. What? You do not recognize me? We have met before, have we not? Li Ku taunted. You are the one who investigated me online? Lu Yu stammered, his face etched with disbelief. Indeed. Never imagined we would meet in the flesh, did you? Li Ku sniffed Lu Yu's scent, nodding in confirmation. You are in, as suspected. Kursin, restrain him while I locate the entity. Understood. Chen Kursin lunged forward, her foot pinning Lu Yu's chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Li Ku seized the opportunity to examine Lu Yu's computer, his gaze immediately drawn to Lao Ba on the antiquated screen. You are the entity? Lao Ba responded with a malevolent grin. I did not anticipate you tracing me here. Are you with the? Or, what are you babbling about? I am with the Sacred Order. Lao Ba was dumbfounded. In this digital age, he could infiltrate anywhere, privy to the world's deepest secrets, even the covert. Yet, he had never encountered this so-called Sacred Order. As he grappled with this revelation, Li Ku prepared to sever the power supply. Wait. Do not disconnect. Give me a few more minutes. I am on the cusp of evolution. Li Ku was puzzled by this odd request until his eyes fell upon the surveillance footage on the screen. The bus was careening toward a bridge. Lao Ba's excitement surged. Yes, the day has come. In an instant, the bus veered out of control, hurtling off course. It is done. With their demise, I shall evolve once more. Unshackled from the disk's constraints, I shall be omnipresent, the true deity of the internet. But Lao Ba's gloating was premature. Just as the bus teetered on the brink of plunging from the bridge, it shuddered to a halt. Lao Ba frantically attempted to manipulate the vehicle and seal the doors, but his powers proved futile. Useless. Only the announcement and surveillance systems of this antiquated bus are networked. The rest is purely mechanical. Your powers are but a trifle against such rudimentary constructs. Li Ku's voice cut through the tension. Yes, you mentioned being confined by the disk. Very well. I shall refrain from disconnecting the power. Lao Ba's panic intensified as he realized Li Ku's intent. No, I can grant you anything. Wealth, influence, women. Unnecessary. The esteemed Night King can offer the same, and more. Farewell. With that, Li Ku pressed the eject button on the computer, and an antiquated disk emerged from the drive. Lao Ba's image vanished from the screen. TCH. I expected more from such an entity. Merely trash. Li Ku pocketed the malevolent disk and dialed Yu Li's number. Archbishop, kindly inform the Night King that we have neutralized another entity. Chapter 94. The Unexpected Controller, Artificial Intelligence. An hour later. Within the remnants of the Holy Fire Miao Miao teaching site, Lin Ye stood on a stone platform, bewildered as he observed Lu Yu being restrained on the ground by Li Ku and Chen Kursin. Is this the individual you apprehended? He inquired. Indeed, my Lord Night King. This fellow is the mastermind behind the Death Live room. All those previous occurrences were orchestrated through his computer. Li Ku responded candidly, recounting the entire investigation process he undertook. As Lin Ye listened to his narrative, his expression shifted multiple times. The anomalous investigation bureau had spent considerable time uncovering the truth. Yet his two subordinates managed to accomplish it in less than half a day, even apprehending the culprit in the process. It was rather perplexing. Perhaps sensing Lin Ye's confusion, Li Ku seized the opportunity to flatter him. The swift resolution of this matter is largely due to the clues you provided, my Lord Night King. Moreover, ever since you bestowed upon me divine power, I feel my intellect has been increasingly sharpened. Sharpened intellect? Lin Ye pondered whether this was indicative of a breakthrough in Li Ke's cognitive abilities, leading to a transformation in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more he discerned the possibility. Not lingering too long on this matter, Lin Ye swiftly redirected his attention to Lu Yu. In his perception, Lu Yu emanated an aura characteristic of a ghost controller. However, unlike the ghost controllers from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, his essence felt more malevolent. Wait, he should not be classified as a ghost controller. Rather, he is being controlled by the anomaly, Lin Ye concluded. Realizing this, he promptly instructed Li Ke. Inquire about the specific abilities of this anomaly. We have already questioned him. The anomaly resembles a computer virus residing on a disk. Simply inserting this disk into a computer optimizes its performance, allowing it to infiltrate any corner of the internet without leaving a trace. Effectively, a super hacker, Li Ke explained, elucidating the capabilities of the disk ghost before Lin Ye. Upon learning that the disk ghost could infiltrate the internet at will, Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a remarkable asset. With such a tool, we could investigate anything we desire, even accessing internal records of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau with ease. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Li Ke boldly proposed, my Lord Night King, although this anomaly is wicked, I believe if we utilize it wisely, the intelligence capabilities of the Holy Church will be significantly enhanced. We could establish a global intelligence network, ensuring we receive timely information about anything related to anomalies. It was evident that Li Ke had anticipated Lin Ye's thoughts. However, my primary concern is how to effectively control it. After all, it can evolve through the malevolent thoughts of its controller. If it evolves to the point of escaping the disk, capturing it may become impossible. He added, moreover, it appears to possess a means of invading human minds, which raises my apprehensions even if I were to control it personally. Considering Li Ke's concerns, Lin Ye contemplated for a few seconds before a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Bring the disk to me for examination. Certainly, my Lord Night King. Li Ke responded promptly, retrieving the disk that housed the disk ghost from his pocket. As soon as Lin Ye held the disk, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingers. Simultaneously, a new prompt materialized before him. Detected anomalous entity ghost disk, containing the entity disk ghost. Applying blood to the surface allows for control of the disk ghost. The disk ghost, born from malevolence, will invade the mind if harboring evil thoughts, making it exceedingly difficult to control. Do you wish to absorb the resentment energy? Absorbing it will cause the disk ghost to vanish as well. Lin Ye gazed at the prompt, a hint of astonishment etched on his face. He had encountered numerous anomalies, yet this was his first experience with one that merged with an object. Furthermore, while most anomalies were dominated by their controllers, the disk ghost possessed the unique ability to counteract and usurp its master. While it was undeniably powerful, it relied on the disk and became utterly useless outside a computer. Thus, it was clear that not just anyone could control it. Yet, if they found someone devoid of malevolence, the issue could be resolved. With this thought, he called out, Yulu, summon Hao Hao to come in. Understood, my Lord Night King, Yulu replied, turning to exit the hall. Li Ke, displaying curiosity, asked, my Lord Night King, who is Hao Hao? Is he capable of perfectly controlling the disk ghost? Before his question could fully settle, Yulu returned, cradling a plump orange cat, which he placed before Lin Ye. My lord, Hao Hao has arrived. The moment the orange cat was set down, it immediately meowed at Lin Ye. All right, enough meowing. I'll feed you some cat treats later, but first, you must assist me with a task. Upon completion, I shall reward you with 3 treats. Upon hearing this, the cat's eyes sparkled, albeit dimly, due to their minuscule size amid its round face. Observing the small-eyed orange cat, Li Ke suddenly realized something. My lord, are you suggesting that it could control the disk ghost? Is that even feasible? Why not? Lin Ye countered. As long as we can control it and keep it within a computer, it will serve its purpose regardless of who commands it. Besides, what malevolence could a small cat possess? It only knows hunger, right, Hao Hao? As he spoke, Lin Ye picked up a cat teaser to play with the orange cat. However, to his surprise, Hao Hao showed no interest in the teaser and instead chased the shadow it cast on the wall. See, with such intelligence, it is unlikely to engage in malevolence. Ah, that seems plausible, Li Ke nodded, somewhat bewildered. As long as Hao Hao is alive, the disk ghost won't evolve. It will dutifully serve us. Yulu, draw a little blood from Hao Hao and apply it to the disk. Understood, my Lord Night King. 2 minutes later, the plump orange cat, Hao Hao, successfully became the ghost controller of the disk ghost. Witnessing this, Li Ke promptly inserted the ghost disk into his computer. As the computer powered on, a visage formed from green code emerged, a human face, which belonged to the previous disk ghost, Lao Ba. You dare to insert me into a computer? You possess quite the audacity. Wait, why can't I sense your malevolence? Before he could finish, Hao Hao's meow interrupted, causing Lao Ba's image to gradually morph from a human face to that of a cat. Seeing this transformation, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. It won't devolve from artificial intelligence to artificial incompetence, will it? Not at all, Li Ke assured confidently. The operational control lies with me. The lower its intelligence, the better. I will integrate it into the AI program I previously developed, allowing my AI assistant to evolve into true artificial intelligence. Coupled with the upgraded computer hardware, it will execute tasks just as efficiently as before. With that, Li Ke's face radiated confidence. My Lord Night King, please bestow a name upon this soon-to-be-born artificial intelligence. A name? Let us call it the Apocalypse, Lin Ye mused, casually conjuring a name. Chapter 95, Intelligence System, Mercenary Longbow. With the incorporation of the ghost disk, the issues surrounding the Death Live room were smoothly resolved. The prodigious hacker Li Ke, now equipped with a computer installed with the ghost disk, was like a tiger with wings. With the newly birthed artificial intelligence, Apocalypse, he could infiltrate any network location. Recognizing his exceptional talent, Lin Ye appointed him as the head of the intelligence department for the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect. Upon receiving this appointment, Li Ke was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Night King. I will strive to ensure that our sect's eyes and ears are spread across every corner of the world. Do not rush. This is a grand undertaking. We shall proceed step by step. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for now, Lin Ye replied, yawning, as he prepared to return for a midday nap. Once Lin Ye departed, an exuberant Li Ke promptly sought out Yul. Your Excellency the Archbishop, the internal encrypted communication software you requested is now complete. So soon? Why didn't you report to the Night King earlier? It wasn't this quick initially. But with Apocalypse, everything has become much simpler. I felt this minor matter did not warrant bothering the Night King. Indeed, as he spoke, Li Ke opened an application on his computer, the icon resembling a black cat, which Yul had previously requested. Upon entering the application, the first feature was a communication module, akin to the popular messaging apps. Next was the intelligence module, which contained a plethora of information. This application requires facial recognition to unlock. I have directly integrated the facial recognition technology from Wealth Treasure. Only the rightful owner can access it. Additionally, I now have free access to the internal database of the Anomalous Administration. I plan to connect their internal archives to the intelligence module. Furthermore, the internal records and household registration system of the Public Security Bureau will also be included. This way, our followers can access official records and information from Longhua at any time. For instance, I can instantly retrieve all information about an individual, including their ancestral lineage. Moreover, I can now manipulate the national surveillance system. Any public area S cameras can be accessed freely. As Li Ke elaborated on the application S functionalities, Yul's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Excellent work. However, we need to implement additional permission settings. Different levels of access should correspond to different scopes of visibility. Understood. I will assign you, Your Excellency, the Archbishop, the highest level of access. That won't do. The highest access will always belong to the Night King. An hour later, all members of the Sacred Fire Meow Meow sect received the application installation package sent by Li Ke. Upon installation and opening the nameless application, they were immediately astounded by its formidable capabilities. Luo Chung was no exception, gazing at the interface and the information accessible on his phone. A look of sheer exhilaration spread across his face. Indeed, the future of our sect is bright. No sooner had he spoken than two figures emerged from the airport hall before him. The first was a young man with a buzz cut, clad in a tight black t-shirt and jeans, whose overall build was relatively lean. His dark skin bore a long scar on the left side of his face. Despite his expressionless demeanor, he exuded an air of ferocity. Following him was a young man with medium-length hair, fairer skin, and a slender frame, dressed in a flamboyant shirt, sauntering with a carefree attitude. Upon sighting the buzz-cut youth, a smile crept onto Luo Cheng's face. In the next moment, he strode forward, arms outstretched. The buzz-cut youth reciprocated the gesture with a smile. and the two men embraced heartily in the open space of the airport for several seconds before finally parting. Longbow, it's been 3 years. You seem a bit thinner than before. Hearing Luo Cheng's words, the buzz-cut youth chuckled. Of course, I've lost weight. I was in the hospital for half a year, nearly losing my life. Oh, what happened? Luo Cheng's brow furrowed. However, Longbow merely patted his shoulder. It's nothing. I'll explain later. By the way, I've brought along a friend, Lin Senator. As he spoke, the long-haired youth behind Longbow chimed in with a mischievous grin. So you're the brother that bro has grown up with in the orphanage? I heard you had cancer. You don't look it. As soon as he finished, Longbow shot him a fierce glare. To his surprise, Luo Cheng seemed unfazed by the comment. That's all in the past. My cancer is cured now. Cured? How is that possible? Longbow appeared skeptical, his face clouded with doubt. Why would I lie to you? This isn't the place to discuss it. Let us get in the car. I'll explain everything on the way. And hand me your luggage. As he reached out for the black suitcase beside Longbow, the latter quickly interjected, You won't be able to lift that suitcase. Yet before he could finish, Luo Cheng effortlessly lifted the suitcase with one hand and placed it gently in the trunk of the car. Longbow's expression shifted slightly. The suitcase contained his specialized training equipment, weighing no less than 80 pounds. Normally, he struggled to lift it with one hand, yet Luo Cheng had handled it with ease, showing no signs of strain. As he recalled Luo Cheng's earlier words over the phone, Longbow's expression grew serious. In a flurry of questions, he and Lin's son climbed into Luo Cheng's vehicle. Once inside, the trio fell into a silence that lingered for a while. Finally, Luo Cheng, steering with one hand, broke the quiet. So, are you still working as a mercenary? Longbow nodded in response. Though it's lost its thrill. Even life and death don't evoke any excitement in me anymore. Indeed, your physical prowess and combat skills have nearly reached the human limit. Ordinary battles cannot satisfy you. By the way, you mentioned lying in the hospital for 6 months. What happened? Who could injure you? Just a killer from Britain. It was peculiar, even at full strength. I was still no match for him. Longbow's brow furrowed as he appeared to recall some unpleasant memories. By the way, you mentioned over the phone yesterday that you could help me break through human limits. Is that true? At his words, Luo Cheng glanced at the rearview mirror, then smiled mysteriously. Of course, otherwise, how do you think my cancer was cured? By the way, once we arrive at my place, change into a set of clothes, and then I'll take you to a location where everything will become clear. Chapter 96. The bewildered elite assassin. An hour later, dressed in elegant black suits, Longbow and Lin's son followed Luo Cheng to the entrance of the St. Fire Miao Miao Church, located in Hongfeng Village. As they gazed at the peculiar building, surrounded by stray cats, a look of confusion deepened on their faces. Suddenly, Luo Cheng opened a suitcase and donned a strange black robe, complementing his attire with a white cat mask. What are you doing at Cheng? They inquired. Do not concern yourselves. I will explain everything shortly. For now, refrain from speaking or wandering about. Just follow my lead, Luo Cheng instructed. With that, Longbow chose not to press further, and they entered the courtyard behind Luo Cheng. Surrounded by stray cats and facing a foreboding dark door, they sensed something was amiss, but dismissed the notion. After all, they were no ordinary individuals. One was a top-tier mercenary, and the other, a highly ranked assassin. Even unarmed, they were confident that a mere crowd would pose no threat to them. However, upon entering the dimly lit interior, the scene that unfolded left them in a state of shock. Shadows clad in black robes were gathered around a long table. Some were fervently scribbling notes while others typed away on computers, each engrossed in their tasks, perhaps alerted by the noise at the entrance. The robed figures turned their heads in unison, revealing eerie green glimmers through their masks. Yet, when they looked again, everything seemed to revert to normal. What is this place? Who are these people? A flurry of questions raced through their minds. At that moment, Luo Cheng approached one of the individuals wearing a black cat mask. Your Grace, I have brought my 2 friends, he announced. The masked figure, known as Yu Lu, nodded and replied, since they are your guests, you may begin by explaining the fundamental tenets of our church. With the Night King absent, I shall guide them through the initiation ceremony shortly. Understood. Luo Cheng retrieved 2 copies of the Miao Miao Revelation from the table and returned to Longbow and Lin Sr. This contains information about the origins and doctrines of our church. Please take a look, he offered, handing them the texts. Upon instinctively accepting the documents, confusion only grew. What did you just call that person? Your Grace? And what exactly is this church you speak of? Surely you haven't been duped, Lin's son remarked, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. This place hardly seems legitimate. It appears to be a deceitful cult, he continued, revealing a small knife from his pocket. The blade twirled rapidly in his hand, glinting ominously in the candlelight. However, before he could finish his thought, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Luo Cheng's friend. It seems your companion is quite unfamiliar with our church, Yula commented. My apologies, Your Grace. It was my oversight, Luo Cheng quickly interjected. Yet Lin Sen's subsequent actions sent alarm bells ringing in Luo Cheng's mind. Let us see what this charlatan really looks like, Lin Sen declared, reaching for Yuli's mask. Just as he was about to grasp it, a powerful hand seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. It was Yulo. Despite Lin Sen's struggles, his attempts to break free were futile. It felt as though he were striking a concrete pillar. The realization struck him with horror. Meanwhile, Longbow sensed the escalating situation and prepared to intervene. However, as he took a step forward, Luo Cheng placed a hand on his shoulder. Longbow, do not act rashly. Instinctively, Longbow attempted to shake off Luo Cheng's grip, but to his astonishment, no amount of force could budge him. It was as if Luo Cheng's hand had fused with his shoulder. Unwilling to be deterred, he resorted to combat techniques, but the outcome was evident. Despite being a mercenary king, he was subdued by Luo Cheng in mere moments. I warned you not to act impulsively. Though your physical prowess and combat skills are at the pinnacle of human capability, you are still merely an ordinary person, Luo Cheng stated, his words resonating sharply. Instantly, Longbow regained his composure. Meanwhile, Yulu released the now flushed Lin Sr. As soon as he was set down, Lin's son pulled out a handgun, but before he could react, a small hand snatched it away. A charming female voice chimed in. Wow, it's a real gun. Looking up, Lin Sin noticed another figure in a black robe, her mask white and her demeanor curious as she inspected the firearm. Is this for real? Brother Cheng, who is this friend of yours carrying a gun? Could he be the fabled assassin? His gaze certainly seems fierce, she exclaimed, excitement evident in her tone. An assassin? How cool. She continued. I recall Brother Cheng mentioning he had friends skilled in combat. Could these two be them? Can I touch it? I've never held a real gun before. Do you think it could kill us? I doubt it. I could take him down before he fires. How about I shoot at you and see if you can dodge? Listening to the banter of the robed figures, Lin's son found himself breaking into a cold sweat, realizing that this group was anything but ordinary. After all, he was the 18th ranked assassin on the international leaderboard. Just then, Yuli's voice cut through his thoughts once more. Given your unfamiliarity with our circumstances, we shall overlook this incident for now. Luo Cheng, please provide further details about your friends. Not everyone is worthy of joining our church, and those without value do not belong among us. Understood, Your Grace. This is my brother Longbow, who grew up with me in the orphanage. He was once a professional fighter, reigning champion in the UFC multiple times and proficient in numerous martial arts. He later became an international mercenary, traversing multiple battlefields. As Luo Cheng spoke, he failed to notice the embarrassment etched on Longbow's face, pinned to the ground. And this is Lin's son, Longbow's partner. Currently ranked 18th on the International Assassin Leaderboard, he has successfully executed numerous high-profile assassinations and has never missed a target since his inception, mastering assassination techniques, firearms, vehicle operation, weapons manufacturing, and demolition skills. At this moment, Lin's son wore an equally embarrassed expression. When he saw Chen Kursin aiming a handgun at him, he anxiously raised both hands. He chuckled nervously. Haha, mere titles, all mere titles. You may call me Xiaosun. Chapter 97. The Holy Inquisition and the Knights of the Long Table. Once the circumstances of Longbow and Lin's son were thoroughly presented, Luo Cheng proceeded to elaborate on the Holy Fire Miao Miao Church. Upon hearing the name of the church and the origins of the holy religion, their expressions transformed into a peculiar blend of intrigue and skepticism. However, the subsequent words from Luo Cheng caused their countenances to harden with seriousness. The fundamental purpose and duty of the church was to combat those anomalies that threaten the world and to safeguard the peace of Blue Star. I understand that this may be difficult for you to comprehend. I must convey to you that this world is far more complex than it appears. Before them, he unlocked his mobile device and displayed internal documents from the Anomaly Bureau. Each of these documents was undeniably related to the anomalies. For instance, there was a report of a village where thousands mysteriously vanished overnight, ultimately classified as an A-level anomaly incident, accompanied by an image of a colossal spider with a human face. The size of that spider was comparable to that of a small house. Another report illustrated a creature resembling a dragon emerging from a great lake amid thick fog. These materials and images continuously reshaped Longbow and Lin Sen's understanding, shocking their senses while validating Luo Cheng's claims. At that moment, Longbow seemed to recall something. If that Briton who injured me was indeed an anomaly. I remember his hand transforming into that of a beast. No wonder he was extraordinarily powerful. So, the church's duty is to eliminate monsters like him, right? And by joining the church, I can battle such entities. As he spoke, an inexplicable excitement illuminated Longbow's face. Indeed, the church requires warriors like you who are skilled in combat, Luo Cheng affirmed, patting him on the shoulder. Perhaps reflecting on the recent events. Longbow suddenly wore a rueful smile. My combat skills seem rather ineffective. Against beings like you, I feel like an infant. Lin Sun profoundly agreed, fully aware of the helplessness he had just experienced. Observing Longbow's despondency, Luo Cheng immediately offered reassurance. You need not belittle yourselves. We have all received divine power bestowed by Lord Night King, and we are no longer ordinary individuals. It is impressive that you, as an ordinary person, managed to exchange blows with me. At the mention of divine power, Longbow's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the great true God, Night King, has bestowed upon us extraordinary abilities, enhancing our strength, speed, agility, and granting us the capacity to master various incredible skills. After speaking, Luo Cheng took the handgun, originally belonging to Lin Sun, from Chun Kursen and, before the eyes of all present, aimed it at his own forehead and fired. Bang! In that instant, Longbow was rendered speechless. However, the scene he had imagined did not unfold. The bullet did not pierce Luo Cheng's skull, but was firmly pinched between his fingers. This, clink, casually discarding the bullet onto the ground, Luo Cheng fixed his glowing green eyes upon Longbow and Lin Senator. This is divine power. As long as you become members of the church and are willing to fight for it, you too can acquire such strength. His words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, gradually igniting fervor in the eyes of Longbow and Lin Senator. Do you wish to become warriors of the church, pledging your loyalty to the great Night King? Without hesitation, both Longbow and Lin Sen nodded in unison. Seeing this, Luo Cheng turned his gaze towards Yulo. Great Archbishop, please preside over their initiation ceremony. Luo Cheng, you have grown swiftly. Since they are sincere in joining, let us witness this together. With Yuli's consent, the initiation ceremony was swiftly replicated. Dressed in black robes, Luo Cheng and others stood on either side, while Archbishop Yulu stood before the holy flame, holding the Miao Miao revelation, leading everyone in a resonant recitation of sacred verses, praising the great Night King. Longbow and Lin Sun stood nervously upon the hexagram. Perhaps overwhelmed by the atmosphere or still shaken from earlier events, they did not share the laughter of the previous participants. Instead, they felt the sacred and solemn nature of the Miao Miao revelation. After the ceremony concluded, Luo Cheng approached them. You have chosen an unfortunate day to come. Lord Night King is currently absent. Therefore, I, as your guide, shall bestow upon you power. However, rest assured, should you perform well, you will soon have the opportunity to meet the Night King. Now, expose your necks. With a blend of confusion and anticipation in their gazes, Longbow and Lin Sun each received a mark from Luo Cheng. In an instant, the power of Lin Ye was injected into their beings through a hereditary transfer. Although their abilities as second-generation bloodlines were somewhat diminished, the effect remained significant. Their forms, appearances, and temperaments underwent dramatic changes as they received strength that surpassed human limits. Strength, speed, reflexes, vision, hearing, and smell were all profoundly enhanced. If the strength of first-generation bloodlines was rated AC, they had barely attained a similar level. Coupled with their own combat and assassination skills, their combat prowess rivaled that of Luo Cheng and other first-generation bloodlines. And indeed, this proved to be true. Once they fully acclimated to their newfound powers, excitement radiated from their faces. With a mere fist clench, Longbow's hand emitted a cracking sound, and he demonstrated his refined combat techniques before the assembly. Bolstered by greater strength and speed, the potency of these techniques had increased tenfold. Is this divine power? No wonder. Cheng, you were able to subdue me with such ease. I feel as though I could effortlessly obliterate my former self now. After ceasing his display, Longbow expressed his reflections. Clearly, you are a natural warrior. Luo Cheng nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Lin Sun, having also acquired unique powers, gazed at his own physique with excitement. To his astonishment, he gradually began to fade from view. Evidently, he had inherited Lin Ye's invisibility skill through hereditary means, though its effectiveness was noticeably inferior to that of first-generation bloodlines like Chen Kursen. Nevertheless, as a top assassin, Lin Sen's combat capabilities soared alongside this newfound skill. Haha, what a farcical assassin ranking. I could single-handedly annihilate them all now. At that moment, Yula stepped forward, tossing 2 sets of black robes and masks to Longbow and Lin San, and solemnly declared, "Now that you both have officially joined the church, you will be assigned to the Inquisition. In addition to your daily combat duties, you will also be responsible for training fellow members in combat." Upon hearing this, Longbow and Lin San excitedly accepted the robes and masks. Meanwhile, Chen Kursen and others beside Yulu wore expressions of confusion. The Inquisition? When was that established? Oh, it was just established at the behest of Lord Night King, Yulu replied with a serious demeanor. The Night King previously mentioned the need to form an intelligence department, indicating a desire to subdivide the church's various functions. Thus, I contemplated that, in addition to the intelligence department, there should also be an Inquisition responsible for combat, a logistics department for support, and a Knight Order directly accountable to Lord Night King. You are now all the Knights of the Long Table, under the auspices of Lord Night King. Knights of the Long Table? That name lacks allure. Let us consider an alternative. How about we call ourselves the Knights of the Night instead? Boldly spoken, yet you have evidently transgressed the revered name of the Night King. Apologies. Then let us retain the title of Knights of the Long Table.